starve yourself 50 grams a day and do a bunch of torturous cardio that you don't like. Only Mebsagram loves riding and racing bikes. And she used to run. I convinced her, you know what, if you really want to put on some muscle, you're going to have to stop doing all that running because it tears down your quadricep muscles. There's too much eccentric load on each and every step. You're landing with 5 times the force of your body, and so those micro tears are making it harder than life.
What's up, guys? Can y'all hear my voice? Can you hear my voice?
Last time to add extra muscle.
Now, how is my voice over a video?
And you train and you eat from
Sorry
my
about this.
freaking
I'm having to
cookbook,
get the audio corrected
what do you
in
think the
case
result
we
is
have
going
to
to be?
look up something with
Do
audio.
you think that you're going to enjoy your
Sorry about this. I'm having to get. Okay, that'd be good. I do apologize about that. I know that was kind of annoying. How is everybody doing this morning, though? Yesterday we started a new free-to-play account. We went with the cat and El Hain. I've always been a pretty big fan of El Hain. I know a lot of people like Kel, and yeah, Kel's great for Demon Lord, but El Hain, she just hits so hard with those AoEs. Now, we don't have the best gear on her yet, but we did finally take her to 5-star before we got off last night, so we should be able to get through the campaigns pretty easily now. Maybe not Nightmare, but the other difficulties, I'm pretty confident. Also, we are going to be kind of working on getting up to at least the end of hard and getting those shards and pulling them today. We've actually got pretty lucky on our mystery shards. We've only pulled like 20 or 30 of them, and we've already got 3 rares out of it. Now, the rares we got weren't nothing to write home about. We got Hill Nomad, the Pitiless one, which I didn't realize had a full team cleanse. It's on a 4-turn cooldown, but it is a full team cleanse. And a second Rock Tooth, which we fed in to get Elhain up to 50. Looking back on it, I do kind of wish I would have held on to him because, or used him to book himself basically, because that dungeon that requires heal reduction, not only is he strong affinity for, but he brings the heal reduction, and getting that on a shorter cooldown would have been handy. We're just getting through our arena tokens right now. You know what? We ran her in Minotaur overnight. We might as well put the masteries in. Same with the cat. We want him to go first, so we're going to go with the top one. Even though his HP does get a block damage when it's low, I think we're going to, where he's going to be a speed lead for them, essentially, we're going to have him go in that tree to get the 5% damage at full HP. And since he's veiled, I feel like blast proof decreased damage from AoE by 5% would be really good for him, because it's going to be harder for people to single target him. And for Elhain, I think we're going to go the same way. Give him just a little bit more survivability. Well, that was easy. His cat is technically a higher level than mine. They've got that 1-star ascension. Oh, this would be a good team to go against. And I mean good as in easy. I bought a heated blanket, and it's not really heating very much. I don't know why. Oh, because it's not on. I guess that would explain it. Well, he ain't gonna have the block damage out, so we can go with that. Now, if there's a 3-star cat, we're probably going to avoid it till ours gets to 3-star. suppose he didn't have blast proof. Now, Tawana Rock scares me a little bit. That A2 of hers actually hits like a truck. I don't get why the heated blanket keeps turning off. It's like... Oh, easy. These teams definitely aren't geared the best, that's for sure. They'll have like one champion that might be okay. And if they had the rest of the team geared a little bit like their one champion they picked, they might stand a better chance. At least this guy went through and ascended, so maybe he'll be a little more of a challenge. Apparently not. Oh, they have a little bit of health. I considered going with Aethel for that weekend, but weekends on quite a few champions nowadays, so let's go against the Tawana Rock. We should be okay. I'm curious if Elhane's A2 or A3 hits harder. I'd have to look at the multipliers on it. Okay. Well, we got the arena out. Let's actually get started on the progression now. Oh, we need 6 more wins. I thought we took the cat off. to upgrade a shield to level 8. Alright. We're gonna have to do some champion training today on this account. Hopefully we can get a sacred shard. That we only need like a little over 500 points to get the Galapos thing, so I'm hoping we can get a sacred. If not, we'll have to pop the wallet open for it. And I'm not really trying to do on this fusion just because, yeah, it's the first champion of the faction. I just don't think that outside of faction wars, which is going to be mandatory, but I just don't think she's really going to move this account's direction one way or the other. Now, for the epic, I do think it's a great epic that I'll probably use in Cursed City, Doom Tower, places like that. I really like the Xenomorph character. Oh, they got a +1 luminosity. Oh, that decreased attack ain't no good. Pretty lucky early game account. Not properly geared though. It's something I notice about these accounts that spend money. They, a lot of times, they'll have good champions, but they just don't have the gear on them to actually make use of the champions. And I don't know if they just haven't farmed up the gear, or if they don't understand the gear, or what, but... So the Infest goes off before Wukong's splash AoE. I did not know that. See if we got any good shards from the Demon Lord. Nope. I mean, we got a couple of ancients, but not what we're looking for. That's only going to be 10 points. The Void would give us, what is it, 50? Yeah, it looks like we're going to have to buy a cheap shard pack. Well, let's go ahead and pull them. I'd like to have a con this early on in the game. That's pretty wild. Ah, that fucking cloak, man. We kept him stunned. That's pretty funny. Can't wait for Lava Arena to open up. I got some new teams in mind I want to try out. What's even on the summoning pool this time? Oh, shit. Well, that's tempting. I'd really like to get Edward and Bayak. That passive, if their accuracy is less than yours, they can't crit. That is insane. Where are we at on the summoning rush? Oh, we're still 400 away. Does the Sacreds give us 500 or 250? 500? Okay. really not a whole lot left for us to do on, other than champion training right now until the day resets. I don't know if we'll be able to do this fight. That Armand's might control the whole thing. Can we sheep him? No. Damn, that's a tanky Armand's. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. I was a little concerned at how tanky that Armand's was, but we was able to somehow out control the Armands between Wukong's A1 stuns and Chimeria's AoE. I think Chimeria is a slept on champion, man. Like, she is definitely an A tier champion. You never hear anybody talk about her. Well, let's do some champion training. Oh, we still need one more chest plate. Okay. Wow, didn't realize he had that much HP. Nice. Look at that shield on Wukong though, it's over half his HP bar. Now, this is a little bit risky. thing to check if the cat's... How can he block damage if he's got block buffs? I guess he didn't block that much damage. Dude, he's just healing through it all. Okay.
Yo, what's up, guys? Revsived here, logged into the Note Pro to give a large update about what we have been doing on the account so far. This is currently day 17th day right here. This is a brand new account. If you don't know, the Note Pro is a series I started 1st of January to see how far and how well we can progress on an account like this in RAID in 2026. So it's supposed to give us an idea of the early game grind, the early game struggles, and how the game has changed, and learn new things about the game. If you're new to RAID, you probably want to follow up with this series. Subscribe right now and join as I give almost daily updates about how I progress on the account. So maybe you have one or two things to learn or a few things to teach me along the way as we go. So in this account, on this day 17th update, I want to go over all the changes this account have been seeing so far, because there's not a lot going on, but at the same time it seems like for an account playing 17 days, I should have some achievements to celebrate at this time, right? Let's start up with the first one. We know we started at the campaign. Like every beginner will tell you, you want to stay in the campaign for as long as possible to get multiple champions to 6-star by farming the highest level of campaign you can, or 2 of 3 brutal, which is going to be the best place that gives you a large amount of silver for selling those shields that you get from this area. So by farming this content and leveling up chickens to 10, 20, 30, 4-star, 5-star, and eventually feeding them to your legendary or epic champions, you're supposed to be leveling up your champions. So by staying in this content and spending all my energy and gems, I've managed to take 3 champions to 6-star. That's the first achievement that we have to celebrate for playing 17 days. Now there are probably other ways you could get it done faster if you focus only on the campaign, but I spent resources on other content also that was going on at the time. I did not go for this fusion Cassandra, thank God, else I'll be stressing so much on multiple accounts. So here you go. Shashakat is
3 champions to 60 in 17 days ain't bad. Getting your first one to 60 is pretty easy because of what all the game gives you. Maybe even your second, but that third one, that's pretty good.
currently 6-star. That's the
I see
first one
he's
we
got
took to
a Ascension Star for Tagore too. That's pretty cool.
6-star, so he can begin to comfortably take down the campaign alone on his own. Also got him the 3-star Ascension he needed. So without that 3-star Ascension, the blessing was not unlocked that gives him this passive block damage passive that keeps him alive when he's about to die from a hit from the enemy, right? So that's a very important part of his kit that is helping me go further in dungeons than I'm supposed to. So that's the huge update. And let me tell you, it's very difficult to get the spirit potions required to get this champion where they need to be, right? So why can't I go to the tavern? Oh, because a background battle is running. Yeah, Mino is still running in the background as I record this video. Thank God we will finally unlock background battles at level what? Level 45? What level are we now? That's quite important. 45, I think. Right after hitting level 45, that's when that background multi-battles unlocked. In the past, we just use multi-battles and then we have to watch it battling. But now with background battles unlocked, I can have something running in the background and be doing something else in the game, like building. Why didn't he let me go to the tavern before? I can go to the tavern, but I can't level up the champion that is currently involved in the battle. I understand, but I can level up or go to the tavern with this champion because that champion is not involved in that battle that is going on in the background. I get it now. Why I couldn't see the tavern from this direction. All right, back to the campaign to give you the story how we progressed so far, because like I said, it was going to be a story. We managed to 3-star all the normal campaign, grab the void shard, managed to 3-star all hard campaign, grab the secret shard. Now we've managed to 3-star all brutal campaign, grab the secret shard also. So we are sitting on comfortably. Where is the second? Okay, I pulled the other secret shard during the 2x secret, but I grabbed this one from other source. I think this came from another source. I'm not quite sure whether it was from the campaign, but anyways, we got one secret shard sitting right here. Pretty, no need to summon these shards unless there's a 2x boosted chance of getting legendaries from secret shards. That's what I'm saving for. I'll come to the shard update, but still talking about how we've been progressing in the campaign, and brutal is done. Now the next thing newer players tend to do is after hitting brutal, they just move straight to nightmare. I have not done that. There is some huge resources waiting for me here in nightmare, but I feel like if I come start doing nightmare like this, I will be ending up doing with a 2-man like this, and this is not getting me getting XP on food champions. So the whole purpose of coming to nightmare should not be to take it down with a 4-man team. It should be to take it down with a 2-man team, so they can 3-star it in the first try. Why? Because it costs 16 energy to fight it with a 4-man team, and then later you come back again to fight it with a 2-man team or a solo team or a 1-man team. So the first time you try any nightmare stage, your purpose or your goal should be to 3-star it, so you don't have to come back to it. Now for the other campaign stages, I did have to go back and 3-star all of them, right? Especially the ones that I could not 3-star the first time I was attempting them. So you don't want to repeat that same mistakes in the nightmare, because the amount of energy it will cost for you to come back to retry these stages and try to 3-star them will be so expensive. So if you know you can have 2 men that can comfortably take down these nightmare teams, go ahead. But if the battle fails once, you do not want to keep trying that battle again and again, because that's a lot of energy that you should be probably spending in getting your chickens ready that you're throwing away in a nightmare stage. The popular places in nightmare that you should probably want to see as a checkpoint for your account, whether you want to fight with a 2-man or a 4-man, I recommend a 2-man, is Palace of Arabia, because this content gives 6-star gear. Heck, the nightmare in general gives 6-star gear, right? Let me see again. Where is the drop? 3 to 6-star gear. You can see it right here at the top. So every nightmare stage, unlike brutal stage that gives you that 4-star, 5-star gears, but there is a nightmare you have a higher chance of getting the 6-star gear. That's when you start getting 6-star gear from campaign stages. This is not a content you should stay to farm gear for. No, that's what the dungeon is for. You rather go to the dragon and start farm at stage 10, 13 than to come to nightmare to begin to farm gear. Why I said something about this speed Palace of Arabia is because you need 6-star speed boot. The nightmare could be your first source of 6-star speed boot in your account, because currently I have all my speed boot, I think, are 5 stars that I will have so far. There's a little bit of a difference between a 6-star speed boot and a 5-star speed boot. You get a little bit, I think, 10 more speed or something. So you want that on your fastest champion on your team, and that's where you can farm it. Or if you want multiple champions to have 6-star speed boots, you could stay here for a while and farm it. But take note, the drop rates of getting speed main stats are very low, so you might end up spending a ton of resources in here in terms of energy or gems and still come out with no 6-star speed boot. So take note of that. It's not guaranteed, but there are some guaranteed rewards as you pass through this content, that I think is speed artifacts are also dropped for you as a set.
Leo, he's a great champion, but if he
there's
ain't
always
got
a guaranteed reward once you
the
beat it
blue,
the first time, the first
Magic
clear reward
Affinity
that
one
you
with
get
him,
from beating it.
is
So maybe you want to claim
pretty
all
easy
that.
to manage.
Now, apart from the stages themselves, you do have some amazing resources right here, like a 1 million silver, 100 gems, XP boost that nobody likes. After this 100 gems, there is another 100 gems, there's another million silver. So there's multiple rewards right here for you to claim until I think it's like four more parts before you can finally claim these secret shards. That's only and only if you can get up to Brimstone part, right, 3-star and all these other stages. That's the reason why I don't want to do the nightmare, because it costs so much energy to even attempt it, and if battle fails, that energy is
cool.
down the drain. So right now I'm more focused on spending that energy getting the champions, the
Not
XP
a very
they
good
need,
champion, but
full
I like
champions
her
where they need to be, so they can become taking my legendary and epic champions to more 6-star champion is what I need right now, not nightmare. But now, if a 2x sacred event is coming up, or a fusion is coming up, or some other reason that I need shards for, I'm desperate for shards, I know at least there's one source of shard, one secret shard or some other shards might be in that nightmare stages for me to go battle it and claim it. It's that right there. It's not going anywhere. Besides, if you claim it right now, you might be tempted to summon it when there is no
Probably
boosted
should have saved
chance
him
of
for a
getting
champion
legendaries from
chase,
secret
but
shards.
I'd
So it's
rather
better
get
to leave
the
it there
training
than to
XP
claim
right
it
now.
or than to go fight for it and get it. Is there any other thing I need to talk about in the campaign? My campaign format can solo comfortably. It's unlike the noob to pro and referral accounts that I'm running kill and campaign format. Sometimes you need to run them two together in case a battle is failing consistently. There's nothing wrong with doing campaign like this, as long as the other full champion is getting some XP along the way like this, right? You shouldn't be maxed out at 50 or 40 and then you're repeating the battles. You should be getting on XP while he supports with that battle, or he supports with a support champion like that who is also getting some XP. So if you can't 3-star, if you can't solo the stage comfortably on your own, right? All right, that's enough campaign hype and campaign talk for one day. Yes, it's something that I have to continue doing. The campaign, because taking 3-star to 60 is not where I just leave campaign and no longer going there. I still need to take 3 more champions to 6-star. That's going to take a while, right? I'm talking about Ugo needs to be 6-star, Venomage maybe 5-star for now, but 6-star later. Then definitely Ezio Auditor, the newest champion everybody's getting right now for free, just for logging in 7 days as part of the collaboration between RAID, Shadow Legends and Assassin's Creed. He's designing the team of Assassins, right? Assassin's Creed collaboration. And this champion, I've not put any gear on him. He's currently just getting some XP. I feel like I have too many poisoners already. When I say too many, Nama is enough to fill up the poison bar of any boss and explode it. So do I need another champion to do right the same thing? Put poison and explode it? Well, he doesn't just place the poison, he explodes it instantly as he's placing his. So if the conditions is met. So I'm gonna work on him on my main account, see how it works before I decided to use him on this account anyways. So expect a champion guide on this one.
I think he needs to build him. Regardless of the poison on that account, his damage is probably going to be probably not better than the cat, but it'll be his second best snooker.
And soon coming from the main account, then I can decide what to do with him on the Noob to Pro. So now, if I did not have any other poisonous champions, if I did not have Nama the Return, already spent books on her, by the way, I probably would have taken this champion to 6-star instantly as I got him. So you guys that are currently using Ezio, let me know how it works out for you guys, because he also has the speed aura 19% that I already have somebody doing speed aura of 19% for me. So do I really need him right now in this game? Do I need more poisoners? And that's another reason why this champion is not yet focused on or done much about her, because I had Nama the Return, so I did not really work much on Venomage, but she's not gonna be just
not
here
to
for
mention
poison.
he'll be getting
She's
that
gonna be here for
5-star
other
perfect
things
soul
like
form.
the decrease attack and the heal reduction, and of course let's not forget about the enemies under heal reduction debuff inflict 15% less damage to us. So she's supposed to be here for this purpose also, passive damage reduction for the entire team. That's a huge reason why she should be in the team instead of him. I'm talking about Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss now, because right now I don't have what it takes to build a block damage or unkillable team. I'm just gonna brute force my way all the way to the clan boss highest level. That's supposed to be our first priority as a newer account in raid. So whatever decisions I'm making, any champion I'm taking to 6-star and all that is supposed to be focused on where I'm going to use them in the demon lord to help me. I'm not supposed to take any champion to 6-star that's not going to help me in that content right now.
Let's
in the
go
game.
ahead and buy
Demon
him.
Lord first priority, so we can begin to get more shots to get
I'm
more
not a fan of
champions.
buying
That's
those
how
from the shop, but
I know it has always been in raid. I don't know if that strategy has changed so far in 2026. All right, so that's the 6-star rant right there. Let me know in the comments who you think should be the next 6-star on the account, because I clearly have chickens ready for the next 6-star. So should it be Auditor Ezio, or should it be Ugo, or should it be Venomous? Definitely not Kale. He's not going to be hitting 6-star for a long time until I need him for faction war, or until I have no other champion to 6-star. Let's not forget Apothecary is chilling right here, another champion that used to go to 6-star almost instantly in the early game, but now he's just chilling because I have a healer reviver in my team already. I'm done. Probably need an Apothecary, which is going to be a good speed booster, by the way. But not right now. I have a lot of champions to focus on, like this Wizgar, who I intend to take to 5-star at least for this 4 hits on an A1, which is going to be useful for me in the Fire Knight. So I have a lot of champions to work on. I just have to
let's go run these
focus
stars
on which one at the time, since
30.
all these ones are ready to go. I got this one from Mystery Shard, Frozen Banshee. As I summoned Mystery Shard, I got a Frozen Banshee. She used to also be one of those champions where you get her in the early game and your Demon Lord clan boss is set, because poison was the best way to do damage, still is in clan boss and in dragon, and she was one of those MVP champions that could get it done on an A1, right? Yes, on an A1. So each hit has a 80% chance of placing 5% poison, 2 poisons right here, right? Is it 2 or more than 2? She places 2 if the target has poison sensitivity, so she always has to start with this A3 first before she goes in with the A1. But in 2026, I don't think this champion will be built by anybody who is claiming her. Heck, I might even use her as chicken. No, I won't. She's probably will be useful for me in something like Faction Wars or anything, if I don't have any Undead House faction champions to fight a battle and get some glyphs that way. So she's probably will be used for that content. But I tell you right now, in 2026, nobody's building Frozen Banshee, at least because they are all starting with an Ezio or Nama or something like that. Or you use the login code, the new account code that you created that got you Venomage and all these crazy champions I got. Not from shards. I got all this from login codes, right, as I started the account fresh, including this one with login for 7 days and the promo codes and all that. So it's crazy to see that I've not gotten anything crazy from shards, but my account already looks stacked. I like that a lot for newer players coming into raid. It's not like when we started, when we were just chilling at this 17th day, we are probably chilling with Kale and an Amiga and a Frozen Banshee and Apothecary. That was how it used to be, and that's why we started series, to see how much the game has changed so far in after all these years. This is the only champion that I feel like I've summoned from shards that will be useful for me moving forward into the end game, right? I'm also keeping all these copies of this Greybeard, because back in the day they were always useful in one cheese method or the other. One of my only champions that has this AoE freeze right now, low chance, but so I'm gonna hold on to copies of this champion. It's not a chicken. I probably put 1 copy in the vault already, have I? Yeah, I put 1 copy in the vault, and I even put Ascension under him so I don't mistakenly use him as chicken. Keeping 1 copy of all this champion just to make sure I don't use them as food.
Close to being able to do Nightmare
on the reserve vault and keep them there.
We can
even
get
duplicates of this champion that will be used for fusions. Maybe it's time to put all these ones in there too. You cannot put the ones with gear in the reserve vault though. So just so you don't mistakenly use them as chicken, you gotta move them in there. That's a chicken. I already have rare books enough, so just move them in there. As for the master vault, maybe you want to put these ones that have gear over there in the master vault. Apothecary does have gear. So those champions, I'm not willing to work on them right now. The rest here will be used as chicken, so I don't mistakenly use them as chicken when I'm doing my campaign runs and leveling up chickens in the tavern, right? So that's how you got to separate all this thing. Now that you've seen the accounts, you've seen what champions I'm working with, let's talk about the gear, because you can get all these champions if you're not getting brand new gear, moving your gear from 3-star to 4-star to 5-star to 6-star. You're not going to progress in any content. You can get all your champions to 6-star. If they're still rocking 3-star gear, you're going to suffer and struggle. So The first thing I did after beginning to get 5-star gear from different content in the game was to go in there and swipe away all my 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star gear on the account. That's one filter that you could easily use to give you some silver real quick. Well, not the 4-star gear. So definitely all this gear has to go. I did say I took all of them. Now I'm seeing a lot more than I intended. So just hit that sell all. Hit that sell, or sometimes you want to hold on to this for faction war battles and things like that. But I probably have a lot of 5-star gear right now, enough to put on any champions I need for the faction wars. These are specific sets I might put on one champion that needs. This is a shield set I might put on one champion. So you want to keep some of those ones that are probably impossible or hard to get at this stage in the game, like Relentless and Shield. So hold on to that. All the rest gotta go. Give me 1 million, almost 1 million silver right there in the back. Now you could do the same thing for any gear that's even 5-star but flat start. Talking about the glove, the boots, and the helmet that gives you flat start. Like now in the early game, flat starts are useful, but right now at the level where I am, I don't think I need all these flat starts on my account stacking up on the account. And you think it's useful or you use it sometime, but you wouldn't. There are sets that you can hold on to for those flat starts, but not every set. If I hit that sell all button, Perception is one set that I'll always hold on to flat starts. To put on random champions that need a certain amount of accuracy, it doesn't matter if it's a flat start. So you want to hold on to that. And then I might want to build one champion with heals, regeneration.
If he changed out the
mission that requires you to build one champion with first set, I think. So you want to hold on to specific ones, but all the others that you know you can easily get them again, like
throw in
speed.
the monkey,
I'm gonna hold on to that one.
and then put you a healer
Not a good one, but might be used to complete the champion's gear, right? That's a 5-star, but it's flat. You gotta go, and that way another 600 silver goes into the bag. So if you do this little bit of cleanup, you can. It's not like I'm running out of space. Just like I'm grabbing more silver that I can use to level up champions to 16. That's another thing. I'm not coming here with a bunch of level 12, level 13 gear. 16 is what you should be. 16. This is not all 16. So with all this silver I just got now, it's time to re-gear this Nama the Return to see whether I'll begin to get better stats on her in terms of she's surviving in the battle and not dying so easily. She is in a lifesteal set, but I suspect this is not a good one. Just like I said, I was using flat stats to complete some sets, some builds, right? But at this point now, if I go to my glove and look for a better lifesteal glove for her, will I find it? Yes. That's better than the HP flat start.
That got us close.
Debatable. That might be better. This is way better because of this double roll into speed. This is way better. Even if the attack, she needs the attack, but not the HP flat start. So does the crit or double crit though? So sometimes the crit is a higher priority than the speed or the attack percentage you're getting from that start. It all depends on what you want from that build. I'll reconsider this build later for her. But I need more lifesteal set, and I've started farming that in the dragon. That's the gear. As for accessories, I've not gone into the spider and spent a ton of energy, so I do not have any accessories to write home about. Just the free ones you get from different content in the game, and few, like I did one battle in there, I got a chronophage. So at this point I'm beginning to get some. Even the new Agonites one. I'm not getting the Cassandra. She's the Agonite, right? I'm not getting the Cassandra, but here you go. I got some Agonite accessory.
Who do we
so I'm still rocking a 1-star on this champion. Why? Because there is no Night Rev this thing. I need to go spend some time in the spider, but was waiting for a mission to require me to do it before I go in there. For example, before I recorded this video, a mission required me to go in there and farm the ice golem. I spent some time in the ice golem. And what gear do you get from the ice golem? This life set. Is it life set or no? That's not from the ice golem. That's from the dragon. Shield. That's also from the dragon. I forgot what I get from the ice golem, but basically I think it's resistance and fury days. So I did get some of those that sets you get from the ice golem, and they are nothing amazing. This is also from the ice golem. Yes, reflex. Did I get some reflex? I did get some reflex. Why am I keeping all this? Shield probably will sell them. But anyways, so I got that 5 stars mission done from the Habitat missions out of the way, and the ice golem was taken down continuously. I think it's 10 times or so, and got that one
She
out
could
of the
help
way. When I
me
get that
keep
type of
my,
mission for Spider,
Ogre
that's when
faction
I'll go
hard
in there
mode
and
alive
farm
a
it.
little
Not just
better.
because I need better accessories for this champion, which I do. Ooh, that's a better one. Demon Lord. Cheshire Cat. Got the upgrade. So I'm going from attack, flat HP to defense and HP. It feels an upgrade. No, I'm going from defense to attack. That's an upgrade.
Nice. Got a
He's still
scroll
in the
sword.
battle
It's
of
our first one on that account.
fighting minions. I can't even swap up his accessories until he's done with that minion
shit.
farming, mastery farming battle. All right, the next thing after gear, like I said, they are currently in the mastery farming. If you go to this champions mastery, you can see they are almost maxed out. Almost. I just need one more point right here for Nama the return. I just need one more point right here for Tagoa. I just need one more point right here for, well, not Ugo probably needs more than 1 point because she's not 6-star yet, but you get the point. They are almost fully maxed out in their mastery farming, and I don't really need to go further than this. Once I unlock this War Master Mastery for at least 3 champions, content in this game will be a lot easier because of the damage we'll be doing to bosses, and it basically will be a lot easier to fight content and survive it even longer and heal from the lifesteal hits that they are doing on the enemies, right? Because
We should be
almost all
within
of
a
them will
few
be on
hundred
lifesteal.
points of
So
it now.
that's why mastery farming is going on all this time that I've been recording, using gems to farm the
But
mastery.
we might
At
try
level
to go
15,
on up to
finally we can do
8400 to
it
get
consistently
those
without
Primal
any battle
Shards.
failing, and that's something that we're currently working on. So mastery is the next thing on at least 6 champions or 5 champions, and even Venomage is getting some. Not Venomage is not left behind because she's gonna be doing hits right there. So once they have their masteries, clan boss nightmare will go down. Whether it's a 3 key, doesn't
Yeah, we
matter,
only need
as
like
long as you can
250
do it
more for the
consistently
Galapagos, dude.
and get some resources that way. So that's the high priority right here, masteries on these champions. So with that in mind, I did get, I think it's a blessing. No, I did get this unholy grail relic for free from when the game unlocked relic for me. It gave me that. That's the first relic we got in the game and the only one we have so far. Relic crafting materials. Let's go to the forge. Relic. I can craft more. I can craft more. Let's go and craft and see, because this gives a little bit of stats to your champions and gives them, whereas heals and turn meter increase effects applied to healers are boosted by 15%. Applied to allies are boosted by 15%. That's huge. Whereas heals and turn meter increasing effect applied to allies are boosted by 15%. That is huge for a support champion right there. Who is gonna get that one? Heals and turn meter. Who does that? I know 2 champions on my team that do heals, but I'm not sure about turn meter. Last time I checked his kit, I thought this was 15% turn meter, but no, that's 15% heal. Just increase speed and a heal. So he's probably gonna be the one for that relic right there, because his heals are better than the one of Ugo right now. So equip. He's also in the battle. I can't do it right now. There's a lot you can do when these champions are in the battle in the background right now, but that's it. That's good. You can go ahead and also forge this other second chimera. Yes, I did fight the chimera and I got this resource from it. Even at the first earlier stage of the chimera that I managed to fight the battle and got the lowest reward, still gave me. What? Do you know how difficult it is to get Wand of Submission? A legendary relic on the Noob to Pro. My account has been looking for this relic, my main account. I think I have only one. Where I has a 25% chance to reflect all this crack control debuff back to the producer. This is a good arena relic, by the way, but it's still amazing in PvE content. What's the chances of getting a legendary relic from? I can't click it. I can't see it anymore. It's a 3% chance. Damn, that was amazing. That was unexpected. Normally when you get these rare relic crafting materials, you expect to come here and just forge and get all rares and trash epic, maybe some epics. Never have I seen a legendary pop out of 4 rare crafting materials. I know it's possible, but it has never happened for my account, at least, or maybe I've not noticed it. That was quite Amazing. Who do I put it on? Again, they're still in the battle, so I can't even check. But Wand of Submission probably belongs on. If I was to put it on, it's gonna be my damage dealer. He probably gets it. Does he have a relic already? He does have a relic, so maybe Nama Nama will always be in the battle with him, and she probably will be the one for Wand of Submission. Or Ugo. Ugo will always be there for decreased defense. So maybe Ugo. There are lots of options. Basically, you want everybody to have a relic, and I'm not gonna put it on champion right now and then swap it out because it costs some in-game resource to swap it off, right? Which I don't have a lot of those resources right now. So damn, I never expected this to happen. So you gotta go use all these resources. It gives you a little bit of stat boost, give you some advantage in content. Just that alone might make my arena battles a lot easier than they are supposed to be. I hope. I'll come to the arena update soon. But now that I'm in the crafting area or forging area, let's see if we have a chance to get a good perception piece. Even if it's a 5-star, I still always go for the top pieces because the bottom pieces have a higher chance of giving me flat stats. So I try to select the top pieces instead. Even if it's a 4-star, it still be useful in 1 or 2 champions, I guess. Keep for now, but I would prefer a 5-star though. All these materials, that's a good one, but bad substats. That's a 5-star, but the substats are nothing to write home about. Woo, finally a good one. The speed is a low roll of speed, but sometimes when you hit that upgrade and you hit it to 8 and you go, you just hit speed 3 times. Resistance twice. That's not what you want, but I'll take it. It's a good helmet to put on a champion that needs some accuracy, I guess. And now for the next one, if I've done some helmets, I'll go for the shield next. For the weapon next, to see if that complements the helmet to put on that champion to give them the accuracy they need. So I don't have to struggle for accuracy banners, which are impossible to get from the spider at this stage. This should have been speed boots. I would appreciate a speed boot so much, but I'll keep it for now. Use it as an offset. You probably want to use this forging when you have a CVC going on, like the last CVC with personal rewards. So I forged and got some in-game resources, another helmet, and last one, another boot, but not speed. This is also another good way of getting some speed boots in the early game if you're lucky enough to craft some right here and get it. Now I do have 4 stars, but since I'm moving away from 3 and 4 stars, I'm not going to forge this right now. So the next one, resilience, I think I have 8 5-stars to get from there. Yes, I say 5 stars. I'm hoping I get the 5 stars. Now you have the option of not using your rank and rarity on these ones, which are not very high priority sets to use. I like to use my rank and rarity on perception only and never use it on resilience. But in this early game where I'm looking to boost my chances of getting 5-star, let me go ahead and use them, because I want to move away from 4-star gear. That's speaking of 4-star gear, I'm just getting it. Come on, give me 5-star gear. Ooh, that's a speed and crit rate, good one. But in a wrong set, still gonna be used as an offset. Remember, in the early game, it's all about the stats, not all about the sets. All about the stats. That HP should have been percentage. Why is it flat stats? That's a good epic one, but all the stats are wrong. Finally, a useful one in perception. Still not HP, but defense in perception is also good, and a low roll of speed is also useful for a 5-star helmet right here from resilience. Amazing. This is what you want from a resilience weapon like this. With that and the helmet I just got, I think a champion can move away from the 3-star or 4-star gear they currently have. Double roll into speed. Can I get a triple roll? And accuracy, I'll take it. It feels like a perception piece, I'll take it. This is an amazing one. Even if it's not used as a set, it can use as an offset for some other champion who needs to be as fast as possible, but I don't have the speed sets to make them fast right there. So 2 more to go. Let's see, can I get speed boots? I think I run out of luck. That's been an amazing forging session. So don't take the forge for a joke. You gotta go in there and hit those forged materials. Now this was only possible, I could only forge all that because I have been hitting the faction wars. Even today, before recording the video, you can see my demon spawn. I've fought what I can. Check out my keys. I've used all my keys. Heck, even this one key that is left, some people don't leave it behind. They still go in there fight it. Fight it. Don't let any key left behind. Like, I can't even fight it right now because I'm still in the other battle. But you get the point. Spend your keys in here. You're getting these forged materials. You can see all the materials I just used to forge those artifacts and accessories, or artifacts I mean, were obtained from this content. Low level of this content. Well, the higher level you go, the more high value forged materials you get. So take note of that. Don't just stay in only this first area, and put some effort into beating this boss, especially using your starter champion. If it's a KO, if it's a Cheshire Cat or whoever you started with, that starter champion should be able to take down this first boss to cross you over the chances of you getting 2 to 4 star glyphs, and also higher drop rates for this forging material. So that's 2 to 4 star glyphs that I'm getting. I tried this stage today, 3 to 4 star glyphs. It wasn't possible. And now at this point I'm beginning to get legendary. Here is drop rates for epics. So at this point I think I can begin to get legendaries. But right now why I couldn't do it is because he's alone in this faction. I wish somebody else could be here to support him, and they just put heal reduction on him and knock him down, which is what only kills him when he can't heal through all the damage he's taking, right? Alright, let's see what else we can do on this account. If I move over to other areas I need to show you an update for, one sec. Alright, I've been going on and talking about this Noob to Pro update for the past 30 minutes and explaining things beyond the extent I should. I even took a break and came back to explain more, but it's been 30 minutes of explaining. It is directed at newer players, and I did see in the comment section somebody saying thank you for explaining things in deep details, instead of just brushing through it, that you've done it, telling us why you did it and how you did it and all that. So that's why I'm going deep into these details. Hopefully somebody out there in this new player perspective or free to play series appreciates these explanations. And if there is any other changes, always leave them in the comment section below. I'll try to wrap things up right now by brushing through the rest of the things. Showing first of all arena. I was talking about the arena. Gold 1 out of gold 1 out of gold 1 is not quite easy to find enemies that you can consistently beat and that can keep you in gold 1 when everybody out here has crazy legendaries and all that. Damn, this faction war, this mastery farming is still going on, so I can't even still fight these battles. But anyways, you want to stay in gold so you can begin to get these gold medals. You can see I only have 22 gold medals right here. Still have a lot of silver medals that I probably should go spend or save until CVC comes up. When you spend these affinity bonuses in the right place, you want to focus on one thing. And for now, I'm just focusing on crit damage on my biggest damage dealer right there. So he's gonna get all the attention for crit damage. Since he's not a champion that needs accuracy or anything crazy, that's why I didn't go for accuracy, right? So later, I have a lot of magic.
Is the event dungeon actually worth your time? Yeah, it is. While the current event dungeon only offers chronophage gear, and let's be real, everybody prefers pinpoint, it's still worthwhile, man, farming a 9-piece artifact set where you can farm the rings, amulets, banners, the accessories for this set from such an easy, accessible, farmable source, right? 9-piece sets inside of RAID are generally speaking much tougher to grind than this, so pick it up while you can, man, even if it's just to put a ring and a banner or something on some of your support champions for that 10% extra speed. But that ain't really what we're talking about in this video, man. Of course, the event dungeon is worth your time. Farm it when there's a tournament active. What I'm worried about are the challenge stages worth your time, or are they gonna give you an aneurysm from just, you know, how ridiculously disgustingly painful they are? Well, I'm gonna be the guinea pig for this situation and find out, you know what I'm saying? So let's get started, and hopefully my brain isn't leaking out through my nostrils by the time we're done recording this video, you know what I'm saying? Hey, before we get started, if you're looking to create a new RAID account, make sure you get that done right now by using the beginner promo link that's below this video at the top of the description box, man. Click on that link on laptop or PC and use that link to create your new account, to grab Tholan Falbeard as your starter legendary champion, and 4 free epic champions to jumpstart your account the right way, while Ezio is the Logan Ward legendary champion for just the ultimate start, man. It's incredible stuff. Make sure to send that link to a friend if they're looking to start playing RAID and get them off to the most incredible start and get them addicted to this video game known as RAID Shadow Legends. You might have heard of it. Let's do this, man. So going into stage 31, this is exactly the same team in this first challenge stage as in stage 30. Nothing's different, right? You've still got to deal with the Hegemon, who drops the block active skills debuff on the very first turn, because Hegemon, as we all know, always goes first each round, and so, you know, you've got that crap to deal with, and we are dealing with that by having a debuff cleanser champion in the form of Freya Fate Weaver, in a Stone Skin set. And she's the fastest champion on the team. So she comes in with the debuff cleanse and just cleanses anybody who gets clipped by the Hegemon in that way. We then basically have a stupendous amount of 10-meter boost on this team, which is lovely jubbly. Then we just apply weaken and decrease defense with the Dracomorph to just prime all of the neds on the enemy team for the Seer's big, massive, huge, sweaty attack all enemies skill on A3. We also don't attack into Losan Kaleth a single time until we one-shot him with the Seer, which is important because every time Losan Kaleth loses some damage from a single hit, he has a chance of just doing annoying stuff. In fact, when attacked, has a 20% chance of activating an instant 10 effect on himself, and that just screws up your entire run. And so, this works in stage 30. Why wouldn't it work in stage 31? Am I missing something? It's like, I like the enemy stats just completely out of control. Like, what are we actually looking at here? And does the team change with the other more difficult stages? I have no idea. I'm going into this blind, and so let's see what goes down here. Oh my god, he hits like a truck. Okay. Alright, yeah. So the Hegemon just crit the Dracomorph for 90k. That's a problem. It was a crit. Maybe he won't crit this time. Who knows, right? Come on. Oh, please don't do it. He hit even harder that time. Okay, first things first, we've got to tank up the Dracomorph. I'm going to go ahead and switch him on over into some Defiant gear. Defense plus 10% and minus 15% damage taken from enemy AoE attacks. If we can get this plus just a decent helmet, that'll be a nice little fit. But I'm really looking for some defense percent, some HP percent on just some of these pieces. Oh god, are they all just terrible? Oh god, I've got like terrible Defiant gear. Okay, maybe we go for like a shield instead. I'm just trying to go for like an easy fix here, to be honest. Bit of speed, a bit of defense percent will be fine. Okay, we do actually hit on the defense percent. You know what? It's gear enhancement event active right now and CVC at the time I'm shooting this. Nice, we actually get a double roll in the speed. That's not too bad. Oh my god, the defense on my Dracomorph is terrible. No wonder he was dying. Okay, so this is going to help out quite significantly. We then got to replace the headgear with a perception piece so we don't break that set bonus. So we have one helmet here that's already maxed. I guess we can just try with that. I'll throw some glyphs on this as well because again, you know, it is during CVC that we're doing this, so why the hell not? Ugh, 2%. Toss a new banner on the Dracomorph as well. We get a triple HP percentage roll. Very, very lovely. I gotta say, by the way, I'm already, okay, like, I already want to, like, get back to the main topic of this video, to be honest. Is this really worth it? These challenge stage dungeons for, like, rebuilding champions and doing all of this stuff. I don't really need the speed glyph here, by the way, but really, you got a little bit of the HP percentage glyph action in here as well. But yeah, like, is this actually worth your time getting these challenge dungeons done? I don't even know. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and I'll just put just like event build, because it's like this is, I feel like this is gonna be so much effort, and like even if this build works, so what? There's gonna be like another dungeon stage to clear after this anyway. Oh, I can go ahead and I can also take this up and fully ascend this. It's during CVC as well, so I can go ahead and get that up. Defense percent here and some HP percent here as well. Oh man, you know what? I'll just take it. Let's just send it, man, and see if we can actually pull this off. We're up to like 3,000 defense now.
What do you
You
think?
know,
Do we wanna
it's got to count for something, but
out, like,
am I
use
going to
that
now
knife
clear
to
stage
level up
31?
this
Let's look
standard
ahead of
knife.
ourselves. Let's clear stage
Sleeper
31 first, but
counterattack could
you know
be
what I'm saying?
alright
You know what I'm
this
going to
early on
say?
in the game.
He still dies anyway. Dracomorph. He's about as tanky as a bloody gecko. Okay, fine. Dracomorph has to be in Stone Skin. It's like the only way, bro. Defiant's not going to cut it. Wait a minute. I only have to beat the challenge stages once. So if I need a decreased defense and weaken debuff a champion, I could just use Lydia. She's like way tankier. And you know what I mean? Like the reason I'm not using Lydia for my dungeon farming team is because she attacks all enemies with her A2, which I can't afford to do that if I'm looking to farm stage 30. Because if I do that, I risk triggering the instant turn effect on Losan Kaleth. Like as soon as you attack him, there's a chance that the run gets screwed. But I only have to beat stage 31 one time. You know what I'm saying? Like just get my hands on these rewards, which, by the way, these rewards, not that good either. I don't want to craft too much empire, but I scroll down here. I was like, I remember reading through these. I was like, okay, rare craft materials. Alright, man. We got some basalt down here. What rank is this going to be? This is going to be like rank 2 or rank 3. Okay, it's rank 2. Lovely. What about this next one? Alright, also rank 2. What about this one? Rank 3. Alright, tight. And then rank 3 again. Where's like the rank 5 basalt, bro? Let's go in, man. These should be mythical crafting materials, and these should be legendary. I said it. And why is it only 50? Trying to be like 100? It's only what, like, come on, man. Like, this is tough bloody content. It's kicking my ass right now. Anyways, dude, let's just go ahead and just see if we can just throw the Lydia into the team. Okay, she's not allowed to be the fastest on the team, though. She's 320 speed. The Frey is faster. Okay, good stuff. So maybe the Lydia is just fast enough. Sorry, is tanky enough, rather, to survive the one tap from the Hegemon.
Handy for control.
Oh. Yeah. Wait, what? What happened to my 10 meter, dude? And why is the seer going first? What just happened? You know, man, normally I'd like cut nonsense like this out of videos, just make it like a nice smooth streamlined guide for you guys, but this isn't meant to be a guide video. This is meant to be it's quickly developing into a me losing my mind video. So what happens here? Why is the seer getting an instant turn? Why is the seer getting an instant to run? That doesn't make any sense at all. What does she have in a kit that gives her an instant turn, man? Oh, she's getting an instant turn from the Freya passive. Oh no. That means that the seer can't be built in her current build. Okay, so the Freya passive prevents the death of the ally with the highest crit damage. So the seer is actually dying to the Hegemon's attack, but she's being saved by the Freya and the passive, and then it grants that ally an instant turn. Oh god. But you know who else can save an ally from death and give them an instant turn effect? Yes, my favorite Ninja Turtle. Even more than, no, not more than Leonardo, what are we talking about, man? But my second favorite turtle, the Donny, man. The pizza goblin, breakdancing shell shocker himself, good old Donny, right? Yeah, okay, so on his passive, whenever an ally is about to receive a fatal hit, this champion prevents that ally's death and keeps them alive with 1 HP, then equalizes that ally's HP. Okay, it doesn't give them any instant turn, right? Does it? Magnifying glass? No, it does not. Okay, lovely. Donny also brings the cleanse that we're looking for as well, and the 10 meter boost that the Freya also brings. We can do this, right? We can do this. This can work with a Donny, man. So we're just going to go on into the Donny's build. I just saved the Freya's build just now in the global presets as Event Cleanser. We're going to go ahead and slam that on and then see if I can just like tweak the... I've got to make sure that he's the fastest on the team, which he still is right now. I believe he's tanky enough in what he's got to survive that first initial hit, but he also needs to be in 4 pieces of stone skin, so he doesn't ever get the block. Yeah, in fact, does it matter? That doesn't matter. I don't need the stone skin support anymore to debuff cleanse. He just has to be the fastest on the team because I can just replay this stage over and over as many times as it takes until the block active skills doesn't land on the Donny. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to go ahead and just get the Dracomorph back into the Event 30 team because I don't want to break my farming team actually when doing this. That doesn't make any sense. I'm going to basically go ahead and rebuild the team here with the Donatello as the cleanser instead. And of course with the Lydia as the debuffer too. And okay, man, here we go. Here we go. Dungeon stage 31. As long as my speeds are good enough, this should be it. Should it not? Let's watch it in normal speed. Here comes the smack. Don't land the block active skills on the Donny. Good stuff. He prevents the death of the seer as well. Great. Okay. I'm not fast enough. What are the speeds that we're looking at here, man? Oh, no. I mean. Am I gonna go through all this effort for 75 Celestial Crystals, Rare Edition? It's not that I don't think that we could beat this stage. I think that we can. Most of my champions are running at like 300 speed. I could be pushing these guys up to like 350 speed each. And we could get in first, we can get our attacks done and beat this dungeon stage, and that's great. My concern is that I've got to pull all of the best gear on my account off of all of my best support champions on my account and throw it all on my event dungeon, and then I've got to go back across my entire roster and rebuild everybody once I'm done beating these dungeon stages one time. Plarium, feedback, okay? It would be amazing if you could save multiple builds on a champion and lock in those builds somehow so that they auto-equip the correct build for a specific dungeon stage. That way you don't have to manually be rebuilding your champions all the time like this and literally pulling gear off of your best champions. If I could just go into these event dungeon stages and there was a button here to like re-gear champions on my roster, but it was only affecting champions that queue into the event dungeon and it doesn't affect anywhere else on my account. Oh my god. Oh, but they'd never do that. They'd never do that. Because if they added a system like that, then there'd be no impetus to farm any new gear in your account to gear out multiple champions on the account, because you could just always be passing the gear back and forth, effort free. Oh, okay, fine, they won't do that. Okay, whatever. So the Donny is somehow got to be faster. Let's just get him out of the stone skin. He actually doesn't need to be in that at all. I don't want to put him in these, but fine, I'll put him in these boots. For God's sake, I don't want to be switching around all this gear on my gosh darn account, man, because I'm going to remember to switch it all back, and I hate it so much. Okay, let's take a look at what gloves we've got. These are like the best gloves I've got, the best speed gloves I've got on my account, of 5-star quality. Isn't that incredible? Isn't that just remarkably depressing? Donny also doesn't need any perception pieces, so we can go ahead and take the shield and the helmet off the Estrade as well, which, by the way, the fastest, like the highest speed helmet I've got on my account as well is also a 5-star quality piece. Isn't that just insane, man? I've been playing the game for 2 years. I farm like every dragon tournament that comes by. I'm farming stage 10 hard dragon. And the best headgear I can do is a 5-star quality speed piece. You know, it's just, it's kind of insane. Okay. This is just gotta be fast enough. Wait, no way, it was like 360 speed or something on the Donny here. Let's just see. So the Hegemon attacks in. He lives on 1%, which is lovely. Still not faster than the boss? So the boss is like 420 blizzard speed then. Went down like Boromir in Amonsul or wherever Boromir died. In all seriousness though, how is a 359 speed Donatello with a 25% speed aura in all battles from Lazarius not enough to go first against the very first stage of the challenge stages, man? Like, what are we doing, man? Okay, let me just priority stats this, and I'm just gonna go speed into this as well. Hide sets. Guys, I get like a marginally faster banner, which I can also then go ahead and throw some glyphs on. Screw it, let's just send it, man. Big glyph. Big glyph. Let's just do it, man. It's a pretty good banner. A 4? A 5? Oh, well, now that's just, like, 5 is awkward. I don't want to put any more into it. 5 isn't that good either. Screw it. We'll try it with this. Oh, God, I'm going to switch out the relic as well. I can't believe we're doing this. Yeah, just take the wand of submission, I guess. That's just like half a millennia of star rocks or whatever the hell that bloody stupid resource is called anyway, that runs out all the time if you're a content creator, unless you spend, whatever, let's just throw it in. Let's just throw this team in. If this isn't fast enough, I give up right now. I give up right now if he's not fast enough to go before the boss here. Lovely. Great. We made it. That stardust or that mythical, that rare crafting material will be mine. It should be mine. I'm turning into Boromir right now, dude. Give it to me. Big old 10 meter boost. Cleanse comes in. Then we're going to go ahead and place a decreased defense. We can don't counterattack me, Lawson, dude. Don't do it. They all just resist because apparently they've all got like 800 resistance now or something as well. Because of course they do. You know what? Let's just proceed. Just proceed. And see what happens. See if we can just at least get to go first. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get to throw up some buffs here. Some more 10 meter boost. See ya, please. See ya, don't do this to me. Oh, she's gonna die. No. I couldn't even leave in time. They died so fast. Okay, so the Lydia's 410 accuracy is not even close to being enough. I can go ahead and get her an accuracy banner though. She is built in a, piece of dude, I'm gonna have so much fun rebuilding all these champions once I've ruined all of their perfectly tuned Chimera builds and stuff like that. Once this video's done, okay, what stuff we got equipped? What's like the best one available, man? The best one. I said the best one. Perfection. I think this one will do. It's actually still pretty crap, but I think it's the best I can do, man, is the Mithrala banner. We'll go ahead and throw it on. We're going to lose a boatload of defense, but I think that the Lydia is still going to live. She's going to lose a little bit of speed. We don't give a damn about that. We could again like nearly 100 accuracy just in doing this, and that's got to count for something, man. It's got to count for something. And the Seer was too slow, so even though she just got like a cumulative 10 meter boost from 3 support champions of about 80%, she's still not fast enough to actually get a 10. So can I just glyph anything? Can I just glyph anything, man? Oh, come on. Where's the speed? Okay, that's already glyphed. That's actually pink standard into speed. This has got a max glyph and it's 20 speed banner here, and it's Slayer, and that's required for the crit rate. Do I need that? Oh yeah, I actually do, so I can't change any of the bloody Slayer pieces. Dude, when I was planning out my content for the week, why did I think this would be a good idea? What was I thinking? I'm just a masochist, man. Okay, weapons equipped. Lethal, come on, man. There's got to be something here for lethal. That's all kinds of speed. And we lose 4% crit rate. That's perfect. Empress, Get the hell off that. I even remembered your name this time. I'm not serious about taking that weapon off you. That was like nearly 20 speed that we just gained there, man. That was nearly 20 speed. It's gotta be enough. Come on, man.
That's gonna be
I don't even... There's no way we're getting to stage 32, by the way. I just gotta say that as well. There's absolutely no way we're getting to stage 32. So, now the Lydia should land. Why have you got a block buffs on? A block debuffs buff, you cow bag. What are you doing? White Queen Bell End. Oh my god. Okay, I still probably won't shatter through that anyway, right? We at least land the weekend. That's something. Okay. 10-minute decrease goes off. We get to attacking again, which is actually... Let's just rough up the White Queen Bell smell there real quick. Increase 10 meter from the Glycad. Please let the seer go first. I'm like one of those stunned anime characters that just looks like a bloodbath in front of them or something, and they've got like one eyebrow twitching and the chin's twitching a little bit. How can she still not be fast enough, man? This stage requires you to build a Nuka with like 250 or 260 speed or something. Like, what's she on right now? She's on 220, 221. That's not actually that fast. I thought she was a little bit faster than that for some reason. Oh, next best piece we can switch on over is going to be the helmet. Let's try and keep her in lethal if we can, because I think it's going to be... Where's the lethal set? There it is, man. My goodness. This gives us another 17 speed, but we lose some crit rate. That might be fine to lose a little bit of crit rate. Honestly, it might actually be okay, only because we only need to kill... We only get lucky one time to get the kill on these idiots, right? An extra 17 speed. You know what, man? Scratch that. Not 17 speed. Screw it. We're going in. 7. That's what I'm talking about, man. An extra just quadrillion speed. That's got to make the difference, right? It's got to make the difference. Surely we can't be slow enough now, man. I've got nothing else to give. Not short of like completely rebuilding the entire champion anyway, that is. Okay, man. Let's go. Let's do this, man. It seems like you need about 530 accuracy, by the way. I'd imagine my Lydia is just short of 500 accuracy, and she still had some of her debuffs resisted. So she's gonna go in and attempt it again. This time there's just so many resists, man. It just makes me want to cry. It makes me so upset about life, dude. Like, these challenge stages are just here to just be like, oh, you think your account's pretty good? You think your account's pretty good? That's cute, you know? Okay, moment of truth. Is the seer fast enough now? Another 10 meter boost. Oh, this can't be happening, man. This can't be for real. Okay, I mean, I'm just gonna... Does she get to go now? She's gone. The only place she gets to go is the afterlife, bro. So 245 speed isn't enough. I mean, she's legit getting about 55%, I think, 10 meter boost from the other 10 meter booster champions of the team, and it's still not enough. Do I have any Slayer shields that I could put on that rolled into speed but still give a decent amount of crit? I actually do. Dude, I've got like a double speed roll shield here that's equipped on Yannicka, bro. She's in my vault. Like, this is a good shield. Why the hell is this in Yannicka? I'm gonna lose some crit damage, but it doesn't matter. Sia is still basically an atomic bomb when it comes to the damage that she's pumping. So, okay, right, 263 speed on the Nuka champion. Is that enough? And can the Lydia actually bloody land some decreased defense this time? Great, she lands it on just basically everybody that she possibly could. That's amazing. Now we're gonna get the big old 10 meter boost. Here we go. Oh my god, she's gonna get the attack off, but the boss peeled so many buffs from complete RNG on his freaking passive that it's just that she's actually only got 4 buffs to deal with. Just be enough damage. No, dude. Oh, she failed to revive her love. Okay, good. We can actually do this. We can actually still do this. The boss does like no damage, man. The boss is just garbage, dude. Let's go ahead and peel all that crap off. We can go ahead and get some extra 10 action here. Some more 10 meter fill. Oh, we lost Glycad. Glycad, I repeat, Glycad is out. Glycad is out. I think we're still okay, though. I can self-buff here a little bit more with the seer as well. Why can't I attack into the blah, blah, blah? Oh, it's not an attack. It's just a self-buff. Okay, it's just some buffs. Okay, fine. Attacking. I'm just going to get this cow dead, and we can actually make this happen. Decrease defense weakened. Yes. See ya, please. She lives. We can actually do this, man. Another big smack. Oh, those rare resources are basically in the bag. The boss can't do nothing. Unless the boss kills Lazarius and Glycad somehow, then I have enough revivers, I think, to just perpetually live against this idiot. And we did it. Those rare materials are mine. Now just to slowly kill him down with Seer A1s and stuff, you know, because I don't really have any damage outside of the big nuke. Oh, there he goes, dude, GG. Give me these celestial crystals, bro, they're mine. Now, as for stage 32, I don't even want to look. I don't want to know what speeds I need in order to get this done, man. And honestly, as tempting as it is to just lose my mind for the next 4 hours and completely break every single build on my account for this rank 2 basalt. Oh, rank 2 basalt's so tempting. Yeah, I just don't think I'm gonna give it. I'm not. I don't think I'm gonna give it the time of day. I don't think I'm gonna give it the time of day. What am I talking about? We've got to try it at least once. Gotta try it at least once. Is the Donatello fast enough? If he isn't, I'm gonna delete this YouTube channel. Oh God, forget about that. We'll never know. He's dead. At least I don't have to delete the YouTube channel, you know. Oh God. Well, they weren't kidding, man, when they called these things challenge stages. Now I'm gonna just cry for the next 20 minutes as I click through every champion on my account and pull Yannicka out of the vault to fix her build as well, because, you know, I had to break vaulted champion builds just to get stage 30. By the time you guys are watching this video, there's literally going to be a new faction inside of Raid. That's how long ago I'm recording this, which of course means there has never been a more important time to know what champion to max next on your account inside of Raid Shadow Legends, man. And so, welcome to another episode of What to Max Next, the series in which I take 3 of your guys' accounts and pick the top 3 champion picks on each account that I would build next on the account, explain why, share some tips, do a little bit of roasting, laugh at some of your guys' decisions, Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt, Rover's your dog, and well, let's get to this, man. Hey, before we do, by the way, if you're looking to start off a new Raid account, make sure to get that done right now by using the beginner link that's below this video at the top of the description box, man. Click on that link and use that link to create a new Raid account for yourself or for a friend to get Tholan Foulbeard on that account. Man, as you start Legendary Champion for free epic champions alongside Tholan. Those epics will show up on the account completely for free as the account levels on up. Just the best beginner promo link going, and make sure to get that link used right now if you're looking to start a new Raid account in 2026. Man, okay. First and foremost, the account of Mr. I'm AFK. That's actually his name. I'll tell you what, I'll just make my camera a little bit smaller as well in this one, just so you guys can see more of the roster that we're dealing with, and you guys can play along in the comments. We can make this a communal account takeover session for Mr. I'm AFK. Now, the first, like, I don't know, a half dozen champions or something that you build on your account, you should just be looking to just check off as many boxes as possible in terms of different tools. A poison damage dealer, a direct kind of AoE damage dealer for nuking waves and for taking on arena, that kind of thing. A decreased defense, decreased attack champion, okay, great. A little bit of healing, Rected Wrath, okay, that's good stuff as well. AoE HP banner, that's not a mega priority early on, but, you know, I mean, it's fine that we've taken care of this. We're missing some roles here, namely one of those 5 key core fundamental roles inside of Raid that is the increased speed buffer champion. You need an increased speed buffer champion on your team, man. Speed is the best stat inside of Raid. Having an increased speed buff on your team with 30% evasion is absolutely bloody well everything. We don't have a speed or a champion at 60 either, and so you know what, man? My first pick for this one, pretty straightforward, is gonna be Haikatoon, dude. Who could have saw that coming, man? Haikatoon is my gal. I do really believe in Haikatoon. I feel like she is great, honestly. I feel like she's actually slept on and kind of underrated because of how easy she is to get on your account. 30-day login reward. Everybody gets one. A lot of people, a disturbing minority of people, actually use her as a chicken. And just, my God, man, what a way to stunt your account growth, bro. 90% speed aura in all battles is as good as like some legendary champion quality auras when it comes to speed auras in all battles. She brings a 310 cooldown, increased speed buff, 10 meter fill. She's going to be a speed aura lead on Mr. I'm AFK's account basically everywhere, as far as I can tell. Yeah, there's like literally no better option, right? So Haikatoon's got to be my first pick. She's going to be speed aura lead in basically all forms of arena, most of the dungeons, probably the Demon Lord Clan Boss team. We'll probably even use it in the likes of, she's probably going to like feature in the first Hydra team of this account. Speed is that bloody important, man. She's not very good at that job, obviously, but yeah, she is going to be my first pick. Now, the reason I started with Mr. I Am AFK's account is because while I feel like his starting roster's very good, it is missing stuff like increased speed boosters and some of these key fundamental tools. And so I think it's an important one to cover for any beginner players watching straight away. Another key mistake that's been made here.
Table.
Another reason that I picked I'm AFK's account to start with, because I think this is bloody important for anybody starting out inside of Raid. Take note of the sheer amount of legendary champions that have been maxed on Mr. I'm AFK's account, bro. All but 3 champions that are level 60 so far in this account are legendary. That's a lot of gold. That's a lot of Legos, man. And the issue with maxing so many legendaries early on your Raid account in this way is that it's gonna be like 8 months or something before we can get all these champions bugged. It's gonna be a long time. Okay, now not all of these champions need to be bugged. Sit of the Drakes doesn't necessarily need the bugs super quickly. Neither does Xenomorph, neither does Alice, you could say. But I don't know, man, like the UDK, the Mikey at the least, probably the Yukimasa, but maybe to a little bit of a lesser extent, and potentially even the Predator. Like, these are champions that kind of require the books to function. Yeah, just beware of that. This is where maxing up more epic and rare champions on an account like this is going to be huge, because it gives you something to build and something to progress with on your account, while you're saving up all of those pesky legendary skill tomes that take so bloody long. For me, a damage dealer type that we don't have in this account just yet is, well, we do actually have a max HP damage dealer with Royal Guard, so that's a bit of a lie, but what we don't have is solid 10-meter control on our max level champions. And honestly, it doesn't get a hell of a lot better than a Cold Heart for that job. This could be an Armager. We've actually got an Armager at level 50 on I'm AFK's account. I wouldn't rush to max up an Armager, but when you've got a 10-meter controller, that's as good as something like an Allure or a Cold Heart in this case. Just max them up. You're gonna need them anyway, eventually, for use in stuff like Darkfey in the Doom Tower, certainly for stuff like Fire Knight and Spider's Den. Cold Heart, of course, absolutely notorious for a 3 attacks from an enemy, decrease the enemy 10 meter by 100% on a 4-turn cooldown, extra chance to crit, and damage scales based on enemy max HP, meaning this thing hits like an absolute, just, man, hits like Anthony Joshua into the face of Jake Paul. But moreover, Cold Heart being a rare champion, for me, makes it a very, very easy pick. She's going to be super, super easy to fully build, fully buck out, and will get good use out of this champion because she's filling the gap of 10-meter controller, which don't have much decrease, 10-meter at max right now. And to be honest, continuing this trend, I go for the Allure next as well, man. I'm pretty sure that between Cold Heart and Allure, that's kind of just Fire Knight and Darkfey probably solved on this account for like the next year or two. You know, we're talking basically all difficulties of Darkfey. Like, Allure's such a good 10-meter controller, and because she has a triple hitter A1, and the Cold Heart also has a quadruple hitter A1, that's as many multi-hitters as we're gonna need to turn Fire Knight into a joke. Pretty much, like, proper team setup into Fire Knight with these champions should be no problem at all. Normal mode Fire Knight will be completely solved on Mr. I'm AFK's account, and yeah, they're going to give longevity into hard mode Darkfey and Doom Tower anyway, so they're completely worth building in my view. In fact, Allure's unique in that she doesn't even need books. Like, she's an epic champion, doesn't need any skill tomes at all to do her job, which is, I think, a video I'm going to update pretty soon in 2026. Talk about, like, the best champions inside a raid that you should not book because they're just fine without them. It's a cool little topic I like to touch up every now and again. Some quick honorable mentions for this account. Once this account is ready to rock and roll, and we've got, like, these 3 champions maxed up, in my view, we should start then pushing for a Hydra team, right? I'd actually then go on in for the Sun Wukong, so we have a pretty reliable block buffs champion to take into Hydra, and then I'd go ahead and probably max up the Husk all up and over here, just to act as a Hydra provoker. Do we have a better provoker on the account than Husk? I might be missing something in the roster here, but Husk is a pretty decent starter provoker champion to get you involved into Hydra, deal some max HP damage. Those would be the champions that I would max up next on Mr. I'm AFK's account. Next account is from Mr. Synomaly. What an absolutely lovely name. Mr. Synomaly has asked us to, well, this was, and of course, like all of these accounts, this was an account takeover submission account, and so, like, because I don't have time to get to the 80 plus, you know, account takeover submissions that come in every single week, I like to include these takeover accounts in series like this, so I can at least give a little bit of help back. But the initial help that Mr. Synomaly was looking for was a way to push his Ultra Nightmare Demon Lord Clan Boss team. He's actually got 3 turtles at 60 right now. The Donnie, the Mikey, and the Raph. No Leo, which is a little bit sad because then it would be an easy 1 key in Ultra Nightmare Demon Lord. But I think we have a way to get this done. And now, bearing this in mind, we're trying to 1 key Ultra Nightmare Demon Lord with this roster. We've only got, like, We've only got 8 level 60s on this entire account, which is mad, by the way. First things first, we just need to not do anything on this account for like the next 3 months, okay? Outside of like pushing for Assassin's Creed events and stuff like that. Just max champions. Farm food champions like a psycho. All of our downtime on this account needs to be dedicated to farming food champions. We've got a lot of great champions here on this account, man, that deserve to be max as far as I can tell. That would help the account to progress. Honestly, I'd take the Kale up. I'd take up like a second Cold Hat. We've got some great 60s here and level 50s here rather that also need to go up as well. You've got a lot of good options to pick from, but we've got way too few level 60s on an account at the stage where this account is at. When it comes to pushing the Demon Lord team, honestly, the 3 turtles have to be included. This is healing, this is decreased attack, this is decreased defense, increased speed buff from the Donnie, extra damage from the Raphael. You can't underestimate how much ally attack damage turtles get off. It's absolutely unbelievable. I think the Geomancer is an auto-include as well. He brings weaken debuff and HP burn. And then for me, I don't know who... we're probably running a Podrick, I'd imagine, as the 5th. I'm just taking a guess as what the current Demon Lord team looks like. The Podrick, to be honest, I'd probably go ahead and consider replacing with the Akemtim. Wait a minute, no, I definitely replace it with the Akemtim. Podrick's speed aura is in dungeons only, unless I'm mistaken. So the speed aura is not effective to take in to Demon Lord. I'd go ahead, I build up the Akemtim, and the Akemtim would be team member number 5 in my book. Akemtim, bloody great champion. His 80% speed aura is good enough to be a speed aura lead into Demon Lord Clan Boss. Speed aura is just going to massively increase the damage that the turtles are putting out, and so that's great. We also don't need the increased speed buff from something like a Haikatune in this team, because the Donnie's already going to be bringing that to the team, and Akemtim is going to do nothing for the entire fight besides spam a triple hit at A1, with each hit having a 50% chance of placing poison debuff. We can go ahead and build up Akemtim with the Giant Slayer mastery as well, just to increase his damage output throughout the totality of the fight. And just as sort of proof of concept, I did go in and run this exact team on my own account last night, just to make sure that, you know, it is actually going to function. I almost confused myself for a second there, because I thought for a second that the Podrick might actually have a speed aura that's active in all battles, but no, it's dungeons, and so the Akemtim's going to do a much better job. Now, this team isn't massively survivable. You've got a strength and buff from the Donnie, you've got decreased attack that's going to be maintained on the Demon Lord from Mikey, so getting all these turtles fully booked is going to be integral to getting this team really up and firing. But yeah, I also got to bear in mind as well that my Donatello's running at like 280 speed in this team, and most of the other champions on the team are running at like 200 speed, and their stats are great and their gear's great, and so yeah, you got to bear that in mind too. It might be a little bit of a gear grind for Mr. Sai. Forgot Mr. Sai's name. Let's call you Sai for just a second. God, that's terrible of me. It might be a little bit of a gear grind, a little bit of time to get better builds on these champions, to get them fully booked, to get all their masteries farmed up and stuff like that before you can do these kinds of damage numbers into Ultra Nightmare Demon Lord Clan Boss. It is a massive damage race, I will say that. But with this team right here, just kind of like first try, again, I know my gear's kind of busted, but I was able to push like 88 million damage before my Mikey just got absolutely clapped, as you can see. And so the team does work. The damage is insane. Akemtim is the champion I would build next on this account. Next up, honestly, the turtles are covering so many tools on this account already for Mr. Psynomaly. My God, Psynomaly! It's such a good name that I can't believe I forgot it, dude. I just built the Cold Heart next. It's going to give us something to do on the account, something to build. Again, rare champion, something to build while we're booking up all of those turtles, and so I go ahead and build her out. She's also going to take care of 10 meter control on this account as well, which alongside the Geomancer's 10 meter steal effect, should be enough 10 meter control for us to make very good progress, at least into the likes of Fire Knight and Spider, if not completely clear them, or look to start completely clearing them. Again, also going to help into Darkfare and stuff. And honestly, speaking of Darkfare, I don't often recommend building legendaries in these videos because I feel like there's so many other things to build, but I gotta tell you the truth, man. I gotta tell you the truth. I feel like when it comes to 10 meter control, when it comes to wave control, I'd recommend building the Thor a little bit later on down the line. Not as a mega priority, but I'm going to make him my pick number 3 just because Thor's AoE damage is so absolutely disgusting. It's so completely ridiculous that you can take Thor into the likes of Spider, and a fully booked Thor, hits so hard, right, with his A3, attack all enemies on a 310 cooldown, and he also places decreased speed on the skill as well, and self-buffs with increased crit damage and all that stuff, and then he has a huge smack on his A2 as well, also on a 310 cooldown, and his passive will trigger to deal massive bursts of AoE damage that also stuns all enemies. He can single-handedly take care of obliterating spiderlings in Spider's Den. He solves Spider both on normal difficulty and on hard difficulty. On normal mode Spider, as long as you've got like other 10-meter controllers on the team, like Coltar, like Geo and stuff like that, alongside the Thor to control the boss's 10-meter, he's gonna do the rest. And the spiderlings are just kind of a non-factor. He's going to turn Dark Fate into a joke as well. He absolutely claps in Arena. He's kind of good everywhere, man. So for me, I'd recommend go ahead and build the Thor as the third champion on this account. Failing that, again, there are a lot of honorable mentions here and a lot of different directions that we can go in. A lot of fantastically powerful champions that, to be honest, I wouldn't have a problem with us building. The Fane on this account is a little bit of a waste of time. It's kind of crazy. The turtles are so good. And we have such a good Demon Lord Clan Boss team already that the Fane actually doesn't really fit on this team. I will say that. I'm not sure what Preserve is doing here at level 50 as well, but there you go. We've got a lot of good champions though to build from for Faction Wars and options like that. So yeah, that is Mr. Cynomaly's account. Finally, oh my god, man, this roster is stacked, dude. Stacked as in, like, the icons are very small. There's a lot of information on the screen right now, man, so buckle up, boys. This is going to be a big one. This is the account of Mr. Glorious Lima. And isn't he glorious indeed? It's another account that's managed to pick up a couple of the turtles, so that's pretty cool. And our level 60s begin with, I forget this gal's name. She's a... I almost want to say Sacred Order, even though she looks like a high elf or something down here. Well, whatever, man. Let's start from the Valerie. I remember her name, at least, you know. Oh, bloody hell, it's Xavier. And she's a dark elf. Oh, well, there you go, man. I love how modern her jacket looks, by the way. I mean, God, I want one of these jackets to just wear in the videos, man. Time, set me up. Anyways, account's looking great. As far as the level 60s go, so far we're checking a lot of boxes. Couple of the turtles, decreased attack, decreased defense, the Leonardo looking amazing. We've got some great Hydra champions here as well. We've got the Ugo on this account, looking absolutely sexy as hell. We've got more block buffs action coming in from a Wukong. We've got Vizix and Bivald, who can act as provokers in multiple Hydra teams. The only issue I'm seeing thus far, I mean, like the Farrakhan for taking on dungeons as well. Like, we've got some really, really good stuff going on this account in terms of like a width of different tools to use. But our only level 60 increased speed champion is a Gom, which you don't really want to take into like clan bosses and stuff like that. Great champion. I love good old Gom Yellowhand. I think that he's great, but he's not really a clan boss champion. We are also lacking an actual good healer. There's no Donatello on this account, and so we're leaning very, very heavily on Syl of the Drakes as healer, which she's like way behind the champion quality of every other champion that I've highlighted so far. And so for me, honestly, pick number one on this account, it's got to be Rectodrath. It's got to be Rectodrath. Like, again, we have all of the ingredients in this account to start setting up a very, very solid Hydra team. Vizix, Ugo, throw the Mikey and the Leo in there for like a whole bunch of damage and decreased attack debuffs, decreased defense debuffs and stuff like that. And then just like throw the Rector in there plus any increased speed buff at champion and we're good. Like, that's like Hydra team number one sorted. Like, we just need good healers on this account. Rectodrath's an amazing, amazing healer option. She's a decent healer option, I want to say, as well, into Chimera. As a reviver, probably a little bit better than Udex to use as a reviver. In there, particularly good into Hydra though, because of course she brings those perfect Veil buffs, and Veil buffs into Hydra just make it so they just do good things. Okay, for any beginners watching, I don't want to turn this into a Hydra guide and start explaining how the Head of Torment works and stuff like that. Just bring Veil into Hydra if you can. Pick number two. Do we actually have any good increased speed champions? Do we actually have any good increased speed champions, dude? Where are the... What is this? We just don't have any, man. That is nuts, dude. Where's the High Katoon, by the way? Like, I don't even see her on the bottom row either. Like, she's just not part of this team. She's not part of this roster, man. Oh, God, she was chicken, wasn't she? Oh, yo. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, when we can address another area of the account that is lacking a little bit, I'd imagine this account is getting a little bit... I mean, I can't say what's happening to this account on YouTube. It's non-PG, but bad things are happening in Fire Knight on this account, if I had to guess, just based on the fact that we've got, like, Syl of the Drakes' 10-meter controller, like decreased speed and decreased 10-meter. she's terrible at that job, so she doesn't even really count. And then we've got like Vizix is the only real 10-meter controller champion that we've got here on this entire account. Once again, we have an Allure ready to build on this account. I go ahead and build up the Allure. Triple hit A1, 10-meter decrease is absolutely nuts and basically solves Fire Knight for us on this account. And before I make my final pick, just a couple of honorable mentions. I think it's going to take us a while to get all of the legendaries that we have so far, or at least the Hydra team legendaries that we have so far, all booked and built on an account like this. There's a lot of work to do between Vizix and Bevald and Wukong and the Turtles and stuff like that. Getting a lot of legendaries booked like that is going to take some time, and that's why I'm recommending a bunch of epic champions and stuff first. Another couple of epic champions we could also build in the meantime that I'm going to throw in as honorable mentions are going to be Doom Priest, as well as I did see a Stag Knight somewhere. There he is. Level 50, man. We've got the Stag Knight open over here. Another AoE decrease attack and decrease defense champion, like the Stag Knight, is going to be part of our Hydra team number 2. Very, very important debuffs to bring along, and he can do the job for us into Hydra. And honestly, Doom Priest down here, oh my god, dude. Doom Priest is just... She's just the gal. Doom Priest is so underrated inside of this game. I feel like people know how good Doom Priest is, and yet she's still underrated. Like, all of these reviews... I don't know, man. She's so versatile. She's so versatile. That's the thing that in-game reviews don't take into account is the versatility of a champion, and she's good everywhere. Into Hydra, you've got provokes, true fear debuffs, poisons, so many debuffs to deal with. Heal reduction debuffs. Doom Priest healing all allies by a percentage of their HP every single turn she gets, and every turn she gets removing one random debuff from all allies at the start of a turn. Is just mental. Right? It's insane. And Doom Priest is honestly... Dude, I'm going to do some more dedicated content on Doom Priest pretty soon, because I think that she is honestly one of the best epic champions in the game. Just sleeper. And like, everybody overlooks how good she is and how useful she is for progression inside of Raid. So yeah, that's a champion that I would look to build on this account for a Hydra team number 2. Can't stress enough how much I would recommend building her, especially because she doesn't take any books as well. So she's a nice, easy one to build while we're building up a bunch of fresh legendary champions. Now, when it comes to the actual next champion that I recommend building, in that meantime, to be honest, would actually be Burungiri. Nobody saw that coming, did you? Did you? No, you didn't, man. Nobody saw that one coming. Maybe y'all disagree. For me, I'm a huge advocate of building any kind of champion inside of Raid that can solo the crap out of content, man. And Burungiri is one of those. He's not the best Bommel solo champion in the game, but given how much of a pain Dreadhorn Bommel is inside of Doom Tower, especially hardboard Doom Tower, you're going to build a bomb team and stuff, and like build a specialist team for taking on Dreadhorn Bommel in hardmode Doom Tower. No, you're not. Stop lying, man. If you got a Lady Annabelle or a Burungiri in your account, just build them in full regeneration and immortal gear, plenty of HP, plenty of speed, full masteries, so they've got the War Master mastery, and you know, maybe some defensive mastery is going to help out as well. And this passive just keeps them alive against Dreadhorn Bommel. Anytime a bomb detonates, it deals 40% of a champion's health as damage to that champion. These are the Dreadhorn Bommel bombs, of course. And this passive just heals for more than 40%. So anytime a bomb detonates, yeah, you take 40% health damage, but you heal for 50% health damage. If it's a Burungiri or a Lady Annabelle on the team, they both have the same passive. They're both epic quality champions. On this account, we've got the option of building the Burungiri and just never having to worry about Dreadhorn Bommel ever again inside of Doom Tower. I'd recommend just go ahead and do it. Yeah, it's going to be massively helpful and pretty much essential for Doom Tower progression on Mr. Lima's account. And so those are the champions that I recommend. In the meanwhile, there's also a whole bunch of other champions here that we could point the finger at. Ceres, great champion to build on. Out. Is it worth building a second Wukong? Probably not. This nerd right here, whose name I forget, is also a great epic champion to build out as well. Powerful stuff. Honestly, Thorn Golem is pretty okay too. Tell you what, we've got a bunch of epics here that I'm not sure about. Not sure about maxing on up. Like this little nerd right here. Claude is fine, but he's not any rush. Ultimate Gallic is really not good. Really not a good champion. Is he called Ultimate Gallic or Supreme Gallic? I think it's Ultimate Gallic. He's not very good. I wouldn't build that champion. I think that he's pretty garbage, actually. But yeah, that's it. That's my 2 cents. We're done. And so thanks for watching, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed this one, man. If you did, make sure you did like on the video. And of course, if you're looking to create a new raid account, make sure to get that done right now by using the beginner promo link that is down below this video at the top of the description box to get Tholan, Falbeard, and 4 free epic champions on your new raid account, man. It is the best beginner promo link going. Make sure to get it used if you're looking to create a new account in 2026, and I'm going to catch all of you guys in the next one. The amount of account takeovers that I've done where I've been able to triple people's Demon Lord or Hydra damage just by rebuilding champions is absurd. So in this one we're going deep, man, with how to build every single type of champion inside of Raid Shadow Legends, covering more champion types than I ever have before in similar videos to this one in the past, using examples from my free-to-play account as well as my main account, and also touching on some of the best gear sets to be looking out for as well, mostly the accessible gear sets that you can be using on each of these champion types as well, man. By the end of this video, dude, you're gonna be qualified to be like the man who puts the armor on King Theoden before the Battle of Helm's Deep. You know what I'm saying, man? You're gonna be that guy, right? Gearing champions like a beast, which just happens to be into the Theoden Court. Hey, man, before we get started, if you're looking to start off a new Raid Shadow Legends account, man, or you've got a friend who's looking to start playing Raid, send them the beginner promo link that is down below at the top of the video description box, man. Click on that link right now on laptop or on PC and use that link to create your new Raid account for all of the free stuff that you see on screen right now, man. Starting off with Basilius Varanus as your free start legendary champion, bunch of epics as you level that account up. You can even get your hands on Fallen Foulbeard, man, using beginner code DEMONSLAYER as well on a brand new Raid account on day one, dude. It's just an absolutely crazy time to start off a new Raid account, man. Okay, let's begin, shall we? First off, man, a few general rules, right? 1, accuracy. What do you need accuracy for exactly? Well, you need accuracy to land any negative effect that isn't damage against enemies. This might be in the case of Supreme Gallic, the HP burn debuff, the block buffs, and the decreased speed debuffs. It also includes things like Alice the Wanderer's chance of increasing the cooldowns of all enemy skills by 2 turns, right? It's a negative effect that affects the enemy that isn't damage. 10-meter decrease is a similar condition, right? All of these things require accuracy. How much accuracy do you need? Well, rule number 2 is that for some of these champion builds, accuracy is going to be listed as the #1 stat priority, but doesn't mean you need like 700 accuracy on all of your champions, right? You need 10 accuracy per dungeon stage that you are clearing. Stage 16 Dragon requires about 160 accuracy on your debuffers. Stage 25 Dragon, you look at about 250 accuracy to land your poisons, HP burns, that kind of thing. And next up, finally, rule number 3 is for some of the damage dealer types in this game, attack does not help you, right? For Alice the Wanderer, you can see right here that she is an attack-based champion, and if we click on her skills, her damage is based on attack, meaning that attack percentage chest plates, attack percentage substats on a gear, those are going to be pretty damn good for Alice the Wanderer, but I might just use the word attack to basically mean primary stat for your damage dealers in this video. For example, there's cases like Morag where she's a defense-based nuker and all of her skills deal damage based on defense. But just for the sake of simplicity, if I ever mention like attack or attack percentage as one of the stat priorities on a champion, just use it as a stand-in for whatever the primary stat is on that champion if I'm talking about damage dealers. So first off, man, we are going to look at the speed booster champions on your account. That's going to be our first category, because honestly, these are some of the most important champions on your account, even more important than your nukers, man. You can have an Alice the Wanderer that hits like an absolute freight train, but if she's going second because your opponent's Haikatoon or Arbiter is faster than yours, you're dead, it doesn't matter, right? Examples of this champion type are going to be Haikatoon, of course, Mrs. Arbiter herself. In some cases, you could throw the likes of Deacon Armstrong into this category because he just brings some 10-meter boost and a speed aura, so, you know, just depends how you're using him, mostly. You could even throw the likes of a Seeker into this role as well. Again, depending on how you're using the champion, Seeker brings a massive 10-meter boost on his A2, and so it's not uncommon for people to use Seeker as a 10-meter booster, which is max speed build in things like Arena. But for now, I will stick to Haikatoon as the example on the free-to-play account, man. Your stat priority on your 10-meter boosters is very, very simply going to look like accuracy if it's required for that 10-meter booster, which for all of them, it actually isn't. You can just ignore accuracy on some of these guys, like Arbiter, if you just want to build them as fast as possible and really focus on stat priority number 2, which is speed. Then HP percent and defense percent kind of tied in third. As we cover some of the best gear sets to look out for this champion type, be aware that stats are always more important than gear, right? There's no good throwing all speed artifacts on, for example, your Haikatoon if you don't even have like, okay, never mind. I don't have any examples, but if it's like flat HP is the main stat on the boots, then don't put the bloody speed boots on, they suck, right? You want to be looking for speed as the primary stat on your boots, obviously. Some of the best artifacts that you could be looking out for are, of course, going to be speed. If we scroll on down a little bit, you're probably also looking out for the likes of, to be fair, divine speed could be pretty good as well. Tough to get, but just as good as a speed set if you can find some good pieces with speed rolls. Perception is bloody always good. And then of the Forge Pass sets, which I have no examples on the free-to-play account, the Righteous set could be pretty good as well. And basically the goal with this champion type is to just get them as fast as hell, That's it. That's their job, right? The faster this champion is, the faster like your Haikatune is or your Arbiter is, the more likely it is you get to go first in arena, and the faster you get your damage dealers on your team firing, right? Because you're just boosting 10 meter like a psychopath. And from the 250 speed-ish Haikatune on the free-to-play account to the Esther Dream Song on my main account, who's like my main speed lead because of her 6-star soul, 360 speed on her, and a pretty good amount of accuracy on her because her kit does need it. Of course, when we're talking about completely skipping accuracy, Arbiter is a good example of this, right? Arbiter does technically need accuracy for A1 and for A2, but for the most part, people on their account, especially once your account gets a bit older, you start to really specialize your champions for certain areas of the game. Arbiter is an incredible arena specialist because of her 30% speed aura and just the massivosity of a 10 meter boost at 30% on her A3, and so by and large, people end up building Arbiter with just no accuracy at all, and just building her with all of the highest speed gear on their account and get her firing as quickly as bloody possible. And that's totally a viable way that you can treat your 10 meter boosters as well, depending on where you plan on using them in the game. Again, Arbiter, I could specialize her for arena. Esther Dreamsong, she's great into Hydra as well, right? She's great into a couple of PvE areas in the game also, and so she does need the accuracy, right? So you just gotta treat this like an account by account basis. Next champion type we're gonna cover is gonna be our debuffers. Why? I saw Duck the Pierce and he looks awesome and I want him on the screen, man. The start priority for these guys is gonna be very, very familiar to the 10 meter boosters, with the only difference being you can prioritize speed just a little bit lower, right? Accuracy, then speed, HP percent, defense percent, again, tied at third, right? Only difference with your debuffers is that, well, accuracy is always going to be the number one stat because they're a debuffer, like it's what they do, you know. They need the accuracy, obviously, and yeah, they can afford to be just a little bit slower than your 10 meter boosters and shouldn't really be having your like, fastest gear on your account committed to champions like Duck the Pierced, obviously. The job of these guys is very, very simply to set up your nukers with big debuffs against enemies, things like decreased defense, decreased attack, weaken, great ones to lead in with before your nukers come in and just smash the hell out of everybody. Your debuffers are going to include the likes of Duck the Pierce. Some people would consider Deacon Armstrong a debuffer first and a 10 meter controller or 10 meter booster second. Just a matter of opinion, I suppose. War Maiden is a great budget example of just a pure debuffer with a 3 decreased defense, campaign farmable, great rare champion that you should definitely build if you don't have a 60% version decreased defense champ on your account. You could also consider Ugo to be a debuffer as well, although Ugo does bring all kinds of healing and debuff cleanse as well in a kit. Just a fantastic epic champion that does many things all at once. On the likes of our Ugo, we are running good old HP percentage gauntlets, HP percentage chest plate, and speed boots. Should basically always be speed on the boots. Now, while I would normally recommend running a mix of defense percent and HP percent on your debuffers, you always make sure to check out their kit. If the champion has any healing, just have a quick check to see how the healing scales on that champion. For example, Ugo heals all allies by 20% of this champion's max HP, meaning the more health Ugo has, the bigger that heal is, right? And so a lot of HP percent on an Ugo makes a lot of sense, and that's just a small caveat to sort of take in mind when deciding what percentage stat to go for on gloves and chest. Keys that's worth looking out for on your speed boosters, on your debuffers, are always going to be, of course, the speed set. Accuracy could be quite useful on things like, you know, your War Maiden if you're just getting started in raid and you just need an easy way to get some accuracy to land those key debuffs. Divine Speed, again, is just going to be just as good. Perception is going to be absolutely premium, of course, for your debuffers as well. Best set in the game, though, is going to be all the way down at the bottom with the Feral set. Incredible set to have on your debuff type champions, providing accuracy, speed, and of course the 9-piece. Allies deal 5% more damage per each debuff placed by the wearer. Insane stuff, right? Ridiculous damage boost across your entire team just for doing their job. And so by gum, please do not neglect Siege, boys. Get your feral gear sorted, man. Next event that brings us to the Nuker category. Your direct damage dealers, right? Not HP burners and HP burn activation champions or any of that nonsense, right? Not like Ninja and stuff. We're talking like Alice the Wanderer. She just takes a massive F-off sword and twats people with it, right? That's what we talk about when we talk about nukers, right? Some nukers like Alice still do require accuracy, of course, but not all of them do, right? And we've got the likes of Morag Bronzelock as well, who doesn't require any accuracy at all, and she just wants to hit stuff really hard with the bluntest sword that has ever been sworded, as far as I understand. And so we've got Alice the Wanderer, we've got Morag, we've got the likes of Dark Elhain as a free login reward champion. Even your starter rare champion could well just be considered to be a full-on nuker. Even if Kale does require some accuracy as well, but Dark Elhain falls into the category as well. She places decreased speed, increased attack buff on herself, and just smack stuff. Nukers are usually attack-based champions, but not always, as evidenced by Morag Bronzelock. Your stat priority on your nukers is going to be 100% crit rate, or as close to 100% crit rate as you can possibly get on your nukers. Then it's going to be accuracy, if they need it on that champion. Then crit damage. Crit damage is by far going to be your biggest sort of like damage amplifier on your nuker type champions. Then attack percentage, or whatever their primary stat is. You know, it wouldn't be attack for the likes of a Morag, but I'm just going to say attack percentage, and then speed. And when we say speed is like the lowest stat priority, it doesn't mean build Alice the Wanderer with 0 speed. Still try and hit like 160 speed, 165 speed as like sort of like a rock bottom if you can. The likes of my Morag is in some hand-me-down gear on this free-to-play account, and she's not even breaking 150 speed. So, yeah. I gotta work on that, right? You don't want your nukers to be so bloody slow that that they're struggling to even get a move in things like Tag Arena and stuff like that, right? They've still got to have a decent amount of speed. 165 I would consider to be sort of like the absolute rock bottom. Most of the time, you're still going to be running speed as the main stat on your boots. On your nukers, even though, you know, attack percentage is technically a little bit of a higher stat priority, you can maybe get away with that once your account is more developed and you can find speed from other sources, banners and things like that. But for a long time on your account, you're probably still looking at speed as the main stat. Attack percentage for the likes of Alice, just your main stat for your nuker on your chestplate. And then always crit damage on your gauntlets if you can. Again, you've got to be hitting that 100% crit rate, or getting crit damage gauntlets is bloody useless. Okay, if you can't hit if you can't hit 100% crit rate when building your nukers, then you've got to build your nukers instead with crit rate on your gauntlets. And this is going to make it hitting 100% total crit rate much easier in the super early game of your account, where you're just very limited in terms of gear options, but the goal should always be having crit damage gauntlets as your main stat on your gloves. Oh, bloody hell, I almost forgot. Also crit damage on the amulets. It's absolutely just cream of the crop. You can't get better than that, right? Crit damage on amulets for your nukers. And so for one of my proudest nukers on the main account, this is what my Thorlin Foulbeard build looks like. Now, gear sets that you're looking for your nukers. Honestly, crit damage, very underrated sort of filler set to throw in as a two-piece to sort of fill your build out. Can be very good indeed. Savage is going to be amazing as well. Ignore 25% of enemy defense. You do not realize how good this is until you can build it. Still, always remember, stats are more important than sets, okay? It's no good just equipping a bunch of crappy Savage gear if like it's got like 0 speed on it and you're struggling to hit 100% crit rate, and it's got like a bunch of flat HP. Like, it's just a waste of time, right? You've got to be hitting like attack percent as the main stat on the chest, and speed on the boots, and good crit rate and crit damage and stuff on the weapons, and all of that good stuff, right? Scrolling down a little bit, Cruel is also very good, kind of like just a mini Savage set, right, with a bit of ignore defense there on a two-piece. You've got quite a lot of options, man, with the nuker sets. Fatal is okay as a filler set to help you hit some crit rate. In fact, I also skipped past, I don't actually have any critical rate pieces on here, but critical rate sets in the super early game, just to try and hit 100% crit rate, can be pretty good as well. I'm sure I'm skipping over some here. Slayer is great as one of the Forge Pass sets for any like big AoE nukers. One of the best you're going to be looking out for, though, is going to be Lethal. Nice and farmable as long as you're able to sort of conquer your way through most of hard mode Doom Tower. You can farm some lethal crafting materials from Darkfare. That's why Darkfare is one of the most sort of sought after and look forward to bosses in Doom Tower for people to farm to get your hands on lethal gear. It's basically crit rate plus a Savage set, so very good. And then of course you've got the likes of Merciless as a 9-piece set as well, farmable from Cursed City. Very good, of course, as a 9-piece. Next up, and before we start moving on to some more niche champion types, well, you know what, I'm going to squeeze this one in here as well, because it's a little bit of an obscure champion type, and it sort of naturally comes after 10-meter boosters and debuffers and stuff like that, but it's the unique type of support champion like Glycad of the Meltwater that are just pure buffers, right? This is the buffer champion type. Like Glycad, these are champions that don't need basically very minimal or no accuracy at all in their kits. Glycad does technically need a little bit of accuracy to be landing his freeze debuff on his A1, but he brings increased attack, perfect veil, increased accuracy, and increased defense all wound up in the same kit. Another example would be Androck the Glorious. Brings increased defense on his A1, and then brings increased resistance, strengthen, and continuous heal on his A3 as well. I just want to throw these champion types in there because it'll just take a second. Their stat priorities are basically speed as fast as bloody possible, HP percent, defense percent. and then just get them in a protection set. It doesn't even matter the quality. Okay, it does matter the quality of it, right? You can't put them in just crap gear. Obviously, you never can. But at the same time, protection set is so bloody good on champions like this that there are just no words. And so I'm just going to squeeze buffers into their own micro category here and just say if you've got any champions like this that are just pure buff champions, they bring 3 or more strong buffs to the table, get them in a protection set as quickly as you can. I'd say be very, very careful with selling any accessories from the protection set. If you're just getting started, it's very, very tough in this game to collect up any like 9-piece accessory like this, because you've got to collect them up individually for every single individual faction in the game, right? It's not like collecting artifacts where you can just slam them on any old faction. No, man, accessories are faction specific. So hold on to these suckers, okay? If you've got like a good collection of protection gear like gloves and chest and boots and stuff like that, and that's all come together just fine, honestly, just put any old bloody amulet on, right? Put like an attack amulet on, get like a random resist banner on or something, you know, just throw any accessories on you want to complete the 9-piece protection set. It's just that good, as long as the other like main pieces of the set and total trash. And so that category is more of just like a mini aside than anything. Next up, man, we've got the Reviver category, who I do actually think deserve their own category, even if their star party is going to look a little bit familiar to some stuff we've covered already, right? We're talking the likes of champions like Rector Drath, good old to go over here. We've got rare champions that you might want to level up to even just to level 50, maybe all the way up to 60 for use in faction wars, like Tree Shield Knot, whose main job is just to be like a rare champion reviver on the team. Nice and budget to build out. Then of course we've got more powerful revivers like apparently the very, very shy Elva Autumnborn, who finally decided to show up, right, bringing all kinds of buffs, and of course that powerful 310 cooldown revive on the A3. The stat priority for champions like this is going to be accuracy, again, if they need it, right? It's an if they need it basis. Then speed, then HP percent and defense percent. The difference being is that speed is not like an out and out, far and away winner for champions like, for example, a bloody Rector Drath, you know? It's a more of a case by case basis kind of thing. While you still want your revivers to be fast, they've also got to be the last champion standing on your team, right? If everybody else is dead, okay, the reviver can still sort of like swing the fight back in your favor in things like arena, keep your Hydra team on their feet and stuff like that. If your reviver dies, like first or second on your team, there's nobody around to pick those guys back up, you know, and so your revivers have to have that extra focus on HP percent and defense percent, which I think is quite nicely represented in how I'm building my to-go on the free-to-play account. The to-go is interesting in his gear build in that it's a little bit of a mix. It's a bit of a hodgepodge, focusing on picking up some speed stats from certain artifacts. We're going HP percent on the gloves, HP percent on the chest, and then we're kind of mixing in a happy little resilience set here as well for just extra HP and extra defense. And that's just for all of the reasons that I've already mentioned above, right? Another thing that's worth mentioning as well is that a lot of revivers in this game are similar to healers in this game in that they deliver a heal to your allies based on their own max HP, right? So to go heals all allies by 15% of his max HP. Same thing with Rector Drath as well, right? As a healer, heals all allies by 20% of this champion's max HP. Why is that important? Well, it probably makes it so that when it comes to, oh god, look, I've misbuilt my Rector on the free-to-play account. She's in crappy gear anyway, man. I have limited options on the free-to-play account, okay? What I should be doing here is building the Rector in his... Look at the chest. What a design. Whatever, dude. HP percent as the main stat on my Rector Drath's gear. On the to-go as well, I think it's HP percent on both the gloves and on the chest. Okay, so at least I've got the to-go right. But always pay attention to that, man. If you've got like a reviver or healer in this game, pay attention to how they handle their heals. Are they healing and target based on the target's HP or based on their own max HP? If it's based on their own max HP, then you want to build them with as much HP percentage on their gloves and chest as you possibly can. Now, some good sets to look out for your revivers are going to, of course, be the likes of, I mean, speed is always good. You could even hypothetically build some of your revivers and budget revivers for faction wars in things like hand-me-down regeneration gear just to ensure that they live. Immortal gear a little bit further on down is going to be very, very good as well as like a filler set to throw in there. Resilience is fine as a filler set. Perception is always good. Basically any champion that requires accuracy inside of this game, and Defiant is a amazing Forge Pass set. Another reviver I've got built on my main account is good old Hermit Yorg, who does need a bit of accuracy in his kit, so he's in some hand-me-down gear. I don't use him in many areas of the game, really Kest City, that kind of thing, but you can see I've went to the extra effort of slamming him in a couple pieces of immortal gear as well, and He's just nice and
Well,
tanky and hard
Zarius
to kill
is
off as a
definitely
result,
up
so that
there.
he's always around to get that revive off. Okay, next category we're going to touch on, man, is going to
He
be the
would
last of
probably
sort of the
be-
main
or she
categories
would probably
before we
be
get to
my
the more
mythical
advanced
after,
categories, man, and stuff that's
Gizmac.
just a little bit more niche. This next category is actually going to be
But
ally
Star
protectors,
Sage,
which, you know what,
no, I
I'm going to use
just kinda feel like he
Kanoichi
might be a
on the main
little
account as our
overrated.
example build
He's never
for this
been
one.
an
So,
issue for me in
NA
the
ally
arena.
protector inside of this game
And,
is
I
going to
mean,
be putting up the ally
maybe
protect
early
and
and
soaking
mid-game
a crap load of
progression
damage
and
for the rest of your
early
team,
mid-game
especially in
arena,
areas
he'd
like
be like-
Hydra,
he is a
Demon Lord, Clan
top-tier
Boss, where there's a
champion,
lot of AoE damage
but,
coming in.
where
They're going to be
he's
taking
never really
huge
been an
AoE
issue for me
smacks
in the
for
arena.
your
I'll
team
just-
and absorbing that damage for your team. And
It's
so,
one of those,
just like
yeah,
Revivers,
I really like him. He's a great champion,
they need
but
to
I
be
feel like there's
stalwart, to say the
more,
least.
like,
We're talking champions like Kanoichi,
annoying
we're talking
options in the
champions
arena.
like, God, why
And
does
since
every
that's
champion
where the
take
majority
10,000
of the
years to
end
load
game
up?
is.
Taragi the
And I
Frog
know it's
also
weird
brings some
because
shielding,
everybody
some
talks
ally
about him
protection
like he's
action
the
as
top
well,
tier champion,
as you can
and,
see.
you
Another
know,
great
he's
example
probably
is
a top
Vizix,
10
right? Actually
champion.
pretty solid. Hydra champion,
But,
decrease speed, provoke
I
on
would
the
take
A3, blah, blah, blah,
Lazarius
blah, blah.
over
But yeah, she
Galaxy,
brings all
though.
kinds of ally protect as well. And so with my Vizix, you
maybe
can
it's
see with
just
her
where I
build,
don't have him, I
I've
haven't
kind
got
of
a chance
mixed
to
things up
play
a little
with him
bit
that much.
between some Feral for accuracy and speed, a couple of pieces of resilience. Oh god, that's way too much to read. A couple of pieces of resilience gear right here, and a couple of pieces of immortal gear. Just really focusing on keeping her alive. The stat priority is very simply going to be accuracy if they need it, which I find most ally protectors do need the accuracy. Once again, speed, HP percent, defense percent. Very, very similar to Revivers, where speed can take a little bit lower of a little bit more of a back seat, and just make sure that you really focus and hone in on that HP percent and that defense percent, because they're going to need it. Sets that you can look at with your ally protectors, it's again going to be exactly the same as your Revivers, really. The immortal pieces, resilience for filler, is okay. Yeah, just very, very similar stuff to the Revivers that we've covered already. Now, squiggling back onto the free-to-play account, man. More niche champion archetype number 1, right? It's going to be your damage dealers that are not nukers like Alice the Wanderer, but these are going to be the likes of Supreme Gallic, your HP burners, and especially HP burn and poison activator champions, right? Supreme Gallic, yeah, he brings HP burn, block buffs, blah, 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 blah. But on his A2, he attacks 4 times at random, increase attack buffs on himself, blah, 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 blah. Each hit also has a 100% chance booked of instantly activating any HP burn debuffs on the target and decreasing the duration of those HP burn debuffs by 1/10, right? Activation action. Who else are we looking at, man? Good old Ninja. This is like a notorious HP burner champion. Attacks 3 times at random. Each hit has a chance of placing burn. If the target already has burn, or used against bosses rather, instantly activate the HP burn debuffs instead. You've also got the likes of the epic champion Dark Kale. You'll eventually get from Doom Tower Secret Rooms. Applies all kinds of poisons that are just A1. Each hit has a chance to instantly activate a couple of poison debuffs, or a poison and an HP burn. For champions like this, and for like Supreme Gallic right here, the stat priority is going to be just a little bit different, right? Accuracy, obviously, that's going to be stat priority number 1. Then speed, then crit rate, okay? Followed honestly by a distant crit damage, and then like attack, defense, or HP percent, with not necessarily a focus on building attack, for example, on Supreme Gallic, right? He might be an attack-based champion, and his damage is based on attack on his skills, but honestly, having decent like attack stats on something like a Supreme Gallic or a Ninja is way less important than having a fast Supreme Gallic or a Ninja, right? Getting off their burn activations tends to be the biggest way that they're actually delivering damage to the boss and to waves and stuff like that. As for hitting 100% crit rate and like crit damage on champions like this, you can go down that route if you want. It does work better on some champions than others. For example, if you've got a Ninja can actually be pretty good if you build him with 100% crit rate and pretty good crit damage stats, because his A1 hits quite hard and places decreased defense, and so that could be quite good. Especially if you're comboing that Ninja with something like a Lady Mikage, who has an A1, attacks 1 enemy with 1 random ally from the Shadowkin faction, and so now your Ninja is spamming his A1 throughout the fight. Like, okay bro, like 100% crit rate, high crit damage Ninja can actually be like pretty decent. But you can probably already see that what I'm saying is that building this champion type is not quite as easy as Fez meets the eye, right? It could be a little bit more champion specific as to how much you want to actually focus on crit rate and crit damage on your HP burn activators and stuff like that. For my Ninja, for example, I actually do support running crit rate gauntlets on the Ninja. Still going crit damage on the amulet. I still think that's totally fine, but for me, I way lower prioritize things like crit damage on my Ninja, and I just focus on building him nice and quick, like 250 speed, good accuracy stats. I actually go with the crit rate gauntlets because, again, I'm more interested in the speed rolls on my Ninja rather than chasing a crazy amount of crit damage. Yeah, and actually run him in a reflex set, as you can see. And so for most of your HP burn and poison activator champions, a little bit of experimentation can be in order. Now, gear sets for this type of champion, right, for your burn activators are gonna be Relentless is pretty damn good. 18% chance to get an extra 10 can be very, very solid on champions like this, just to get them around again to using their burn and their burn activations faster, right? So Relentless can actually be pretty damn solid. You can go more of a direct damage route, I guess, with some of these guys, maybe with the likes of a Savage set. For most of them, I don't think I'd really recommend it. Reflex, pretty solid. Again, I use this on my ninja. It works very, very good for me, so I just set up his team AI to prioritize using his A2, so he's just spamming his burn as much as possible, and he's always got that 40% chance to be reducing the cooldown on that sucker. Cruel can still be a fine filler set, it just always is. Perception, incredible set to be running on your burns and your burn activators. Accuracy, speed, it's your two highest priority stats after all, you know. It also suggests Impulse is a pretty damn good 2-set as well. If you can collect up a decent amount of Impulse gear, it gives speed and a small chance to reduce a random skill cooldown by 110. On a 2-set, it's like a mini reflex set sort of combined with the speed set, so it can be pretty good. And honestly, Feral, not bad as well. Oh, and also Pinpoint, mostly for the accessories, just to get the 2-set for the speed bonus, at least, can also be quite saucy, and just getting your speed numbers up on your activators, man. However, not all HP burners and poisoners need to be built in this way. This brings us to our next category, man, our next niche sort of subcategory of champion, which is going to be our solo champions. Champions like Myceliac Priest Ornn that you build out just to solo certain content in the game. Myceliac Priest brings all kinds of AoE poisons as well as poison activation, but he's more often used to solo things like Dragon and Ice Golem in this game. We've also got the likes of, where the hell is Mithrala? There she is, man. Mithrala can be built in this way as well. I actually use her currently to part solo the event dungeon boss. She could be used to solo Scarab King as well. Great solo option. We can even revisit Taraki the Frog as another example of a solo champion if you want to use him on your account in this way. Decrease attack on his A1, chance to raise poisons on his passive skill as well. Makes him an optimal champion for soloing Scarab King. We've got Lady Annabelle that can solo Dreadhorn Bommel. You get the picture. Your stat priority for champions like this, very simply, it's going to be accuracy and then speed again, which it always is. But I hope you understand that when I say that, the distribution of these stats is different for every type of champion like this. Having a fast champion with high speed, a champion like Myceliac Priest Ornn, is important, but nowhere near as important as it is to have like a fast arbiter. Like, I hope that that's obvious, you know. So we're talking accuracy, speed, HP percent is huge, okay, the biggest, okay, and then defense percent is pretty good as well. And then finally, I also mentioned resistance as well, as if you're using champions like Myceliac Priest Ornn to solo Ice Golem, then resistance actually becomes quite an important stat as well to have, to make sure you're not, you know, getting frozen to death against that boss, you know. Gear sets meant to be equipped on champions like this, very easy. I mean, you can see, by the way, the difference that I'm talking about. While speed is important, I need like, I've got like a 220 speed Myceliac Priest Ornn here. It's important that he's not moving at like 150 speed or something, so it's still important. But dude, he's got like over 100k health. He's like 100k health Myceliac Priest Ornn, you know. And that's because, of course, if you're equipping the likes of the sets we're about to cover, Immortal Gear, Regeneration Gear, then the more health that champion has, the more they're healing for every turn, right? And so that's why speed's important too. You want as many turns as you can get, and then as much health so you get as much healing as possible every single turn from these gear sets. I'll also toss in there as well, in terms of accessories, a random piece of stone skin gear can be totally fine on champions like this, just to get the 8% extra health, man. You gotta do what you gotta do, man, to hit these crazy health numbers that you're looking for on some of these content soloing champs. As for the gear that you're actually looking out for on these champions, again, kind of obvious. 99% of the time, it's going to be regeneration gear, followed up by a 2-piece of immortal gear. That's what most of your solo stuff is going to look like. There are some solo champions in the game, like Vergus, who can solo... who the hell does he solo again? He can solo Scarab, right? I think he can, but he needs high resistance, right? So you can end up building him in something like 2 pieces of immortal gear, for example, and then just whatever resistance gear you've got on hand to get his resistance nice and high, and Vergus kind of handles the healing himself from his passive. So there's some variation in sets that you can use, but 99% of the time it's going to be regeneration gear and immortal gear for these solo champs. Next up, and another champion type that I've got to use this main account as the example for, because it's just a little bit advanced for the free-to-play account right now, is going to be your Mischief tanks. In fact, let's not use Wixwell because he relies on increased resistance buffs to get the job done as a Mischief tank. Let's use Bivald of the Thorn instead, who I use as a Mischief tank into Hydra. Now, what does Mischief tank mean? Well, into Hydra, whenever the head of Mischief pops up, right, it's one of the 6 Hydra heads, what the head of Mischief is going to do is attempt to steal the buffs, and some 10 meter, but it's going to attempt to steal the buffs from the champion on your team that has the most buffs on your team. This means that champions like Bivald can be built out with very, very high resistance stats to not just ensure that they always have like a crap load of buffs on them at all times, but to also bait the head of Mischief into attacking into this one specific champion right here all the time, and then they're just going to resist the buff steal effect every single time. How do you bait the head of Mischief into attacking into Bivald of the Thorn? Well, your Mischief tanks almost always have some unique buffs that they bring to the table. For Bivald, it's his Strengthen buff, right? He buffs himself up with Strengthen on just himself. Nobody else gets the Strengthen buff, and so if the rest of your team doesn't have the Strengthen buff, then your Bivald has the most buffs on your team, you know? So what this means is that he's always going to be, it's very, very likely at least, to attract the attacks of the head of Mischief. More budget champion that's like this is actually Skuramis, epic champion right here. He can be used as like a provoker into Hydra, but he also buffs himself with counterattack and continuous heal, which are not massively common buffs to be bringing into Hydra, right? So if you don't have these buffs on your team and Skuramis is bringing them just for himself, then again, he's going to be very, very likely to attract the attacks coming in from the head of Mischief. And so stat priority on these champions is going to be the following. Who'd have thunk it? Resistance. As much as you need to take on whatever current stage of Hydra you're up against, I think it's about 330 or 340 maybe-ish for normal Hydra. Then it goes up to something like 380 or something for hard mode Hydra. These are like ballpark figures. You can lessen the load of how much resistance you need on these champions. Like, you don't necessarily need like a resistance chestplate and a resistance banner necessarily if you've got like an increased resistance buffer on your team. That's one way that you can lessen the load a little bit. But anyways, man, resistance, accuracy if you need it on that champion, which most of the time you do, then speed, HP percent, defense percent. Nice and simple stat prio. The reason this champion type is in the more advanced category is because honestly, it's just tough to collect up that much like good resistance gear and good resistance sets on like an earlier game account. It's something that you can sort of plan for in the future on your account and could become a project for a little bit later on. Some good resistance set pieces. I mean, am I even going to cover these, man? It's kind of the obvious. Righteous is obviously just the best, being a Forge Pass set. Gives speed and resistance is very, very nice indeed. Fortitude is grit, resistance and defense percent. But even just good old classic resistance 2-piece sets can be fine. Hopefully not needed. Hopefully you've got some like good resistance chest pieces or something for Fortitude and Righteous that you can use, banners and stuff like that to get you over the line. And yeah, like the old resistance set, it's a little bit dated, it's a little bit crappy. Hopefully you can get something else to use than that. But yeah, those are your Mischief tanks. And finally, of the advanced champion types, I'm just going to wrap it up with the stun set champions, which very, very simply put is champions that don't do a whole lot really, but they bring either an attack all enemies on the A1 like Soulborn Boya right here, or they bring, for example, like a rare champion right here like Ingot Twiststaff, or they bring a couple of attack all enemy skills on like the A2 and the A3. These tend to be lower quality epic champions, or like rare champions like Ingot right here, or even like pretty good rare champions to be fair, like Bellower, that just bring a lot of attack all enemies on their skills that you've leveled up to 60 because you maybe use them for like early progression and stuff like that. And then you can sort of retire them into a stun set and get great value out of these champions in things like wave content. For these champions, the stat priorities can be very, very simple. Again, accuracy if they need it. Do note that you do not need accuracy to land the stun from an artifact set. That's actually quite important to note, right? So you don't need any accuracy at all to land the stun from your stun artifact set. That's sort of a given. It will land no matter what. But accuracy if the champion's kit needs it. Then as much speed as possible, HP percent, defense percent. Nice and simple, right? With a real focus on speed this time, right? The faster your stun set champions are moving, the more value they're going to get from their stun set, right? The more attacks they're going to get off. So kind of simple stuff. What artifact set do you put these guys in? Yeah, I'm not going to insult anybody's intelligence by covering that. And there you have it, man. That is every single champion type in Raid Shadow Legends, at least that I can think of, that can't be broken down into like even more niche categories, and how to gear them. So thanks for watching, guys. I hope you all did enjoy this one. Oh my god, I need to rest my voice after this one, man. Hope you all learned something. I'll try and timestamp this video, make it nice and easy to follow, man, for any beginners that are watching this. And yeah, are looking for some advice on how to set up their champs on their roster, maybe for the very first time on a new account. Speaking of which, if you're looking to start off a new account, man, then click on the beginner promo link that's down below at the top of the description box to jumpstart that account the right way, man, with all of the free stuff that you see on screen right now. And all you're going to do is create that new account on laptop or PC by clicking on that beginner link that's down below at the top of the description box. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'm going to catch all of you all this tab bit later, man. The gear on your raid account is a disaster. How do I know that? Well, you clicked on this video, man. So what is up, guys? This is Cobb, and in this video we're going to cover secrets only the Sith knew as we turn into Darth Cobb real quick. And we're going to cover what actually makes a good artifact good, how to collect and really get an insanely powerful artifact storage going on your account and really optimize your champion's gear, because honestly, you can have all the most powerful champions in the world on your account. If they're geared like absolute streakers at football matches and OnlyFans content creators, then your champions aren't going to be worth a damn, right? You gotta get your gear right. It's like 70% of a champion's power. We're also gonna be talking about gear cleansers and which artifacts to sell immediately on your account so you don't approach 2,000 artifacts in your artifact storage like this account right here belonging to Mr. Kratnar, this being an account takeover video. Before we get to all of that and more, the ultimate gear guide for 2026 for beginners and older players alike, don't forget about our beginner promo link that's down below this video at the top of the description box, man. Click on that link and use that link to create your new raid account for all of the free stuff that you see on screen right now. It's just the most absolutely ridiculously insane, sweaty beginner link that has ever existed, with Fallen Foulbeard as your starter legendary champion, to Hanorrak as a day 1 legendary as well, as long as you input beginner promo code Desert Queen, and 4 free epic champions that you'll get completely for free as you level up your account. It doesn't get a whole lot better than that, so get it used on laptop or PC, that is. Okay. First things first, man. Some basic rules for gearing on your account. Oh god. Son of the Drakes is geared like an OnlyFans model. I knew it. For any children watching, I don't even know what I meant by that. I don't know why I said that. First up, basic key gearing rules for Raid Shadow Legends that are sort of universally true. Speed is the best stat in the game in Raid Shadow Legends, right? Your support champions and your 10-meter boosters and your increased speed buffer champions and stuff like that should probably be the fastest champions on your account, and basically every single champion on your account should be wearing boots, with the main stat being speed. Boots are the only item type in all of Raid, for any beginners watching, that can roll speed as the main stat. Okay, so speed boots, 4-star quality or higher, ideally 5-star quality or higher boots on every single champion on your account. Later on, this rule can be bent and twisted a little bit, and you can get away with using some attack percentage boots on some champions inside of the game, or maybe some HP percentage boots or whatever. That's for later. For all intents and purposes, just consider this a general rule that 99% of champions inside of Raid should be using speed main stat boots. Rule number 2. Percentage-based stats are always more powerful than flat stats, unless that flat stat is speed. Okay, so this means that on your chest and your gloves, okay, where you can actually roll percentage stats as the main stat, for example, crit damage percentage, or attack percentage, or defense or HP percentage, right? Those are always going to be better than a chest piece that, for example, awards a flat attack or flat defense stat as the main stat. Wait a minute, do we actually have any? Oh dear god, we don't. Well, that's actually quite reassuring to know. That's going to make the gear cleanse a little bit easier on this account. A couple of exceptions to this rule where flat stats can be better than percentage stats, and when it comes to unique stats inside of Raid, such as accuracy and resistance, which you can see down here on this Michelangelo build. Accuracy is absolutely key and required stat for some champions inside of Raid, and resistance, well, it's a bloody useless stat until it isn't. Until you want to build a champion with super high resistance, then it becomes a stat priority. But that's very, very different. Again, we're talking about a minority of champions in this case. The majority, percentage stats are always going to be better. Rule number 3, accuracy. Accuracy is the most important stat in the game, even ahead of speed for certain champions inside of Raid, and these are champions that really lean on their debuffs as their main source of value to your teams, right? What do you need accuracy for? Any negative effect that you're trying to land on an enemy that isn't damage requires accuracy inside of Raid. For example, this decrease attack debuff and this leech debuff right here on Michelangelo, you best believe it requires accuracy. Deacon Armstrong, for example, on his A3 skill, he fills the 10 meter of allies but decreases the 10 meter of enemies by 15% with this A3. That 10 meter decrease or yes, it requires accuracy. And how much accuracy you need depends on where you are in the game. You can look this up on Google for each individual boss if you want to, but a good general rule is just look at your normal mode dungeons, and you need 10 accuracy per dungeon stage that you're clearing. So stage 16 of Dragon requires 160 accuracy, roughly speaking. Stage 20 of Dragon, 200 accuracy, so on and so forth. So those are sort of your 3 very, very basic key rules. Except I'm lying. Oh man, you see how I deceived you? I'm in full Darth Cobb mode today. I couldn't help but playing a nasty trick on you guys. What is the final tip? It's gonna be just ignore sets in the early game. If you're a beginner player inside of Raid, don't get carried away with, ooh, I've got 4 pieces of Savage gear. That means I can get a Savage set equipped, and then you equip a piece that looks like this. It's HP percentage and accuracy on this sucker, and then you scroll on down to like the gloves, and you get like some defense percent gloves. Well, Cobb said percentage stats are better than flat stats, so I'm gonna put this on my Tholan Foul Beard, and you know the substats are speed and resistance, and it's just forget sets. Your sets are probably gonna suck until you've collected a good amount of gear to actually make a set with the right stats. Stats are way more important on your gear in the super early game compared to sets on your champions. Don't try and like bend and twist a set and just force a set onto a champion. Your nukers need to be built with 100% crit rate, first and foremost, right? Your support champions like Donatello over here need to be built fast as hell, right? That's like the only thing that matters, man. And so you could build your Donatello in 6 pieces of speed gear, some of which might not even have speed as a substat on them, and so they suck. Like, that's what that means. It means that they suck, right? Whereas you're actually much better off just putting on a hodgepodge of gear. And for example, these gloves right here on the Donatello, they're part of the Relentless set. It's a 4-piece set, but it's just one random piece of Relentless gloves and Relentless set that we've got on the Donatello right here. And it's just because it double rolled into speed while upgrading this gear piece, right? Don't be nervous or shy about mixing and matching random pieces of gear and forgetting all about sets in the early game of Raid. Focus on getting good stats on your champions. And if you don't know what kind of stats to build on each champion type in Raid, there's a link for that exact topic down below in the description box. Check out that guide after you're done watching this video. And allow me to take my hood down before I get into the next part of the video, because it's actually quite hot under there. So you've farmed some dungeon tournaments, and now it's time to upgrade your gear and start looking for good gear pieces. But what exactly is it that you're looking for? Well, first and foremost, don't upgrade your gear, you fool. What are you doing? I don't know what's wrong with me today, man. Hey, look, all I'm saying, don't upgrade your gear until a gear enhancement event starts. There's not one active right now, but this is what they look like. I literally recorded this clip randomly the other day just to look at a gear enhancement event for this video. It seemed like a good idea at the time. I don't know what I was thinking. It's boring. Let's cut away from this. Upgrading your gear during a gear enhancement event is just the best time to get it done, because you just get free stuff for upgrading your gear during gear enhancement. There is never ever a scenario really where you should be taking gear up to anywhere above rank 12 at least, certainly not all the way up to rank 16 outside of a gear enhancement event. Just be patient, they come around every few days. Just get your free stuff. Next, what you're doing when it comes to upgrading your gear is you are on the hunt for good stat rolls on your gear, right? Don't take a piece of gear, ooh, it's got a speed on, this is gonna be sweet, and just bam, just rocket it all the way up to rank 16. No. You don't want to be doing that, man. Upgrade a little smidgen at a time. And what you're doing here is you are exploring where these stat rolls end up on your gear piece. So we go up 4 levels, we're hoping for a speed roll, it goes into crit damage, and I just want to throw my computer out of the window right now, which doesn't really work as an analogy anymore, because I no longer live on like a 3rd floor apartment. I'm actually living in a bungalow at this stage, so it wouldn't even go very far. You know what I'm saying? It would be pretty pathetic, to be honest. It would probably go about 2 feet. But there you go. So we're going to upgrade it again. We'll give it another chance to roll into speed. If it doesn't, then we just hate our lives and everything sucks and Christmas is ruined even though it's already over. But this is an example of a headpiece that we would not want to take up to rank 16. It's a piece of crap. It missed all of the speed rolls. Crit damage is not a bad stat, but not on a speed set, right? We'll get into the kind of stats that you're looking for on each gear set a little bit later on, but this is why you don't want to upgrade gear all at once. We've got a shield here that could be very good. We're looking for accuracy rolls, we're looking for speed rolls, we're looking for a piece of gear that could be great on a support debuffer type champion. We're trying to avoid the flat HP, which we then roll into, because it's a flat stat. It's crap. If this was HP percentage, I wouldn't be halfway as sad, but still a bit garbage considering speed and accuracy rolls potentially out on the table. We'll give it another chance to redeem itself. A little bit of speed. Now we're talking right now. We can consider rolling it up to 12, see where this goes. All right, a little bit of accuracy. Now it's looking okay. Junior gear enhancement event. We might want to take this all the way up to rank 16, and like maybe it's an acceptable piece of gear for us on our account. You be the judge of that as to where your current gear power level is at, where your current sort of power ceiling is at with your gear. For a super early game account that's like a week old, this is an amazing shield. For my 2-year-old main account, this is in the bin. So what actually makes a piece of gear good for its given set? Another quick hard and fast rule here that I want you guys to follow and absorb, right? There are only 3 stats that matter in all of RAID. I'm oversimplifying it, but this is true for like 95% of champion builds inside of RAID, right? Speed, accuracy, and crit rate. Those are the only 3 stats that matter for 95% of champions inside of RAID, because if you get those stats wrong in their build, you've got a support champion that isn't fast enough, or a debuffer champion that doesn't have the accuracy to land their debuffs, or a nuker champion that doesn't have a 100% crit rate, or as close to 100% crit rate as possible, those champions are bloody useless, right? So like those 3 stats, crit rate, accuracy, speed, are the 3 fundamental stats, the 3 fundamental pillars for most champions inside of RAID that you have to get their stats right in their builds. And so you want to bear that in mind, and also bear in mind that when it comes to upgrading pieces of gear, what you're really looking for, right, are stats that match the set. So on speed, it's a nice and easy example, okay? If you're going to put speed artifacts on a champion, you're probably looking for the plus 12% speed because you want them to be fast as hell. You're probably building an apothecary. You're probably building a high Katoon, right? A champion that wants to be fast as hell and sort of be the engine for your team. A nice speed booster champion, a 10-meter booster or something like that. If you're trying to put a speed set on them, you want them to be quick, right? It's really that simple. And so, honestly, a piece of gear like this, it's crit damage, attack percentage stats, yay, but garbage for a speed set. There's no speed on this thing. Like, it's really not good at all. So that'd be an example of a piece of gear that we could probably just get rid of. Whereas you saw me upgrade some of the speed pieces earlier on. A shield like this, for example, a double roll into speed on this suddenly makes it very, very usable indeed. So this is what I mean when you're trying to match. I'm just like a huntsman of flat HP today. What even is this, man? Oh god, how many rolls of resistance as well? Alright, just absolutely horrific rolls here, but you see what I mean, right? You're looking to make your speed gear as fast as possible. When it comes to crit damage gear, gives crit damage percent as the main stat. Crit damage and crit rate are very, very important for building your nuker champions, and so you're probably looking for, I mean, attack percent could be okay. This could be an okay weapon if it rolls a mix of speed and attack percent, but it's generally fine to build your nukers a little bit slower than your support champions. But nonetheless, you're looking more for a weapon like this that can roll into a bunch of crit rate and attack percentage for your damage dealers, right? Or maybe it's like crit rate and crit damage, or whatever, you know. You're looking for nuker stats on your crit damage pieces because it's a nuker set, and so the rolls are going great. We hit crit rate once, we hit attack percentage for the second, we can take it up to 12 now. We're just exploring for good rolls. What we've got here is a pretty decent crit damage weapon that we could think about using. What you're not looking for on crit damage gear is stats like this, for example. It's just not good enough. Not good enough, right? You're really looking for crit damage percent as the main stat for a crit damage pair of gloves. Maybe crit rate gloves if you're in the super early game. Crit rate gauntlets can be a nice way of just hitting 100% crit rate on your nukers while you're in the early game, and you're just lacking crit rate rolls on a lot of your gear, but really you're hoping for crit damage percent for your gloves and to get 100% crit rate from stat rolls on your gear. That's generally the best way to build your nukers, but I'm not going to get too much into that. Now, when it comes to gear sets that are a little bit more complicated, Relentless Gear gives you an 18% chance to get an extra turn. What stat rolls are you looking for on your Relentless Gear? Well, it could be useful on HP burner champions, HP burn activator champions maybe. Some damage dealers like Whisper or even Tholan Foulbeard can do pretty good in Relentless Gear, if it's like the best option that you've got. It can work for damage dealers. It can also be great for support champions that really enjoy getting extra turns. Donatello, Doom Priest, right? And so what does that mean? It means that this is a very, very flexible set. We've got a weapon here that can give speed and accuracy. We can go ahead and roll this on up and try and look to specialize this piece of gear for use on a support champion, right? Speed rolls, accuracy rolls, we can make that work, right? Likewise, you can also look for pieces of gear that give, for example, attack percent and crit rate And you can equally go ahead and throw some ranks into this, and again, you're hunting for these percentage rolls for crit rate and attack, and so you're trying to just bend and just channel the heart of the artifact into making it a specialist piece. The worst thing that can happen is, say you get a shield that looks a little bit something like this. Now, if it rolls 2 or 3 times into crit damage, it's great for a nuker. If it rolls 2 or 3 times into speed, it's great for a support. So it's very, very middle ground right now. What you're really hoping doesn't happen is a spread of stats, because then it's not great for a nuker, it's fine, and it's not great for a support, or it just double rolls into flat HP, and it's not good for anyone. Oh god, what is my luck today, dude? Bombing this poor accounts artifacts, man. Oh my goodness. But hopefully you catch what I mean, right? Relentless setters like this, where you're trying to specialize those pieces. Perception can be a little bit like this as well. For it's only a 2-piece set, so it's quite flexible. You can use this on damage dealers as well as supports, as long as the stat rolls match for the job that you're using it for. A little bit later on, Feral is kind of similar to that deal as well, and so there's a bit of flexibility here. What I'll also note as well is, once you've got a piece of gear that you're actually pretty bloody happy with on your account in terms of stat rolls, that's when you can then go ahead and, you know, the piece of gear is taken up to rank 16. You're happy with the stats, it's a great piece of gear, and you like it a lot. You can then go ahead and think about ascending your piece of gear and seeing where the pink stat roll goes. Now, if it's a piece of crap, and it's like flat attack or flat HP or like resistance on a lethal piece, which just doesn't make any sense, you can just go ahead and leave it alone. Fine, the roll bombed. You can consider using a Chaos Dust on a piece of gear to then re-roll the stat. I'd only recommend using your Chaos Dust to re-roll the pink stat on pieces of gear that are tough to get. We're talking Forge Pass sets that are very, very difficult to get, or maybe Merciless pieces which take a long time to collect, and so they're quite tough to farm. If you bomb a roll on a piece of like perception gear, you can just farm more perception gear. It's whatever, like if the pink stat goes bad. But if it goes good, you can go ahead and throw some pink stats into that piece of gear. Defense percent here is fine for this chest plate. It's going to help out the survivability of this champion. We'd prefer attack percentage, but defense percent is okay. For the sake of argument, let's just say that we're happy with the defense percentage roll. Don't go ahead and upgrade it to 5 or 6 stars, the pink stat. That's sort of like the next mini tip. Wait until a CVC event is active. Wait until a clan versus clan tournament is active before taking your gear up to 5 or 6 stars in your pink stats. It's just free points during a CVC tournament. Roll it up a little bit, right? It kind of marks that piece of gear as being ready and good to go, and you're happy with the pink stat, and you're ready to take it up to 5 or 6 stars. But don't actually pull the trigger on ascending a piece of gear up to max until a CVC starts. Same thing goes with glyphs as well. Applying powerful glyphs like 5 and 6 star glyphs, or even 4-star glyphs to pieces of gear. Just wait until a CVC. They happen every 2 weeks. Just takes a little bit of patience, and it's free points during the CVC to spend glyphs as well. And there's no other event in the game where ascending gear or spending glyphs is going to get you points outside of CVC. Quick note as well when it comes to reworking your gear and spending ores on your gear. General rule when it comes to ores, there's actually a few rules for this. I'm not going to cover all of them. I've done videos in the past that really go into ores, but when it comes to spending chaos ores to reroll all of the stats on a piece of gear, again, only ever be spending your chaos ores on gear sets that are very, very difficult to get. Okay, we're talking like, again, maybe you could consider it on a merciless piece of gear, but certainly Forge Pass pieces of gear, of which we have basically none on this account outside of Instinct, which isn't really the best one, but you know, I'll just use it as an example. Oh my god, these are really, really good Instinct gloves. These are really, really good. Like, those are solid, man. Okay, so this right here is a good example, right? Let's use this Bolster shield as an example. Bolster, Forge Pass set, tough to get. If you have crap stats on a piece of very, very difficult to get gear on your account, and you triple roll into something that you don't want, right? Like crit rate on a bolster set. You're not going to put a bolster set on a nuker champion. Ain't going to happen, right? It just doesn't make any sense. You're looking for speed, HP percent, maybe resistance and defense percent, but certainly speed and HP percent on your bolster gear. And it's largely PvP set for your support champions. This is a very, very difficult set to get. We can't just farm more of it very easily, and so this is a great candidate to go ahead and spend a chaos ore and re-roll the stats on this. Why? We triple rolled into a stat that we don't want. That's the key, right? If we triple rolled into like flat HP here or something, it would be the same deal. It's a crap stat that we don't want. If we go ahead and rework this piece of gear with a chaos ore, the triple roll remains. It just rolls into something else. Now, this is only a 5-star piece, so we're going to use a 5-star ore for this. Of course, it's not the best piece in the world, but as an example, I'm going to go ahead and rework the stats on this anyway. And we reroll into triple flat HP. Dude, I can't escape. I can't escape. I'm so sorry, Kratna. This is an account takeover video, and I have just been farming flat HP rolls for this entire video on your account. I feel terrible, frankly. No, I don't. It's kind of hilarious, but I apologize all the same, brother. We're just gonna sell this real quick. Don't tell Kratna that we bombed his shield, okay? So that's how you want to be upgrading your artifacts. Now, when it comes to gear cleansing on your account, we're already there, man. We're going to jump straight ahead to bloody gear cleansing on your account. You can start by, look, man, I'm going to be really honest, right? There are a couple of rules. When you're first getting started inside of Raid, just get all your champions and speed boots. That's like one of your first priorities as like a very, very beginner player in like the first month of your account. Every champion should be in 4 or 5-star quality speed main stat boots, okay? Even 4-star speed boots will do. As soon as you're able to farm stage 16 or 20 of every dungeon, no longer accept any 4-star artifacts on your account. They are all auto sells pretty much no matter what. If you're able to farm stage 20 and beyond of dungeons, and even into hard mode dragon like we're able to do on Kratna's account right here, this account is well due a gear cleanse, okay? We're going to ramp things up a little bit. 5-star artifacts is still acceptable, but what is not acceptable on an account like this anymore is holding on to sets from artifacts from crap sets, okay? These sets can go, we can maybe consider rolling up this shield because it could like triple roll into speed or something. Okay, fine. And these are 6-star speed boots. We'll hold on to these, but even 5-star quality speed boots from a set as bad as the life set is not worth it, nor are boots like this, right? So what we can actually do is just mass sell a crap load of stuff here, because frankly, we should never be using gear pieces from these sets pretty much ever again. I'm gonna hold on to some pieces. This weapon right here, double rolled into crit rate. Fine. Maybe we can use this on something, but by and large, the defense set is going to be in the bin. Every single speed set artifact that doesn't have speed as a substat is going to get sold as well. We're going to be getting rid of all of those. Critical rates, I'm going to be very, very strict. The stats have to be very, very good on this set for it to stand anything close to the test of time. And honestly, we could probably just sell all of these as well and not even notice. The accuracy set, its time has come and gone on this account. It's decent in the early game. Not anymore. Not for this account, right? Resistance set, again, the stat rolls have to be premium. Lifesteal is a waste of time on an account like this now. Fury is absolutely in the bin trash. Almost no matter what, all of these pieces just have to go. Days set is just absolutely abysmal. We'll be getting rid of all these pieces as well. Have a comb through the sets. I have a gear tier list that's been updated for 2026 up on this channel as well. Just search Raid, Cob, artifact tier list on YouTube, and you'll find that tier list, and you can identify very, very easily from that tier list at a glance which sets are just a total waste of time for you on your account beyond a certain point. So I'm just going to go ahead and sell about 600 artifacts here or something. I'll catch up with you guys in about, I don't know, 40 minutes or however long this takes. Oh my god, we're about around 34 million silver on this account, dropping nearly 900 artifacts in the end, and I haven't even touched the perception gear or the like a lot of like the higher quality gear sets. This is just coming through the crappier sets, man. Curing set and like purging the stalwart set, apart from like exceptionally good stat rolls, and same thing with the avenging set. There's really, really bad sets. Let's just axe them and earn 34 mil, shall we? Couple final bits to touch on, man, as some must-do habits when it comes to farming gear yourself. Do faction crypts every day. You gotta spend your faction keys, man. Honestly, resilience gear is, yeah, it's fine. It's like, I don't know, COB tier or something. Perception gear is great. It's one of the best sets in the game, given how bloody easy it is to farm from faction crypts. So take faction crypts seriously, spend your keys every bloody day, and make sure that you're farming plenty of perception gear. It's a speed set and an accuracy set balled up into one. Never ever miss out on that. Next up, siege mode. It blows my bloody mind. Right, not just as a clan leader who actually wants to, you know, help the clan win at siege, but just from like a personal level, that people can't spend the 3 minutes every 2 weeks, 3 minutes every fortnight to spend their attack scrolls in siege and just get free 6-star legendary feral gear, one of the best artifact sets in the game, for like no effort. Dude, don't miss siege, spend your attack scrolls. And finally, I mean, farming Doom Tower and stuff as well is also great, and Curse City for Merciless Gear and all of that. But another game mode that you really do not want to neglect is when the event dungeon opens, farm it. Okay, find a good efficient stage to farm where you can get 5 and 6 star quality drops from the event dungeon. It awards pinpoint gear, it can award chronophage gear, both of which are amazing to collect a good stock supply of on your account, because you can get set bonuses from those gear sets on your accessories. They're 9-piece sets, and 9-piece sets in Raid are notoriously hard to farm until they become farmable in the bloody event dungeon. So don't just let it go on by. If the event dungeon is open at the time you're watching this video, at any point in the future after you've watched this video, farm it, or I'm coming after you. And that's it. It's every gear tip that I've got. Hopefully this gets off to an extraordinary start with gearing up your champs like an absolute monster, as I know you can be, man, on your own Raid account. So there you do go. Put any tips that I did miss down below in the comments. By the way, I probably missed a few things in this video, but I did my best. If you're looking to start off a new Raid account, make sure to get that done right now by clicking on the beginner promo link that's down below this video at the top of the description box, and use that link to create a new Raid account on laptop or PC for all of the free stuff that you see on screen right now. And I am going to catch all of you guys just a tad bit later, man. We have got Whispers built in destroy sets and absolutely butt naked arbiters. What is up, guys? This is an account takeover video where we're going to be focusing exclusively on getting more powerful artifacts on your account and fixing the artifact situation on Mr. D's account. This is going to be the 4 steps to just getting godly gear on your account, man, because at the end of the day, getting good champions is like a third of the battle. Another third of the battle is getting things like Great Hall nodes, another passive stat boost across your account, which, oh, I see that we level 10 HP is our first rank 10 node in the Great Hall on Mr. D's account. But the other third of where power comes from on your account is artifact quality. So let's talk about it, man. Before we do, if you're looking to create a new Raid account and get that done right now by using the beginner promo link that is down below this gosh darn video at the top of the description box, man. Click on that link on laptop or PC and use that link to create a new Raid account for all of the freebies that you see on screen right now, man. Double legendary start and 3 epic champions that will be delivered straight to your inbox as you level up that new account. And all you got to do is make sure that you create that account using the link down below this video at the top of the description box, man. Again, use that link on laptop or PC. Okay, man, let's rock and roll. Step number 1. Stop keeping garbage. This is mostly going to be a rapid fire tips section. Tip number 1 is that percentage based stats are always more powerful than flat stats on your account. They just scale better on level 60 champions, right? This means that your gloves and your chest pieces on your champion builds should basically always have a percentage based stat as their main stat. Now, there's some exceptions to this rule. If you've got a resistance or accuracy main stat chestplate, that can work in certain champion builds, but it's generally speaking a bit more niche. Usually it's going to be HP percent, defense percent, or attack percent, right? Gloves and chest are the only item types in the game, and boots as well, I suppose technically, that have a huge variation in what the main stat can be on these pieces. So be hunting down percentage main stats on these if you can. Tip 2 is that boots are the only item type in all of Raid Shadow Legends that can roll speed as the main stat, and generally speaking, speed is the best stat in the game, and so try and have speed as the main stat on basically all of your boots, on all of your champions as a beginner player. There are some exceptions again to this rule where you can maybe run like some attack percentage boots or even HP percentage boots on certain champion types that don't need to be as fast, but generally speaking you're looking to hit like 160, 170 speed as a minimum on even some of your slowest champions on your account, like your big bulky damage dealers and stuff like that. And so even on your damage dealers, 9 times out of 10 it's still the correct choice to just run speed as the main stat, and so be on the lookout for that on your boot. Next up, tip number 3 is going to be that stats are just more important than sets. Is it tip number 3? I don't even know, man. I might have missed one there. Well, which is something that I like that Mr. D has done here on this account. We've got a random days chestplate here. Why? It's got defense percent as the main stat and a double speed roll as the substat. That's bloody good. That's great, right? I love that we've equipped this. We've done a similar thing here on the Alice the Wanderer as well, where you can see we just got like a random savage weapon equipped because the substat rolls are great. Some crit rate, crit damage, attack percent, speed. It's basically everything that you're looking for on an Alice, and we haven't gone crazy with the Savage set. Savage is a great set. Ignore all kinds of enemy defense on a 4-piece is very, very nice, but what you don't want to be doing is taking Savage gear and thinking, oh man, I've heard that Savage set is good, I'm gonna go ahead and slam 4 pieces on my nukers and it's gonna be great. But then you're rolling like, I don't know, like a random defense percent chestplate on an Alice who doesn't really want that, and then you've got like some helmet here that's rolled into a bit of accuracy, but it's got no crit rate or crit damage, and so it's not that good either, and like you're kind of shoehorning a build onto a champion because you're prioritizing sets too much. That's just a really, really bad place to be in. Your builds are going to suffer as a result. In the early game of Raid, just the stats on gear pieces are much, much more important than trying to just get a set on a champion, right? Sets become more important as your artifact collection expands and as you actually get good pieces for that set. The next tip is going to be to simply collect gear pieces for each set that actually make sense for that set, right? So for example, Savage gives you some ignore defense, right? If you get 4 pieces of Savage equipped, very, very good for your nukers and damage dealers. What stats do nukers and damage dealers need? Well, it usually isn't like resistance and HP and stuff like that, you know. Generally speaking, it's not. Most of your nukers are going to be looking for things like, well, what the Alice has got on her weapon right here, right? Crit rate. Most nukers and big damage dealers inside of Raid are going to want 100% crit rate or as close to as possible, then a whole bunch of crit damage, and then whatever their primary stat is, right? You get some defense-based nukers that would look for defense percent. Alice likes attack percent. Speed is basically always good, but you're looking for nuker-style stats on your Savage gear, right? With speed, it becomes even more obvious, right? If you're going to put speed set on somebody, you probably want them to be quick. You know, that's not a leap. And so, basically, any piece of speed gear on your account, any piece of speed gear on your account that doesn't roll into speed as a substat, for example, this helm right here, gone. It's useless, right? It's basically worthless. You need to have speed substat rolls on your speed gear. Now, again, if you're in like the first 3 weeks of your account or something, and you just need any gear with good stats on it, you could, for example, take this speed weapon right here and double roll it into a crit rate roll, you know, if you get lucky with your rolls, and you could hypothetically keep this weapon to use on a nuker for a while, because again, in the super early game, stats are more important than sets, but over the long term, even just over the medium term on your account, you're looking for stats that match and just suit the set that you are collecting those artifacts for. And you notice already, by the way, with even just the rules that we've covered so far, right, with percentage stats being so important and speed boosts being so important for most champions, and matching your stats to your sets, you're already selling about 90% or more of artifacts that you find inside of Raid Shadow Legends, right? You've got to be very, very discerning with what you're keeping. When it comes to accessories on your account, generally speaking, when it comes to your 9-piece set accessories, right? So if you scroll on down your accessories a little bit, you're going to find your chronophage accessories, for example, and if you click on the little eye button right here on the side of the artifact, you can see chronophage is part of a 9-piece accessory, just a 9-piece artifact set. Same thing with pinpoint gear as well, right? 9-piece set. Same thing with feral, although, okay, yeah, we do actually have a feral ring just sitting here as well. These accessories are gold dust, okay? Keep them all, is my advice if you're a beginner player. Never be selling your 9-piece accessories like this, right? Accessories that belong to a 9-piece set. Why? Because generally speaking, if you can equip a champion in even decent gear from a 9-piece set, and you can get all 9 pieces equipped, so you activate the 9-piece set bonus, which for feral is allies deal 5% more damage per each debuff placed by the wearer of this feral set. That's nuts, and it doesn't even matter that much if the accessories are bad, right, for the feral set. The 9-piece bonus is just that bloody good that you want to just keep all of these pieces. They're hard to get. Accessories, unlike artifacts, you need to collect, you're collecting them all for each faction separately. So you can end up in a place where, I don't know, you might have like a half dozen feral accessories for Shadowkin, for example, which we don't on this account. But you might find that for certain factions on the account, you don't have any feral accessories at all. And so they can be very, very hard to come by, very, very difficult to collect. They are always, always worth keeping to a point. And a quick final couple tips regarding banners, because this is so important for setting up your builds as well. When it comes to banners, generally speaking, any accuracy banners that provide speed as a substat are absolute gold dust on your account, right? Why? 90% of support champions inside of Raid require accuracy to land their debuffs against enemies. And on most of these champions, because they're support type champions, because they're debuffers and stuff like that, they need speed as well. Speed is generally speaking good. Like speed and accuracy are going to be their 2 most important stats when building out your support type champions. And so to get both stats on an accuracy banner is absolutely succulent, and be very, very careful with what you do with your accuracy and speed substat banners. Even bad ones, even like 5-star, blue accuracy speed banners are generally speaking going to be very, very good for you in the long run. And finally, same thing but with resistance banners. I'd make sure you've got at least one decent resistance banner with speed substat rolls on your account per faction Any more than like 2 or 3, you're probably going a bit overboard. You don't need that many, but make sure that you have enough that you can build a couple of resistance build champions on your account per faction. Believe me, you'll thank me later by the time you hit mid-game, because all of a sudden resistance will actually become a useful stat, whereas in the super early game, it's a little bit worthless. So with all of the tips that we just covered, the first thing that we can do on this account, by the way, is get rid of a bunch of crappy gear that just doesn't make any sense, right? I'm going to go into boots, chest, and gloves, okay? Because these are the 3 artifact types that have variable main stats. Again, like shield, head, and weapon always have defense, HP, and attack as the main stats on these, whereas gloves, chest, and boots, they can be very, very variable, and in fact, they can even roll into the worst stat types, which are flat HP, flat attack, and flat defense, okay? Any of these artifacts that have, like gloves, chest, or boots, that have a flat stat as the main stat, are deeply, deeply questionable as to whether or not you should be holding onto these. Now, you can make some exceptions to the rule. If it's a very, very good artifact set, something like Feral, okay, which Feral's set bonuses award accuracy and speed, so quite high value set bonuses from your Feral pieces, and it's quite a tough artifact set to get. You might want to hold onto pieces that roll into speed as one of their substats. For example, this chestplate right here, you know, yes, it's flat HP, that sucks, right? That blows a lot, but it's rolled into HP percent and defense percent as substats, as well as speed as a possible substat. If this thing double rolls into speed, we probably keep it, and we probably use it for a time, just for progression. So I'm going to go ahead and just rank it up to 80. We're just exploring. Oh my god. Okay. I didn't expect that. We're just exploring where these rolls go, and then we're making a decision based on where the rolls go as to whether or not we're actually going to keep this piece. And honestly, this piece is now good enough to keep. Again, it's flat HP, it blows, right? It's not good at all, but the substat rolls have saved this piece from expulsion from our collection. However, there are also other pieces here that we've got, like a flat attack main stat piece that's then got no speed substat rolls. It hasn't got any crit rate that it can roll into. You know, if it had speed and crit rate as a substat, we could think about throwing some levels into this and trying to hit on speed and crit rate, and maybe we can get this on a Nuka that also needs a bunch of accuracy from Feral set. But with these stats right here, it's not even worth trying to roll this piece up. It's just too far away from what we're looking for from a Feral set, right? The stats just don't match. Again, Feral, it's accuracy and speed, and your debuff specialist champions that are really going to benefit from a Feral set. Those stats just didn't make a lick of sense. You're also going to get boots like this, like, okay, anything for the Feral set that's not speed as main stat on the boots is probably in the bin straight away. You can make some exceptions to that rule again, but flat defense with substats that look like this is a lot of flat stats, man. And even if it rolls like quad rolls into attack percent, it's not worth keeping, okay? So this is how you want to cleanse through your artifacts and sort of sort out the wheat from the chaff a little bit. And this is just an easy way that you can cleanse a lot of artifacts at once without even really having to check on them. You can just kind of just execute them from your collection completely, because they just don't really make a lot of sense. So finally, this brings us to a step number 2, which is actually upgrading your artifacts and hunting for those good rolls. Okay, first and foremost, you only ever want to be doing this either during a clan versus clan event or during a gear enhancement event, which is not active right now. Generally speaking, a gear enhancement event is the only time you ever want to be upgrading your artifacts, though you can also do it during CVC, I guess, technically, and get some points during CVC for doing this. You want to make sure that you're getting some kind of event progress for upgrading your artifacts, basically. It sucks a little bit that there's not a gear enhancement going live right now, so I won't upgrade too many artifacts here while doing this. And remember what we touched on just a little bit earlier on, you're looking for artifacts that roll into just very positive stats for that set. So again, like, there's a few headgear pieces here that don't have any speed as substat rolls that we can probably think about just executing from our collection, whereas a headgear piece like this is a prime candidate to try and roll up during gear enhancement. So you just roll up a little bit at a time and you're just exploring where the rolls go. Single speed roll, this is probably already good enough to keep. If it's a double speed roll for where this account is right now, then we're absolutely happy as Larry. This is great. You might even want to take it up to 12 now, because now we're confident that this is going to be a pretty decent piece. Rolls in a flat defense, that's fine, that's whatever. I won't take it up to 16 because it's no gear enhancement event active and I don't want to waste a whole bunch of silver, but this is what you're going to be doing, man. Just sort of combing through your artifacts, like a piece of headgear like this can just go straight in the bin. It's got no speed on it, it's only rank 5. Just get it in the sea. Happy little shield like this, same deal. In fact, if the stats are looking pretty good, accuracy and speed, and you'd be happy with even just a single speed roll, rank it up to 8 straight away and save yourself a little bit of time. It goes into 1 each. That's fine, okay? Good enough to keep. Decent little support champion shield right there. So again, you're just looking for stats that make sense for that set. Now, if it's a bit more of a variable set like Feral, okay, like Feral gives a whole boatload of accuracy for just having a few pieces equipped, and so if you've got a Nuka or damage dealer or an HP burner champion, like a damage dealer that actually requires accuracy, I should just say, then what you can do with a set like Feral is take a piece like this, for example, right? Okay, it's got a couple of absolutely premium damage dealer stats right here with crit rate and crit damage, and then it's got HP percent and speed, which make a lot more sense for a support type champion. And so what you're doing when you roll up an artifact piece like this is you're looking to try and specialize that artifact piece, right? So as you investigate where these rolls go, you're either hoping for either a lot of speed or like a speed and HP percent rolls, in which case you can use this on a support champion, or you're hoping for like double crit rate, double crit damage. Then you can use it on a damage dealer that requires accuracy from the Feral set, you know? What you're really, really not hoping for is a split between all of the stats, because then you've got a gear piece that's not great for a Nuka, but is fine, and it's not great for a support champion, but is fine, and it's kind of a jack of all trades, master of none. You know what I'm saying? So that's the logic here. It goes into HP percent first. So now we're looking for speed and HP rolls. Okay, we're already at a place right now where that's kind of the worst roll we could have hit. It goes into crit rate. Okay. Not great. So the stats are starting to spread a little bit now. It can still be saved with a bunch of crit rate, crit damage rolls, as far as I'm concerned. Take it up to 12, and it goes into speed. Ugh. Kind of worst case scenario. Again, it's a decent weapon still for like a support type champion. 1 speed, 1 HP, it's fine. The problem is now if we want to get another stat roll, we have to take it up to 16, which is a big gamble, because then if it double rolls into HP percent or goes into crit damage, God forbid, now we got a real jack of all trades, master of none, Feral piece, right? You can make a similar kind of judgment call as well when it comes to Relentless Gear, right? 18% chance to get an extra turn from your Relentless Gear. Is it good on support? Is it good on damage dealer? Well, there are some HP burn and poison activator champions and stuff that actually quite like Relentless Gear, so it can do decent on some damage dealers. We've actually got a Whisper on this account as well that would love to have Relentless Gear equipped. She's a great damage dealer with this set, and so it can work on damage dealers, it can work on support champions. Once again, we've got a Relentless Weapon type here where it could go like crit rate and speed and be pretty good on a damage dealer, or it could go a bunch of speed and accuracy and be great on a support type champion. So once again, let's just take it up to 8. We're just exploring where the stat rolls go. It goes double speed, which is actually kind of exciting, man. That's pretty good, you know. So it's already excellent for a support type champ. Then it goes accuracy. This is now a support weapon. Forget about it. On our damage dealers, forget about it, right? We've missed all of the crit rate rolls. We've got accuracy, speed. Great for a support. And this is how you're going to look to refine and steadily upgrade and get like incremental upgrades over time in your artifact collection, right? Is upgrading your artifacts like this and really taking your time with them and making sure that if the stat rolls just go really bad, honestly, it just goes like Relentless is not an easy set to get. So even if the rolls go bad, if it's even just got like any amount of speed on a Relentless piece, you probably keep it at this stage on this account. But you know what I mean, right? You're trying to raise the tide of quality on your artifacts over time. Honestly, you know what? I can't help myself. I'm gonna go for this. I'm gonna 16 this, man. Oh, yes, dude. Content creator, look, coming in big for Mr. D on his account, man, with a triple speed roll accuracy Relentless Weapon. Hell yeah, dude, that's what I'm talking about, man. So I'm just gonna go ahead and roll up some pieces here, here and there, and just cleanse artifacts a little bit on the account, man. So that's what I'm going to do for just like a half hour or something before I continue recording the rest of this video, because this is an account takeover video and I do want to make sure that I'm doing a good job of clearing out some artifacts where I can and just ending some silver back on the account. Not a bad little weapon here, by the way. Okay, so we've cleared out about 100. Now I've just got done here preparing a rebuild for the Whisper, who was currently lacking a whole bunch of crit damage. Her speed was exceptionally slow. She was obviously missing a few pieces of gear as well. And so this is what the rebuild is going to look like on the Whisper. Now, next step, man, you've rolled up some artifacts, you've cleansed out the crap, you're keeping the good bits, blah. Well, now the next step is to take those potentially very good bits where the rolls bombed, like this ring right here, right? We've got a nice Revenant ring here. It's a Feral set ring. Generally, we're talking about 6-star quality, but sometimes 5-star quality gear pieces as well, that are legendary or mythical quality, where you have at least double rolled, if not triple or even quad rolled into an undesirable stat like this, right? So the main stat for rings, it's always going to be flat, whatever, forget about it. We had such high potential for this ring. Oh my god, and a triple rolled into the flat stat thrice, which is just bloody awful. Okay, and so this ring right here is a great candidate. Don't sell these pieces straight away again if it's a legendary mythical quality piece and it triple rolls into something bad like this. This is a prime candidate to go ahead and rework with a chaos ore. Now, what do you want to be spending the chaos ores on? Well, generally sets that are not that easy to farm. It's a great idea, right? Things like stone skin pieces, maybe forge pass pieces like Slayer set, merciless pieces that are just really tough to farm over time, take a long time to get, right, from Cursed City. And so yeah, generally like perception gear and stuff is a lot easier to get your hands on, and so you don't need to worry about using chaos ores on a perception piece of gear because you can always just farm more in faction wars. It's not a big deal. Whereas a feral ring, a little bit tough to get your hands on good feral pieces, and so it's a good candidate to re-roll the stats on this, right? Let's go ahead and do it. Oh god, I'm real nervous. We've had good luck with the rolls so far until this ring where trip rolls into flat attack. Basically any triple roll percentage stat here is fantastic, so it's a bit of a 50-50. It's a good candidate though to use your chaos ores on. Oh, good stuff. Okay, HP percent is bloody lovely. And then a mix of attack percent, HP percent as substats. Not bad at all. Okay, this ring just went from like 0 to hero, man. This is great. You know what, man? Let's just go for the for the quad. Let's go for it, man. Oh my god! Dude, what the hell? Okay, my luck with rolling and re-rolling artifacts in this account has been absolutely insane. So there you go, Mr. D. It's not the best ring in the world to put on a Whisper, by the way, but I do need to try and shear up the defensive stats a little bit on the Whisper. This is going to help a lot, man. A quad roll into HP percent is bloody lovely. And because Whisper doesn't mind being built with only 70% crit rate, because Whisper self-buffs with 30% crit rate, we're fine to keep our crit rate around where it is as well. I'm going to roll some of these pieces up only because I'm going to be doing a Hydra focus video on this account as well pretty soon, and so I am going to need a relatively powerful Whisper here. So I don't like rank 16 in gear like this outside of a gear enhancement event, but I am going to do it, and sadly Whisper does need to be placing her own weakened debuffs in this team because just a limitation of the team. At least we roll into some speed here with the final roll on this accuracy banner. So there you go, man. This Whisper rebuild is just a bit of a prelude as to what is coming in a future account takeover video on this account. Okay. Oh, nice. Do we roll into crit damage as the final roll on the Slayer's shield as well? Oh, this is great. Let's go ahead and slam this gear on. Now, actually, before I rank 16 those pieces, another thing that you're going to want to be doing, and this becomes more and more important as your account matures over time, is that before you take a gear piece up to rank 16, you then want to go ahead and ascend that gear piece and see if you can just push it just that little bit further than any other gear that you've got on your account right now. So for crit damage gauntlets for Anuka, we're looking for crit damage as the pink stat as we ascend up our gear here. It rolls into crit rate, which isn't the worst thing in the world. Okay, if we wanted to re-roll this stat, it costs you chaos dust. This is a pain to get, and so I don't really fancy our chances at a 1 in 8 pink stat reroll. Like, gloves can roll into a lot of different crap when it comes to the main stat on these gloves, and so I'm fine just to go ahead and leave this as crit rate for the time being. It's not the end of the world, you know. It's okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and ascend this up to 4 stars of ascension. Then I'm going to leave it there. This is because even if you roll into a pink stat that you really like on a gear piece, you don't want to take it all the way up to max level of ascension until there's a personal reward CVC, generally speaking. And the reason for that is, well, you want to win personal reward CVC, right? And you can see there's a CVC live right now, so every time I ascend a piece of gear, it's rolling up some free CVC points. It's like the only event in the game where you get points for ascending your gear, so don't be ascending your gear at least until 5 and 6 stars until a CVC starts, because you're going to get a whole boatload of just easy points by just being a little bit patient and waiting for a good juicy personal rewards edition CVC. Now, something else I'll also mention as well is that when it comes to using your chaos powders on accessories, a great spend for these is getting crit damage as a substat, as like a pink stat on your crit damage amulets. Okay, it's such a good spend because honestly, getting crit, like none of the other pink stats are that helpful to champions who want crit damage, right? You want your nukas just much crit damage as humanly possible, and there's only 4 stats that you can roll on an amulet. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to 5 on a banner. I believe resistance, accuracy, and all of the main stats. So like your odds of hitting crit damage, it's like 1 in 4 every time that you use the reshuffle. So I'm gonna go ahead and rework, attempt a couple of reworks here and see if we can bundle our way into crit damage on this amulet. Hopefully we can without too much more. I'm getting a bit reticent to spend any more dust at this point, and so I'm just going to leave it where it is for now. But generally speaking, your amulets are a great place to be using your Chaos Powders, your big 6-star crit damage amulets. A great spot to be using Chaos Powders. So just try and pink roll on crit damage if you can. Ho, 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 ho. We actually managed to pink roll on attack percent on the chest, which is bloody glorious, man. That's really, really good. Okay, that's really, really good. I mean, the substat rolls are not great, but it's a bit of crit damage. Yeah, the Slayer chest is pretty saucy. And step number 4, after you've ascended gear, and after you've chaos ored any necessary gear, all that, blah, 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 blah. Step number 5 is going to be then applying glyphs to gear. And once again, you want to be applying your glyphs to gear pieces that are just a little bit tougher to get and where the stat rolls are bloody great. Okay, you want to make sure that you're getting good long-term value out of your glyphs. Once they're spent, and that's it at the end of the day, right? So a ring like this doesn't get much better than this. Like, the only thing this ring is lacking is like a defense percent roll instead of a flat attack roll or something, you know what I mean? So like it's basically as good as it's gonna get, kind of, as far as feral rings go for this specific faction. And so we shouldn't be scared of spending big expensive glyphs on a ring that's like this. However, do be aware that you need to save your 5 and 6 star glyphs to get through future, I think it's Marius missions on your account, and you're going to need a few hundred glyphs to get through those missions. To get through those particular glyph Marius missions, you need to max roll stats on 5 or 6 star glyphs. Okay, so just make sure that you're saving all of your 5 and 6 star glyphs until you get to those Marius missions would be my advice, because it takes you a lot to get through those. But by all means, go ahead and spend as many 4-star glyphs as you want as we get the lowest roll possible. Again, during CVC, just for the free tournament points during CVC, you might as well wait until CVC. Spend these 4-star glyphs, maybe some 3-star glyphs and stuff like that, boosting up the best gear on your account during CVC. But only commit these glyphs to, again, sort of your very best gear. You know what I'm saying, man? And alright, man, I think that's basically about it. Those are like the 5 steps to just getting ungodly. Did I say 4 steps at the start of the video? I think I did. Whatever, man. There's 5. There it is. Hope you all enjoyed this one, man. I'm going to go ahead and refine some builds on this account and then get back to you all with a supercharged high regime. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for stopping by. Hope you guys did enjoy. If you did learn something down below, go ahead and leave it down below in the comments. If you feel like I missed anything, drop it down below in the comments as well. Help each other out, all that good stuff. And of course, if you're looking to start up a new RAID account, man, make sure to get that done right now by using the beginner promo link. It's down below this video at the top of the description box. And I'm going to catch all of you guys just a tad bit later, man. Every single RAID champion reviewed in RAID, updated for 2026. Let's have it, man. Bannerlords first. I'll tell you what, Crossbowman, food. Yes, that's going to be the extent of my review for some of these champions. I can't tell you, I don't want to be here for 3 hours. You know what I'm saying? So, food champion. Valerie, actually pretty solid little RAID champion. Always worth holding onto a copy of Valerie because she's a 310 duration buff extender champion that can work pretty well in an Infinity Wixwell Demon Lord Clan Boss team, which is the best Demon Lord Clan Boss team in all of RAID. Next up, food. Courtier is a chicken leg. And then we get to Spymaster. Spymaster is unique in that he's one of the few RAID champions in the game that brings an attack all enemies block buffs, debuff that lands for 2 turns, but it's only a 60% land rate and it's a 4-turn cooldown. Honestly, probably food as well. Cataphract also no good. Conqueror, piece of crap. Halberdier, nah. Riskan, get him in the bin. Chevalier, terrible. Vanguard is a KFC bargain bucket. Steadfast Marshal, he might have a goat on his shoulder pauldron, but he's the farthest thing from a goat. Get him in the sea. Dagger, actually not too bad. Brings an attack all enemies. 75% chance of placing strong evasion, decreased defense for a couple turns on a 3-turn cooldown. Actually quite good. As far as Bannerlord's RAID champions go. You can go ahead and build a dagger up to level 50, maybe even level 60 if you want to take it all the way up for use in faction wars. Besides that, not super great. Denard, solid little champion. Also worth a build and worth a note, given that he's one of the only RAID champions of the game that brings the strong version of strength and buff on all allies. Lasts for 2 turns. 3-turn cooldown. pretty good, honestly. Also brings a provoke on the A1, which is fine. It's quite a low land rate, nothing to be relied upon, but a solid little rare champion all the same, and one that you might want to build out to level 50. Sylvan the Paramore brings a triple hitter A1, not bad for a starter champion at Fire Knight, and just bringing to tackle enemies weaken debuff on a 310 cooldown, but it's only a 15% version of weaken, so not absolutely massive stuff. Maybe worth building to 50 if you're desperate for Banner Lords champions to build on out, and that's it. First faction done. How long did that take? 2.5 minutes? Well, that means that we've got time to go ahead and remind you guys about the beginner promo link that's down below this video. If you ever looking to start off a new raid account in the year of 2026, or if you've got a friend who's looking to start playing raid and their first account is just an absolute disaster and you're looking to save their lives and their souls, have them click on the beginner link that's down below this video and use that link to create your new raid account. You're going to get Thorlin Foulbeard as your starter legendary champion, as well as 4 free epic champions. Just get your account off to an incredible start. I'd also recommend beginner promo code Desert Queen on day 1 of your new raid account. Input that code as soon as possible to get to Hanorach for a double legendary start, because why the hell not? Onwards to the High Elves faction. Okay, hope we've got a few less chickens in this one. Apothecary, fantastic rare, one of the best in the game, frankly. Great stuff. 310 cooldown, increased speed buff, strong version, 10 meter fill. You can't ask for much more than that, but Apothecary, he gives more than that with a triple hitter A1 great into early Fire Knight and a little bit of healing on his A2 skill. Honestly, very good rare champ. If you pull an Apothecary in the first couple weeks of your account, just get lucky from like a mystery shard or something, you're probably going to build him instead of High Katoon as your first level 60 increased speed buffer champ. Definitely very solid. And honestly, the first rare that we've covered so far in this video that I'd say, you know, most people are probably going to build an Apothecary at least to level 50 on their account, even just as a faction war speed booster. Unlike Avenger, who, you know, she's got a lot going for her, if you know what I'm saying, but she's still not worth the build. Elhain, not bad. I'd argue, at least in my opinion, I think she's maybe like second best starter of like the starter rare champions. She brings multiple attack all enemy skills, and so she's actually a pretty good little faction wars damage dealer. 1 3-turn cooldown attack all enemies, and 1 4-turn cooldown attack all enemies, and yeah, she's okay. I don't know what to tell you. If you're desperate for a damage dealer in faction wars, Elhain could do the job. Adjudicator's a chicken. Eris, she's got a niche. She can actually be bucked up to a 100% land rate, increased speed buff, strong version on all allies for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown on a A2, which is pretty good. What people would generally use Eris for in the past is against Demon Lord Clan Boss, and you'd build Eris in a toxic set and make use of her passive counterattacks the attacker when an ally is hit, and so she's just spamming out a lot of counterattacks with her A1, which isn't particularly powerful against Demon Lord, but with a toxic set, she's applying a lot of weak version poisons. I don't know, I don't think you need that anymore, where you can get off to a start on a new raid account these days with a promo link like the one down below and get just insanely good stats in raid with Thorlin and Venomage using my promo link. You know, I feel like champions like Eris fallen by the wayside. I personally wouldn't bother building her unless you're absolutely sweating for an increased speed buff in your High Elves team, but hopefully then you've got an Apothecary for that job. Magister might look like Apothecary. He's Apothecary's just inadequate cousin. Not very good, don't build him. Fencer isn't terrible. Attack all enemies, 100% land rate, decreased defense debuff, but it's only the weak version of 30%. She's not awful by any stretch. She also brings a 100% land rate stun. It is only single target, but you know, she's an okay champion. Would I even take it at level 50? Personally, I would not. Some people do believe in Fencer. Hyria is actually a pretty good early game poison champion. Oh god, we're spending a lot more time in the High Elves, but she does bring a 4-10 cooldown, albeit, but triple hitter A2 each hit with a 50% chance of placing poison debuff for 2 turns. So for whatever reason you don't start with a kill, or you choose for some perplexing reason to not start a new account using my beginner promo link, and you just need a good early game poisoner, you know, there could be a universe that exists in which you build a Hyria up to level 50, but probably not much more beyond that. Prosecutor, in theory, is okay. In practice, isn't very good. 75% land rate, decreased speed debuff for 2 turns on a 3-10 cooldown is actually quite good on an attack all enemies skill, but it's kind of all Prosecutor does. The 10 meter decrease is not reliable enough on the A1 to really help you out in dungeons or anything. I don't know. A level 50 Prosecutor for decreased speed in faction wars could be fine. Medicus, nah. Interceptor, garbage. Reliquary Tender, crap. Just kidding. Reliquary Tender is one of the best rare champions in the game as well. One of the best rare revivers in the game, rivaled only and perhaps in some people's opinions surpassed by Tree Shield Not of the Sylvan Watchers faction. But she brings a 3-turn cooldown cleanse and continuous heal buff that lasts for 2 turns. This is a fantastic skill, like very, very powerful skill that really belongs on like a low tier, maybe epic champion, but you can get it on a rare champion if you get lucky enough to pull reliquary. For most accounts, you're going to be building a reliquary to at least level 50, just to be a faction wars survivor more than anything. Selene Nightcloak is worth holding on to as an HP burner champion to take into Sand Devil's Necropolis. Why? Sand Devil's Necropolis stage 25 takes like 520 accuracy or something to actually land your debuffs like HP burn against the boss. Well, at least she buffs herself with an increased accuracy buff and then tries to place the HP burn on her A3. So you can get away with building with like 380 accuracy or something, and she can do the job of burner into that dungeon. That is all for the High Elves, man. A little bit higher quality, unlike the Sacred Order, which is full of a lot of dross. Now, Ethel, she's going to get a little bit of a free pass. Start a red champion. Okay, fine. She's like the same caliber as Elhain, and the same logic applies there. You need a damage dealer, and she can do an okay option for you in your Sacred Order faction wars. Witness, just not good, man. Triss Marigold over here, just not super good. Not worth building, man. Hospitaler, chicken. Wait a minute. Is Pagan actually good? Nope. Definitely chicken. Castigator. Some people believe in him. For me, chicken. I don't think he's good enough. Chaplain. Nah. Lamela. Nah. Solaris. Straight out of Dark Souls 1. Nah. Get rid of him, man. Renouncer. Not good. Templar. Templar is one worth holding on to. And not just because he's a fusion component champion either, but because he actually brings a block damage buff on himself. Place a block damage buff in this champion for 1 turn. That's the only line of this entire A2 skill that you care about. It's a 3-turn cooldown block damage skill. It means that if you build your Templar with just the right speed and with just the right build, you can build him to solo one of the most problematic bosses in the game, especially for newer players, Dreadhorn Bommel. Now, it's not an easy build to pull off. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with it, but if you're going to get hard stuck against Bommel and Templar is your only bloody answer to progress in like Curse City or Doom Tower or whatever, just keep him in the vault. You can build him for that job. It's a little bit of an annoying build, a bit of a tough build, but I think he's worth keeping 1 copy, unlike Penitent to get her in the sea. War Priest, I think she's trash. Some people like War Priest. I can't fathom why. It's a weak version, increased attack buff and a single target heal. Nah, she's not very good, man. Judicator can get in the sea. War Maiden can get in the sea right after him. Mother Superior can get in the sea. We'll give her a lifeboat at least, so she doesn't sink like a rock, because, you know, she's wearing quite a lot of armor. But Headsman looks really cool. He's a chicken with a hood on. Sanctum Protector. I literally heard this guy in my backyard this morning cock-a-doodle-doodling for the sunrise. He's that much of a chicken. Confessor, nah. Justicia, nah, not good. Harrier, he looks very, very handsome, doesn't he? Well, he's crap. Get him off my screen. Dracronus, nope. And then we're on to the uncommon champions. God, there's a lot of crap in the Sacred Order. There's really a lot of dross. I mean, you're talking 2, maybe 3 champions of all of these rares that are actually worth building. Yeah. As for the Barbarians, things are, I believe, a little bit better with the Barbarians, man. We're going to start things off with Marked. As you can see with the in-game reviews, Marked is actually a champion that people used to believe in. Faction Wars, Demon Lord, that kind of thing. She'd actually find some use in the game way back in the day. Why is she got a 4.2 into Hydra? Exactly 0 people are using Marked in the Hydra team, dude. People just review things randomly in this game sometimes. That said, her 3-turn cooldown, block debuff buff, and increased defense buff on all allies for 2 turns isn't bad. It's not bad. It's not terrible. The only issue is that it's all she does. It's kind of all she does. The rest of her kit is quite negligible in what it does. Quite unimpressive. But no, it's fine. Build at level 50 if you're desperate and you're just dying in faction wars and you want a big increased defense buff and a 3-turn cooldown. Fair play, you know. Besides that, probably going to be a skip for most people. Elder is terrible. Hill Nomad is terrible. Dunestride is no better. Look at her rusty gear. I mean, she might look like a... Honestly, she looks very, very cool, but look at the sword. Oh my god. I mean, she looks insanely cool, but she's so terrible that it doesn't even bear mentioning, right? Yeah, like attack all enemies, heal reduction. You can maybe use it for like the heal reduction quest or challenge, early game challenge in your account or something in Spirit Keep. I don't know, man. Trugor looks pretty cool as well. Got a bit of a bucket on his head, but besides that, looks pretty cool. He's absolutely terrible. Sentinel is actually not a bad champion at all. It's the first one that we can stop on for just a second. Sentinel brings an attack on enemy. He brings an 85% land rate provoke debuff for 1 turn as long as this attack is critical. So crit rate gauntlets on this guy. Just get him to 100% crit as quickly as you can. It's not a bad land rate on this provoke for getting through stuff like Magma Dragon when you're just first starting out. Even if you just build him to level 50 for that job. And then on his A2 brings an attack all enemies, 3-turn cooldown, 70% chance of blessing weak version, decreased attack. On his passive, he heals himself at the start of his turn. He's okay. He's fine if you're in desperate need of a single target provoker champion. He's not really reliable enough to do things like farm Hydra. Eventually the provoker's going to miss and you're going to get kicked in the nuts, but he's not a terrible rare champion. War Maiden is actually great, and we're not just talking about the outfit, man. On the A3, it's an attack all enemies, 310 cooldown, 100% land rate, decreased defense, strong version. The most quintessential debuff in the game from a campaign farmable rare champion. All you gotta do is farm stage 9 campaign on repeat on the harder difficulty you go of stage 9. The more likely it is that rare champions drop from clearing those stages. Just farm yourself up a War Maiden, man. Most people leave War Maiden these days at level 50 and just use her in Faction Wars as a decreased defense bot, but that's good enough. Like, for a red champion, that's actually very, very good use. You can even use her in like early game arena and stuff for just an AoE decreased defense. She's a solid little champion that still to this day I feel is worth building at least to 50. Slayer's no good. Anointed, a triple hit at A1 with chance of placing freeze. Not bad into hard mode Fire Knight, but at the same time, by the time you're ready to actually start taking on hard mode difficulty Fire Knight, you should have better freeze champions and better multi-hitter freeze champions than an Anointed. So he's probably going to fall by the wayside long before you get there. For most people, an auto chicken. Berserker, his kit might read well and read good, but he's not very good. Bloodbraid, nah. Soulborn Warrior, actually very, very good. Another one, man, for the Barbarians faction. I told you, Barbarians are looking good. And attack all enemies A1. All of our skills have an extra 25% chance of inflicting a crit, which is great. She's great in a stun set for just controlling waves and just landing those stuns quite consistently, given that she's got an attack all enemies A1. But not just that, man. A2 ignores 75% of the target's defense, so she can actually kind of smack with this thing. As far as rare champions go, at least, it's quite a hard-hitting A2. And then on the A3, it's a 410 cooldown, attacks one enemy, 100% chance bugged of fully depleting the target's current turn meter, which is also great. Not just for controlling waves, but also potentially against some early game bosses as well. Realistically, you're probably not going to use her in any of your boss killer teams, but she's certainly a good Faction Wars rare. Tiger Soul's crap, Skirmish is terrible, Ox is just... nah. Ragemonger is... man. You know what, some champions just don't even deserve a comment. Scrapper? Ooh. He's like the male version of War Maiden, for anyone out there who was so inclined. Got some niche use into Scarab King, because of how his A1 works. Attacks when enemy places shield buff on the champion for 2 turns equal to 5% of the damage inflicted if this attack is critical. And so he can attack in perpetuity with his A1 skill into Scarab King and Doom Tower and never trigger the boss's counter attack. So you can build him in like a destroy set or something. He actually brings a little bit of max HP destroy as well on his A2, and so, you know, he's fine for that boss, but I feel like you're better off just building... there's like 100 other different ways that you can take on Scarab King that don't involve building out a rare champion like Scrapper, who's bloody useless everywhere else in the game. So it's a no from me. Ritualist looks so insanely awesome, dude. Are you kidding me with that goddamn tiger arm paint? Yes, that's what I'm looking at. I was looking at that arm, okay? What were you looking at? Get your mind out the gutter, people. She's not worth building, so don't waste your time, man. She's gone. And then we're on to Dervish. That's it for the Barbarians rare champions. Good few in there, given that they don't have as many rares as the Sacred Order. They're doing pretty good in terms of quality, man. We're on to the Ogren tribes, where we've got even less rares to deal with, but there are some here that are worth mentioning at least. Is Rocktooth one of them? I can't remember. No, he isn't. He's no good. Rocktooth is terrible. Pounder's not great either. Fortress Goon can keep on gooning somewhere else, man. Get him off my screen. Wagonbane. Is he any good? Nah, he's no good. Magma Blood. Which one brings the reliable provoke? I swear we got a rare champion that brings a reliable provoke. It's not Magma Blood. He's no good. Roughstone is fine. He has an attack all enemies A1. At least, so you could build him and just disable his A2 and his A3 and just have him spam his A1 and a stun set, maybe, and you can contribute a little bit to damage being an attack champion, but I don't know. I've never felt that tempted to build him myself. I've never seen anybody else build him, frankly. Oh, okay, like one account in like 100 plus account takeovers that I've done on the channel. I've seen one Roughstone built at like level 50. Not a believer in him myself. I'd leave him alone, man. Ogren. Nah, Ogren Jailer isn't it either. Lumber is no good. Fury Stalker is a chicken. Siegebreaker is a chicken. Flesh Eater is a chicken. Oh god. It's Rock Beast. Rock Beast might be a, I think Rock Beast is the fusion component champion, right? I need to see his, okay. I think he is. He's actually pretty good. Like, he's actually pretty good. He's got a 410 cooldown, attack all enemies, 100% land rate, decreased speed debuff for 110, because he's void affinity. He can't weak hit against any enemies with this attack, and so that's great. It's as reliable as you can hope for of a strong decreased speed debuff as far as rare champions go. And his A1 has a 75% land rate provoke debuff, man. Like, he's actually quite good, you know, as a wave controller. Don't mind this champion at all. He also brings some Temi to fill increased defense buff on himself for 310s on his A2, which is a thing. Not a bad champion to build out at level 50 in my book, at least. It's just a decreased speed engine for your Ogre Tribes faction wars teams in the early game. Bellower, Bellower, Bellower. The best rare champion that we've covered so far in this video. I'm going to call it right now. We've arrived at one of the top 3 rares in the game as far as Bellower goes, and for me, he's pretty much a must build on every account ever. He's not a priority build. You don't need to rush build a Bellower, but build one eventually. You'll thank me when it comes to clearing secret rooms and into faction wars. He's very, very solid. Bellower's a good champion, man. Attack all enemies on all 3 of his skills, first and foremost, so great in the stun set. He's amazing as a campaign farmer. Build him with like 200% crit damage, or like it's like 190% crit damage or something, and then a certain amount of attack stat or whatever, and he can clear campaign in 7 seconds, which is very, very useful to have as well. But not just that, man. His A1 brings a chance of placing block active skills against enemies. His A2 has a chance of placing decreased speed for a couple turns. It's only weak version, but that's fine. And then he's got both weak version, decreased attack, and decreased defense debuff attached to his A3. Why is this so good? Because that's a lot of weak version debuffs, right? Well, I'm gonna tell you why it's good. Bellower has crazy scaling potential as you get better soul quality on your Bellower, right? You can go for the Nature's Bounty Blessing. It's a rare quality blessing, so it can go on your Bellower. Whenever this champion applies a weak version of a debuff, you get a percentage chance to convert that. What the hell happened? You get a percentage chance to convert that debuff into the strong version. Just bloody saucy. It starts off at like a 30% at 3 stars. If you can get like a 5 or a 6 star soul on your Bellower, which is not that hard to do on a rare champion souls are a lot easier to get, you can get up to like a 60% chance for Bellower to be relatively consistently placing stronger version, decreased attack, decreased defense, and decreased speed, man. That is no joke. Like, Bellower is a very, very solid champion that does well for your account in the long run, which I think is important to take into consideration with a rare champion. Gear Grinder does bring a revive, but he's one of the worst rare revivers in the game, in my book at least. He brings a little bit of healing. His reviver's fine. Build up to level 50 at the absolute most would be my recommendation just for faction wars. And Mykolas is absolutely, I mean, he's not even a chicken, he's a pigeon. Let's go on to the Lizardmen faction. What does that even mean? Let's go on to the Lizardmen faction. As I pause just a second to take a breather. Woo! Wait, where's my cup of tea? Oh my god, my tea's going to be getting cold over in the counter. I left it in the kitchen. Oh, it's all good, man. Cup of tea rescued. It was actually in a flask, so we're good. Okay. Alright, and so Lizardmen rares. Man, we're making pretty good progress here. I gotta tell you the truth. Muckstalker, decent little specialist champion if you require a reliable sleep debuff champion to take into, wait a minute. It is Sand Devil, right? Why am I second guessing that? Of course it's Sand Devil. God, I really needed to get that cup of tea in me. My goodness. I need an ooh from Taifu, as they say, right? Yeah, sleep debuffer. He's fine for that job. Hopefully we can get a better champion to do the job, but he's the most budget option champion that you can have for super early game Sand Devil teams, until you can build a, you know, just a busted Godseeker, an Eerie team, or a Donatello team, or something that can like solo or duo their way through the entire dungeon, which for me is probably the best way to get it done in the long run. But he's okay. Skink is crap. Gator is, wait a minute, Gator's not a chicken. Gator's actually okay. It brings the 310 cooldown cleanse. Not terrible. Not terrible. The rest of his kit isn't super great, is the only downside. It brings a weak version increased attack buff, which doesn't really help a whole lot, and a heal reduction debuff, which is pretty low land rate on his A1. But his debuff cleanse can be okay if you want to build him up to like level 50 or something to just get through Nether Spider. Because when you enter the fight against Nether Spider and Doom Tower, it just dumps like 4 or 5 poisons on you straight away, and it can be devastating to deal with. And so having someone on the team, anyone on the team, who can come in and cleanse those can be nice. I think he's a crap champion. He's terrible, actually. But for that one job, he might just be the perfect answer that you need to sort of get you through, right? If Nether Spider's getting you down in Doom Tower. So I'll give him that kudos at least. Slitherbrute, nah, not very good. Bogwalker's a chicken. Skullswan is a 13% speed, aura, infection crypts. He gets a bunch of 10 meter boost and gives himself increased speed.
We'll
Only
take
himself
that.
increased speed, then attacks. Nah, he's not very good. I don't think Skulls one's worth it. Hurler is no good. He's a chicken. Fling is a chicken. Slasher is a chicken. Metal Shaper is a. You thought I was going to say chicken man. He's actually pretty good. Metal Shaper is the better rare champion option. Better than Scrapper to take into Scarab King because he brings 210
Well, that was
cooldown. 210 duration shield buffs. This means, okay, whenever you attack into Scarab King inside a Doom Tower, or wherever you run into Scarab King, maybe Curse City, if you attack into the boss without a shield buff active, the boss counterattacks and your life is ruined. Okay, it's over, just give it up, right? But if you've got a Metal Shaper on your account, it doesn't have to be that way, right? As long as Metal Shaper is the fastest champion on your team, highest speeds on your team, he can just spam this shield buff on repeat for the entire fight, right? Just prioritize using the shield buff and just maintains 100% uptime shields across your entire squad. Then it's just a matter of getting up a decreased speed on the Scarab and controlling its turn meter. And the boss will just never get a turn, and you can sort of take the kill from there, you know? He's a great cheat code option champion. I'm going to be covering some cheat code option rare champions actually in a video soon. Rares that have like special secret, like hidden superpowers, you know? It's going to be a cool video, I think. Haruspex, not a bad rare champion reviver. Same rules as any reviver with Haruspex. If you need a reviver, rare champion will do sometimes inside of faction wars. Build him to level 50. I wouldn't recommend building him any further than that. Cagebound is, you know, he brings attack all enemies, decrease attack. It's 100% land rate. It's just a shame that it's the weak version. He does also bring a weak version ally protect. That lasts for a couple turns on a 3-10 cooldown. You know what? I don't think he's a bad rare champion. I think 4.4 in Faction Wars is actually pretty fair in-game review for Cagebound. He's alright. He's very just like general, all-purpose. Helps keep your team alive a little bit. The only thing is that you might struggle with him at level 50 eventually because an ally protector generally needs to be very, very tanky to soak up all of that extra damage that's getting redirected into them. And a level 50 Cagebound is going to struggle towards the higher levels of Faction Wars where you're taking a lot of damage potentially. It might end up dying horribly. And so, you know, take it with a grain of salt, but he's not a bad rare champion at all because he brings 2 decent tools to the table. Which brings us to Terex the Restless. Attacks all enemies, 4-turn cooldown, 75 land rate provoke. He's not bad, you know, not terrible. Brings a weak version of strength and buff on all allies as well on the 3-turn cooldown. Again, another sort of catch-all, general all-purpose rare champion that you could build potentially to 50 into Faction Wars, but probably not much more beyond that. Moving on to the Skinwalkers. We're approaching the halfway mark. We're doing pretty well, man. We're doing pretty well. Skinwalkers, we've got Greybeard. First, Greybeard's alright. 3-10 cooldown, attack all enemies, 40% land rate freeze is actually okay as far as wave control goes. For a rare champion, wouldn't recommend taking him past 50. Honestly, for most people, probably going to be considered a chicken. But yeah, for Faction Wars, he's about a 4. Not too bad. Fleshmonger's also pretty good for Faction Wars, by the way. 4-turn cooldown on his decreased... Wait a minute. It's not 100% land rate, though. 4-10 cooldown, decreased defense at a 75% land rate when fully booked. Probably not quite good enough for modern raid. For whatever reason, people think it's... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's better than I'm thinking. I personally wouldn't build one, but if you're desperate for decreased defense, go ahead and build this guy for your Faction Wars teams. Only to level 50, though. Hide Stitch Your Bone is actually very, very good. Burn, I should say, is very, very good. Brings a shield buff on all allies equal to 20% of the max HP for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. Increased resistance buff is sort of whatever, but the shield is quite nice. And then brings an AoE heal on a 3-turn cooldown, and AoE 10 meter fill on the same skill. He's actually quite a solid little Faction War support champion to bring along. Only have to build him to 50, and he's going to have pretty decent impact. Not bad. Blood Painter, double hitter A1, it's a very low chance of placing the poison. Nah, not good enough, man. He's a chicken. Midcarver Tolog, Reviver, you know the score with Revivers. If you need one, take him to 50. Nalhorn, very, very good. Another red champion that probably breaks into the top 3 red champions inside of raid, at least the top 5. AoE Provoke with 100% land rate on a 3-turn cooldown. That's really, really good for a rare. And what's more, he also brings an unkillable buff on himself on a 3-turn on his A2. And his A1 cannot be a strong, critical, or weak hit, which as a new player, you might be like, well, what's the big deal with that? Phantom Shoguns, that's the big deal with that. Don't go looking up Phantom Shogun guides if you're a new player watching this video. You're just gonna hate yourself, okay? Just take it from me. It's not a clean or a fun dungeon to progress in, but Nalhorn is great. He's a secret weapon champion into that dungeon. Hold on to your Nalhorns, people. Channeler, don't hold on to him. Lob him into the oven he's probably got a decent flank on him, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, cook this guy up in your tavern, use him as a food champion. Grappler. Is there anything to Grappler? Nah. Grappler's terrible. Lammibear is, he brings a little bit of heals, revive on death buff, but it's only single target, so it doesn't give him much utility anywhere. A bit of AoE healing, but it's on a 410 cooldown. Not good enough. And he's in contention for the award for ugliest raid champion, at least of all the rare champions. Get off my screen sooner rather than later. Bloodhound, not very good. Panthera, kind of build as like a, I don't know, potential finite progression champion, but frankly, even for a rare champion, 3% 10-meter decrease on a triple header, and it's not even 100% land rate, and it has to be on a crit. Like, holy crap, is Armager a better 10-meter decreaser than this champion? And he's not even just like a regular rare, he's an uncommon champion. This is a void rare. Come on, man. Like, this champion is not good. I would never ever recommend building Panthera. I think that she's a total bit. Next up, we've got, where are we? Oh, we're onto the Orcs, actually. Onto the Orcs faction, where we have so much crap. Oh my god, this is going to be really easy. This is going to be an easy job. Oh god, anybody who just like loves the Orc faction out there that's watching this video right now, block your ears. I'll just skip like a minute ahead in the video. In fact, it won't even take a minute. Food. Not bad if you need faction wars damage, but not that great either. Probably the weakest of the starter champions, at least in my book. Some people will already be disliking the video just because I said that, man. Like, Gallic has a fan club. Spikehead, food. Oh my god, food. Wait a minute, food? Are we actually done? Huntress, food, Ripper Fist, crap. That's it. We got Gallic. You got Gallic and the entire Orcs faction. They're all really bad. Come on, Plarium, man. Can't we get a couple of decent Orc rares to use as like fusion components or something in like an upcoming fusion? Just give one of them like a, I don't know, something just like an AoE decrease speed on a 50% land rate or something on a 310 cooldown. Even that would actually help out the Orc rares a lot. You know, they're really terrible. Next up, the Demon Spawn faction, where honestly we're going to start things off with Diabolist, one of the better rare champions. I think that she's great, only because she brings a 310 cooldown, strong version increased speed buff. It's kind of it. Also, she's campaign farmable as well, so very easy to get her fully booked up and fully upgraded, just using copies of Diabolist to upgrade her skills in the tavern. Great way to upgrade her skills. Increased speed buff, a little bit of 10-meter manipulation on a 410 on her A3. Fine champion, worth for most accounts in my view to build up to level 50 at least to use in faction wars until you find a better increased speed buff champion. Tormentor is a chicken. Petrifia is fine. She's fine, dude. So Petrifia is not a bad poison alternative champion to use instead of a Frozen Banshee in the super early game because she can place poison sensitivity. And she can also place a poison debuff on the same A3 skill. Issue is it's a 410 cooldown. And even fully booked, it's only a 40% chance to actually land the poison sensitivity debuff, which, you know, it can actually miss every now and again, which really stinks if and when that happens. If you want to pair up your Petrifia with like your Kale or something, it's like a starter poison duo into Demon Lord Clan Boss, it can work, but for me, you're still going to be better off using a Frozen Banshee. That said, Petrifia does bring the opportunity to try and place decreased defense on an A1 as well. Strong version if the poison sensitivity lands. But again, if that poison sensitivity fails to land, which can happen, suddenly this A1 feels very lackluster as well, and it's got this like snowballing effect, it's not feeling very good, and she only places one single poison on her A2 as well, and only weak version decreased attack. I don't know. She's an okay rare champion, but I think that you take Frozen Banshee every time over Petrifia. Houndspawn, no good. Hellfang, no good. Marcus, no good. Abyssal, not too bad. Brings that tackle enemies A1, allowing him to gear up in a stun set and get decent value from that stun set. Brings some AoE heals, which if you don't need this in Faction Wars, you don't need him to be your healer. You can just disable this skill and it's fine. He'll use his A1 more often and alternate between using the A1 skill and his A3, which places weak version, increased defense, and increased attack buff, which it's only the weak versions, but at least it's both buffs wrapped up in one skill. It's got that going for it at least. He's an okay little champion. He's not too bad. Hellborn Sprite, always worth holding onto one copy of this champion for the same reason as Valerie in the Bannerlords faction, right? She brings a unique buff to the table and she increases the duration of all ally buffs by 1 turn on a 310 cooldown. Makes her great in an Infinity Wixwell Demon Lord Clan Boss team. Those Wixwell Demon Lord teams are worth planning ahead for, believe you me. If you pull a Wixwell, you want to have Valerie, Hellborn Sprite, Godseeker, Aniri, whatever champions you can that bring a 3-turn cooldown skill that increases the duration of ally buffs by a turn, have those waiting in the vault. Have them ready to go, right? There's nothing worse than pulling a Wixwell and you don't have the tools to make that team when the time comes. Hellfreak, some people actually believe in this guy, by the way. He's actually got pretty good arena offense reviews, which is kind of nuts to me. He can swap HP with an enemy, then get himself an extra turn, then attack an enemy, steal buffs from the target before attacking, and so he's got some utility, but that's it. A 10% speed aura in all battles. Is that the lowest in the game? I don't think I've ever seen an aura, speed aura lower than that, actually, but I don't know. I don't think he's worth building. I wouldn't be baited into building this guy as a new player. He's exclusively useful in arena, and even then he's a very, very early game gimmick that your account is going to grow out of very, very quickly, so I wouldn't bother, man. Ifrit, no good. Marcus, no good. Fellhound, very, very good campaign farmer alternative to a Bellower. If you pull a Fellhound before a Bellower on your account, you can build Fellhound to just spam his attack all enemies A1 and use him as your campaign farmer, and you can clear a campaign in like 7 or 8 seconds as well, same as Bellower. The only thing about Fellhound is that he's got a little bit less longevity than Bellower because he doesn't quite benefit as much from the Nature's Bounty blessing as Bellower does. That is the right blessing, right? I feel like I'm making that up for some reason. Malbranch is no good, and that is all for the Demon Spawn faction. Moving on to the Undead Hordes, where we're going to get to actually cover Frozen Banshee, but first, Defrosted Banshee, also known as just Banshee. She brings an attack all enemies on her A2, on her A1, another attack all enemies on the A2, on a 2-turn cooldown. You can see where I'm going with this. And then she brings attacking 2 times at random on her A3, which isn't very good. It's got like a relatively low chance to place a block active skills debuff for a turn. In my view, build your Banshee in a stun set and try to get her fully booked in terms of fully booking the A2, because it's actually not a bad A2 to get it down to a 2-turn cooldown. But just leave her A3 unbooked if you can. If you can get lucky with where your skill tomes go, of course it's going to be random, but you actually don't want to get this skill fully booked. I'd rather she just spams the A1 and the A2 as much as possible in a stun set and just gets good stun set value and wave content. Yeah. Temptress, no good. Frozen Banshee, very, very good. I mean, comparing her to Petrifia, she brings 100% land rate, 3-turn cooldown, poison sensitivity debuff for 2 turns, so better land rate, lower cooldown than Petrifia. And instead of bringing like 1 flimsy poison on an A2 or whatever, Frozen Banshee brings a double poison, each with 100% land rate on her A1. Strong versions, man. As long as the target's under poison sensitivity, these poisons are going to land. She's a great rare champion poisoner. Frankly, pair her up with any other poisoner on your account, and she's going to absolutely pop off. Good for the early game. I wouldn't rush her up to level 60 because she's not very good anywhere else in the game, really, outside of Demon Lord Clan Boss, but take her up to level 50 at least, tank her up. She's an attack champion. You don't have to build her with attack, build her with HP percent, defense percent, and let the poisons do most of the work. You can get good value out of your Banshee. Grave Chill Killer is a champion that you typically pair up with a Frozen Banshee. She lands all kinds of strong poison debuffs if the target's under poison sensitivity, and so she pairs up quite well. Why is that hard for me to say? Sensitivity. I'm just speaking too quickly. Grave Chill, she's okay. She pairs quite well with Frozen Banshee, but honestly, it's been a long time since I've seen one of these built. I feel like, again, with the beginner promo links that are available and stuff inside of Raid these days, you can get a Venomage from my beginner promo link to pair up with a Frozen Banshee if you really want to, and so Grave Chill Killer, fallen by the wayside a little bit. Sorceress, not too hot. Grinner, rare champion reviver. I don't need to say any more than that, really. You know what to do at this point with your Red Champion Revivers. Wretch is no good. Bone Knight is crap. Rotting Mage is terrible. Ghoulish Ranger is... I mean, just look at him. I mean, he actually looks pretty cool, but he's not very good. Even though he's an HP burner, don't bother. Corpulent Cadaver, Chicken, Arbalista, Chicken, Doomscreech. Doomscreech, I tell you what. Actually a pretty good Red Champion. Pretty good Red Champion, man. 3-turn cooldown. 30% 10 meter fill on all allies is very, very good in general, basically all content, and then brings a 60% increased defense buff on allies for 2 turns. He's actually quite good, you know. He's actually quite good. I actually think he's a little bit underrated here as far as I can. How could he possibly be a 4.1 in arena offense, man? We've seen some absolute crap get higher ratings in arena offense that we covered in this video so far, and Doomscreech is sitting there at a 4.1. Doesn't make any sense at all. His hair is absolutely fabulous. He's got some Buffon action going, which I love, and actually wiggles when he yells as well, which is great. He's a solid little rare champion worth building up to 50, I think, for most accounts. Holo is no good. Seducer is, oh man, he's seducing me. I have to give him a good review. That said, I actually don't think he's very good. I don't think he's very good. Some people like to big up Seducer because he brings a, it's only a weak version decreased attack debuff. It's reliable, but it's weak version. For a Void Ray, you're hoping for a bit more. It brings an increased defense buff on allies and a block debuffs buff on allies that lasts for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. I tell you what, that's actually quite good. Now that I reread it again, it is a 2-turn duration block debuffs. That's actually pretty nice. I still wouldn't recommend maxing him. I'd still just leave him at level 50. He brings a 4th skill that unlocks when Temptress is on the same team, and it's an ally protect, and that's great. But Temptress is bad. So, like, you know, like, is it even worth putting Temptress on the team just to make Seducer a little bit stronger? I personally don't think so. Not a bad champion, but there you go. Stitch Beast is terrible. Armentine Skeleton, get him out of here. Drowned Bloat Wraith, man. Some things were just better left drowned. We'll just leave it at that, man. Skull Squire is an uncommon champion, and so he's a piece of crap and is not part of this video. There we go, man, for the Undead Holds. On to the Dark Elves. I gotta tell ya, this is actually a pretty darn high quality faction. I think, in my opinion. Considering it hasn't got that many rare champions again. It's kind of crazy how some factions have so many bloody rares, and some of them have so few. I'm not sure why they're so far behind. It's not like Dark Elves is a new faction or something, but Judge is actually an okay little rare. I wouldn't ever recommend building him to 60, but he brings a double hitter on his A2 and a 310 cooldown, and each hit he does has a 30% chance of placing a random strong version debuff from this list. Few of which are actually very, very strong. Like, everything apart from decreased accuracy is very, very strong. The only issue is that these debuffs only last for 110. And so it's, yeah, it's a bit of a battle to get a lot of value out of your Judge, but he's not a terrible rare champion. He bears mentioning at least. Kale, still probably the best starter rare champion. Some people out there like to disagree, but those people are all Gallic pickers, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Even on my new free-to-play account where I started off with a Venomage and a Xenomorph and all these good poison champions, I still kind of wish I'd just started off with a Kale instead of the Elhain. Like, even on my own new free-to-play account that I made like a month ago at this point, you know. His quadruple hitter, strong version poison on his A3, his big AoE damage, and his small version poison on his A1. He's still just a great, great boss killer champion to take into Dragon, Demon Lord, Ice Golem, all of that good stuff, you know. Mystic Hand is crap, Steel Boy is terrible, Ordinator is just abysmal, Spirit Host is not too bad. She's alright, man. 10% speed aura is whatever, but she brings a little bit of debuff cleanse and a block debuff stuff on allies for 110. Problem is it's on a 510 cooldown. Now, that's supplemented by the fact that she also brings an increased attack buff, and it's the strong version on a 310 cooldown. I can see, you know, being a decent, I'd say like a large minority of players out there that would actually build Spirit Host up to 50 on most new accounts that they make. She's by no means a must build, but strong version decreased attack on a 310 is quite good, and so who the hell knows? I think that she's actually quite a decent rare, also campaign farmable as well. Hexweaver is no good, Wanderer is meh, Cold Heart is absolutely insane. Again, we're in like top 3 rare champion conversations here as far as Cold Heart goes. A quadruple hitter A1 skill, and attack all enemies on the A2, and then a single target smack that deals damage based on enemy max HP on her A3. And so this thing hits like an absolute truck against bosses, decreases enemy turn meter by 100%, and so, dude, quadruple hitter A1, 10 meter decrease, huge smack. She's amazing into Fire Knight, she's amazing into Spider, she's great into Dark Fae inside a Doom Tower. She's got quite a few uses going. Overall, very, very powerful champion. You'll be hard pushed to find an account that just like pulls a Cold Heart at any time in the first like 12 months of that account and doesn't build it. Most people are building a Cold Heart, if not multiple Cold Hearts. Paragon, great champion. Worth holding on to this guy, not because he's out and out busted on his own, but he is able to place a 210 cooldown unkillable buff that lasts for 2 turns, meaning like unless he gets interrupted in some way, a permanent unkillable buff on himself or on an ally. You can do some pretty insane things with the Paragon in terms of clearing campaign for the first time without taking any casualties. You can do some crazy things with Paragon inside of Phantom Shoguns alongside a Nalhorn as like the crit damage tank. Not a priority build, but definitely one worth holding on to because of the cheesy strats that you can do with him. Retainer is trash, Eviscerator is no good, Painkeeper's a very, very decent champion as well, niche champion. She can reduce the cooldown of ally skills by 110, meaning that she can be set up in things like unkillable and block damage style Demon Lord clan boss teams that can sort of go the distance, at least up to boss turn 50. she could be a key part of those teams, man. It's a very unique skill. Again, always just keep at least one pin keeper stored away in your vault if you want to build one of those sort of specialized teams in the future. Harvester is a chicken, and Sniper is uncommon. And so on as we go to the Knights Revenant faction. We're almost there, boys. We're plowing along pretty cushily now. I'm on quick break, and we're back. Knights Revenant, Executioner, let's have it. Solid little rare, man. Don't let that shiny bowling ball head fool you, man. He's pretty good. It mostly comes down to his A2. He's a fusion component champion as well, so you probably want to use him for that first. But you want to build one up to like level 50, maybe even 60, who knows? He's going to serve you well, man, because of this 310 cooldown A2, which is an attack all enemies, 100% chance to decrease enemy turn meter by 20%, and then a 75% chance when fully booked of placing weak version decrease speed for a couple times as well. It's fine, the decrease speed is a bonus. The 10 meter control is always going to land on a 310. His base speed sucks, so you're going to have to work on that a little bit and get his speed up with some decently fast gear. But besides that, he's not a bad little rare champion at all. The Aegis is a chicken, Magus, food, Coffin Smasher, not bad. Coffin Smasher is okay. Coffin Smasher is okay strictly if you pull this champion very, very early on in your account and you are lacking a decrease attack champion to take into Demon Lord Clan Boss specifically. So Coffin Smasher, triple hit at A1, each hit with a chance, 30% chance booked of placing strong version decrease attack for a couple turns, and then on the A2 has a chance of placing 75% chance booked, chance of placing HP burn debuff for a couple of turns. So it can actually assist with damage reasonably well, at least into Demon Lord Clan Boss. But are you going to build this champion up to 60 and farm full masteries on this champion and all of that? I mean, you'd have to be pretty bloody desperate and have like some terrible shard pulls and stuff like that, and not be using a beginner promo link. For example, the one down below at the top of this video's description box that awards Venom Mage and 100% land rate decrease attack debuff as well as poisons on that promo link. You'd have to be lacking a lot of tools for this champion to be worth taking up to 60, but it's an okay rare if you are hard pushed for that decrease attack debuff. Arcanist is food, Gladiator's food, food. Crimson Slayer's okay, triple hitter A1 is fine, and then a 14 cooldown, 100% land, chance of decreasing the target's 10 meter by 50%. It's actually a bit of a 10 meter steal. Fill this champion's 10 meter equal to the amount that the target loses. It's okay. I built this champion out to 50 before for finite progression, but she really struggled to keep pace and be useful as a 10 meter controller into finite after like stage 15 or stage 16. She can't really get you much further than that because of the 410 cooldown on this skill. It's just too long. It's just too long, and the 10 meter decrease isn't as effective as something like a Cold Heart's 10 meter decrease, you know? So she's alright, but hey. Torok's great faction wars champion. Self buffs with increased defense across all allies, and then has I think it's a 60% chance of placing provoke debuff for one turn on an AoE. It's actually 65% on a 310 cooldown. Quite good, you know, not bad at all. He also counterattacks when hit by an enemy under provoke, and then his A1 has a chance to place leech. He's actually a very solid little faction wars controller, and so yeah, Torok's can't whinge if you build him. Renegade, great stuff, similar to Painkeeper, cooldown decrease abilities worked into Renegade's kit. It's a 210 cooldown decrease of all ally skills at the cost of 30% of Renegade's HP. I use Renegade on my main account to this day as my crit damage tank into Phantom Shoguns. Bit of a niche use, but again, I think she's one of those champions that's worth keeping in the vault, just in case you want to build a cheesy team that relies on cooldown resets and getting like speed kills on bosses later on in your account. Deerwalker, wouldn't bother. Centurion, nah. Ashwalker, fine champion. Attack all enemies, weak version, weaken debuff on a 310 cooldown is okay, and it is a 12% speed aura in all battles, which might be the best you can do as far as speed auras go for your Knights Revenant faction. Not great though. Brings like an 80% land rate-ish. Stun debuff for a turn as well, bit of 10 meter decrease in enemies, but this is on a 410 cooldown. I don't think he's worth building. I've seen some people do actually like Ashwalker though, so I'll give him a little bit of a shout out for that. Onto the Dwarves faction, man. Grumbler, food. Runic Water, food. In fact, food. Cudgeler, food. Avi the Alchemage is okay. Can be worth a level 50 at least. Brings an attack all enemies 310 cooldown. 100% land when fully booked. Weak version decrease attack with a conditional decrease speed, which is actually quite hard to land, so it's usually just going to be a weak version decrease attack, then a bit of 10 meter boost and a little bit of healing on a 410 cooldown. You know, he's alright. By no means a must build though. Flailer is food. Candle Guard is actually pretty good. Multiple attack all enemy skills on this rare champion. Kind of in a similar league to like building an Elhain as a damage dealer for your High Elves faction wars. You know, Candle Guard can serve that role for your Dwarf faction. She's actually pretty good. Pretty decent, man. Beast Wrestler is not so great. Honor Guard, food. Perforator, food. Dollar Lawkeeper, probably food. Boltsmith, not so good. Madman has a bit of a cult following going for him. Brings an attack all enemies thwack, as well as an attack one enemy A3 that ignores 30% of enemy defense. And his A1 has a 50% chance of attacking all other enemies with the second hit, dealing 30% damage inflicted from the first hit. I don't know, man. Some people believe in Madman. Apparently a lot of people believe in Madman. I'm one of the doubters, personally. But I'll give him the shout out and I'll give him the nod of recognition, you know, in this video. Master Butcher, one of your cheat code rare champions. When I say cheat code, he's a pretty good option to take into early game Dreadhorn Bommel, where there are bombs exploding all over the place. He can actually deliver quite a lot of healing across your team against that particular encounter, and so via this passive. He's also a pretty good provoker with a 4-turn cooldown provoke, but it's a 2-turn duration provoke, and it is 100% land rate, so he's pretty reliable as a provoker to take into super early game Hydra, Magma Dragon, that kind of thing. He can do a job on a shoestring budget. Hatchet Slinger, nah. Glorial Brutebane, chicken. Bulwark, you know, there was a time where Bulwark was actually okay because of his 3-turn cooldown HP burn debuff. Weak Version Weaken on his A1, 30% land rate. I mean, it's alright. His passive is okay as well. He's okay as an early game Demon Lord champion, which I think a 4.7 is pushing it a little bit. I've never personally felt the need to build a Bulwark on my account. By the time I'm ready to start pulling Void Shards on, you know, one of my free-to-play accounts, I've never been in a position where I pulled the Bulwark and thought, ooh, just what my clan boss team needs. You know, there's always a better champion on my account to build into Demon Lord by the time that I get him. In isolation, he's not a bad Demon Lord champion. In reality, you usually got a better option, man. Painsmith, not so hot. Dilgol is actually okay. Triple hitter A3, each hit with a 10% decreased defense. Brings an attack all enemies decreased accuracy as well. His damage is okay. Lands a weak version decreased speed. Not a bad all-round rare champion. Mostly a faction wars rare. To be honest, again, tough to think of a situation where you would actually build him, but his kit in isolation is okay. Keza D-pad, multiple attack all enemy skills on his A3 and on his A2. Great stun set champion, solar champion into Iron Twins with a 100% land rate, strong version decreased speed on his A1, so you can just spam this over and over and over into the Iron Twins dungeon, which is great. Maintaining decreased speed against that boss as close to 100% of the time as you can possibly manage is kind of a huge deal for taking on Iron Twins, and so Kazad can do that very, very nicely indeed, earning his 4.8 in-game review score there. And that is all for the Dwarves faction. Kazad, by the way, great champion, potentially in conversation for like top 5 rare champions in the game, in my opinion at least, man. As for the Shadowkin faction, and starting off with the Life Taker, she's not bad. Triple hitter on her A2 here on a 3-turn cooldown, each hit with a chance of decreasing target's 10 meter by 10%. And the third hit does have a chance of placing decreased speed debuff for a couple of turns, but it's only bookable to a 75% chance, and so it's never going to be, you know, you can't trust her to rely this decreased speed reliably against something like Fire Knight. It's going to fail every now and again, but she's an okay champion for progression into Fire Knight if you're absolutely desperate. Assassin is a chicken. Tanako's actually okay. Brings an attack all enemies, enemy 10 meter decrease, not bad in a 310 for an A2, and then she also brings a 75% land rate, weak version decreased speed debuff on all enemies for 2 turns on a 310 cooldown. Again, she's fine. Level 50 would be as far as I would take a Tanako. Blood Mask, no good. Adachi, don't trust what people say about Adachi, man. I don't think this champion's very good. I don't know, man. Like, he attacks all enemies where he brings a self shield. His provoke is very low land rate on his A1. He brings a block debuffs buff, but it's only 1 turn duration, and his increased defense is a weak version. I'm not sold on Adachi. Personally, some people do believe in him. He's also got quite the ironing board for his shield as well. In fact, I think it looks like the back door on the new house that my wife moved into recently, man. Itinerant, nah, wouldn't do it. Marauder, just a red, slightly sunburnt chicken. Vagabond, don't know what's going on with that mask. I hope it's a mask. Get him in the sea. Fnatic is actually alright. Transfers debuffs from himself on his A2, strong version increased attack buff, and a little bit of debuff cleanse on his A3. Makes him an okay champion. Still wouldn't build him, personally. I still consider that champion a chicken, to be fair. Moving on to the Sylvan Watchers faction, the newest faction to join Raid, at least at the time that I'm shooting this video. Who knows? The new faction in Raid, by the way, is like overdue. It could pop up any time now. Christ, by the time I upload this video, what should be released, man? How funny would that be? Either way, I'm just gonna release the video anyway. I don't even care, man. First up, we got Kit. Attacks all enemies. 50% chance of increasing the cooldown of a random skill on each tagger by 2 turns. On a 3-turn cooldown, this isn't a bad skill at all. It's fine. Little bit of a one trick. Wouldn't build this champion past level 50 for Faction Wars. Colwyn is crap. Margrave, I tried using this guy as a provoker. It's not as good as it seems. I don't know. Abilities that attack in multiple times at random tend to just not be very good if you're trying to rely on them to land an important debuff like Provoke, and it's only a 70% land rate. Provoke. More often than not, you land like 1 Provoke from this skill. In my experience, it's not very good. Longblade Rehab, not so hot. Bowsmith Flannan is great. One of the better rare champions inside of the game. I think his in-game reviews are overblowing it a little bit, but he's quite solid. His A1's a double hitter with a chance to be stun. 40% land rate stun on a double hitter A1 is actually quite good. A little bit of 10-minute decrease worked into this as well. His A2 is an attack all enemies, 3-turn cooldown. Place decreased speed debuff at 100% clip, only weak version, but still, and then a soft ally attack skill teaming up with a random ally to attack a target enemy with the A3. His passive though is kind of what makes him. It's the 3-turn cooldown, 50% chance of granting an extra turn to Flannan when he places decreased speed debuff on 3 or more enemies with his A2. And again, it's 100% land rate, weak version decreased speed. It's not bad at all. Like, quite a good little value engine for Bowsmith Flannan in stuff like wave content. As for Terlak, weak version increased speed buff, 3-turn cooldown. It's kind of all he does. Wouldn't bother with this guy personally. Ingrid Twistaff is a great champion for stun sets. Brings multiple attack all enemy skills on 3-turn cooldowns on his A2 and on his A3. Placing leech debuff along the way as well. It's just a nice little bonus. Great champion for a stun set. I'd take him up to 50 on most accounts. Tree Shield not in the conversation again, probably like the last champion that we're going to add to that list of in the conversation for top 5 rares in the game. His faction ally crypt's speed aura is a 15% speed aura, which is actually quite good. Triple hitter A1 placing weak version decreased attack, brings heals, increased defense buff, as well as a double revive on a 5-turn cooldown on the A3. Very, very, very powerful stuff as far as rare champions go. Brancham Lasser, what does he do again? Weak version strengthen, provoke debuff on 1 enemy for 1 turn on a 4-turn cooldown. A little bit random. The A2 is an attack all enemies 2 times. Chance of pressing decreased attack, weak version, and a shield buff and allies equal to 20% of his max HP. He's okay. He's fine. You can build this guy up to 50. Yeah, I think he's a pretty powerful Faction Wars champion. Who knows, man? Maybe you build him up to max and get good value out of this guy in the long run. But yeah, he's alright, man. Glensage Sirithal, I believe, is no good. He's a little bit newer. I kind of forget what he does. Block debuffs, 10 meter fill, but a 4-turn cooldown and only 1-turn duration. Personally, I don't think I'd bother with this guy. I'm estimating that people have overrated this guy a little bit, which, you know, happens when people see a champion that places block debuffs. Glade Wolf is great. Oh, man. Oh, Glade Wolf has got to make it into top 5 rares as well. I think I've said that for like 7 or 8 champions at this point. He's a very, very good rare champion. That's what I'm saying. Triple hitter A1, very, very high land rate, strong decreased speed debuff on this A1. Fantastic for Fire Knight, right? The A2 is an attack all enemies, 4-turn cooldown, 75% chance of placing a provoke debuff for 1 turn. Pretty good, not incredible, but pretty good. And then the A3 is a 3-turn cooldown counterattack buff on Glade Wolf and place an ally protect strong version on all allies. Very, very nice, right? This guy's amazing for keeping your team alive in Faction Wars. Great for protecting your teams against waves inside of Fire Knight, and then he's sorted against the Fire Knight boss as well because of triple hitter, decreased speed debuff. Great, great champion indeed. And there you have it, man. Every single rare reviewed, and we did it in under an hour. Man, I thought it would have been faster than that. We really blasted through the first faction and then things slowed down. Bannerlord rares, it is so bad, what can I say? Hey, thanks for watching, guys. Hope you guys did enjoy this one, man. If you did, make sure to subscribe to this channel. And of course, if you're looking to create a new raid account in 2026, make sure to get that done right now by clicking on the beginner promo link that's down below this video at the top of the description box, and use that link to create a new raid account using laptop or PC to click on that link, by the way. I should stress, to get all of the free stuff that you see on screen right now on that brand new raid account, man. You shan't regret it. I'm going to catch all of you guys just a tad bit later, man. Every single epic champion inside of Raid reviewed, man. 2 minutes per faction. Is that even doable? Well, I'm gonna have to basically skip through some champions in this video because if they're just obvious chickens, I'm not gonna waste too much time on them. First up, Aina. I wouldn't build this champion personally. A lot of these are gonna be my personal opinions as well. take that in mind. People will still rage. They always do in these videos. They take things very, very personally if I don't like a champion, but whatever, man, it just is what it is. Aina, generally speaking, not going to be built by most people. I wouldn't hold it against you if you did. She brings decreased defense and a weakened debuff, so quite good. She's very, very single target focused. It's a big drawback for Aina. Jotun, crap HP burner. Wouldn't bother with this guy. Sikora, no good, man. I mean, she brings a weakened debuff on an AoE, but it's a 4-turn cooldown, and it's only a 75% land rate on attack all enemies. Not good enough, man. Get her in the sea. Atur, more like... I haven't got a pun. Atur, more like a dog. Get him off my screen, man. Crappy provoker, low land rates, wouldn't bother. Amina, great wave controller champion, 10 meter decrease, chance of placing stun on enemies who have their 10 meters fully depleted, AoE decreased defense, 100% land rate, 3-turn cooldown, which is actually what you're looking for. Not a bad faction wars wave controller at all. Alika, way underrated nuka. Would build this champion. I'm in the process of building this champion actually for a review video on my own account. Attacks all enemies, 3-turn cooldown, chance of increasing cooldowns of enemy skills, and a big single target smack on a A2 on a 2-turn cooldown, ignores half of enemy defense. Very, very solid and underrated nuka. Tashira, great faction wars reviver. 3-turn cooldown revive, brings a 20% speed aura in faction crypts as well. Very, very nice to have. Chance of placing weaken on an A2 as well on a 3x random hitter. A little bit of healing worked into this A3 as well. Honestly, a very, very slept on faction wars reviver. Kalia, little bit of a piece of crap. She's not a great HP burner, but she brings HP burn. She's not a great heal reduction champion because she's quite squishy, so what, are you going to take her into Amius? Probably not. Wouldn't bother building Kalia. I'd consider her a chicken. Much like my Ev. Get her off my screen. And Baroth. I'm not even going to review these guys, man. Baroth looks absolutely insane. His kit isn't even worth considering it's that bloody bad. Jamas is fine as a reviver champion. She brings a reviver at a 5-10 cooldown, but I'd rather bring it to Shada if I could, even though Jamasa looks like an absolute badass. Hey man, before we get into the rest of the epics, by the way, if you can create a new Raid Shadow Legends account and get a triple legendary and quadruple epic champion start, make sure to get that done right now by clicking on the beginner link. It's down below this video at the top of the description box. Man, just use laptop or PC to click on that link and use that link to create a new account for all of the free stuff that you see on screen right now. Or if you've got a friend who's looking to start playing Raid, get them to use that link, man, to create their new account. They ain't gonna regret it. It's the best beginner promo link going, and just start off your new Raid account with the maximum amount of free stuff and all of the free champions that you do see on screen at this moment in time. We're actually gonna be covering some of those champions as well in this video, would you know it. Ward Painted, not bad in a reflex set. Honestly, I'd recommend most people probably don't build a Ward Painted, but if you're desperate for a debuff cleanse and a healer champion on an early game account and you pull a Ward Painted, you could go ahead and consider building her. The reflex set is to reduce the cooldown on an A2, which removes all debuffs from herself, 1 debuff from all allies, then heals Ward Painted for 100% of their max HP, so build up with a lot of health, and then heals all allies equal to 50% of the surplus heal. This skill also grants her an extra turn, so it's actually a 3-turn cooldown skill to just help reduce that cooldown even more. It's good stuff. Not essential, however. Unlike a Haikatoon, who's honestly fantastically good and 95% of accounts inside of Raid, in my opinion, which is all I have, should be building that Haikatoon. 90% speed aura in all battles on a very early game account is great. She's the 30-day login reward. She brings a 3-turn cooldown, 10-meter fill, and increased speed buff, strong version as well. Bit of 10-meter decrease on the A3, and even decreased speed on the A1. I think Haikatoon is great and is way slept on. Vala, not great. She's almost there. She's almost there. If this was just 100% land rate decreased defense, or even at like an 80%, and not a... Dude, it's 50% chance of placing decreased defense on a 3-turn cooldown on the C2. It's just not good enough. It's just not good enough, man. It just doesn't keep pace with other champions inside of Raid. For me, I would never bother building a Vala. Unlike Farrakhan the Fat, it's one of the better champions inside of Raid. Big old ally attack on his A3, great for Fire Knight, increased crit rate, increased crit damage buffs as well, plus the ally attack skill in this A3 makes him great into Chimera clan boss, Demon Lord clan boss, Fire Knight, you name it, right? Boss content. He's gonna kind of pop off in most of them, apart from like Hydra. Brings HP burn and poison on his A2 as well. Again, great into all of those things that I just mentioned. Fantastic champion, man. Hoskarol, basically Armina's main competition. He makes Armina look not so great. His stun is to attack all enemies, 75% land rate stun on a 3-turn cooldown on his A2. Great stuff. One of the better epic wave controller champions in the game. Almost always worth building for faction wars. Harken Greatblade, more like Harken Crap Blade. She's just not very good. Like, she's not a great champion at all. Debuff spread on the A3, chance of placing weaken on the A1. It's like, but it's a 4-turn cooldown. And what are your debuffs spreading? It's only spreading 2 random debuffs. It's not even spreading all. So I don't know, man. I just don't know where to use this champion. She's just not great in in my view. So why Firstborn is actually fine, brings an attack all enemies 3-turn cooldown, decreased attack debuff, strong version on an AoE, and a weakened debuff on the A3. She's fine for the likes of Faction Wars and that kind of thing. You maybe expect a little bit more from a Void Epic. She's definitely not a must build by any stretch. Looks cool, her kit's functional. Build her if you need an AoE decreased attack. Skytouch Shaman, very, very strange champion. I want to say that most people probably shouldn't bother building a Skytouch Shaman. She brings debuff cleanse, block debuffs, revive on death buff and all allies for 2 turns. She's got some niche old uses, but I don't know, man. She's an interesting champion. Most people probably not going to build. And oh my god, it took us way too long to get through the barbarian champions, man. So under the sacred order, we're just gonna hammer through these. I'm just gonna have to straight up skip some of these bloody champions. I'll just give them like a one-word review. Like Canadace, for example. I mean, pretty good healer for Faction Wars. That's it. Wouldn't really recommend her otherwise outside of that. Same thing with Adriel as well. Not a bad support champion to take into Faction Wars. Her speed aura is disappointingly only for magic champions. If this was all champions, she might be a hell of a lot better. Hope, more like hopeless. Get her off my screen. Garbage, man. Frostbringer, wouldn't bother. Brings a 14 cooldown increased speed buff. Outside of that, just not very good. She didn't bring any freeze effects, man. How could she be called Frostbringer and doesn't freeze anything? Talia, beautiful hair, but this isn't a L'Oreal contest. Her triple hit A1 is nice, but a counterattack buff is on a 5-turn cooldown on her A3. What are we doing here, man? She's an okay little champion to bring along. I've never felt the need, however, to build a Talia myself personally. Even though she combos apparently with Fenax, maybe that's something you want to do on your own account, I've never felt compelled to build her before. Much like Juliana, who, in theory, is a pretty good boss killer champion. HP burn debuff, poison debuffs. Not bad. Tends to not be very good though outside of hitting bosses, which is the biggest problem. Very, very single target focus, and you will eventually replace it with better boss killer damage dealers on your account in areas like Demon Lord and stuff, and so tough to recommend her. Unlike Sanguinia, great champion, man. Remove all debuffs from all allies except this champion. Has a 100% chance of transferring all debuffs from this champion to the target. Cool, man. Debuff cleanse also brings a block debuffs and a continuous heal buff and a 3-turn cooldown as well on her A2. Not a bad little champion who actually does pretty well into some niche areas of the game. Eothar, similar deal. Very, very niche. Attacks in 4 times at random, each hit with a chance of placing poison debuff. Actually, 100% chance of placing poison debuff for 2 turns. On a 3-turn cooldown on his A2. Great in a Demon Lord. Not anywhere else. Relic Keeper, get him off my screen. He's bloody terrible. He's annoyingly terrible. Just like Missionary. Don't look at me like that, man. He's gonna get off the screen too. Wherefore art thou, Romero? In the vault. That's where he is, okay? Either that or in the oven. Romero is, generally speaking, a bit of a chicken for most people. Brings a shield buff on all allies, which is okay. He brings a little bit of AoE healing as well on all allies on a 2-turn cooldown. He's alright. Is he the best support champion / healer to build for your Sacred Order Faction Wars? Probably not, but, you know, he can do okay. Lady Atessa, more like Lady Vault Tessa. Or Chicken Tessa, because that's what most people are going to use her for. Mordecai, great champion, must build for most players. Great stuff, right from bottom of the barrel. It's one of the best Sacred Order epics. HP burn debuff on all enemies, couple 10s. Some 10 meter fill, some 10 meter decrease for enemies as well on his A2. Solid into waves, solid into Spider. Decent even as a starter champion into Hydra. Great, great champion, man. Next to Bushi, crap. Fenax, not really. Fenax is great. Fenax is one of the best epics in the game. One of the hitting A1 skills in the game that also happens to be able to double hit and place block revive. Oh man, we're talking about a forever epic into Ice Golem. He's amazing into Ice Golem for blocking revive against the boss's minions. Just a very, very powerful champion of all. You are seldom going to regret building a Fenax. Deacon Armstrong, one of the best epics in the game. Everybody knows. Speed aura in all battles, huge 10 meter control, and 100% land rate, decreased defense. Fantastic champion. Must build for most players. Mistress of Hymns? Nah, she's fine. She brings a revive for Faction Wars, but outside of that, doesn't do a whole lot. Lodric, basically the expensive, or rather the rich men's version of the Metal Shaper rare champion to bring 100% uptime shield buffs into Scarab King. Just build Metal Shaper. Why would you ever build a Lodric for that job? Next up, Anchorite, great component champion with unique buffs and a buff duration increaser skill on his A2 to take into an Infinity Wixwell Demon Lord Clan Boss team. Doesn't really do a whole lot in the game outside of that, however, though, for me. Doesn't quite do enough. Next up, we've got Carlinia. I always imagine that, dude, this little flat cap action that make Carlinia look bold as hell, and then the candlesticks on her head just to top it off. I don't know, man. She's always got like a questionable visual design, in my opinion. Under the mix that she's also just not a very good champion, and yeah, we'll just stop talking about her. Next up, Cardinal, great champion, built in high resistance gear in Stone Skin, and take her into like your tag arena teams and stuff in PvP for her revive, reviving all allies and boosting the 10 meter to max. Very, very OP skill to have got if you've got like a high resistance build, Cardinal, built in Stone Skin. Very, very tough to deal with in an arena setting. Next up, Lightsworn, who happens to be one of the epic champions that you get using my beginner promo link at the start below this video, at the top of the description box, from just leveling up your account, right? He's one of those epic champions, man. So I've got a special soft spot for Lightsworn. Triple hit on his A1, 10 meter decrease, also brings a little bit of increased defense buff in a 410, as well as 100% land rate decrease speed on a 310 cooldown on his A2 as well. Solid champion for progress into Fire Knight and stuff like that, which is what I'm going to be building him for on my free-to-play account that I'm currently working on. And solid champion, if a little bit niche. You know, is he the best 10 meter controller and stuff to take into Fire Knight? Not really, but if he's what you've got, he's what you've got. At least he brings the decreased speed at 100% clip. Inquisitor Shamail, still use this guy in my Hydra teams on my main account. Fantastic champion. Negates completely enemy fear and true fear debuffs. Decent damage on his A2. Fantastic into Hydra. Man, Godseeker and Eerie, a must build into Sand Devil for soloing the entire thing, or at least being paired up alongside an HP burner, a max HP damage dealer champion on your account to completely clear Sand Devil. We've got to get even faster. That was another 5 minutes for Sacred Order, dude. Okay, Royal Guard, insane. Boss killer champion, build him. Right? Oh god, what am I doing? Tyrell, if you pull this guy in the early game, build him too. 410 cooldown, attack all enemies, decrease defense is great. Reliable, decrease attack debuff on a single target hit, at least on his A1 to take into Demon Lord. Great progression champion, that's like a 6 or 7 out of 10 into most areas of the game. Very much a jack of all trades, master of none. If you pull him later on in your account, you probably won't get great use. Skaramis, Giga Chad, build him as a Mischief tank into Hydra, and if you don't build him into a Mischief tank into Hydra, his AoE provoke and his decreased attack debuff on an AoE skill gonna give him great value into wave content as well on your account for a long time. And Dahlia, crap. Fenacil, fine, brings an increased defense and a little bit of healing on a 310 cooldown on his A2. For that reason, at least, I think he's already decent enough to consider at least building into Faction Wars. Not a massive priority though. Luthea, I mean, she would be okay if her A3 was the 310 cooldown, placing this AoE decreased speed, but it being a 410 cooldown, it's just a little bit long, and the rest of her kit doesn't really do that much else. Even at A2, chance to place freeze, it's only a 25% chance on each hit, on a 3 times random hitter. For me, not good enough. Ilsinia, she is good enough to be used as a fusion component into Mikage, man. Off with her head, store it in your vault, and execute her at just the right time. Just summon your Lady Mikage. That's really it. Ambassador Lethalin, more like Ambassador Dogalin. I think this guy's absolutely terrible. I wouldn't build him in any circumstances at all. Just my opinion, okay? There's gonna be somebody in the comments, or actually he carries my account in Hydra. How? How does he carry your account? You're just lying, okay? You're just lying to yourself, and man, I'll stop. And I'm joking, by the way. If I crap on any champions in this video and you actually use them in your account and get good value out of them, good. Like, I'm glad to be wrong about that kind of thing, and good stuff. I don't want anybody to feel like they built one of these champions that I crap on and that they're going to have a bad time with it. If you're getting use out of it, that's good stuff for you, man. Most champions do actually have their niche, all things considered. Neldor being one of them. Keep this guy for hard mode Fire Knight. Great champion, AoE decreased speed, as well as a triple hit at A1 with a 40% land rate on each hit, replacing freeze. Great for getting you started into hard Fire Knight, man. Next up, Vegas. Great champion. 310 cooldown ally protect, can also be built with high resistance gear to solo Scarab King in Doom Tower in just the right build. Little bit niche though. Maximin, piece of crap. Speed aura, little bit of 10 meter fill on his A2. That's kind of all he does. Maximin's a piece of garbage. Jingle Hunter's okay. Wave control, enemy 10 meter decrease on attack all enemies being sort of like the main feature, I guess, of his kit. Speed aura's in arena battles. Kind of would use him in Faction Wars more than anything. And even then, he's not very good there either, so I wouldn't really bother. Battle Sage, she's about as good as her haircut, man. Don't like this champion, not very good. Exemplar might look like a common champion, but, well, she's at least an uncommon. She's at least maybe like a low tier rare champion. With this A2, attacking 3 times at random, each at 100% chance of placing weakened debuff. It is on a 210 cooldown when fully booked. There's something to be said about that. She's okay. I'd give her like a 5 out of 10, you know what I'm saying? Andrissia, dude, looks very badass. Not very good. I actually think that she's crap, to be honest. 100% land rate stun on a 210 cooldown. She can land like a 210 duration stun if the target doesn't have any active buffs. Do people actually like her? Why do people like Andrissia? I don't see it. I don't see it at all, man. Chance of decreasing duration of all enemy buffs by 2 turns. Okay, fine. Also increases the duration of increased defense buffs and allies by a turn. That's such a random effect to have on. So she brings some buff peel, basically. Okay, fine. The arena score, I get it. But faction wars? I don't know. I don't see it, man. I would never build an Idris here, personally. Ethon in the Golden, great champion. Iwi Nuka brings block active skills. Very, very solid stuff. I would actually go ahead and build him. Light One Siendra, not good for an epic champion, especially for a Void epic. Wouldn't bother with her. Okay, that was a little bit faster for the high elves at least, man. Now onto the Banner Lords. Horden, decent into faction wars. That's the only place he's decent. He brings a speed aura and some decent single target damage, getting an extra turn if he kills an enemy with his Air 1. Fine into faction wars. Lordly Legionary, piece of garbage. He's terrible. Don't build this guy. Not into Fire Knight. Not into anywhere. I wouldn't bother at all. Archmage Helmet, we're taking up to level 50. Brings an AoE stun, which is quite good, as well as increased speed buffs on a 3-turn cooldown. So, you know, he's always going to be worth building up to at least level 50 for most accounts to take into faction wars. Gerhard the Stone. Yeah, nah, I wouldn't build him. Andulf, is he any good? He's alright. He's okay into faction wars. 3-turn cooldown, attack all enemies, weaken debuff. 50% chance of missing fear debuff for a turn as well. A little bit of counterattack buff action on himself. He's alright, man. He's not much better than alright, though. Signy the High Shield, I had high hopes for this champion. I don't think that she's very good. I don't think that I'd bother building a Signy. She just doesn't quite do enough. Little bit of buff peel against enemies and a little bit of debuff removal for allies on a 3-turn is sort of like the main feature of her kit. She's alright, man. Oathbound. Well, at least he brings 100% inRAID decrease attack debuff, strong version against all enemies. Also a chance of decreasing enemy turn meter by 20%. He's fine in a faction wars, 6 out of 10, you know. Chancellor Yasmin. I just wouldn't bother. I think that she's not very good. Seneschal, what does he actually bring? 4-turn cooldown. 100% land rate provoke on all enemies for a turn. Yeah, not good enough. I wouldn't build him. Wouldn't bother, man. Alaric the Hooded is actually okay. 4-turn cooldown, 100% land rate decreased attack, and decreased accuracy debuff is fine. Also brings some buff steal, but it's only single target, and it's only 75% chance. Nah, you know what? Nah, I wouldn't bother. Wouldn't bother with him either. Lady Quillen, not very good at all. Ser Artemis, let's just go ahead and skip him. And usually, I would probably just use him as a chicken. To be fair, not very good. Knight Errant, similar deal, though his weakened debuff is very, very reliable. But nah, scanning over the rest of his kit, that's kind of all he brings, man. 90% land rate stun, on his A2, it just doesn't do enough, man. You need some more attack all enemy skills in champions like this. Stag Knight, absolute must build for 90% of accounts inside of raid. Decreased speed is pretty reliable on his A1, which is a great debuff to bring, as well as AoE decreased defense, AoE decreased attack on a 3-turn cooldown on the A2. Great champion in many different areas of the game. Masked Fearmonger is absolutely awful. Just do not build under any circumstances. Giscard the Sigiled is actually fantastic. Increased defense, increased attack on a 3-turn cooldown is lovely to have right off the bat in the 3-turn cooldown AoE provoke. 75% clip is also very, very nice to have as well. Fantastic faction wars champion. Yolfrig is almost there. He's fine. His speed aura is quite slow, only 15% in all battles. Bit of 10 meter fill, increased attack buff, but it's a 4-turn cooldown, and then a little bit of healing on his A2. I don't know. For me, he doesn't quite do enough. Keep him as a fusion component, but that's it. Lady Annabelle for soloing Dreadhorn Bommel is absolutely unrivaled in this game as far as budget options go. Kind of a must build, I'd say, at least for most accounts inside a raid. Rohan doesn't quite do enough. Get her off the screen. Azure brings a chance to free. I'm making that up. Doesn't bring a chance to freeze. Crap, get rid of him. Warcaster, block damage buffer champion, 4-turn cooldown. You can pair up Warcaster with 1 or 2 other champions to start building a unkillable or block damage style Demon Lord Clan Boss team, which is an option, I guess. Can do the job. Not super great though in many other areas of the game, as you can see, unfortunately for Warcaster. Ursula the Mourner, one of the better reviver champions inside of the game, just one of the better support champions inside of raid, actually. Revives all dead allies, boosts 10 meter, also plays increased defense and strength buff on all allies for 3 turns. So even though it's on a 5-turn cooldown, the buffs last a nice long duration of time, getting more value out of this. And then also brings in attack all enemies, decreased attack debuff, and increased attack buff on allies for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown on the A2. Fantastic champion. Ursula the Mourner is great. There we go, man. Bannerlords, I think, was just a little smidgen faster. Let's just zigzag our way down now. Ogren Tribes, man. Grimskin, I wouldn't bother building, to be honest. Grimskin is okay. With his Provoke on his A2 though, only being single target for me doesn't bring quite enough to the table. Ugo, one of the best epic champions in the game, a must build for basically everybody. Debuff cleanse, heals, decreased defense, block buffs, debuff, fantastic into Hydra. Yeah, a must build for pretty much everybody. Claude Beast Feeders, not bad. 310 cooldown, increased speed, a little bit of shield buff on all allies on the 310 as well. Not a bad little faction wars champion at all. Maybe just take up to level 50. Siege Hulk, great damage dealer, underrated champion for me. Reliable source of decreased speed, self buffs a lot with increased crit rate, crit damage, and even an increased attack buff on the A2. AoE decreased defense on the A2 as well, and some 10 meter decrease on the A1. Solid damage dealer with a lot of utility, great jack of all trades damage dealer, worth a build in my opinion. Lon the Cutter, big old 10 meter destruction on the A3, problem is it's a 410 cooldown, for me not good enough. Skull Crusher, amazing champion, ally protect, big old counter attack buff on all allies for 210s, this all on a 310 cooldown, amazing for severely boosting your damage into Demon Lord Clan Boss, great into faction wars as well for just keeping your teams alive. Shadowbones, another great champion, honestly, to take into faction wars, a little bit of a one trick. You want to build him so that you actually disable the year 3, in my opinion. I'd actually just forego this weak decreased speed debuff and 10 meter fill. It's on a 510 cooldown, even fully booked. I'd build him in a reflex set and just have him spam this A2 as much as possible against waves in faction wars. It's just a crap load of 10 meter decrease, right? Each hit giving you a chance to decrease enemy 10 meter by 30% is absolutely nuts on a 75% land rate. Yeah, I think Shadowbones is actually a little bit slept on in faction wars. Grunch is an absolute piece of crap. Get him off my screen. Seize is decent. Into Fire Knight, his 10 meter steal effect cannot be resisted, meaning that you can build him just to be nice and fast. And because he steals 10 meter at the end of his own turn, you just build him to be very, very high speed and just get him around again to using this passive as much as possible. His A2 also boosts his 10 meter as well. So damage dealer, 10 meter steal hybrid that doesn't require accuracy at all is a little bit slept on for me into Fire Knight. Not a bad champion at all. Old Gruckus, I built him in the past. Okay use out of him. His 10 meter decrease and his 10 meter and his decreased speed debuff, and not 100% land rate though. Even fully bugged. Big problem for me. I don't think I'd build him again. Galcut, nah. Epic bomb champions tend to be pretty crappy. Galcut is no exception. Cagebreaker, a little bit underwhelming. Not a bad champion by any stretch, just not great and usually not worth building. Occult Brawler is actually quite good. Great poison champion, particularly if you pull him early on in your account. Brings the potential for block revive as well, with his super long-winded A2 that we definitely don't have time to read out in this video, but can be used as a poisoner into Ice Golem, into Demon Lord Clan Boss. Will eventually fall off, of course, but, you know, not a champion to be slept on by any means. Grush the Mangler, honestly, I don't think is very good. You know, I've done review videos on him in the past. I've been underwhelmed by this guy. He brings some heals. It's on a 410 cooldown. He brings decreased attack or decreased crit damage debuffs. It's also on a 410 cooldown, and he doesn't land both of these. It's either or, which really holds him back for me in areas like Ice Golem and Demon Lord. Grush, not great. Wuzgar, I think, is equally not very good. He brings a 4-time hitter on his A1, and a little bit of AoE healing and a counterattack buff and stuff on his A2. He's kind of sold to people as like a good Fire Knight champion. I don't think he's very good. I think people are crazy as hell. I think that he's way overrated at a Fire Knight. That's just my 2 cents. That's just my opinion. You might disagree. If you do, good. You know, have at it in the comments. You know what I'm saying? Man-Eater, great champion for building unkillable teams into Demon Lord, and is otherwise just great for keeping your team alive, I guess, with unkillable and block debuffs into faction wars. Yeah, solid little champion even outside of his niche. Towering Titan, don't think I'd bother with. Just expect a little bit more out of Void Epics, to be honest. Increased defense is great, but it's on a 410 cooldown. His Provoke is quite solid, but it's an attack 4 times at random. I don't know, man. I'm just looking for a little bit more out of my Void Epics. Skrank, great Void Epic. Attack all enemies, HP burn. Because he's Void, he can't weak hit with the skill, pretty much. Solid damage in his other skills, even a chance to weaken on his A1. Solid little epic champion, man. Prunda. Gotta read this guy's kit again. I forget what Prunda does. Okay, so his Provoke is actually 310 cooldown. Attack all enemies, 75% land rate Provoke, which is quite good. And then brings Strength and continuous heal on a 410 as well on his A2. Solid faction wars champion, but yeah, not super good elsewhere in the game. Not bad if you're just desperate for control into Faction Wars. Urgrim is actually great to take into Demon Lord. Double hitter A1, chance to place poison debuffs on his A2 as well as continuous heal buff on all allies. Speed aura is actually in all battles by 20% as well. Solid little champion, bit of debuff cleanse as well on his A2. Also, Urgrim is actually fine. Oh man, let's speed it up even more, dude, as we go now into the Lizardmen faction. Jirang, don't bother, piece of crap. Okay, Jareg, not too bad. Ally protection, increased defense, not too shabby. 410 cooldown, he's quite survivable. He also plays continuous heal buff on an ally for 110 whenever an ally loses 20% of the max HP in one hit, which can be quite useful. Taking this guy into Golem, those kind of areas. Not bad at all. Venomage, great. Must build. For most people, brings heal reduction and decreased defense, decreased attack, poison debuffs. Solid in many areas of the game, specializes into Amius in Cursed City a little bit later on in your account as well, and so that heal reduction debuff will come in clutch eventually. Basilisk, wouldn't bother, kind of a chicken. Aox is great into Demon Lord, chance to place poison, some decent heals as well on his A2, and 100% land rate, decrease attack, and potential decreased crit rate debuff into areas like Ice Golem, but a reliable decreased attack debuffer, 310 cooldown decreased attack to take into Demon Lord is great. His passive is amazing as well, increase the duration of 2 random debuffs on the attacker by 110 when attacked. This is amazing to take into Demon Lord Clan Boss, where HP burns and poisons are kind of your bread and butter damage dealing tools, and so great support champion with a lot of utility to bring to the table. Broodlord, for me, not quite good enough, you know. Attacks all enemies, 50% land rate stun, just not quite good enough. It's a 310 cooldown, but the stun, he's just not quite there. He's very close to being a decent wave controller type champion. His ally protect, though, is only single target. Yeah, he's just not doing enough for me, man. ZXG is one of the worst epic champions in the game, so just get it off my screen. Drake is no good either. Jizzo is fine if you want to bring a reliable provoker champion into a super early game Hydra team. It's a single target, 210 duration provoke, so that's not too bad. But if you're going to build a Jizzo, if you can build a Master Butcher, the rare champion, instead, the Master Butcher can also do the same job for you as a 210 duration provoker on a 410 cooldown into Hydra. And so, are you ever going to book the Jizzo where you could build a red champion instead? For me, probably not. Quacken is a decent, versatile buffer champion to take into Faction Wars, AoE heals, AoE buffs. Not bad at all. We're taking it up to level 60? Maybe not, but at least level 50. Delaja is actually quite good. Brings continuous heal buff on the A3 as well as 100% land rate decreased attack debuff. On a 310 cooldown on the A2. Not too shabby at all. Broadmoor, decent Faction Wars reviver. Everyone's going to get one because you're going to fuse them eventually. Worth building at least level 50. Scathix is deceptively good. Quite good actually into Iron Twins. Bringing decreased speed on his A1. A little bit of debuff cleanse and block debuffs on his A3. Not a champion that is discussed quite enough in my opinion. Scathix, worth a shout out. I'm going to give him my personal stamp of approval, man. Slixus, great damage dealer. One of the better epic damage dealers in the game. Maybe not, but he can definitely do the job. Attacks all enemies, buffs himself with increased crit rate, increased crit damage, which is always nice to see on a 310 cooldown skill for like your Faction Wars damage dealers and stuff like that, man. Okay, Lizardmen was actually very quick, mostly because there were just less champions in the Lizardmen. Moving on next to the Skinwalkers faction. Taurus. Impossible champion to judge. It would take like 5 minutes for me to explain all the use cases that you might have for this guy, but basically deals damage equal to 99% of his current HP, then places unkillable on himself, and then 100% chance of placing 4 poison debuffs on all enemies for 2 turns on a 410 cooldown. Is that good for you on your account? I have no idea. I don't even know what I think of Taurus, so I'm just going to skip him. Next up, Flesh Terror. Not bad heals. He can also increase the duration of ally buffs as well by 110, but he can't be used in a Wixwell team, at least not effectively, because he's a 410 cooldown on this skill. For me, doesn't quite do enough. Scabrius, I wanted to like this guy, tried to build him before in the past, just not very good. For me, just doesn't do enough, man. Narox is actually very solid indeed. 410 cooldown, strong version ally protection buff on all allies for 2 turns, very nice. Also brings attack all enemies, 75% land rate provoke for a turn. Very good, very good. It is on a 410 cooldown, but combined with his ally protect, I think that he just about does enough to become one of the better epic champions of the game. Also brings a 50% land rate decreased speed debuff on a double hitter on his A1. Narox is great. Ripper, I don't even know what he does. That can only be a bad sign. I played Raid for 2 years. I don't know what Ripper does. That can only mean that he's a piece of crap. Ryan Beast doesn't do enough. He brings a double hitter on his A2, revives an ally with full HP if this attack kills an enemy. Problem is, he just doesn't do very much damage, and this is a 5-10 cooldown skill, and the rest of his kit is not a whole lot. He has an A1 where he just attacks people and places one single continuous heal buff. Not good enough, really. Snorting Thug, get him off my screen. Yaga the Insatiable, definitely get him off my screen. Not good at all. Airsign Ice Crusher, no good. The Brown Bear, on the other hand, is fine, only because he brings 100% land rate, decreased attack debuff in 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown, so the cooldown's a little bit long, but at least it's 100% land rate, powerful debuff that generally speaking you would bring in most of your teams. Is he a must build? Not really, but he's a 5 or 6 out of 10 epic champion at least in my book. He's okay. Hoffreeze the Tusked, great champion. I mean, I think Hoffreeze is actually awesome. Increased attack, increased crit rate buff, 3-turn cooldown, 2-chain duration. Good stuff. Also brings a revive as well and a chance to stun on his A1. Great Faction Wars Reviver if you haven't yet got the Broadmoor built on your account. Steel Skull. Double hitter A1 with a chance to poison, increased defense buff, and a little bit of team-wide healing. Albeit on a 4-10 cooldown. Does enough probably to make it into like an earlier game Demon Lord Clan Boss team. Steel Skull, he's okay. Fane, Demon Lord Clan Boss, one of the best Demon Lord Clan Boss killers in the game, bringing poison, decreased attack, decreased defense, and weaken. All in the same kit, 4 of the key, most powerful debuffs that you can bring into Demon Lord. Fane, if you pull this champion early, you're building a Fane. Congratulations, man. You've given birth to a Fane. Bovos Sharphorn looks great, but he's crap, so we'll skip him. Both the Rancid... I have, man, I can already see the negative comments coming out of this video, man. What? Like, people have been waiting for me to cover a certain champion thinking, hey, I can't wait to see what he says about Bovos, man. I really like my Bovos. And then I just crap on him and move on. So I apologize if I am crapping on any champions that you believe in, man. Except I don't. I take back nothing, goddammit. Feel free to let me know in the comments, man, if you do disagree. Both the Rancid, great champion, decreased accuracy, increased duration of all ally buffs by a 10 on a 3-10 cooldown, so it can be used in the Workswell team as a buff duration extender. Also brings some debuff peel and some healing on a 3-10 on his A3, and decrease the damage all allies receive from poison debuffs by 50%. Gives both the Rancid some great use cases into like Nether Spider in Doom Tower, you know. Solid little champion. Bash is okay. Places block buffs, attacks all enemies, increase the cooldown of each enemy skills by 2 turns on a 3-10. Decent damage dealer, decent for wave control. He's okay. Truth be said, I built it myself. I expected a bit more from him. I was a little bit let down. Maybe my expectations were up here, whereas they should have been like down here somewhere. Maybe I wouldn't have been so disappointed. He's okay, man. Akemptum, great champion. Speed Aura in all battles by 18%, makes him great already. Into Faction Wars. Places Hex debuff, triple hitter A1 that places poison. He's got a passive that absolutely breaks hard mode Spider as well, in just the right mode hard Spider team. Speed Aura can be taken into Demon Lord Clan Boss. There's a lot of use cases that you can get out of an Akemptum. For most people, he's going to be a champion that you build if you pull him. Weirgrin the Sun Cursed. Looks terrible and he's crap. Skip him. Frenzy the Cackler is okay. Chance of placing provoke. It's on a 4-10 cooldown. Little bit low to take into Hydra, but does bring a triple hitter with each hit, giving a chance to place HP burn. Frenzy's alright. It's not a champion that I've ever built myself in the past or felt the need to build myself in the past, but as you can see, people do believe in Frenzy. I'm willing to go ahead and bow to the mob on this one, just with how little experience I've got with the champion. Yuzan the Marooned. Not a bad champion. Again, we're expecting more Orphan Void Epics, which leaves me a little bit let down with this A3, sort of the mainstay of Yuzan's kit. 4-10 cooldown, first of all, removes 1 random debuff from all allies. Ooh, only 1? And then heals all allies by 20% of this champion's max HP, places block debuff buff, and allies for 2 turns. It's a great skill. It's a great skill. For me, it's lacking just a little bit in that I wish it just removed all debuffs from all allies, because the rest of the kit is fine, but it's nothing to like really write home about, in my opinion at least. Solid champion, worth a build. I think the in-game reviews are actually pretty positive for Yuzan. For a Void Epic, I just want to see a little bit more, man. Gom Yellowhand, great champion, man. Attack all enemies, 3-10 cooldown, 10-minute decrease, 75% clip stun on this A3. Great for wave control. Also brings a 3-10 cooldown, continuous heal buff, and increased speed buff. That's a Void Epic right there, man. Gom Yellowhand is absolutely great. I would build this champion for Faction Wars almost 100% of the time. As we move on to the Orc faction, where, oh god, Orcs have such bad champions, can I just say? Like, between like the rares and the epics, I feel like I'm gonna crap on most of these. The Orcs just need some help, man. Ultimate Gallic is a piece of crap. I would never build this champion. I don't think he's a very good HP burner at all. I'd skip out on this guy completely. Duke the Beast, fantastic. He bucks the trend, man. Basically, Stagnite for the Orcs faction. Decrease defense, decrease attack on a 310, on his A2. Also brings an AoE provoke, kind of an AoE provoke anyway, like pseudo-random AoE provoke. On a 14 cooldown on his A3. Duke the Beast, fantastic champion. Old Helmet Yorg is also great. We're actually going to go past a few of the really good champions here. Old Helmet Yorg, great reviver, increased attack, 10 meter boost on a 310 cooldown on his A2 as well, and even an HP burn on his A1. Old Helmet Yorg, fantastic. Man, I've always got to zoom in on his hands though. What is going on with the pixel quality on his hands? Why are his fingers just melding it as one, like, just like Play-Doh amalgamation? I don't know what's going on with that, man. To go, another great reviver. Revives, plays shield buff, 510 cooldown. You can also get to go by using my beginner promo link that's down below this video at the top of the description box, as well as the free epic champions that you get as you level up your account. And so, yeah, to go is absolutely smacking. Bring some heals, 310 cooldown, increased speed buff as well on his A2. So great increased speed booster champion. Fantastic stuff. Next up, Maruka. Revive on death buff. Does she have some use, I guess, into Sand Devils? She does. If you want to build a Sand Devil team around Maruka, okay, fine, cool. Besides that, I don't think she's very good. I think she's got one use case, and it's really Sand Devils, and outside of that, wouldn't build her. Torture Helm can be used to solo Dragon. Outside of that, he's bloody useless. Zagal is actually great. AoE decreased defense on a big old triple hitter, attack all enemies smack on her A3 is very nice. And she can also instantly activate this A3 if she kills an enemy with this A2. And this is only on a 210 cooldown. It just hit pretty hard as well. For a long time, I did use her in my hard dragon team. Great epic champion, would recommend. Bloodfeather, not good enough. I tried my best to make this champion work. Decreased speed, decreased defense. 10 meter reduction on this A3. You might think she's got some use cases, but her damage is just not there, even though she's an attack champion. I wouldn't bother. Bonekeeper, terrible. Shaman, probably the worst reviver in the game. And remember, Shaman as a reviver is up against Tagore and Old Hermit Yorg in the Orcs faction. She just doesn't hold a candle to either of those guys, man. Would not bother. Terror Beast is trash. Vrask is okay. Is fine. Can be put in a toxic set and can be used to solo Scarab King in a pinch, and so he's got his use cases. He's also pretty good as well for healing all allies into Eternal Dragon, where you've got to deal with like block active skills, debuffs and stuff, and so him just spamming his A1, that's totally fine by him, right? He's just looking to smack with his A1 and heal. And so Vrask is actually pretty good to hold onto. Sandlash Survivor, not a very good champion, but she can be used as a 310 cooldown buff duration extender champion in an Infinity Wixwell Demon Lord team, and so could be worth holding on to her as well for that. Yalagirna looks insane. Okay, she looks so cool, man. She could be a bloody mythical champion, you know, but she's not very good. I mean, she brings the attack all enemies 100% land, decrease attack, debuff on a 310, so that's quite good. Okay, fine. She does a bit of something. Hang on. I forgot the passive. 210 cooldown revives one random ally with half HP every time this champion kills an enemy. Okay, I take it back. That changes everything, because you can just build it with very good damage. The debuff is like a bonus, and she's great into faction wars, right? 4.6. Feels to me like that's a little bit underrated, man. I don't know. I'd imagine that on paper she's very cool, man. Trumbo, not too bad. Decent champion. Ally protection, 410 cooldown. Not too shabby at all, man. He's okay. Sia, one of the best wave nukers in the game. Very powerful champion. You probably build Sia every single time you pull her on every account ever in Raid. Hack is a bit of a jack of all trades champion. 10 meter steal, decreased speed on AoE. Not bad at all. Most people are probably going to build the Hack if you pull him. Tolf the Maimed. He can do cheesy things, I think, into Phantom Shoguns. Never built him. Never felt like I've missed him on my account ever. Leberga, get off my screen. Oh, and that's all. And so onwards we wiggle to the Demon Spawn faction. Let's get even faster, dude. Allure is a must-build, best single target 10 meter controller in the game. Incredible into Fire Knight, incredible into Darkfire. Excruciator, more like Dog Excruciator. Get her off my screen. Echo the Seed, great champion, AoE HP burner. You might as well build him. Vildrax. Not only is he ugly as hell, but all he really does is place a 310 cooldown text debuff on all enemies for 210s. The rest of his kit is just not doing that much, man. I wouldn't bother building a Vildrax personally, almost ever. Scion looks very cool, but outside of his heal reduction debuff, which, I don't know, maybe you want to build him into Amius or something. I don't know. For me, he doesn't do enough. Never felt the need to build him myself. Looks insanely cool. I wish he was worth building, but there you go. Irenyes, get off my screen. Soul Drinker, nah. I mean, he's one of those epic bomb champions, man. They just tend to not be very good or worth building. Nazana's one of the best stun set champions in the game, bringing in tackle enemies on the A1 as well as on a 310 cooldown on the A3. Also places decreased attack and a big old ally protection buff on all allies on a 310 cooldown. This is a fantastic Faction Wars champion to build, man. Nazana is great. Rivaled only by Infernal Baroness, who's also bringing in tackle enemies A1 and also brings in tackle enemies with a chance of placing decreased attack debuff on a 310 cooldown. They're kind of the same champion, man. The only difference is instead of ally protect, Infernal Baroness brings perfect veil on an ally for 310s instead of one of their skills. And so yeah, they're both great. Probably not both worth building on your account. If I had to choose, I'd build the Nazana over the Infernal Baroness, but there you go. Tyrnix, terrible champion. Don't bother. Achak the Wenderin, great spider champion. Places AoE freeze on all enemies at a 90% land rate, 310 cooldown, and then fills the turn rate of all allies by 10% every time an enemy under a freeze debuff gets a 10. This is monstrously good into Spider for just controlling all of the Spiderlings in that dungeon. Very much a little bit of a one-trick champion, it's got to be said. But what he does do well, he does exceptionally well. Hellgazer, wouldn't bother. Tashon, honestly, he's not terrible at tackle enemies weaken debuff, but and increased defense, but he's okay. He's like the definition of just like a very bang average epic champion. Personally wouldn't bother. Similar deal with Golos as well, bringing a tackle enemies decreased defense, 310 cooldown. That's kind of all he does, you know. It's an important debuff to bring, but hell. Next we've got Magna, brings a tackle enemies, placing extra hit on enemies without HP burn debuffs on a 310. He just hits very hard with this A2. Not that hard. I think he's a little bit overrated myself, to be honest. I think that most people should still probably build him anyway, because he's an HP based nuker, and so you can build him to be you know, deal great damage into waves of enemies while also still being very survivable because he's HP based. So he's always got that going for him. I don't think he's like an absolute must build though for everybody's account. Dare the Hungerer, solid reviver champion. If he's what you got as your reviver going into faction wars for your demon spawn faction, he's going to be a must build. Etakata I think is overrated. I'm not going to break down a kit other than because honestly it's very convoluted and I've got to read every single skill in order to do it, and we don't have time to do that in this video. The speed aura is not very good, and just believe you me, she's not as good of a poisoner into Demon Lord Clan Boss as it might seem reading her kit, which I think her reviews actually reflect. Next up, Pejma I think is fine. Nah, she's not fine. I'd never build a Pejma. Umbral Enchantress is okay. Block buffs on a 310 cooldown, 100% land rate, 310 duration block buffs. Means that if you have no other options to take into Hydra, you can take her into Hydra as your block buffs champion. Skimforce, the Consumed, brings an AoE decrease attack, brings the ability to smack and transfer all debuffs from this champion to a target enemy. Also steals 100% teammate if the attack is critical. On a 310 cooldown, this isn't too bad. Skimforce is actually pretty okay. I think never built him myself, but you know, on paper he can do some pretty interesting things. Also places decreased speed at a pretty high land rate on his A1 as well, so who knows, maybe that Fire Knight review that he's got right here is actually warranted at a 4.6, man. Would love to build him one day and actually take him out for a spin. Next up, Undead Hordes. Oh, alright, just took a little break there, man. Rest the old voice a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Get a quick drink of water, man. Alright, we're ready to rock and roll, man. Go grab. Great champion, man. 10 meter boost, increased attack buff, revives all dead allies, 510 cooldown. Speed auras in arena battles, which is a little bit curious, but honestly, it's a faction wars reviver, even just for that use case. Very solid, man. Seeker, amazing champion. Great early game champion to take it as your Hydra Provoker with a double hitter A1, 50% chance on each hit of placing that provoke, and also brings 10 meter fill as well at a 30% 10 meter boost, then grants himself an extra 10. So great for using the faction wars too. Seeker for me, a little bit of a must build, unlike Catacomb Counselor who brings an ally attack, but it's kind of all he brings, man. Everything else sucks. Dark Aethel, okay AoE damage dealer, not good enough in my opinion. Not compared to Dark Elhain, who's just also an AoE damage dealer, but brings a chance, 75% land rate chance to place strong version decreased speed on a A1, on a A2. I don't know, man. It's difficult for me to imagine a world where I ever build the Dark Aethel before the Dark Elhain, or honestly, just ever build the Dark Aethel kind of period. You know what I'm saying, man? Husk, decent champion. Double hitter A1 with chance of placing provoke. Can, similar to Seeker, make him a decent provoker option champion to take into Finite, also deals damage based on enemy max HP with his A2 skill, and so very, very nice there as a Hydra damage dealer. Karam is a chicken, Lich is a chicken, Hexy is a chicken, Defiled Sinner is he's probably a chicken. Although having said that, I would be curious to see just how hard this thing can actually hit. Into Spider, damage increases by 10% for each living enemy, stacking up to 100%. So he's basically always going to get the 100% bonus damage into Spider with that. But apart from that, I don't know, man. It's got those any use cases outside of that. Probably not. Corpse Collector is also no good. Mausoleum Mage, for me, uniquely good into Iron Twins, placing decreased speed debuff on his A1, as well as bringing all kinds of debuff cleanse and block debuff skills on his A2 and on his A3 collectively. A little bit of heals coming in here as well. Solid champion. Most people are probably going to build a Mausoleum Mage if and when they pull him. Not bad into Dragon as well. Zealotah, I mean... 4.8 into Faction Wars. Low land rate sleep on his A1. Shield buff and allies equal to 20% of this champion's max HP for 3 turns. 410 cooldown. And attack all enemies on a 5 turn cooldown. 75% chance of placing sleep. I don't know, dude. I don't think Zealotah's very good, but he's fine as like a... just like an extra source of survival, I guess, and just tanking up in Faction Wars and stuff like that. But besides that, I'm not really that sold. Vorgoth is great. All kinds of healing coming in whenever this champion is attacked. Healing allies by a percentage of the damage received is great. Triple hitter A1 makes him decent into Finite. And great wave control with 75% land rate provoke on a 310 on his A2. Vorgoth is probably a must build for most players. Not absolutely must build though. Absolutely like 80% of players or something are probably building their Vorgoth. Balthus Drauglord. Nah. I've seen all I need to see just by looking at that provoke man, get him off my screen. Next to where we've got the Undead Holds version of Fane, right? We've got Anax who brings decreased accuracy, poison debuff, weaken debuff, and decreased defense debuff on his A1 skill. The only thing he doesn't bring, unlike Fane of the Skinwalkers faction, is that decreased attack debuff. But still, because he brings the poisons and all of these tools, he's a great Demon Lord Clan boss champion, man. Next up, Ostrox. Ostrox is a decent champion to bring along for a little bit of debuff control, as well as placing block buffs debuff. On an attack all enemy skill to take into Hydra. So if you haven't got like an Ugo yet on your account or something and you're trying to build out your Hydra teams and you need a block buffs champion, which you do, basically every Hydra team needs a block buffs champion, then Ostrox is going to be your guy. Kafru the Death Keeper. Yeah, removes a bit of debuff from allies. 310 cooldown, heals them by 10% of this champion's max HP. Also places Unkillable and Taunt buff on himself. Taunt isn't so good. I think Taunt has been nerfed like multiple cycles. I don't know, man. Kafru, I don't think he's very good. For Void Epic, I don't think that he does enough, man. Okay, that is the Undead Holds cleared. Next up, onto the Dark Elves. Captain Tamalia, not good enough, man. Kaiden, not a bad reviver. Actually, double reviver and a 410 on his A3, as well as a 100% land rate, 310 cooldown. Decreased attack debuff on the A2. Grit to bring along. Worth building up to level 50 for most players. Dark Kale is in the conversation for one of the best epic champions in the game. So when you do eventually go ahead and get him, you'll probably definitely be using him into potentially the likes of Ice Golem, if you're still into normal mode Ice Golem. Certainly Dragon. Demon Lord Clan Boss can be great as well. Multiple poison debuffs, poison sensitivity, decreased attack, even as passive, decrease the crit rate of enemies under 2 or more poison debuffs by 15%. Even this is bloody effective, man. Kale is great. Next up, Gwyneth. Is Gwyneth... Okay, so Gwyneth's A3 has got some people talking about potentially using Gwyneth in Chimera teams. I've never seen anybody using a Gwyneth ever on any account for any purpose. For me, yeah, she can ignore a lot of the target's defense for each debuff they are under. Big single target hit here on the A3. But that's... No, I'm just not sold. I'm just not sold, man. I don't see it. I have never seen anybody building or using a Gwyneth before on their accounts ever. So I gotta imagine that most people would agree that she's probably not worth building. Spider's fine as a debuffer into Faction Wars. He's okay. Decreased defense, you know, it is a 510 cooldown, even fully buffed. That sucks a bit, but he does also bring a 75% clip. Decreased attack on a 310 cooldown. So he's okay. Another one of those like 5 out of 10 epics. Dundil, very, very hard single target hitter nuker, ignoring all kinds of enemy defense on his A3. 50% of enemy defense ignorance on a single target smack. Can hit very, very hard. It can be used as a starter champion at a hard fire as well, with a double hitter A1. 30% chance on each crit of placing a freeze debuff. Not the best at anything in the game though. Like, he's okay into arena with this big single target hit. He's okay into wave content because he brings attack all enemies. and he's okay into hard Fire Knight because he brings a multi-hitter freeze, but it's not the best. He's not really the best at any of those jobs, you know? I'd still build him, by the way. I still really like the champion. Rhea the Conjurer brings a single target revive as well as an AoE weaken debuff. Not bad as a reviver option to take into Faction Wars. Thoresk looks absolutely awesome, but she's just not very good. I don't think I'd bother building a Thoresk. Krakath, oh yeah, she's absolutely terrible. Yeah, she's absolutely terrible. So she places Strengthen and Shield buff. It's on a 410 cooldown. But that's all she does. Because her A2 attacks when enemy places a revive or death buff on herself for 2 turns. Okay. But she's an HP based champion. She's like never gonna die. You know, it's very, very bizarre. Like, yeah. People are not a big fan of Krakath. I understand why, man. A3 is too long of a cooldown as well. Luria brings in AoE freeze, but its land rate is way too low, and its cooldown is too long. Not good enough as an epic champion for me. Crimson Helm has some use cases. She can be used to actually solo Dreadhorn Bommel in Doom Tower, though the build is a little bit finicky. Still, not a bad champion for her niche uses. Warden is absolutely terrible, bringing weak versions of important debuffs. Weak version decreased attack, weak version increased defense, and it's not even 100% land rate chance to land these debuffs, even fully booked on the Satu skill. And it's a 410 cooldown, fully booked. Yeah, don't build Warden. The guy's not very good. Delver, just generic damage dealer. She's okay. Personally would never build her myself. Fang Cleric brings a revive. A little bit of healing as well on his A2. Brings a speed on all battles by 15%. I don't know, man. I think that he's one of the weaker of the revivers in the game. Not quite as bad as Shaman, but still not very good. Hopefully you got a better option than him. Visionary's alright. Decreased crit rate, decreased crit damage debuffs on all enemies for 2 turns on a 3 turn. She's fine. By no means a must build. Lure's okay. Attacks all enemies 3 times. Each crit heals the champion by 2.5% max HP. You might think that she's like some kind of great nuker because it attacks all enemies 3 times, but I don't know, man. I'm not that sold on Lure personally. Maybe some of you guys disagree. Unlike Sylar, who I think is absolutely insane. Huge 10 meter decrease and decreased speed debuff coming in on a A3 skill. It is on a 410 cooldown, but you can build her in Reflex or Relentless and get more use out of this skill against waves. Incredible wave controller. For me, at least, I consider it to be a must build. Madame Ceres is great. Decreased attack, decreased defense on all enemies, removes all buffs from all enemies, makes her great into wave content in PvE, as well as PvP for just being like a buff strip champion to take into your arena teams. And that is all for the Dark Elves faction. Onwards to Knights Revenant, where we start things off with Crypt Witch. Speed in ally faction crypts by 20%. Very, very good. Unfortunately for Crypt Witch, that's where the good news ends. She just brings a lot of single target damage and not a lot of utility at all. Her decreased defense debuff is a 3-time hitter at random, which is always a little bit dicey, you know, to bring against waves. For me, she doesn't do quite enough, but I wouldn't begrudge anybody building her just for the speed or crypts. Pitiless one, similar deal, just very, very generic damage deal that doesn't really bring a whole lot of utility, though he does bring crit hit boosts, boosting his 10 meter by 15%. Maybe an edge case use in Spider's Den with this guy. Never felt the need to build him myself, though, man. Overall, wouldn't recommend him. Sim deal with Necro Hunter. Miscreated Monster, one of the best epics in the game, in my view. 410 cooldown, 3-turn duration, ally protection.
even in the top clans, I don't think they definitely have people way more than that, but I don't think even like most of them are 60 million. Let me double check. Yeah, like half of the clan, more than half of the clan is way less than a 60.
Sorry about that, everybody. How y'all doing? I'm back.
Yeah, 60 million is still pretty high even these days. I remember which account it was. I beat somebody with 120 million player power recently. Well, I mean, I guess I beat Panda too, so that's more than 120 million. But who was the guy that was 120 million? He wasn't in any of these clans. He was in some other clan I wasn't familiar. Was it in this clan? Come on, don't buck out on me. Anyway, doesn't matter, but I beat somebody with 120 million player power.
Ah, fuck, Shinny's on. I apologize more about having him playing than me being gone, man. Anywho. So we're trying to get... We was trying to get enough potions to get the cat up to level 3 on Ascension. But we may just break that and go back to campaign farming for some shards. At least until the day resets in like an hour and a half so we get some more multi-battles. Either way. Hop back in the arena for a minute. I don't know, we might ought to level up our characters. Get out of here. Any of y'all started a new account anytime recently? If so, did the new player links that y'all put in work? The reason I'm asking is because the kitty cut that I used to get the cat worked, and I had uninstalled all the RAID and Plariums off my computer. And for some reason, the link didn't work on this specific mod or emulator. It worked on the other ones, but it didn't work on this one for some reason. So I was just curious if anybody knows anything, if there's something up with them or what. Also, did they take Tholen off of the codes? A lot of people are still promoting his code, but when I tried it, it said it was expired. Which, given, I think the cat's probably better for like in-game stuff than Tholen, just because he's a almost meta arena champion. And Tholen, he's very top tier for progression, but when it comes to like end-to-end game, not really. that's scary. I don't know if we're going to make this one or not, but we'll try it. Oh yeah, I was worried about nothing. I'll tell you what we need to do before we go back into the campaign. Get the void things to take Painkeeper to the 3rd star ascension. We only need 2 more. That way she can work as an AoE heal. We literally have no other means of healing on this account yet. Oh, that'd be easy. How'd they make it up here? Yeah, I'm not very confident on them other ones, so let's get them 2 void potions for Painkeeper. Damn all them poisons. I never noticed that book on Geomancer's back actually having writing on it. Let's see what we're looking at here as well. Damn, we're nowhere close to being at Helm Smasher or War Master, whichever one. Definitely take that though. So we need to stay on this side. I guess we can go with that. Give us a little bit of healing. Yeah. Ooh, ancient shard. We found 2 or 3 of them in the shop today. What should we get? I wish we could pull a Seeker on this account, which I am glad to have it on my day 2 free to play. Pulling it today. You you know, the second day of it. It'd be very handy. Arcanist. You know, if this was on the new account, I'd probably keep her, take her to at least 40. But, I don't know, man. She got a 40% chance to sleep on her A1, 15% continuous heal on all allies for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. And she requires, like, no books, almost. And a small increase in attack, increase crit rate. She would be really good for new players. If you could keep her alive. Oh, we got us another shard. Trash. Ain't nothing he can do. wonder if it's better to run this stage or midway through hard mode for XP. This is 30% less energy for it. I think the other one we was getting about 10k per head. Let's see what it gets on this. It took 49 seconds. How long does it take to run on here? was weird. My HDMI went direct to the laptop for a minute. It's back on now, but yeah. A little bit iffy on this one, but we'll try it. Alright. A little bit stronger than I thought it was. We got Seeker's A2 booked out. We got lucky and only one went into the A1. And his A2 only required 2 books. But I'm wondering if the A1 wouldn't be worth booking up the provoke percentage on it. Especially since we're going to be running him in the arena. I would like to get an attack percentage gauntlet for speed. It always seems like when you're looking for it, it ain't there. that nice isn't stone skin or not. How easy this is. Okay. Wonder how many days we got till siege starts. I want to say like maybe 2. Damn. The hell was all that? I'll take that loss. I don't even know it hit me. Crit rate. That's a tanky siffy. Four-star crit rate. Alright, we'll accept that. And just a couple to get Painkeeper to 30, and let's see if we can get an attack chest. We may need to swap over to the mythical team. What kind of boots are we running on Cavalax? Defense? The hell? Yeah, we need attack. We can swap that over real quick. pretty strong attack boot there. 75% plus, what's that, 107? Why do we got HP on the gauntlets? Level 28. Yeah, this was a horribly built Cavalax. You should do a lot better now. 8,000 attack. Holy cow. Not much of anything else. Well, 460 on accuracy, but yeah. 8k attack, that's pretty good. Let's take something up to 3. So now it's going to do 110%. I mean, that's a pretty scary build, I bet. Let's see how it does. Of course, all the block damage is not very good for this one. 140k on the poisons alone. Wow, all these low levels. I don't understand the gear on that one. but they definitely know what they're doing.
Hey guys, welcome back to Raid Shadow Legends. In today's video, I wanted to give you guys a 10-day update on the Assassin account. Now, we're about 10 and a half days played. As you guys know, if you've been watching along with this one, with the Xenomorph on our previous account, we did manage to do Ultra Nightmare in 12 days. I thought Ezio was going to beat it, but it's looking like we might be a bit scuffed on this run. I'll give you guys the day 10 update, and I will update you guys, obviously, on day 11 and 12 to see if we can get there. But let's go through where we're currently at, and then I'll show you guys a run. So I haven't been able to find in our clan a Spirit Affinity Ultra Nightmare yet. It's the last 4 days have all been Magic or Force. We finally had a Nightmare Spirit, and we've done one key, and I'll show you guys another key, and you can see we got 22 million. So we got a 2-key Nightmare, which I'm pretty happy with. Once again, that's only our best affinity. Ultra Nightmare, I just ran a key through it because we got a bunch of keys in the mail, and I'm like, we may as well test this out. And you can see we got 10.46 on neutral element. Well, it's actually weak for Ezio, but it's our second best element, we'll call it. So that's where we're at the moment on Ultra Nightmare. Now, we do have a bunch of upgrades that we can do in the next day or so. Obviously, our Venom Age is still 5-star. Unfortunately, I miscalculated the Nightmare campaign, and if I get 2 stars on all the stages here, that would be 14, plus 3 stars on stage 6, which you can normally do, that would be 15. And then I've got 2 more to get here, which would be 16, 17, which would bring me to 218 stars. And then I have 2 here, 4, 6, which would bring me to 224 stars. And I honestly don't know where I'm going to get 1 more star. I think once I get War Master on my Tahanarok, I might be able to come in and do one of these ones, because these ones I was clearing. I cleared them on, I don't know why it has this clear time, but I'm pretty sure I cleared some of these stages. I can't remember which map it was in, but I was clearing stages, but it was taking, oh yeah, here it is, this one. You can see I was clearing these with 2-man being just Tahanarok and Tagore, but they were taking me too long. So maybe with the War Masters, we can get 1 more star there to get our 5-star chickens, which would be our solution to getting our Venom Age up to 6-star tomorrow. So we'll see how we go. At the moment, I am farming masteries. You can see Tagore just got all the RNG. So he is up to War Master. So now we're going to drop him. Tahanarok's getting there. She's, 325 away. Nama, obviously, because we bought those. Ezio's still a mile away. And then Venom Age is actually getting there. The problem is we just don't have him 6-star. So we're only running 2 characters on War Master at the moment. The builds are still very, very scuffed. You can see our Nama's pretty squishy. 215 speed ain't too bad, but her accuracy is still at 148, which is okay. Ezio, 134 accuracy, 199 speed. Once again, a bit slower than I'd want, and he is super damn squishy at 23k HP and 1600 defense. That's because we had to slap an accuracy chest just to get some accuracy on him. So once again, our builds compared to the previous account are not very good either. Like, we were so much faster on the other account because we had good perception pieces over there. Yeah, I went through the Nama. Tahanarok, 205 speed, decent defense, no accuracy, but we're not using that. Tagore's only 196 speed, so we're a little bit slow across the board. And then Venom Age obviously slow here. If I could equip this, it would be fantastic to get the extra 17 speed. But obviously, we're missing banners, all that good stuff. But over the next day, I'm going to farm Minotaur, try and get all their masteries done, and then we'll explore past that. I'm about to energy cap, which really sucks. But that's where we're at. As for the Arbiter missions, we're onto this one for beating 100 champions in Classic Arena. Honestly, I've let this slip. We've had a busy couple days. My son just injured himself today. But we got this big inflatable, it's huge water slide thing, and he was climbing up you climb up and it's got inflatable water slides and stuff, and he slipped and his knee hit his chin and it's just put his tooth straight through his lip. So he's gonna have I got a scar on my lip. He's gonna have a matching scar with me. But we've just been busy on the holidays, so I haven't been able to grind this one as actively as I would like to, is what I'm trying to say. So not saying Ezio's terrible, but it's just that I suck. But the other thing is, it's really funny, and we're about to do a run. The thing with Ezio is, it's because with Xenomorph, it felt like I just had too much poisons and not enough explosions. now I feel like I have too much explosions and not enough applications. So I think the real key to this would be to have one more poisoner instead of Tahanarok or Tagore. Ideally, you drop Tagore and get Tahanarok skill 2 maxed, and then you've got your speed uptime, you've got defense uptime, and you're really cooking from there on. So I do think that Tahanarok, with her skill 3 maxed, and then dropping Tagore and putting like a Frozen Banshee or something for extra poison application would be the go to make this team really damn synergistic. Like if we had obviously Xenomorph, even better. But yeah, I'll just that's the general thoughts I'm having. But let's go in. I'll show you guys a Nightmare run, and then hopefully after reset in 22 minutes, we can get ourselves a Spirit Affinity Ultra Nightmare. If not, I might clan hop to test it. And I'll update you guys with that in tomorrow's video because I want to get some more of my War Masters done before we do that. But let's jump in and take a look at how we are going so far. So I've got kind of funny presets just because my speed order is not right. Like I just don't have the gear that I had on the previous account, so I can't even really get my speed order tuned. Because the way I really wanted it was to have Venomage go first, apply the poisons, Nama go second, apply poisons, Ezio go third, pop poisons, then boss attacks, fills up the poison bar, and then Nama would explode. But because my turn order is all messed up, it doesn't really work out that way. I will try and tune a bit in the next day or so to see if I can shuffle things around to get it to work, but still have everyone functioning well. But yeah, at the moment I use Nama Basic to open. I use Ezio Basic and then his skill 3, and you'll see the way it pans out. Let's just run it, and I'll explain it as we go. No, I don't need to do that. I got like 3 in the mail, so I thought we could just dump an attack into Ultra Nightmare on this one and just see how it went. I was actually going to cancel the Ultra Nightmare run, but I got 1 tap from full HP on like turn 17 or something like that, so I was like, rip. But let's go here. Let's get our 2 key on the Nightmare Clan boss and see how this run goes. So you'll see that I do think a lot of tuning, not like proper speed tuning, exact speeds, but just turn order would do well. So we do basic on Nama, we do basic on Ezio, then we do poisons here. The boss does the punches, we fill up the poison bar, Ezio revenges, then we pop with Nama, and then we use skill 3 from Ezio, and then the boss should move just before Ezio here. Yep, fill up the poisons more, Ezio revenge, Ezio poisons, activate 875. I think he did apply his poisons as well, which is nice. And so this is where it becomes dry, and this is where having an extra poison application would be huge, because the thing is, we're losing so much damage by these attacks, the boss having no poison, so we're actually getting effectively no damage. And that's where the big loss comes in of not having the Xenomorph, is that boss's attack where he does the single target really kills us because we don't get to fill up the gauge, and that is the huge issue that we face. So yeah, that's the awkward thing. So once again, I do think replacing Tahanarok or Tagore for a poison applier would be fantastic. So we actually pop those 2 poisons on and pop them, but you see now everything's out of tune as well. So it's not perfect, but I do think with an extra, because you can see there, now we didn't really need too many poisons, but we used every poison application ability. So also, you know, getting cooldown reductions would affect it as well and stuff like that. We do have Nama on the 1 retaliation set, so when she procs that and extends, it is really nice for damage. But she'll go ahead and use hers this next turn. I believe she should pop right here. And the problem is Ezio is going to overlap with her. Oh no, maybe Ezio is going to get to go. Okay, yeah, here we go. So the problem here is Nama's going to go after the boss, and she's going to pop. And then I just want to show you guys the error in this. So now Ezio would be using his poisons without any other poisons on, and that's where, you know, you get, once again, a little bit of error, and that's where having that extra applier would be so much better. I'm just leaving it on auto so we're not changing anything and manually playing anything. But yeah. Let's see how it goes. So you can see 9 turns, 8.2 million is not too bad, but it's just a matter of trying to fill up that poison gauge again so that when the boss has the start of the turn, we get that damage. I think that's the biggest issue we have with 2 activators and without that extra applier. And then Nama did the revenge and her attack, and neither of them extended durations, which really sucks. So Nama should skill Oh no, she's still skill 1. So yeah, Nama 3 basic attacks without doing a single extension really kind of hurts. Okay, now Nama's going to pop here. Yep, perfect. So we need the boss. And so once again, now we're going to have those 2 poisons. We got activated 400,000, so I think we did get the extra applies from the Ezio, which is nice. Oh wait, we are on the we're on the spirit boss, so yeah, he should reliably be placing those. Boss goes again. And yeah, in Ultra Nightmare, by turn 14, we start getting hit pretty hard, because obviously you guys saw the stats. We're pretty damn squishy. And the other big issue with not having the extra poison applier is it kills our survivability, because when we pop the poisons and have no other way to put them on before the boss attacks, it means that we lose out on that 25% damage mitigation from Nama. So that's the other big issue. So I really like the Ezio, but it's like, I feel like we just need that extra poison applier in the team with Ezio, otherwise it's just not enough poisons. It's kind of like with the Xenomorph, how with only the Nama popping, especially with our cooldown reductions, it just feels like you don't have enough ways to activate the poisons. It's kind of like they both have their own issue, and if you combine them together, they absolutely dominate it, but without both of them, it's awkward. But like I said, Frozen Banshee is really good. Frozen Banshee has double poisons on the basics if they're under sensitivity, and with Ezio and Nama putting sensitivity on, like we have not run out of sensitivity this whole fight, I don't think. So it's not a bad way to get around it. Let's see, are we up to skill 3 with Venomage? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we should have a pop coming up here. Yep, perfect. Poison application. So that's like a good timing the way that worked. So that worked out pretty decently. Boom. Now Ezio's going to pop on the next turn. If he could come back to life, that would be fantastic. Ezio, dude got absolutely tapped. Okay, now we need a revive here. Ah, damn, yeah, so we're not going to actually get another pop out of the Ezio, so this run is going to be super scuffed. Because we're going to revive at a very poor time. So we're going to revive right now, halfway through this turn, meaning Ezio's just going to die to the AoE from the boss. Oh, maybe we're 1 turn away. Okay, if Tagore survives, we're going to get the revive off and everyone's going to come back. Perfect. And everyone should get a turn. Oh no, we didn't have the speed buff. Oh no, he used the skill 3 because that's the priority. That's alright, we're going to cleanse. Okay, here we go. Damage is going to ramp. Damage is going to ramp. We're already at the 2 key because our last key was 22. There's the 20. Extra poisons. Those 2 go down. Get the pop, get the heal, nice. Tagore, get the heal up again. We got the attack break on as well, which is nice. Extra couple poisons for the mitigation. The revive, and he's about to use the single target, so Ezio's going to be dead again, but that's okay. So yeah, once again, stats really a big issue on this one. Tagore here. Oh no, Tagore's way off the heal. Yeah, no, this is where we're done, I think. We do get 2 poisons for damage mitigation. 1 more turn out of Nama. There we go. Honestly, not too bad, but you can see there that Ezio is doing basically no damage because he never gets to really apply his poisons that much. He's always just popping Nama's poisons that get reflected onto the boss. So that's where, you know, his pop is really nice. I don't think there's any situation when you're using Nama and other poison appliers where he's actually going to have big damage numbers, just purely because you're like, at most he's maybe putting 1, possibly 2 poisons on, but that's not the thing. It's about having that extra poison applier, but that always extra poison popper. But also his skill 3 is nice to strip the boss of the attack buff, which helps you survive longer. But yeah, he's just not going to be dealing damage because you're using him to pop the poisons already on there. If they're missing some poisons and he happens to apply a couple of his own and pop them, well, that's a bonus. But really, it's about him being able to pop poisons too, so that we can rinse through. And once again, I think removing the Tagore or Tahanurak would really speed that up. But that is the Nightmare run. Once again, 10.5 days played. I will update you guys as we go. I don't think we're going to do 12 days Ultra Nightmare. I just think I'm too far behind on this account because I haven't had the time to grind it as actively as the other one and get every little bit of energy. But I'm curious to see what we can do. And also the other account where we had the Xenomorph, I didn't log into it for like the first 5 days of the event. I think I'm 3 days away from getting the Ezio, and then I will test them together because I think that's going to be absolutely bonkers. So that is something I will do over there eventually. But I'll keep you guys updated over the next 2 days of this one. But currently, 23.69 million on Nightmare is our best. I'm going to have to go for a Spirit Ultra Nightmare and see how we go there. But we're definitely not going to do the Magic Nightmare. But, you know, I'll keep you guys updated. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching. Hope you have an awesome day, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Cheers.
Mistake number one, man, it's gotta be pulling shards like an absolute psycho. The only time you should ever be pulling shards inside of Raid Shadow Legends is during a 2x event. They come around every 2 weeks over the weekend, right, for certain shard types, and so you'd only need a little bit of patience. If you want to pull your shards straight away, by the way, you don't want to save them up, okay, fine, I personally wouldn't do that. I'd like to save them up to do fusion events and stuff like that. If you want to pull your shards right away, fine, do so, but only during 2x events, guys. Don't be pulling shards as a new player on a newer account, especially for progressive chance events. Because the amount of takeovers that I do, account takeovers that I do on this channel, where I log on in and I see that we literally only have mystery shards in the entire summon portal, it leaves me dismayed, man. What is up, guys? This is Cobb, by the way. Welcome to the account of Mr. Kitsune, where we do an account takeover video on a very, very early game account, it's got to be said. We've got builds to fix, we've got dungeon teams to build, we've got a lot of things to get to work on this account, but at the same time, I'm just going to spend this entire, first initial video on this account running through a whole bunch of potential mistakes that this account might have made. Things that this account is doing right, by the way, because those are plentiful as well. But I'm going to go through a big old list of mistakes that you want to avoid on your own account. The kind of mistakes that are going to freeze your progress, literally, inside of Raid. And just investigating whether this account is guilty of having made those mistakes. Before we get started, if you're looking to create a new Raid account, make sure to get that done right now. We're using the beginner promo link that's down below this video at the top of the description box. Man, click on that link using laptop or PC and use that link to create your new account for all of the free champs that you see on screen right now on that brand new Raid account, man. Basilius Varanus as your starter legendary champion, an extra legendary champion by using beginner code Desert Queen to get to Hanorrak on day 1 of your new account, and 3 free epics as you level up your account. Those will just be delivered right to your inbox. Mistake number 2. When it comes to pulling your shards during 2x events, okay, you might pull yourself a whole bunch of decent champions. Next mistake that I often see is people just leveling crap champions up to 6 stars. Or putting way too many resources into the wrong champions right away. Now, I've got to say, check out Mr. Kitsune's account right here. Of the level 60 champions, there aren't that many. We've got like 8 level 60s on the entire account. I actually like them. I think that we've done a great job on the account as far as this goes. I feel like every champion that we've leveled serves a good purpose. We've got a great poison duo now with Mesiliac Priest and Kale for Demon Lord. We've got a couple of increased speed champions with Tagore and Hanorrak. Tagore's also acting as a reviver, so that's great. We've got some extra poison and some ally protect coming in from Taragi the Frog, so that's good to see. Mikey's also taking care of decreased defense and decreased attack, so that's bloody lovely. We've done a great job of blasting up the right champions at the right time. I'm a little bit nervous about Inquisitor Shamil, not because he's a bad champion, but because he's very, very much like a Hydra specialist champion, really. His main job is to counter the Head of Torment and its true fear debuffs by cleansing those and assisting with damage and all that good stuff. We don't need Inquisitor Shamil to go up to 6 stars anytime soon on this account because we just don't really have a functional Hydra team. We don't have the Ugo up to level 60 yet with block buffs, although the Ugo is almost fully booked, so that's good to see. And we don't have a Provoker on the account either, so we're really quite far away from being able to take advantage of Inquisitor Shamil, who really benefits from those longer Hydra fights, so I'd say don't bother with him. And honestly, account killer mistake number 3 that I oftentimes see is leveling too many legendary champions too quickly. Oftentimes when you see people pulling their shards very, very sporadically early on and they just pull them like a madman, they end up with like a bunch of legendary champions that they end up maxing up really quickly, and then they don't have the skill tomes to fully book up these champions. Again, not a problem on this account. What you want to be doing if you pull a lot of legendaries, pick 1 or 2 of them to work on and start booking those champions first and foremost and just focus on those guys. But until you've got the legendary tomes to fully book up, most legendary champions in this game, they're not that worth building. Like, they don't do a whole lot. Like, an unbooked legendary champion is like half the value of a fully booked epic champion, you know? So just be leveling epic champions instead. This is what your epic champions are for, man, is to be leveling these guys while you're saving up the legendary tomes to fully build your Legos, which are much, much harder to build. Mistake number 4. Spreading skill tomes between your champs. I thought, and this account has done a half good job of not making this mistake, right? The reason it's really, really bad is because if you were to take all of your legendary tomes and start spreading them between like the Michelangelo and the two Hanorach, which we haven't done here, we fully booked up the Michelangelo, which is great, but if you were to spread these skill tomes like 50-50 between multiple legendaries, or even spreading them between many different legendaries at once, you end up with champions that don't benefit from the cooldown reduction on their skills, and they have things like debuffs, like the two Hanorach's decreased attack debuff here and block buffs debuff, where they don't have a 100% land rate on these debuffs. And like, that's a massive problem. That's a huge problem, man. You gotta get your most powerful champions in the account fully booked up first, like the Michelangelo. It's not all sunshine and rainbows though, because Mr. Kitsune, we got the Taragi the Frog half booked. We're missing the cooldown reduction on the A3. We're missing the cooldown reduction on the A2, and we're missing the debuff chance on the A1, which is a strong version decreased attack debuff. And so we gotta get this Taragi fully booked. Instead, what we've got, okay, like the Morag's actually fully booked. That's good to see, but the Ugo is then almost fully booked as well, but we're currently sitting on a 610 cooldown for the debuff cleanse and the heals on Ugo's A3. So we split the books between the Ugo and the Taragi, and also the Meseliac Priest On has got himself a couple books as well, and I think even the Shamail I saw just earlier on also has one random book as well. He just got like the back page. He just got like the I don't know, the glossary page of the epic skill book. Don't want to be doing this. You really, really don't want to be doing this. If this were me on my account, I would fully finish booking out the Taragi, only because he's so close and because he's going to be quite important to the Demon Lord Clan Boss team, as well as potentially an Ice Golem team with a big ally protection buff, right? Finish booking out your champions, man. I can't stress it enough. Next up, let's investigate the gem situation. So on a new raid account, the very first thing you want to do, I'm a bit nervous, because I see that we're sitting on 6 gems total here. 6, dude. I mean, I have more gems in real life, like outside of raid, maybe, than Kitsune's got here on his account. You got to spend all of the initial gems that you get inside of raid from doing missions and stuff on, thank Christ, fully upgrading the gem mine. Get the gem mine fully upgraded to 3 out of 3, okay? Once the gem mine's fully upgraded to 3 out of 3, you then may make the decision to go ahead and spend 800 gems unlocking your starter champions masteries, or whoever your campaign farmer is on your account. Did we do that with the Kale? It looks like we did. Why do we go Giant Slayer on the Kale? We should generally be going War Master on the Kale. It's not the worst mastery build I've ever seen, by the way, but strictly speaking, War Master is a better final tier mastery to go in the offense tree than Giant Slayer for the kill. Giant Slayer you typically got on champions that have like a triple hitter A1 skill, or just many multi-hitter skills. Kale does have a multi-hitter skill with the quad hitter on his A3, but it's a 410 cooldown and it's the only multi-hitter skill that he's got, so strictly speaking, War Master is better for the kill. Who else have we bought masteries for? I'm gonna go ahead and just suggest that I'm suspicious here. The Michelangelo? Okay, we almost definitely bought those masteries with gems as well, given how young this account is. What about the Tagore? Okay, it looks like we farmed up the Tagore's masteries in Minotaur. That's good. What about the Taragi? I don't know if we farmed these in Minotaur. It's a bit sus. What about the Morag? Okay, we farmed these up in Minotaur. Okay, that's cool, that's cool. The Johannarak, we've also farmed those up in Minotaur. We just farmed a crap load of Minotaur, or what? We're farming up the masteries from Meseliac Priest and Minotaur as well. Same with a whole bunch of other champions. I love to see this. I suspect that we maybe bought masteries for 2 or 3 champions here. Definitely at least 1. Maybe 2 or 3, which is a little bit much. You generally want to be saving your gems for energy refills, but one thing you want to do is, after buying masteries on at least one of your champions for 800 gems, and then everything after that you should farm a Minotaur. It's strictly more efficient to farm your masteries inside of Minotaur after that. Then we've got the, okay, lovely. We've got the Guardian Ring fully upgraded. And we haven't upgraded any of the slots as well. This is good. This is good. After buying Masteries on one champion, I'd suggest that you do this next with your gems. Unlock all of your Guardian Ring slots, and you can start leveling food champions to rank up more guys inside of your Guardian Ring. This is a great investment in the long term, and so this is good to see. The fact that we've only got like 6 gems remaining does tell me that we're probably spending gems on unlocking Masteries a little bit too much. Or have we just spent them all on energy refills? Maybe we have. We farmed a lot of the current ongoing Spider tournament, none of the Sand Devil 10 attack. Okay. Another mistake that it's not gonna like wreck your account exactly, but it will give your account a kick square in the nuts, is if you're leveling up your Great Hole wrong. I don't mind this, putting like 1 level into each of these, it costs almost nothing. Okay, like whatever. But yeah, leveling up the accuracy nodes first and foremost is the best possible way to level up your Great Hole first. I'd recommend take 1 accuracy node all the way up to, or rather take these 3 accuracy nodes right here, take them all up to rank 5 would be my advice. This is going to help you clear various missions and challenges and stuff in the game, getting all these up to rank 5. The reason we start with accuracy, by the way, is because accuracy is a useful stat on like 90% of champions inside of Raid, whereas all of the other stats are, yeah, a little bit situational. You can make an argument that, you know, HP and resistance to an extent can be useful stats on most champions in the game as well as defense, but accuracy, you just get a lot of bang for your buck for leveling up the accuracy nodes, and so I'd suggest get these sorted, right? Then once you've got these 3 accuracy nodes up to rank 5, pick one of them and take it all the way up to rank 10, okay? Ignore everything else. Forget everything else. Take 1 accuracy node up to rank 10. You'll thank me later when it comes to finishing your arbiter missions and challenges and stuff on your account, right? Next, account killer. What's the skill book situation? Okay, we've been spending this. It's not surprising that we've spent a lot of the skill books recently. There's a CVC going on right now at the time I'm shooting this video, so this is totally fine to see. I just wish that we were booking, you know, sticking with booking 1 champion until they were fully booked, but that is what it is. Next mistake that's going to kick you in the, in the genitalia, man, is going to be misbuilding your champions, which I take a look at certain champions on this account, and this is a 5-star awakened Michelangelo, so because of a 5-star awakening, he's gaining all kinds of bonus stats like accuracy and HP and crit damage and all of that kind of stuff, but the accuracy's okay. Okay, the accuracy's okay. So, first thing when it comes to accuracy on your champions, I'm going to start there. Any champion in the game that places any kind of debuff or any kind of negative effect on an enemy that's not damage, right? So 10 meter decrease, decreased defense here on Michelangelo, the stun debuff, the decreased attack debuff, stealing buffs from enemies, anything like that requires accuracy to land on enemies, right? So if a champion needs accuracy, they need to be accuracy capped. How much accuracy do you need on a champion? The easiest way to work this out in the early game of Raid is just take a look at, I don't know, like Ice Golem's Peak or whatever, just any dungeon that you're trying to clear, and you need 10 accuracy per stage. So if you're trying to clear stage 16 of Ice Golem, you need about 160 accuracy on your champions to reliably land debuffs against the boss. For stage 20, it's about 200 accuracy, so on and so forth, right? So the Michelangelo is just about there in terms of accuracy, but his speed is abysmal, bro. This is very, very low speed. Like 127 speed is low, man. Very, very low. Because after taking care of accuracy on a champion like Michelangelo, or even a champion like Tuhanarak, who also lands a whole bunch of debuffs and stuff herself, you've got to fix up the speed. Speed is the most important stat in all of Raid Shadow Legends, man. And if you are not taking care of speed on your champions, I guarantee you are severely gimping your progress inside of Raid. And it can be a big, big reason why you get stuck on certain levels of Demon Lord Clan Boss, and your damage numbers just aren't going up. It's because your champions just aren't moving, man. They're so gosh darn slow, you know? I mean, oh my god. Oh my god, man. The Ugo is 116 speed? What are his boots? Defense percent, HP percent. Okay, at least we went for some percentage stats as the main stat on his gloves and chest. That's okay. He's in a random crit damage amulet, which... Oh god. Okay. So we've definitely got some builds to fix up here. Honestly, some of the best tips I can give, I'm going to do like a second video on this account where I talk about things to take this account forward and must do tips and habits to get into on your account, but one that I'll mention right now in this video to help you get unstuck quickly if you're a new player: get 5-star quality speed boots equipped on every single one of your champions that is like level 50 or higher. I swear down, man, okay, to use like a northeastern saying, I swear down on me mam's life, okay, you're going to see crazy good progress if you just get 5-star quality boots with speed as the main stat, right? Boots are the only item in the game, they're the only type of artifact in the game that can roll into speed as the main stat on the boots. And speed is by far the best stat in Raid Shadow Legends. You know, 99% of the time in PvE, it's the best stat you can possibly push. PvP, definitely the speed meta is a thing in Arena and stuff. You just gotta have really, really fast-moving champions, especially your champions that are placing key debuffs and increased speed buffs and 10-meter boosts and stuff like that, right? Your buffers and your debuffers need to be the fastest champions on your account by a lot. That doesn't mean that you can ignore speed on your damage dealers. You still want speed boosts when you're getting started, at least, on all of your damage dealers as well. We actually have attack percent on the Michelangelo, which I understand why we did that. I get why we went for that, but he brings key debuffs as well, and even just your raw damage dealers like Morag, you know, she brings an ally attack, but besides that, she just kind of smacks people, you know, and she's like a defense-based damage dealer. I mean, look at how slow she is. Holy crap, and she's in resistance banner. Oh, okay. Even your nukers and your slowest damage dealers on your account should be running at like minimum 160 speed, 165 speed, and even for a lot of people, that's considered exceptionally slow. So yeah. So what I'm going to do right now is key in a whole bunch of champion rebuilds that I've worked on this account that I've already got set up here. So we've got the Hanorrak. She's a great support champion, and she's like halfway towards being booked on this account. Honestly, I wouldn't use the Hanorrak in any teams on this account really until she's fully booked. Until then, I just use the Tagore instead. The Tagore is bringing some shields. He's bringing an increased speed buff and some healing on a 310 cooldown. Like, this is what I mean, by the way, with prioritize leveling your epic champions until you can fully book your legendaries, because at the end of the day, what, you're going to use the Hanorrak with a 410 cooldown, not even 100% land rate, decreased attack debuff, and what was actually originally like a 510 cooldown increased speed buff. Like, we've got one book to go into it, so that's cool, it's 410s now, but still, you know, I'd rather just use the Tagore personally and get a nice low cooldown, big increased speed buff, right? Most important buff in the game, most important stat in the game, you know. That said, I'll go ahead and rebuild the Hanorrak. We got to get her massively, massively faster, so I'm going to rejig a lot of her gear here. And yeah, you can see we're also going to be taking care of her accuracy a little bit. She still needs to get an accuracy banner on, ideally with a speed substat, but we're like almost doubling her speed, bro. You know, we're almost able to double her speed, so that's an enormous, sweaty, just grimy, I mean, one could even say sludgy, ooh, upgrade right there going on to the Hanorrak. Big stuff, and the boots aren't even max rank yet, and we're kind of broke in terms of silver on this account, and so that's like as much as I can do. For the Michelangelo, it's going to be a very, very minor rebuild. I'm just going to change his boots. Honestly, his crit rate and his crit damage are fine. If we like max roll these boots up to rank 16, his speed should be okay, like the 165 mark or something like that. He'll do just fine in this kind of gear set. I'm fine to leave him where he is. As for the Tagore, I mean, this is an insanely slow Tagore, bro. It's insanely slow. We've gone very, very high on defense and HP percent and stuff like that. What I will say as well is that when it comes to any champion in the game that brings heals, check how their healing scales when you're building out these types of support champions, right? So we've got Tagore here. He brings increased speed buff, but he also heals all allies by 15% of his own max HP, of the Tagore's HP, okay? This means that the more HP you build on your Tagore, the bigger this 15% heal is going to be, right? And this kind of goes for Ugo as well, and a lot of champions in this game heal based on their own HP percentage. And so what that means is that you can try and prioritize building HP percent gloves and an HP percent chest plate on these kind of champions. And that's really going to maximize their healing. So for the Tagore, again, we're just going to try and drastically speed him up. Once, oh god, his banner's an attack banner, by the way, but it's like, we just don't have any options. We're really, really stuck for options with accessories on this account. And again, once we fully level up these boots, we should settle on a pretty decent amount of speed, like 190 or something. Either way, it's a hell of a lot better than what we had going on the Tagore with the previous build. The Taragi. So I'd love to rebuild the Taragi. I did try. There's no options on the account to increase his accuracy without absolutely decimating his speeds, and so we just need accuracy banners on the account, man. Currently he's in a resistance banner. It's not doing a lot for us. The Taragi needs accuracy to land his provoke and his decreased attack, and even the poisons on his passive. All of these things require accuracy, so I wish I could fix up his build. for now, I just got to leave it where it is. The Morag Bronze Lock, we're going to go ahead and tweak up her build as well. Just switching on over, getting up to 100% crit rate again. We took off a chest piece before, but whatever. Basically, our build is going to be a lot faster now. And by a lot faster, she's still very slow, I know, but we're making do with what we've got here. The Kale's build is not bad. Look at the Kale's build, man. Like, he's actually got some pretty decent speed boots on for where this account is. Very early game account, of course. He's got an HP amulet, which I'm not a huge fan of in his banners, an attack banner. Again, we're struggling for accuracy banners on the account, but this is the rebuild that we've got. Wait, what the hell? Oh! I didn't save the Kale's rebuild! Oh! Well, I guess we're doing that from scratch. First things first, we can go ahead and get him in an actual crit damage amulet here. He loses a bunch of other stats across the board, but frankly, crit damage is... once you've got 100% crit rate on your damage dealers, crit damage very, very quickly becomes the best stat you can possibly build on these guys, and it's not even rank 16 yet. We should definitely rank 16 it. It double rolled into accuracy, which is also good. And so, yeah, that's the only change that I would make there. His chest plate is actually currently equipped on the Fear Gun. Now, this is another just quick tip to throw on in here. If you've got a good piece of gear like this, and by the way, I know that like mid-game and late-game players will look at this piece of gear and say, good? What the hell are you talking about, Cobb? That's a piece of garbage. But for an account that's very early game, this is a pretty good chest plate, right? It's an attack percent chest plate, and percentage stats are always more valuable than flat stats, and so an attack percent chest plate, lovely jubbly, it's rolled into some crit rate, it's a bit of accuracy for the Kale. This really isn't bad, you know, it's really not bad. Just going a bit of speed, and it goes into HP percent, which is fine, whatever. You really want to focus on getting your best gear pieces equipped on your best and fully booked champions, okay? I repeat, don't be putting good bits of gear on champions that aren't even level 60. That's what that comes down to, okay? Focus all of your best gear on your best and fully booked champions first. Get the most value out of those guys. Those are the guys who are going to carry your account, okay? And it actually happens that we can go ahead and build the Kale in full Relentless gear here, which is kind of hilarious. He's actually going to be in 4 pieces of Relentless gear, so the Kale's damage numbers are going to be absolutely bouncing, to be fair, in things like Demon Lord. The fact that we can get a Relentless set working on him, it's a little bit strange, a little bit unconventional to say the least, but, you know, he's also going to be exactly 85% crit rate. Oh, but Cobb, that's not crit caps, that's blah blah blah. Well, you know what, it doesn't matter with the Kale, right? It doesn't matter with the Kale. His main direct damage skill is his A2, which automatically has an extra 15% chance of inflicting a crit anyway, so he's basically crit capped for the A2 skill, which is the main skill where the crit rating matters, so I'm more than happy to leave him at 85%. His speed is still a little bit garbage, but we should definitely take these boots up to rank 16 and improve that. His accuracies are coming in at 170 as well, which is fine. It's okay, it's not incredible, but it's fine. It'll do the job for now. Ideally, we can get an accuracy banner on him, but we just don't have that option right now. Next up, we've got Ugo. This should be one of the next champions that we ascend on up and get the banner on. As soon as that mission becomes available to us, I'm going to go ahead and throw some good gear on the Ugo as well. The Ugo is almost fully booked also. We should finish booking the Taragi the Frog on this account, and then fully book the Ugo. And once again here, we're just fixing stat deficits on the Ugo. It was very, very slow, so we're going to go ahead and add like 60 speed to the Ugo, and again, we can max roll the boots and get that up even higher. Accuracy going up to 146. An accuracy banner on this Ugo as well is going to just fix things up even further for us. And yeah, that's going to be the Ugo build. And finally, that brings us to the Mesiliac Priest Ornn, who's lacking accuracy, who's lacking speed, and is like maybe, I guess, like third on the list for us to get fully booked as an epic. And so, as I always do when building out early game champions like this, the very first thing that I'm going to do is just look to see what boots we have available, and the answer is none. So we're going to have to look at equipped boots right now that offer speed and pull them off of somebody. Wow, these are all of the speed boots that we have on the account. Oh, bloody hell, no. Okay, so what we're going to have to do here is steal these toxic set boots off of the Shamil. In fact, let's just go ahead and use the fitting room here. We're going to have to pull these boots off the Shamil. Shamil's a useless champion, and so we have a Hydra team set up anyway, so I'm actually more than happy to do this, even if all of the stat rolls miss on accuracy, which is a damn shame. But yeah, it's better than nothing. Then we want to go to the next most difficult pieces to pick, which is going to be the gloves and the chest, because the stats are so variable on gloves and chest, whereas they're fixed for weapon head and shield. So we're going to go ahead and look for HP percent and defense percent for the Mesiliac Priest, given that he's purely a poisoner. That's really all that we care about, and our options are supremely limited we're really looking at, oh god, I can't pull either of these pieces from speed or accuracy off. So we're going to be scraping the bottom of the barrel here a little bit in terms of what we need. We're looking for just speed and accuracy. Let's just filter it down by pieces that have speed equipped and maybe go from there. Maybe this reflex chest piece is the best we're gonna get. The only gloves on the entire account that have speed are on Tuhanarak right now, which is a bit disconcerting. Okay, no, we've got some on Tagora as well, but we can't move those either. Oh god. Okay, let's look for accuracy instead of speed. What about accuracy substats? Those are both taken as well. Okay. I normally wouldn't do this, but let's get rid of defense percent and HP percent. Do we have any pieces from the feral set? We don't have that either. Okay. We're not ready to build this Messiah Priest on yet. I'm not even comfortable upgrading any of those pieces and trying to build them. Honestly, we just don't have the pieces to build him. I could build him with decent speed, but then he'd be lacking accuracy, and he wouldn't be able to place any of his poisons anywhere in the dungeons and stuff. So there's just no point. So that was a big re-gearing tangent, and the main reason I was trying to build out the Messiah Priest on, because the next thing that you want to do that's going to help you to sort of unfreeze your account and get you actually making progress is plan out your dungeon teams, man. If you're building your first ever champion teams on your account, plan them out like this, right? Consider that you probably need decreased defense, and you probably need decreased attack, and you probably need an increased speed buff in all of your beginner dungeon teams, okay? For teams like Dragon, you can focus on building more poison champions. Poison is great against Dragon, but you're still going to need decreased defense, decreased attack, and increased speed, and all those things. For Ice Golem, you can go for more defensive options, a bit less damage, and a bit more healing, and ally protect, and stuff like that, and go for more defensive options. Spider and Fire Knight, those are guides on their own, but you're going to need decreased 10-meter champions and things like that in these sorts of dungeons, and ally attack for Fire Knight, right? But plan out your teams and try and see how much overlap you can get going between, using the same champions over and over in different teams. It's going to help you out a lot, and it's really going to give you a roadmap as to what champions you should be building and booking out next on your account. I should say as well, by the way, that you might notice that Tuhanarak doesn't show up in any of these teams, but as soon as the Tuhanarak is fully booked on this account, she can replace the Tagore in both the Dragon teams and the Ice Golem teams right here, as well as probably the Demon Lord Clan Boss team as well. How are we doing for collecting champion fragments for Yakal and Yannicka? We only have 9 Yannicka fragments and 12 Yakal fragments. What about Drexthar? We only have 6. Ooh. Okay, and how old is this account? Okay, it's like a month and a bit old. That's a little bit forgivable. Definitely don't be missing out on these champions. They're just freebies. Yakal is eventually going to help you into things like hard mode Ice Golem, and he's a solid champion for faction wars and stuff in his own right. And so definitely make sure that we are getting the clan quests done. It looks like we've done them all already on this account, but we should be spending all of our clan gold really on blasting the hell out of buying. A bit surprised that we don't go for the Yannicka fragments first, given that they're cheaper, but it looks like we're rushing down Yakal on this. Okay, at risk of rambling on forever, I'm gonna go ahead and leave this video here, man. This was just like the general checklist of account destroyer mistakes. That honestly, Kitsune's done overall a pretty good job of avoiding most of those mistakes, if the builds were a little bit of a train wreck, but we managed to fix those for the most part for most of the core champions that we're going to be using for progression on the account. Next episode, we're going to cover more tips and tricks to help this account progress rapid speed, man. If you're looking to create a new raid account, make sure to get that done right now by using the beginner promo link that's down below this video at the top of the description box, and I'm going to catch all of you all in the next one. What is up, guys? This is Cobb, and tip number 1 that I wish that I had known sooner inside of Raid. Welcome back to the account of Mr. Kitsune, by the way. This is an account takeover video. First tip I'm going to go ahead and give this account right off the bat is, don't need to spend for a while on this account. You can if you want to progress faster, but frankly, this account is 30 days old and it's popping. We've got the Michelangelo fully booked, we've got the Chiragi, we've got Tagore all up and over here as well, we've fully booked Morag sorted on the account, we've got the Ugo, we've got Chanarak, we've got Kale, we've got Silak Priest. We're absolutely popping in terms of champion quality, you know what I'm saying? There are a few missing pieces, but for the most part, this is great for 30 days in. The problem that this account has, well, is it's got a resource problem. That's thing number 1. We'll get to this in just a little bit, right? No shards to speak of, no silver, no gems. We spent the gems in the right ways, and that's also great to see. But the big glaring issue that this account has is, honestly, it's just got crap gear on the account, man. Like, in terms of gear quality on this account, I mean, let me just take a quick look, by the way, at the amount of speed boots. Speed main stat boots we have on this account.
Bruh.
What is this? What are we doing? That's crazy as hell. Okay. We've got speed boots equipped. Okay, I'll actually show the boots that we've got equipped as well. We've got speed boots equipped on how many champions? Like 7 champions? 8 champions? We've got 8 pairs of speed boots on the entire account. This account has a big gear problem, and I rebuilt some champions on this account. And, you know, I rebuilt some champions that I feel like we're going to be using to go to Hanorach. You know, Mikey has spruced up his build a bit. I worked on some champion builds. I got to Myceliac Priest on, and I was like, I'm out of gear. Like, I can't do anything to fix this Myceliac Priest's speeds or his accuracies, because we just flat broke in terms of, like, artifacts on this account, man. And that is why more spending on this account, and just unless it's, you know, no, just more spending at this account is not going to help at this point, right? We've got to start playing by event before we really dig into what that tip means, right? This is like the golden rule of Raid, man, straight up. If you're looking to create a new Raid account and get off to a fresh start inside of Raid Shadow Legends yourself, create a new free-to-play adventure account or something like that, then make sure to get that done right now by using the beginner promo link that is down below this video at the top of the description box, man. Click on that link using laptop or PC, click on that link and use that link to create a new account for all of the freebies that you see on screen right now. Best beginner promo link going, 3 free epic champions as you level up your account, as well as the double legendary stat. It's just saucy as hell, so make sure to get it used if you're ever looking to start off a new Raid adventure. Now, playing the game of Raid by event, what does that mean? It means once you've got your initial champion teams built, right, maybe your first like 4 or 5 level 60 champions are built, and you've got some of your teams planned out to be farming the dungeons, and you're typically farming dungeons at this stage between stage like 16 and 20. For example, once you've got like a roster that looks a little bit like this, now it is time to start playing Raid Shadow Legends based on what events are currently going on in the game. And it seems that simple on the surface, but there's a lot of learning to be done as to maximizing your rewards inside of each event. And by the way, this is what's going to solve the gear situation on this account, man. We need to only be keeping 5-star artifacts that are of a good quality. Be on the lookout for speed as the main stat on your boots, especially if you're a new player and you're just getting started inside of Raid. Boots are the only item type in the game that can roll speed as the main stat. Keep every single pair of 5-star or higher boots, okay? And by the way, don't be wasting your silver on rank 16ing like 3 or 4-star gear pieces anymore. Don't be fooled, man, by just because a piece is like legendary doesn't mean that it's good inside of this game. The stats have to make sense, and it needs to be 5-star or higher, really. Otherwise, it's just never ever worth rank 16ing, generally speaking. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, how is this going to solve your gear situation? Well, every single time a spider tournament is live, this is what you're going to be spending your gems on, okay, to get these spider tournaments farmed and farm up at least all of the personal rewards, or most of the personal rewards that you see here on the right side of the screen. Also, as you're farming these tournaments, you're going to be farming up all kinds of gear pieces to hold on to, right? And by the way, this is why it's so important as a new player to get your gem mine fully upgraded to 3 out of 3 so that you're getting a steady income of gems all the time, and you're doing your daily quests and stuff like that. Every time you complete all of your daily quests, you're going to get 10 more gems from doing your dailies and blah, 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 blah. You're trying to keep the gem income nice and steady on your account so that you can head on into the gem shop and spend 40 gems at a time on full energy refills like so, because these are what are going to help you complete these dungeon tournaments and keep the gear coming in and farm up all those personal rewards from things like spider tournaments and stuff like that, right? And it's bloody important, right? Then when it comes to other events inside of the game, this is where you're going to learn the real golden rule, right? The real tip behind Raid and the secret to success in the long term, especially on a free-to-play account. And this is the golden rule that I wish that I had known like in my first month of playing Raid, right? When I first started playing. And that's that everything inside of Raid is a resource, right? Gems, we've already spoken about gems, right? Use them for energy refills or whatever, right? Or for upgrading your gem mine and stuff like that. Gems, obviously, that's a resource, right? Your silver on your account. You should only ever be using your silver during a gear enhancement event to upgrade your gear, right? Silver is obviously a resource and it has a correct time to be spent. But the thing is, everything in Raid is a resource, and every single thing in Raid has a correct time to be spent, okay? That's the trick. That's the secret, okay? Gems and silver That's obvious stuff. Gems for energy refills, silver during gear enhancement events. Okay, fine. Those two are very, very simple. What about shards, right? You'll oftentimes hear content creators say, oh, you should only be pulling your shards during 2x events, okay? And that's true, and that's good advice to give to new players. It looks like Mr. Kitsune went absolutely mental, and just every time he sees a shard is available on his account, he just mashes his face off of the keyboard until the shard pulls itself. And some people like to do it like that. Okay, fine, right? I'm not here to command you how to play Raid Shadow Legends. You know, if you want to pull your shards as soon as you get them, that's up to you. But if we talk about efficiency, right? We're talking about efficiency players. Never ever pull a single shard as a new player, at least, right? For like the first, I'd say like 12 months of your account or something, until you learn more about the game and stuff. Only ever pull your shards as a beginner during a 2x shard event. They happen over the weekend, every 2 weeks, okay? And it will rotate through various shard types. One weekend it's going to be Ancients, one weekend it's going to be Void Shards, right? Oh god, we actually pulled Void Shards trying to get too messy on this account, dude. Maybe we did, I don't know. I didn't lock this champion in, you know, it was already here when I got here. But yeah, only ever pull your shards during these 2x events. Why? It doubles your chance of getting epic and legendary champions from your shard pulls. It's just going to raise the quality of the average champion that you get from your shard pulls. Never ever pull shards outside of 2x events. You'll also notice as well that 2x events almost always align with champion chase tournaments, which, oh my god, we did pull during this event. But what you want to do during a champion chase tournament and during a summon rush event, which is like the two types of shard pulling events, calculate how many points you're likely to get from pulling your shards, man. Head under the little info button right here next time there's a champion chase tournament and work out, okay, if I pull my sacred shards or my void shards or whatever during this 2x event while the champion chase is active, do I have enough in the bank to get this legendary skill tome, which is like a really, really high priority reward to try and get your hands on from the personal rewards. But when it comes to champion chase tournaments being inside of the game, know the difference between a champion chase tournament and a summon rush event. A summon rush event, you get points based on the quality of shard that you pull. A champion chase tournament, you just get points for the quality of champion that you get on your account. Summon rush is shards only. A champion chase tournament, you can get points for a champion chase by fusing champions, and there are a couple of repeatable fusions in the game, right, with Broadmoor and Relic Keeper. So if you can prepare fusing champions or even summoning champions from fragments on your accounts and just sit on these fragments, right, don't ever fuse like a fragment summon champion until there's a champion chase event active. You can just get all kinds of champion chase points completely for free by just fusing champions at the right time for a champion chase event. You see what I mean? Everything in Raid, everything you do on your account is in of itself a resource if you use it at the right time and for the right event. That's why I call this like the golden rule of Raid. Everything is a resource. Play by event, man. Learn how to min-max in every single event, and it'll suddenly become very, very obvious when to use every single resource on your account, because, well, you're not going to fuse anything until there's a champion chase. You're not going to pull any shards until there's a champion chase in a 2x event on a certain type of shard. It becomes very, very easy then to resist temptation of just going blah, 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 and just gobbling up all your shards and cracking them up and straight away as soon as you get them. Like, no, like, you know the plan, right? Remove that temptation. Know that you're going to maximize your chance of pulling gold if you just wait for that 2x event and for the champ chase, right? And just be patient. I'll also say as well, do not undervalue your mystery shards, okay? You can pull these things to just like refresh your food champions, okay, fine. But also make sure that you're checking in on the market building as often as you can, and you're buying mystery shards every time they become available on the market building. Why? You can get easy summon rush event points for a mystery shard. In fact, the summon rush event, if you pull a sacred shard, which is like the best shard type to pull during a summon rush event, it gives you 500 points. Well, a mystery shard gives you 1 point. So if you pull 500 mystery shards, 500 mystery shards is worth the same as a single sacred shard in a summon rush event. You see the value. You see you can kind of like game the event a little bit and just unlock some extra rewards that would otherwise be out of reach, and you can take part in fusion events that happen every month and stuff like that. And if you only got like 4 sacred shards, you can get the rewards that you want potentially from a fusion event by pulling 1,000 mystery shards. You may think, oh my god, how am I supposed to get 1,000 mystery shards? Just trust me, they'll build up over time if you're farming enough content and you're collecting them from the market all the time, right? Well, what other resources in the game have we got? Another less obvious one. For champion training events and for champion training tournaments, this is where your brews come in, okay? You should... Brews, okay. Brews, for any new players watching, and not for leveling up champions. Okay, that's what it says on the tin. That's like the obvious thing to do with them. Okay, you want to start leveling up a Gembo? Well, you know, I'm just going to throw my brews into the Gembo and I can get up to level 33 and I'll take it from there in campaign. No. That's not how you want to be using your brews, okay? Your brews should never be used to level up a champion. That's what campaign farming's for. That's what Minotaur's farming for. That's how you level up your champions to 6 stars and eventually to level 60, right? Bit of campaign farming, probably a lot of Minotaur. You know, that's generally speaking how you want to do it. Your brews, and I want you to like if you're not doing this in your account currently, I want you to sort of like re-gear your mind a little bit, right? Free your mind, right? To the fact that brews are literally just a currency and a resource that you convert into champion training event points and into champion training tournament points. That's all they are. They are a currency that you exchange for rewards during champion training events and champion training tournaments, right? So what you actually do with your brews is if there was a champion training event active right now, I would hit this little brew upgrade button right here because, you know, quality of life change that was added to the game recently. You want to go ahead and include champions from your reserve vault because a lot of your food champions may end up in the reserve vault. You can include master vault as well if you want. And then, for example, we want to take our 3-star food champions here. Scroll all the way on down to the bottom to all of the level 1 3-star food champions, and because we don't have many spirit ones, this is a bad example. Let me find the force affinity. Okay, so here are all of our force affinity food champions. Just click on all of these suckers right here and just give them all 1 brew and take them all up to level 10 in a single click, or a few clicks, I suppose, you know. And you just pump 1 brew into all of your 3-star food champions and do that across the entire account for all of these nerds. Magic affinity brews to your magic champions, force affinity brews to your force champions, blah 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 blah. Make sure that you're matching the brew color to the color of the champion, right? All of these champions right here have this little red icon. These are all force champions. Give them force brews. More experienced players are looking at me right now like I'm crazy. What? Nobody's getting that wrong, Cobb. Yeah, they are, man. Believe me, they are. There'll be like a fifth of people watching this video right now that just throw any color brew onto any champion. Match the brew to the champion color, right? To their affinity. It increases the amount of experience that they get if you match the brew color, right? But just feed 1 brew into all of your 3-star champions and get them all up to level 10 during champion training. That's a crap load of points. When it comes to 4-star champions, you can do the same thing. Now, when it comes to 4-star champions, you might... Well, okay, there's a lot of like level 7s here and stuff. There's not many good examples here I can use, but take all of your red champions, all of your force champions. You might want to give them 3 brews at level 4. Take them up to level 18, right? It's just a boatload of free points. And this means that outside of champion training events and champion training tournaments, right? What you can do is prepare a boatload of champions that are just ready to have brews pumped into them. It might be a lot of 4-star food champions, it might be a lot of 3-star food champions. Just send them all straight to your reserve vault. If it's a crappy champion that you don't want to build, and you've checked it on hellhades.com or whatever, like it's a rare champion that's just no good and you know it's not very good, you can just send it to your reserve vault, leave it there, and stock up on dozens, if not hundreds, of 3- and 4-star food champions that are ready to receive brews during a champ training event, and you could just finish the event instantly in like an hour or in like 30 minutes of work inside of your tavern by using your brews strategically and just saving up, you know, dozens if not hundreds of brews before one of these events begins. And that's not quite as hard as it seems, because remember, you should never be spending brews ever outside of pumping points inside of these events anyway. So your brews are a crucial resource. Do not be misusing them. And you might think that with that, we're done. What other events could there possibly be, right? We've covered dungeon tournaments and gear enhancement and stuff like that. No, man. The resource abuse in this game doesn't stop there, okay? Right now, at the time I'm shooting this video, there's actually a clan versus clan tournament live, okay? And clan versus clan is unique because, I mean, did everything you possibly do in the game during a clan versus clan can give you points. I swear to God, like basically everything minus crafting relics and spending live arena tokens, okay? Those are like the only 2 things I can think of that don't give you clan versus clan tournament points, okay? And during clan versus clan, every second clan versus clan event that comes around, so every 2 weeks there's a CVC, and every like once a month, I guess then, there's a personal rewards CVC, and you only get the personal rewards track if your clan wins the CVC, okay? So what you want to do, okay, if you're a sweat lord like me, is blast the hell out of CVC. this is the best possible time to be spending a more obvious resource like your legendary skill tomes, your epic skill tomes, and your rare skill tomes. Okay, this is the time during CVC. This is when you want to blast your books into your champions to get you a lot of points. Now, you can also spend skill tomes to get points during a champion training tournament. Not during a champion training event, only during a champion training tournament. But frankly, it's way more worthwhile to do it during a CVC. It's going to help your clan to win, and you can oftentimes get all the rewards you want from a champion training tournament without ever having to spend the bucks. So yeah, but it's not just that. Ascending champions, okay? When it comes to ascending champions on your account, okay, and this is what takes like your affinity potions that you found up in the potion keeps, you ascend up your champions. You will also get points for this if you do champion ascensions in your tavern during a champion training tournament. You get way more if you do them during CVC. Like, it's not even close. It's so much more valuable. So what you want to do is when you're ascending up your champions, ascend them, I'd say, to 4 stars and leave them there and just wait for the next CVC to start and then push the button on ascending your champions, man. It's going to get you a boatload of points. You can take them up to 5 stars if you want to get an amulet equipped on them as soon as possible. Okay, fine. Definitely don't take them all the way up to 6 outside of CVC. You're just wasting free points at that point. And it's not just ascending champions. We're talking ascending gear as well, which I can't demonstrate because we don't have enough bloody oils on this account. But ascending your gear, same thing, giving pink stars to your gear, right? God, can't you just wait for the day where Plarium are going to introduce awakened gear as well? And you have to put like souls for your gear. I swear they're going to do that eventually, you know. I swear, man. But yeah, I mean, they did it with champions. Why would they not do it with gear, you know? But ascending your gear, this is the only time ever that you can get points in any event in the game is during CVC for ascending your gear, right? So again, ascend your gear 2 or 3 stars, then leave it. Wait until the CVC starts and pull the trigger during CVC. And it's the same thing as well with Great Hall Arena medals. The only time you ever get points in any event in the game for spending Great Hall Arena medals to level up your nodes in your Great Hall is during CVC, and same with forging gear as well, right? Forging gear in your forge building and using your craft materials. Again, this doesn't include relic crafting. You can craft these relics whenever the hell you want. It makes no difference. Just pull the trigger on those, you know? And for me, this is what, it's getting back to the topic at hand. Of course, we've also got soul summon tournaments as well, and Deck of Fates and stuff like that, where you want to be saving up all of your soul stones for those events as well. You're in no rush to pull these. Wait until there's like a 2x event and like a soul summon event as well that you want to get points on for these, right? This is what this account needs to hear. That's it, right? Because I've got like no resources to work with on this account. I've rebuilt a bunch of champions. I did that in the last account takeover video on Kitsune's account, and that's all I can do. I can't do nothing else, man. I'm kind of handicapped here and kind of paralyzed because, I mean, this account is 30 days old. Of course it doesn't have a good gear situation going on. I did my best with rebuilding some of the champions here, but there are some hodgepodge builds to say the least, you know what I'm saying? And so, this is the best advice that I can give this account now, man. Hold your horses with the resources, man. Save everything. This account could well do without pulling a single shard for like 3 months and just restock on all of these shards, bro. And really, really pay attention to any events that pop up inside of the game. Try and farm them to the best of your ability, and especially wait for events to come along that offer things like legendary skill tomes. You might think, oh, well, that's barely ever going to happen. You'd be surprised. Okay, you'd be shocked, man. The amount of champion training events and champion training tournaments that will pop up inside of this game that can award things like immortal soul stones, which are very valuable, and legendary skill tomes, which are insanely valuable for bolstering out your early game roster. You'll be shocked. Have the resources ready to farm them. That is what is going to progress your account, and the gear situation will solve itself on this account by just farming up all of these tournaments. And when I say all of them, I mean most of them. At least every second tournament. I'm under no illusions, like, we're gonna run out of gems if we're not careful, you know. So obviously you're not farming every single tournament, but at least the dragon tournaments, I'd argue the spider tournaments for a while as well, just until you get like a decent amount of accuracy banners on your account. Ideally accuracy banners for every faction with some speed substat rolls. That would help out the account a lot as well. And playing by event, that is the way, and that'll about do it, man. That's all I've got to say. Let me go ahead and keep this account running smoothly by upgrading all these guys in the Guardian Ring. Click all those buttons, and we'll wrap this takeover up here, man. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you all did enjoy, man. And I hope that these tips were helpful to any newer players that were watching, and Mr. Kitsune himself, you know, because these are genuinely like the golden rule tips that I wish that somebody had told me early on in RAID, that RAID is a game of resource efficiency. When it really comes down to it, man. Thanks for stopping by. If you're looking to create a new RAID account, make sure to get that done right now by using the beginner promo link that's down below this video at the top of the description box, and I am going to catch all of you guys just a tad bit later, man. Every single epic champion and every single faction in Raid Shadow Legends that could be worth building. This is going to be tough, man. I'm going to try and make this a quick video, but let's be real, that's not gonna happen, man, especially because there's champions like Pan the Bullhorn who need to be explained a little bit more, right? If you need something like a hard mode Fire Knight starter champion, double hitter freeze on the A1, he might be worth considering, but it's not obvious. And then of course you've got epics like Ugo that are practically just a must build for everybody because the champ is that good. And in fact, did you know, man, that Ugo is part of our beginner promo link, which you can find down below at the top of the video description box, man. If you ever looking to start off a new Raid Shadow Legends account, then make sure to use that beginner promo link to start your new Raid account, man. It'll get you Elnorel, it's your free starter legendary. Ugo's one of the epic champions that you get as you level up your account. A whole bunch more epics as well as you level up your account too. Crazy stuff. Best possible way to start off a new Raid Shadow Legends account, man. So make sure to hit that link if you're ever looking to start a new free-to-play adventure or something like that. Okay, man. Let's do this. Working our way down, man. Starting with the Banner Lords. Absolutely can't stand disclaimers in video like this, by the way, but I'm gonna say it. I kind of do feel like you can make a case for almost every single champion in this game, right, to level them up and take them up to level 60, depending on your account state. And so if I don't cover a champion in this video, it doesn't mean that I'm like completely writing them off or something. I'm just gonna touch on the guys that I feel like are a big help across most people's accounts. Starting off with the Archmage Helmet. This guy is great, right? Normal Doom Tower secret rooms, very easy to get your hands on Archmage Helmet. Very easy to get your hands on him as an AoE buffer, right, who brings increase crit damage buff on all allies for 210s. This is a really useful buff to have for things like speed kill teams and dungeons and stuff like that. And so just having even a level 50 Archmage Helmet on your account is great. Also brings an AoE stun against waves as well, so he does have uses into many areas of the game, but specifically could be worth building out for use in those one-shot dungeon teams. I'm gonna go ahead and leave Signy as an honorable mention. She doesn't have the best reviews in the world, but she's actually not a bad champion if you go ahead and check out her kit. Stag Knight is an obvious pick for this. We gotta call this guy out, man, for the Bannerlords. Double hitter A1 that has a chance to burst and decrease speed, great for early game dungeons, spider progression, finite progression, all of that good stuff. And then on the A2, attack all enemies, decrease defense, decrease attack, 310 cooldown, 210 duration, 100% land rate, all wrapped up in the same skill. 100% land rate when fully booked, that is. Well, curiously, it's a 95% land rate, okay? But I guess it's 100% with full masteries. Stag Knight is obviously absolutely amazing. It's basically a powerhouse everywhere in the game. A champion that's kind of often overlooked among Bannerlords is Giscard the Sigiled. This guy is insane. Brings a decreased attack debuff, high land rate decreased attack debuff on his A1, great for the early game. Brings an attack all enemies, 75% land rate provoke on a 310 cooldown on the A2, great wave control, then brings strong increased defense and strong increased attack on a 310 on the A2 as well. This guy is another just early game powerhouse, man. Having all of those buffs, all of that wave control, all in one kit, very nice indeed. Lady Annabelle, this gal is amazing for two big reasons, but I won't say that, man. I won't say that. That's stealing Nubs' joke, man. I ain't gonna go... Okay, I kinda just did. But yeah, this gal obviously absolutely insane for soloing Dreadhorn Bommel in Doom Tower. Hard mode Doom Tower, you can, as long as you got full masteries on your Lady Annabelle, get her in good enough regeneration gear, meaning enough HP percent and enough speed on your Lady Annabelle, she can solo the hardest difficulties of Dreadhorn Bommel in the entire game. She just handles it, man, which for an epic champ, absolutely worth covering in this list as a result. Finally, among the Void epics, we gotta touch on Ursula. This gal is insane. One of the best epic revivers in the game. Is she in contention for being the very best? Maybe. Some would say, man. 510 cooldown on the A3, revive all dead allies with 75% HP and 50% turn meter. Also places increased defense and strengthen buff on all allies for 3 turns, meaning even if you're not using the skill as a revive, because it's 3 turn duration buffs, you can just use it for the buffs, and the revive can sometimes just be like incidental or a bonus or there if you need it, but it's a great skill for just buffing your champs anywhere. She also brings an AoE decrease attack and increased attack buff on all allies as well for a couple turns on the A2. On the 310, she takes a whole bunch of skill bucks, but man, she is worth it. On to the High Elves. God, I'm gonna have to make this one quick, man. There's a lot of good High Elves, boys. Okay, we're just gonna work our way across here, because frankly, the first 3 are all great. Royal Guard, amazing. Enemy max HP, scaling damage on, of course, his big, heavy hitter A2. Very, very good. Quad hitter on the A3, plus decreased speed, control enemy 10 meter. Great into those early dungeons, and because he's dealing enemy max HP damage on this A2, an amazing boss killer champion. Even good enough, brings enough to the table to be useful into early game Hydra as well. Yeah, Royal Guard, clap some cheeks, well worth building up, man. Tyrell, this guy's slept on a little bit. People say, oh, he's been power crept. I still think he's amazing. I think if you get Tyrell early in your account, he's great. Double hitter on the A1 is always great into early finite, brings a very high land rate, decreased attack debuff on this A1 as well. Fantastic into early Demon Lord Clan Boss. His aura is a defense percentage in all battles as well, which is also great into early Clan Boss when you're just getting started in the game. And then on the A2, he brings a whole bunch of... God, I'm stumbling over my words because I thought I was misreading the skill there. This is actually his AoE decreased defense debuff. Amazing stuff. Only downside to this, yes, it's 100% land rate, but it is a 410 cooldown. Even still, I think it's very, very good, especially when you consider that his A3 is pretty good as well. Attacks one enemy, decrease 10 meter by 50%. If the 10 meter gets fully depleted, he places a stun debuff as well. And so, brings a good amount of wave control. Helpful into multiple areas of the game. He's not amazing anywhere in the game, but he's pretty good in enough places that I think that he's still worth consideration. Skuramis, man, 100% land rate, or rather 90% land rate, turn meter steal on his A1, stealing 15% of the target's current 10 meter. Also got a 30% chance to stun on his A1 if the target's 10 meter is fully depleted by this skill, which is great because Skuramis, of course, buffs himself up with counter attack after provoking enemies, right? He does have a 100% land rate provoke on this A3, which is lovely, especially on a 310 cooldown, lots of wave control, and again buffs himself up with counter attack and continuous heal on this A3 as well. So he's counter attacking a hell of a lot with a very, very powerful A1 as well, which is great. And then on the A2, he's got attack all enemies, 75% land rate, decrease attack debuff for a couple tens as well. Yeah, the first three high elf epics are just very, very good, man. Love Skuramis. Next up, skipping a whole bunch towards the top here, man, we gotta mention Neldor. This guy's crazy good. Attacks 3 times in at random, 40% land rate freeze debuff for 110. Great A1 to have against hard mode finite, but honestly just great in general for sort of freezing up and controlling waves as you go. The guy's actually pretty damn good into attacking waves, to be honest. It's on his A3. He's got himself a 410 cooldown, double hitter attack all enemies, each hit with a chance of placing strong decreased speed. Also heals himself for a little bit of the damage dealt. And he also brings a quadruple hitter A2. Attacks one enemy 4 times. First and second hit have a chance to place decreased attack. Third and fourth have a chance to place decreased accuracy. Just nice. A huge multi-hitter to bring once again into finite to crack through those initial shield stacks. Great champion overall. Right beside Neldor, we've got Vegas. This is also another amazing champ just for like early game survivability in general. Brings a big ally protection buff on all allies except Vegas for a couple tens, and increased defense buff on himself too. So mitigating a hell of a lot of damage on a 310 cooldown. Very, very good. He's actually particularly good for boosting your team's survivability into finite because he also brings an ally defense aura in dungeons specifically by 33%. So could be pretty damn good for helping you live against Ice Golem and his big old counterattacks with that ally protect and stuff. His passive makes it so that he can solo Scarab King. Now, if you're able to build out your Vegas with high resistance in a destroy set, or I think a toxic set, will also work as well. As long as he's got enough resistance that the boss isn't stripping his continuous heal buffs, then whenever his HP drops below 50%, he places continuous heal buff on himself and gets all kinds of shields as well as he's getting attacked in. So he's a great champ for soloing Scarab. Got a lot of utility in this guy. Very, very good, man. We all love ourselves some Vegas. I think amongst all of the high elf Void epics, the only one I really want to touch on is Ethelyn, to be honest. There's probably some champs already that I've skipped, by the way, that people aren't happy about, and that's fine, man. There's going to be some disagreement. There's always some disagreements, some hot takes that go on and stuff, you know. But I think Ethelyn is great. Very, very good champion. His A1 attacks one enemy, gives himself a shield buff depending on how much damage he deals. He also brings an attack all enemy double hitter that has a chance of placing block active skills debuff. Not bad in PvP and against waves and against Chimera as well, by the way, against Viper form in Chimera. Second is a chance of placing True Fear debuff for 110 against enemies that are not under block active skills. And so, yeah, the True Fear is also good into Chimera as well, by the way, against the Lion form. So, not a bad champ. Not a bad champ. Also hits pretty hard as well, especially when you consider that he also brings himself an increased damage buff as well on A3. So, the guy kind of smacks. Pretty solid PvP nuker, to be honest. A little bit less utility in Chimera, but he's worth consideration if you're just getting started over there. Bloody hell. I've been recording for like, what, 7-8 minutes already? We're gonna go ahead and step on the gas on this, man. Let's move on to the Sacred Order, where, oh my god, actually, the entire top row of epic champions on Sacred Order, and then some, all the way down to Romero, actually all the way down to Lady Atessa, are just not that great, right? We can kind of skip over all of those, so that's going to save us a little bit of time there as well. First guy that we've got to shout out, man, is going to be, once he loads up anyway, once he stops being shy, is going to be Mordecai, man. Mordecai's crazy good, brings an AoE HP burn that places HP burn debuff on enemies for 2 turns. Why do I emphasize that? Also brings increased attack as well on the same scale, but why do I emphasize the fact that he's placing the HP burn? Because if this was attack all enemies has a 100% chance of placing HP burn, well, if you attack into enemies, that gives you a chance to weak hit into enemies that are negative affinity against force champions, which is what Mordecai is, right? Force affinity champion. Because he's placing the HP burn debuff, it means that your Mordecai can't weak hit, which is lovely against Hydra, it's lovely against Spider, makes him a great HP burn option for an epic champ. Also brings some 10 meter fill and 10 meter decrease in a 310 as well on the A2. So just a lovely HP burn option. Now, I think his reviews are quite indicative of the fact that he's kind of just good in like 2 areas of the game, and then he's kind of useless everywhere else. But that's fine. Hydra's a pain, Spider's a pain. Having a champ that specializes in both is quite lovely. Next up we've got Fernax, the hardest hitting A1 champion probably in the game. I don't know, dude, one of, if not the hardest hitter. So his A1 has like the damage modifier, I think it's like a 4.1 damage modifier multiplier on his A1. Attacks one enemy, place an extra hit if the target has any debuffs, meaning it double hits, making it a 8.2 multiplier. Combine this guy up with a bunch of ally attack champions, and now you got a Fernax that's pumping a stupid amount of A1 damage. That's frankly ridiculous. Yeah, it also blocks revive as well, by the way, on this A1. The rest of his kit's pretty good as well, but frankly, I just want to draw attention to his A1 because it's absolutely ridiculous, and I have to build my Fernax sooner rather than later, man. I actually have him like 4 times empowered, but I haven't built him yet. Anyways, Deacon Armstrong, must build, one of the best epic champions in the game. It's funny, man, I got a comment recently talking about, man, I built Deacon Armstrong. He felt useless and didn't help me anywhere. I'm like, how is that even possible? Either you've been playing the game for like 3 years or something already, and your roster is so stacked with ungodly empowered legendaries or something that you just can't genuinely find a use for Deacon anywhere, which I still find hard to believe, because like Cursed City, secret rooms, that kind of thing, surely you're getting use out of a Deacon somewhere. I mean, the guy brings in ally speed or in all battles. He brings 10 meter fill and decrease against enemies, fill for your team. Gets himself an extra turn on this A3 as well, which technically makes it a 2-turn cooldown, 10 meter manipulator skill. Ungodly against waves. Then also brings in attack all enemies, 100% land rate, strong decrease defense on the A2 as well. Oh yeah, and did I mention, he brings Leech in a double hitter with his A1. Absolutely insane. Deacon has still got it. Next champ we're going to touch on, just moving straight onto the Void epics, to be honest. I'm not sure anybody else is really worth mentioning here, but Cardinal is ridiculous. This is a champ that you probably don't know exists until you start playing live arena, and then it's like Cardinal shows up and you never forget her, man. What can I say? She leaves an imprint on your heart in a terrible way, because the A3 is so painful to go up against. Revives all dead allies, right? So you put her in stone skin or whatever, make sure that she lives. Heals them by only 25% of the max HP or whatever, but boosts their 10 meter to max. Wait, what? So she revives her entire team, and then they all get to make a 10 instantly against your dumbass, and then you're really sad and you just leave the live arena. That's basically Cardinal in a nutshell. You know, those like go second style teams, put her in stone skin. Yeah, she's insane. Next up, we've got Inquisitor Shamil. This is a champion that I'm building out right now on my account, farming up the last of his masteries just now. Unbelievable. So he's got a very hard hitting A2, which is great and all. 310 cooldown, triple hitter, ignores some enemy defense. Lovely stuff. Shamil's real power comes in the form of his passive, which I'm just going to hone in on. Each crit fills this champion's 10 meter by 7.5%. Okay, fine. Whenever an ally receives a fear or true fear debuff from an enemy, no cooldown on this passive, by the way, this skill will instantly remove the debuff and fill the team leader's 10 meter by 15%. His passive is like mythical champion quality against Hydra, right? It's insane. So whenever the Head of Torment is active in Hydra, anytime any of your champions so much as sniff the Head of Torment, they get a true fear debuff, except they don't, because Inquisitor Shamil just cleanses it and then boosts the 10 meter of your team leader, which, I don't know, could be like a Thor or something on your team, just getting constant boosts, 15% 10 meter, 15% 10 meter. Absolutely insane, a cheat code into Hydra. Next up, we've got Godseeker Neri. We've got to touch on this gal. She's insane. She allows for duo farming teams to solo all the way up to stage 25 of Sand Devil's Necropolis. Yeah, she's absolutely insane. Crazy support in other areas of the game as well. Healer for Amius, that kind of thing. Very good, man. big heals on the A1, big AoE heals on the A2, crazy single target revive that also resets the target's skill cooldowns on the A3, and then on the passive, if an ally is about to get killed by a fatal hit, preempt that hit and place a revive on death buff on them instantly before the damage is taken, meaning her passive is also just an auto revive that can go off even when it's not her turn. So yeah, she's pretty special, pretty insane. Next up, man, that brings us to the Barbarian faction, which frankly, I think there's only like, okay, I guess there's a couple of epic champions that we could point out in the very first line up and all over here. I think Amina is worth a mention. If you haven't built Hoskarul as a wave controller for your barbarians, like epic quality wave controller for your barbarian faction, you've probably built Amina, and if you haven't built Amina, you've probably built Hoskarul, you know what I'm saying? So Amina, yeah, she brings a chance to stun on the A1, she brings to tackle enemies decreased defense and 10 meter steal on the A2, and then she brings decreased 10 meter of all enemies by 20% on the A3, has a 100% chance of placing a stun debuff for 110 on enemies who have their 10 meters fully depleted. Also, fill this champion's 10 meter by 10% each time an enemy receives a stun debuff. So she's just a powerhouse wave controller. She's going to trivialize faction wars waves for your barbarian faction to a great extent and just buy you a stupid amount of time. So all you've really got to worry about is killing the boss at the end. Yeah, she's crazy good. I guess I'll just cover Hoskarul next because they're very, very similar champions. He also brings chance to stun on his A1, brings an AoE stun on his A2. Pretty high land rate, 75%. Not bad. Also decrease the 10 meter of enemies under stun debuffs by 15%. Hoskarul also brings strong version increased defense buff for your entire team. And interestingly on his passive as well, increase the damage inflicted by all allies by 15% when attacking enemies under stun debuffs. You can see they kind of do a similar job. I think they're both amazing wave controllers and are both worth a mention. You know who else is worth a mention on the top row, man? Good old Alika. This gal is crazy as hell. Is it an A2? Is it an A2 or an A3? Okay, so the A3 is pretty darn good as well. Actually, I'll cover both of them, man. Attacks all enemies, 100% chance of increasing the cooldown of all enemy skills by 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. Yeah, amazing for Go First Arena teams, Classic Arena, that kind of thing. She's going to do a huge amount of work there. She's going to severely limit the amount of damage and utility that enemy waves of enemies are actually putting out against your team as well. So she's going to have use in wave content too. And then A2 hits like an absolute train. Okay, it's just a joke. Attacks one enemy will ignore 50% of the target's defense if their max HP is higher than this champion's max HP. Given that she's a nuker, that's going to be like 99% of the time, right? She's going to have less HP than the enemy. This thing has crazy modifiers and basically one-shot stuff. Yeah, that's Alika, man. I think that she's definitely worth a shout out. I'll go ahead and I guess I like honorable mention Jamasa here just because she brings a revive, and if you do get her, great, you know, bully for you, but I think she's like a referral champ. Might be wrong about that, but she can be a little bit awkward to get, I think. Ward Painted. This is actually a champion that a lot of people sleep on, a champion I'm quite excited to go ahead and actually build out and try myself and get like some first-hand experience seeing how she feels. She brings all kinds of block active skills debuffs on the A1 and on the A3 as well. Potential Chimera use, maybe, kind of, probably not. She just brings some pretty sweet healing as well. She works quite well in a reflex set. Getting as much spammage out of this A2 as possible, right? It's a 4-turn cooldown when booked. Remove all debuffs from this champion and 1 random debuff from all allies. Then heal this champion by 100% of their max HP. She's an HP-based champ, by the way. Heal all allies equal to 50% of the surplus heals. Afterwards, place a reflect damage buff on all allies for 2 turns and grant this champ an extra turn, meaning it's actually a 3-turn cooldown, which is lovely. And it also means that she gets just an instant chance at triggering her reflex set if you have her in a reflex artifact set as well. And so get that cooldown flying down, crazy amount of debuff cleanse, crazy amount of incoming healing. Yeah, Ward Painted, man. I believe in Ward Painted, at least. Haikatoon, everybody knows Haikatoon. She's insane. 10 meter boost, speed boost, AoE 10 meter control. An amazing free champ that's often slept on because of how accessible she is. Farrakhan is absolutely insane, brings poison and HP burn wrapped up in the same skill on a 3-turn, and probably one of the best ally attack skills in the game as far as epic champions are concerned, buffing your entire team's crit damage and crit rate, and then throwing your entire team, apart from Farrakhan himself, into the attack on a 4-turn cooldown. Just very, very good. I mean, a solid champion all around, great into many areas of the game. Fantastic, of course, for Demon Lord, where he's got himself a 4.9 rating. Fire Knight, yep, I agree with most of these ratings. Very, very good champion overall. Brings us smoothly on to the Ogryn Tribes faction, where, I'm going to try and be like a little bit strict with these guys, a little bit less lenient. Ugo's obviously got to make the list. What are we talking about, man? Debuff, cleanse, all kinds of healing, a crazy Exodia, like passive and heal combination where Ugo can revive your entire team if the conditions are just right. In AoE, that brings decreased defense and block buffs, wrapped up in the same skill with 100% land rate. Yes, please. You know what I'm saying? Ugo is obviously absolutely excellent and deserves a shout out. Siege Hulk is actually fantastic as well. This is a champion I'm going to be featuring in a video pretty soon, by the way. It's going to be quite a fun video, by the way. I think you guys are going to really like it. We're trying to build like the ultimate epic champion team for like getting stage 25 in all normal dungeons. More just to show if it can be done with like a single composition of epic champions. I think there's going to be some mixed results, but it's going to be great. Anyway, man, Siege Hulk brings a self buff for increased attack on his A2, which is a great stat. Then attacks all enemies, 100% chance of placing decreased defense debuff for a couple of turns. Very, very nice. On the A3, buffs himself with increased crit damage, then attacks one enemy, has a 100% chance of placing decreased speed on the target for a couple of turns. Again, not bad. Siege Hulk is actually one of those nukers that's... I feel like he's a good like 7 or 8 out of 10 nuker in most PvE areas of the game. He's not like... It's just not really like a super specialist in any one area. I especially say that because on his A1, check this out, man. Attacks one enemy, decrease the target's 10 meter by 15%. If the target's under decreased defense or decreased speed, he brings both of these buffs, and so more often than not, where you need the 10 meter decrease against things like potentially Fire Knight, Spider, you know, he does actually bring the 10 meter decrease, the 10 meter control on the A1 as well. I think he's a very, very solid and slept on champion. Lorne is actually a pretty good little nuker, but I won't go into his kit too much. Brings some good like 10 meter control, AoE, leech debuffs, that kind of thing. Not like a must build by any stretch. Skull Crusher, situational, but incredible if he's just what you need to get your clan boss team up and running. Brings an AoE, well, obviously an AoE, a huge ally protection buff on all allies on a 310 cooldown, and also places counterattack buff on all allies as well for a couple turns, massively spiking both your survivability and your damage into Demon Lord. Very, very, very good epic champ overall. Shatterbones, I will mention Shatterbones just because of his utility in the wave content. I think that it, honestly, his A2 is nuts. I think it's unbelievable. Yes, it's a 410 cooldown, but it's a triple AoE hitter with a 75% chance on every hit of decreasing enemy 10 meter by 30%. So like, it just annihilates the entire wave of enemies 10 meter in a single click. And yes, you can only do it every 4 turns, but bloody hell, man, get the guy in like Relentless or Reflex gear. Kinda just takes care of wave control completely for your Ogren Tribes faction. I like the guy. Next up, we've got to touch on Grush. You get this guy quite late as a login reward champion, or at least that's how most people are going to be getting him. This is just a great catch-all champion for just adding a stupid amount of survivability to your team. Brings Leech on the A1, AoE decreased attack debuff and decreased crit damage buff on the A2, and on the A3, attacks all enemies, places big old continuous heal as well on the A3. And so, yeah, lovely. Great. He's going to massively increase the survivability into things like Demon Lord, Ice Golem, and stuff like that, if you still need that by the time that you get him. Maneater is obviously an unbelievable champion as well, bringing, of course, well, just enabling things like Maneater unkillable teams into Demon Lord. Great for survival against wave content and stuff like that as well. Just a fine champion overall. I think I'll go ahead and touch on good old Skrank. I think Skrank deserves it. Yeah, much like Mordecai, Skrank cannot weak hit with his AoE HP burn debuff, not because he's placing the debuff or anything, he's just a void affinity epic, and so he can't weak hit right against all of these different affinities that he's going to be going up against. And so 100% land rate, HP burn, very, very nice. Also fills his 10 meter by 15% with this skill as well, as long as at least one hit is hit with a crit. And so great, brings an increased attack buff on himself as well, weaken on his A1. Just all in all, a very, very good epic champ. Actually, one of the champions that got me started into Hydra, man, with that good AoE HP burn. You know what? I wasn't going to touch on Urugrim, but I guess I will touch on him real quick. Great poisoner, not bad into Dragon, not bad into Demon Lord, stuff like that. If you pull him early on, can be worth building. Double header A1, each hit with a chance of placing the strong version of poison. Not a bad land rate as well when bucked up at 45% on this. Brings a whole bunch of healing. Not too shabby. Debuff, cleanse, all of that. And also brings double poison on the A3 as well, and also continuous heal buff as well on a 410 cooldown. Not a bad little champ. Ooh, and his speed aura is actually all battles too, so there you go. Good old Urugrim. I think that he's probably worth the shout out as well. Okay, scooting on to the Lizard Men, where we don't have that many epics to cover. First up, we've got Jareg. I think this guy is worth touching on. Brings an aura, HP in all battles, 33%. Very, very good right off the get-go. Also brings strong version, decrease attack as well on the A1. Very, very nice to have. Ally Protect and increase defense buff on all allies for 2 turns. It is on a 4-turn cooldown, which is a bit awkward. You want your Jarek to be running quite fast as a result of this so that he can have this buff up as much as possible across your entire team, lest it fall off with it being a 4-turn cooldown. But very, very good. Also, his passive applies continuous heal buff to allies for 1 turn if they lose 20% of the max HP in a single hit. No cooldown on this, no limit on how many times it can be spammed out. Your entire team is hit with a huge AoE, and your entire team is going to be buffed with that continuous heal, which is nice. Great champ for progression in, Ice Golem and all of that kind of stuff. Just solid overall. Next up, we've got Venomage. AoE poisons, ability to instantly trigger poisons as well, or rather activate poison debuffs with the A1. Very, very good. Also, of course, brings a heal reduction debuff as well on the A3, making him a clutch epic champ to rank up for kind of everybody, given how important heal reduction is for Amius in Cursed City. You kind of need, well, you don't need that buff. You can get by without it, I guess. But it makes the fight a hell of a lot easier if you have the heal reduction debuff to pop at just the right time. And given that you are limited with which factions that you can use against Amius with every cycle of Doom Tower, it's great to have multiple champs that bring that heal reduction. And so Venomage, I think, is just generally a good idea to build for most people. Aox is a great, great support champion. Very, very solid. Earlier on that you get your hands on him, of course, the better he's going to turn out. Qui-Gon is a solid support champ. I feel like most people kind of sleep on Qui-Gon, to be honest. I think that most people sort of underestimate this A3 and just how good it is, maybe because of the long cooldown, but it's a 4-turn cooldown, plays Perfect Veil and increased attack buff on allies who have higher attack than defense. And for allies that have higher defense than attack, he places block debuffs and increased defense instead. So very, very versatile support that brings just the perfect buffs that all of your team need in things like wave content and stuff like that. Also brings some big old AoE healing and shielding as well on the A2, and that is on a 3-turn cooldown, so it's going to boost your survivability by quite a bit. I believe in Qui-Gon. I think that he's worth a mention in this video. Broadmoor as a reviver is solid, and Slixus as a damage dealer is pretty good. Is Slixus' aura in all battles? Okay, it's only in arena battles, which sucks a little bit. That's a point away from Slixus right there. But he's not too bad. Attack all enemies before attacking. He buffs himself with increased crit rate, increased crit damage, meaning, yeah, you don't have to, you can just build him up with 70% crit rate, and he can do a job and smack with this A3, and then he brings a double hit A1 with a chance of placing stun, so just a solid, solid damage dealer. Not a must build by any means, but if you're lacking damage dealers for your Lizardmen, then good old Slixy can do a pretty good job. Onto the Skinwalkers. God, I feel like the Skinwalkers have crap epics, man. I feel like they do. I don't know, man. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong or if you disagree with this, but I kind of feel like the entire first row of Skinwalker epics are just not great. Like, I don't believe in Rhyme Beast, Flesh Scabrius. I tried them out way back in the day, didn't really feel it, I feel like the first decent epic to pop out for Skinwalkers probably going to be Hoveries. Great epic quality reviver for the Skinwalkers faction, brings a double revive on his A3 on a 5-turn cooldown, some 10 meter bill, also places a strengthen buff on all allies for 2 turns as well, which is a nice little bonus. What does he bring for the rest of his kit? Well, let me tell you. Brings a 25, or rather a 30% land rate stun on his A1 with a double hitter, so not bad at all. And then on the A2, increased attack buff, increased crit buff on all allies for 2 turns. Not bad at all. Next up, and that brings us to Steel Skull, who is right beside Hoveries. Also just a pretty good support style champ, double hitter A1 again. This one being a 35% chance of placing a poison debuff for a couple turns. Brings some debuff cleanse as well, some big old healing, single target, albeit on the A2. Then increased defense and big old heal as well on the A3. A fine support champion. Again, you pull him early on in the game, you might just build yourself a Steel Skull. Next up, that brings us to Finn, next champion along. This is a great, great champion. Double hitter A1 with a chance of stealing a little bit of enemy 10 meter. Finn is really she just exists for Demon Lord Clan Boss. I'm not sure why she's got all of these. I feel like the Finn really is like a 2 or a 3 out of 5 in every area apart from Demon Lord. At least for me, that's my opinion on it, because she just brings everything you need into Demon Lord. She's such a specialist, man, into Clan Boss. Double poison, decreased attack on the A2, strong versions, really, really nice, 3-turn cooldown. And then she brings decreased defense and weaken on a 4-turn cooldown on the A3, except it's got a 3-turn duration, so it doesn't matter that it's a 4-turn cooldown, you know what I mean? Very, very good. Like, basically all of the major debuffs that you want to bring against Demon Lord Clan Boss, Fane has got them covered. Very, very, very good specialist champion. I think both the Rancid is actually worth the consideration as well. Not a bad little champion. Brings a little bit of healing on the A3, a good amount of debuff cleanse, removing all debuffs, 2 debuffs from all allies on the A3. Not a bad champ. Also, his passive reduces the poison damage that your team takes as well. Could be quite useful into something like Nether Spider when you're progressing through Doom Tower and stuff like that. I think both can do a little bit of a job for you. Bash is worth a consideration as well. Pretty good champ. I do have a Basher belt on my account. Brings a big old A2, which reads attack all enemies, increase the cooldown of all enemy skills by 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. Just great wave control. Pseudo random, or rather attack 4 times at random, 100% land rate, block buff, debuff for a couple turns as well on the A3. So good damage, good wave control, good utility. Not a bad little epic champ if you're looking for damage and a bit of wave control action for Faction Wars for your Skinwalkers. Brings us on down to the rest of the Void epics, where Kemptum is, of course, definitely going to be worth a mention. Triple hit at A1 with a chance of placing poison on hit. Also a huge debuff spread effect as long as the enemy is under a hex debuff, which of course a Kemptum does bring. Attack all enemies 3 times each hit with a 75% chance of increasing the duration of any hex debuffs or of placing hex debuffs. And so very nice. And of course, with the Kemptum's ridiculous passive, sort of like echoing poison damage across all enemies whenever one enemy takes poison damage, a ridiculously good champion for hard mode Spider's Den as well. Great champion to build out. This is a champion I do have, and I'm looking forward to using as I progress further in hard mode Spider. It's going to be great. Frenzy is probably worth a build as well. This is a champion that I've neglected to mention and stuff in past videos, but not a bad champ, man. Activates each HP burn on the A1, 3 times random hitter, 100% land rate HP burn on the A2 as well. Quite good. Some 10-meter fill on this too. And then on the A3, and attack all enemies, 100% land rate, provoke, debuff as well. Not bad. 4-10 cooldown, which sucks a little bit, but then again, if this was a 3-10 cooldown, you're probably looking at one of the best, like, early game-ish, like just pretty good champions for getting started in Hydra that you're going to come across, right? Bringing HP burn and provoke in the same kit would be sort of nuts. I mean, she does bring that, but it's a long cooldown provoke, is my point, so not completely reliable for Hydra, but not bad at all. And lastly, man, we've got Yuzan the Maroon, who is a very new champion to the game, actually the epic component champion in the current fusion that's going on for Lysanthiya. Not bad. A lot of debuff transfer, a lot of buff cleanse, like removing buffs from enemies. Not bad at all, man. Removes 1 random debuff from all allies, heals all allies by 20% of this champion's max HP, and places block debuffs buff and allies for 2 turns as well. It is on a 4-10 cooldown, but as far as epic champions go, a lot of healing, a lot of sustainability, a lot of utility with like cleansing enemy buffs and stuff like that. Not bad at all, man. Yuzan the Marooned. Probably a keeper for most people, to be honest. In fact, I think that most people are going to end up having Yuzan by the time that the current Lysanthiya fusion is done. Then people are going to have Lysanthiya, put it that way, Next up, the Orcs faction, and God, my throat's starting to get a little bit zingly. I really should have prepared a drink before doing this video, man, but moving on, man, to the Orcs faction. Ultimate Gallic's a bit of a weird one. Yeah, he places HP burn. Not mega reliable, not exactly a great champ, but I do have a special place in my heart for pretty much any HP burn champion, so can be worth holding on to and building just so that you're ready for Frost Spider whenever Frost Spider pops up in Curse City and you can only use Orc attack champions or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Beside Ultimate Gallic, we have Duck the Pierce. This guy is an absolute monster, bro. Double hitter A1, chance of bursting, decrease accuracy debuff for a couple turns. Also brings an attack all enemies A2, 3-10 cooldown, 100% land rate, strong decrease attack, and has a 100% chance of placing strong decreased defense debuff against enemies on each critical hit. So because Duck is a defense-based champ, you kind of want to build him out with like crit damage gauntlets and then like defense percentage chestplate. A little bit weird to build him, but very sort of a Stag Knight-esque in his ability to place these 2 very beautiful debuffs at the same time in the same skill. And as if that wasn't all, man, also brings a 4-10 cooldown, provoke all enemies. Very good indeed. Next up, we've got the Giga Chad support, starting off with Old Hermit Yorg. This guy is amazing, by the way. This guy is a fantastic support champion for the Orcs. 40% land rate HP burn on the A1, lovely. Increased attack buff on the A2, also 10-meter fill on the A2 on a 3-10 cooldown. Very nice. And then brings a double revive plus perfect veil buff on the revived allies, 2 turns on the A3 on a 5-10 cooldown. Absolutely insane, and the direct rival of good old Tagore, man. So Tagore's great as well. Also brings an attack all enemies A2, places increased speed buff on allies for 2 turns, and does a little bit of healing across your entire team as well. I think that Tagore's A2, probably the increased speed, like Tagore's A2 feels a little bit better for me, a little bit more useful in more areas of the game than Yorg's, but both very, very good. And then they both bring a revive as well on the A3. To goals being a revive all allies, and also place a shield buff for 2 turns on all allies for 20% of this champ's max HP. What I will say is that the AI, when it's using to go on auto battle, is a little bit dumb, and it will just use this A3 to place a shield on your allies, and then it's on a 5-turn cooldown even when he's fully booked. And so if anybody dies, you sometimes have to wait a few turns for to go to get to use the skill again, because the AI is a little bit dumb and will just use it to place the shield, whereas you don't have that problem with old Hermit York. He just won't use the A3 ever, obviously, until somebody's dead. Both very, very good champions, though. Next to men, Zagala. Oh my god, man. If you didn't see the video, which I did with Zagala, where we were hitting... Dude, we were smacking hard mode dragon, like stage 6 hard mode dragon, when I was testing out this champion and like some of my best gear on the account and stuff, for like 680k hits with this A2, man. Lovely, lovely stuff, man. So it's an attack when enemy instantly activates the A3 if an enemy is killed by this A2. Very, very nice. It's a 2-turn cooldown as well, by the way. Hits pretty damn hard. And then, you know, if you get the kill, it instantly triggers the A3, which is a 4-turn cooldown. Attack all enemies 3 times, and after the first hit, you got a chance of placing decreased defense debuff on an AoE as well. So, very, very good. Also places weaken on the A1 too, so she's actually just a pretty good dragon killer champion overall. Great against waves, great in faction wars. I wasn't sure about Zagala until I really extensively tested her out in the video that went up recently on the channel, man. I was very, very impressed. Really, really fun champion to play with as well. Okay, next up, man, we have got... I mean, we're going to go ahead and cover Sandlashed. Good old Sandlashed is pretty damn good as well. I think she hits like a truck. Never actually play tested her myself, but I've heard great things about Sandlashed Survivor. Quite solid. Sia is obviously just the hardest hitting wave nuker in the game. The more buffs you got on your team, the more ridiculous, absurd tsunami of damage this A3 becomes. Yeah, probably the most powerful wave nuker in the game, I think. At least definitely amongst the epic champions. And then finally we've got 2Hack, who again is a champion that I haven't built out myself. Reading 2Hack's kit, I'm never that convinced that 2Hack is going to be that great. But then I see everybody raving about him. I see like the reviews and stuff, and I think, well, maybe there's something I'm missing with this champion. The reviews actually aren't that impressive in game, to be fair, now that I look at them. But correct me if I'm wrong, I kind of feel like 2Hack the Wanderer is one of those champs where, like, the earlier you get him on your account, he's just kind of solid everywhere. He doesn't really specialize into any one particular area of the game, and so sort of the earlier you can build him on your account, the more value he's going to offer as you're progressing. Next up, man, the Demon Spawn faction. God, I'm not gonna lie, my eyes are getting a little bit dry now at this point, but we're just gonna push on through this, boys. It's gonna be a solid one, okay? I wonder how many champions I've skipped that people are angry about so far, man. Don't get too upset, man. Please, put a lot of effort into this video, and at the end of the day, I can't cover everything, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, one champion we do have to touch on is Allure, who is frankly a Fire Knight normal mode cheat code champion who can completely solo handle the boss's 10-meter mechanics and just ensure that the boss never gets a 10 with a triple hit at A1, decrease target's 10 meter by 25% on each critical hit, 100% land rate 10 meter decrease as long as you got like crit rate gauntlets. I mean, are you kidding me? Allure is obviously absolutely ridiculous. Akoth is worth a mention as well. This guy's solid. Attacks all enemies. 20% chance of placing HP burn debuff for 2 turns. However, the chance of placing the debuff increases by 20% for each alive enemy, meaning you're never going to have a problem landing this against either Hydra or Spider's Den, which is like 2 main areas where HP burn is going to be very, very important, barring like Frost Spider. That brings us swiftly onto Nazana, who is one of the 2 insane god tier stun set champions. If you can get Nazana leveled up, get her moving fast, and get her equipped in a stun artifact set, oi 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 oi, you've got a ridiculous amount of wave control coming out of this champ with attack all enemies on the A1. She brings ally protect as well on the A2, and then another attack all enemies on a 3-turn cooldown on the A3, which also brings along strong version decrease attack. Ridiculous for your team survival, man. The next amazing champion for the stun set is actually right beside her in the form of Infernal Baroness, who also brings an attack all enemies on the A1. A2 also brings a chance. How would you know that? Another attack all enemies, another AoE decrease attack. What the hell, man? These 2 champions are just like the same champion. I kind of love it. Brings perfect veil buff as well on the A3. But yeah, 2 fantastic demon gals for use in a stun artifact set. Very, very good. Next up, we've got Achak the Wenderin, aka the cheat code champion, for ensuring that 0 spiderlings ever in Spider's Den ever get a turn, and your team gets stupid 10-meter fill during the process, man. Dude, I gotta do a showcase video for this champion soon. He's a joke, and like nobody talks about Jack the Wanderer, man. It's kind of crazy. Anyways, the A3, it's really all about the A3. Attacks all enemies, 90% chance of placing freeze debuff for 110 on enemies whose attack is higher than their defense, such as spiderlings, and also has a 95% chance, I guess, booked in with masteries, chance of placing HP ban on enemies whose defense is equal to or higher than their attack, such as the spider boss. You know what I'm saying? So, very, very good A3, 310 cooldown, lovely stuff. Read the passive. Just read it. Fine, I'll read it for you, man. Fill the turn meter of all allies by 10%, all allies by 10%, every time an enemy under a freeze debuff gets a turn. Like, what are we talking about here, man? That's an insane amount of turn meter. That's 120% turn meter fill in Spider's Den. If you just keep on freezing the spiders over and over and over, this passive, it has no cooldown. It has no cooldown, dude. It's unbelievable, right? It's unbelievable. This guy is the engine and is going to completely solo Spider's Den for you in terms of controlling the spiderlings. Then as long as you control the boss's turn meter with another champ or two on the team, you're good. Like, normal mode Spider is solved by Jack the Wanderer, dude. It's absolutely insane stuff. Moving swiftly on to Magna, pretty goddamn powerful epic nuker. Little bit limited in where he's good in the game, more of like an early game classic arena nuker, that kind of guy, but good into wave content as well. Brings an attack all enemies on his A2, 310 cooldown, places an extra hit on enemies without HP burn debuffs, which most of the time, depending on what team you put him in, is going to be all enemies, which means, yeah, you get to smack really, really hard with the A2, and that's great. However, if enemies do have HP burn debuff, then you'll place a stun debuff on enemies instead. Well, it's a 50% land rate stun. So, not too bad, man. I think Magna is worth a mention for sure. Dua is actually one of the epic champ revivers for the demon spawn. Not too bad, worth a shout out. Edekata is a very interesting poison champ who actually applies poisons every time your team land critical hits through a passive. Interesting champ, little bit weird, little bit niche. Umbral Enchantress though is definitely worth a shout out as well. Brings an attack all enemies, 100% chance of placing block buffs, debuff for 3 stinking turns, so great option for an early game or just like a Hydra champ for throwing block buffs up against the Hydra heads and having that active at all times. With there being Void Affinity, she's not going to weak that as well, which is great. And then she brings a 2-turn duration attack all enemies provoke on the A3, which is a little bit weird because it blocks her out from using her active skills for 5 turns after using this. And the block active skills debuff cannot be resisted, blocked, and cannot be removed, except that's not exactly true, because if you provoke all enemies in a wave of enemies, then you kill that wave and you move on to the next wave, you lose all debuffs on your team. And so technically there is actually a way to remove the block active skills debuff that you get from using this skill, and you can provoke the next wave and so on. So yeah, very, very unique epic champion, very, very good wave control, early Hydra, all of that kind of stuff. Okay, moving on then to the Undead Hordes. Ogorab, worth a mention, is the very first epic champ. Brings increased attack, 10 meter fill, and an AoE revive. Very, very, very solid for your Undead Hordes faction in most areas of the game. Great for faction wars, that kind of thing. I think that Seeker is worth a little bit of a closer look. People underestimate, or at least I did as a newer player in Raid, just how good Seeker is. This guy can be the engine of your team real easy. 10 meter fill of 30% across all allies. Increased attack buff on all allies for 2 turns. Then gets an extra 10, making this skill kind of similar to Deacon Armstrong's A3, making the skill effectively a 2-turn cooldown, which is insane when you think of how much 10 meter fill this thing is given. He can really get your team firing real quick. Also, his A1 is a double hitter with a chance of placing Provoke, 50% land rate Provoke. Not bad for like an epic champion's A1. You can even use Seeker as an early game Hydra provoker if you're really desperate for a provoke champion. Your Seeker will try to target the head of Decay whenever he can with this A1, as per like recent-ish changes to the AI in the game when it comes to like auto battling with your Seeker. So he can actually work like in a pinch if you're really, really desperate for a Hydra provoker, man. Solid champ. Dark Elhain is a great nuker. Chance of placing decreased speed. I think it's like 75% land rate, decreased speed on her AoE. She does also self-buff with increased attack as well before attacking on in with that AoE, and of course she's a pretty good counter to freeze enemies, things like Torment and Arena, things like Ice Golem, stuff like that. She could be pretty damn good, man. Husk is another one of those champs that you see commonly built out across like most people's account. Has a chance to place Provoke on the A1, kind of similar in function to how you might want to be using the Provoke on Seeker, as we already covered, into Hydra, except Husk is going to be bringing the pain, right? 410 cooldown on his A2, attack all enemies, chance of placing stun debuff for a 10, so good into wave content, but damage is based on enemy max HP, meaning the guy can hit like an absolute truck against bosses and against Hydra as well. So Husk, great champion. Mausoleum Mage is another amazing support champ. AoE increased defense, brings some like debuff, cleanse, all of that kind of stuff. Places a 110 duration block debuffs buff across your team too. Just a great overall support champ. Vorgoth is, oh my god, man. Vorgoth is way better than he seems. Again, as a new player, you might underestimate just how good Vorgoth is, man. The triple hit at A1 is just lovely for progression into finite. Of course, the A2, 310 cooldown, attack all enemies, 75% land rate provoke debuff on all enemies for a 10. Also has a 75% chance of placing decreased attack on enemies who get the provoke. So great amount of wave control, great amount of extra survivability, which is even further increased by his passive, which reads whenever this champion is attacked, heal all allies by 50% of the damage received. Only heals for 25% of damage taken from boss attacks, but still very good. Still a great champion. Great into finite. Great into Ice Golem for some extra support and healing there as well, and just getting you to the boss, right, and getting you through the waves. Yeah, Vorgoth, lovely. Next up we have Anax, who is basically the Fane of the Undead Hordes faction. If you don't have a Fane on your account and you're still struggling at a Demon Lord and you happen to pull an Anax instead of the Fane, he's great too. He doesn't bring quite as many of the super crucial debuffs into Demon Lord. I think, does he lack Weaken? No, he brings the Weaken. Okay, what he lacks is the decreased attack debuff. So he doesn't bring decreased attack, but he does bring a double hitter, decreased defense on the A1, he brings decreased accuracy and poison on the A2, and then he brings weaken on the A3. So it brings almost all of the debuffs that you want into Demon Lord. Still a very good champion for that purpose, still a great Demon Lord clan boss specialist. For me, not quite as good as Fane, but yeah, a very close second. Next up, Ostrox is also worth a mention as well. If you're getting started in the game and you don't have any champs that are able to place the block buffs debuff, then Ostrox Bonglaive can be one of those options that you can take into Hydra. He's Void Affinity, so a little bit harder to get, but being Void Affinity can't weak hit against the Hydra heads, and so that's always a great bonus as well. It's also a 310 duration block buffs debuff, by the way, against Hydra, so very good. And this brings us smoothly on to the Dark Elves faction, man, where, what are we looking at here, man, on the first line? I mean, Kaiden is a very solid champ all in all. Brings a good old revive, good old decreased attack on an AoE on the A2. Very solid champ if you're just looking for a support for your Dark Elves faction. Dark Kale is basically a legendary who, for some reason, Plarium just accidentally put the epic tag on. I don't know what to tell you. He's just that good. Brings an attack all enemy. Oh, sorry, not attack all. Brings a triple hitter on his A1, which is great. Has a chance of activating poison and HP burn debuffs on this A1, which is fantastic, of course, into Demon Lord, into Dragon, all of that good stuff. Brings an attack all enemies on the A2, 100% chance of placing strong decreased attack. Each crit also has a chance of increasing the duration of debuffs on the target by 110. I can just, the more I read his kit and reread his kit, the more I just can't believe how good he is. And then on the A3, 100% chance of placing 3 poison debuffs and poison sensitivity debuff on the target for 210s. Yeah. Dragon be gone. I don't know, man. Like, if you're still having issues reaching like hard mode Dragon, and even against hard mode Dragon, Dark Kill, just insane. Even as passive as a joke. Decrease the crit of enemies into 2 or more poison debuffs by 15%. Like, even that's solid into Dragon for progression as well. Yeah, just an amazing epic champion. The only thing that sucks about Dark Kale is that it takes a while to get your hands on him. I think Durandal's worth a mention. Durandal brings some pretty decent AoE damage with his A2. He's a little bit of a one-dimensional champion that he kind of just smacks stuff, doesn't bring like a whole lot of utility, but you might be able to catch some nerds by surprise via this A3, which is a 410 cooldown, attacks one enemy, will ignore 50% of the target's defense, and yes, the modifiers on this skill are good. This guy can smack. This guy smacks real hard, man. I've seen people test this guy in live arena and stuff. Yeah. Most people are shocked by how hard this A3 can hit, and he can also be a little bit of like a starter kit champion as well into hard finite. With a double hit at A1, each hit with a chance of placing freeze, the chance increases to 30% of placing this freeze on each critical hit, which you should be building with 100% crit anyway. Yeah, interesting, often overlooked Dark Elf epic right there in Durandal. And we've got a whole load of crap, frankly. I mean, Fang Cleric is fine if you're really desperate for a reviver, it's fine. I suppose. Scroll on down a little bit. Sylar is an amazing little void champion. Brings an attack all enemies on the A1, brings another attack all enemies on the A2, placing decreased accuracy. And I think that the way that people tend to use Sylar is in a cast set in Hydra. It's just like a damage dealer-ish hex placing creature. And of course there's a little bit of a niche use, to be honest, to be using Sylar like that in Hydra, but I've seen it done. More so used in wave content, right? Stun set, you know, just controlling the hell out of enemy waves, which is also buoyed by how good her A3 is. Place a decreased speed debuff on all enemies for 2 turns and decrease the turn meter of all enemies by 40%. Bro, that's nuts. I mean, it's on a 410 cooldown, and it should be because it's that ridiculously good. Yeah, fantastic wave controller epic right here in Sylar. Madame Ceres is also absolutely worth a mention as well. The A3, 410 cooldown, albeit, but remove all buffs from all enemies. Place a decreased attack debuff and decreased defense debuff on all enemies for 2 turns as well. Just very nice, great champion. Also brings some buff steal as well on an AoE. On the A2, place a block debuffs buff on all allies as well for 2 turns. Yeah, I mean, just a very good high utility support champion that I think most people would build out if you pull yourself a Ceres. Okay, man, on to the Knights Revenant. For the Knights Revenant faction, God, you're gonna have to forgive me if I start like blasting through these a little bit, man. I just got my eyes are getting dry. I need a drink. I need to take a breather. I'm starting to sweat. I'm gonna start going into convulsions soon. But we're gonna start things off now with Miscreated Monster. I mean, this guy's just insane. He brings Ally Protect, which is crazy as hell. Brings an attack all enemies. 50% chance of placing stun for a 10 on his A2. Also places shield buff on all allies for 3 turns, which is not insignificant. Equal to 25% of the damage inflicted. And so actually building the guy out with like 100% crit at least, maybe like throwing a crit damage amulet on there and stuff as well, can be well worth it on your Miscreated Monster just to get that shield nice and swollen, man. We'll just leave that there. Solid, man. Very good. Next up we've got good old Sinesha. Equalizes HP, massive heal on a long cooldown on an A3, does have an attack all enemies A1. Very good champ. All in all, using like some kind of like blender arena comps and stuff sometimes, so let's be real, like falling out of favor just a little bit, but still a solid champ. Next to man, Doom Priest, great champion, amazing if you're just getting started in Hydra. You need a good reliable cleanser. Solid for the same reason into things like Nether Spider as well. Makes you basically immortal against Frost Spider. You just never have to worry about the freezes anymore. Great into Amius. Just a great champ with a lot of uses, all down to the passive. Heals all allies by 7.5% of their HP, and remove 1 random debuff from them at the start of Doom Priest's turn. Just build her fast as hell. She doesn't need accuracy in her kit or anything like that. You just have to worry about keeping her alive and get her as many turns as possible, and she will give you crazy value. Sepulchre Citadel, great Demon Lord Clan Boss champ, brings decreased attack on the A1, increased defense, crush your entire team. Also, just a great champ overall. Also brings block buffs as well. Block debuffs overall as well in the same part of her kit. Great champion. Got her maxed out on my account. Do not regret it. Rector Drath, one of the better support champions in the game. Probably one of the, maybe just like the best out-and-out healer support champion in all of the game. Brings a big old heal. Plays a perfect veil buff on allies for 2 turns if allies have full HP after the heal, or plays continuous heal buff if they're not quite full HP after the heal on the tier 2. Really good. Also buoyed further by the fact that she has a revive and that this passive exists. So whenever an ally under Veil or Perfect Veil gets a turn, heal them by 10% of their max health. Also increase the resistance of allies under Veil and Perfect Veil by 50 as well. So more healing than it seems on the surface. Decreased attack as well as a big bonus on the A1. Just a great support champion overall, man. Thalesia. This is a solid champ. 2 attack all enemy skills on your Thalesia on a A2 and on a A3, and a A2, I think it is, or maybe it's her A3, whatever. One of them brings an AoE decreased defense as well. She can hit pretty hard. She's quite fragile, but great nuka debuffer hybrid in Thalesia. Definitely worth a mention. Scroll on down a little bit. I tell you what, I'll throw in Franox as well as another honorable mention. Apparently she hits like a truck. I've never built her myself before, but I've heard people talk about her. I've heard the rumors, so to speak. Maybe she's going to be a champion that I build out one day on the account just to test her out more than anything. I'll go ahead and throw in an honorable mention for the time being. Skullcrown, great champion as well. Kind of just like Sinesh's sis with the attack all enemies on the A1. Very good. Also brings an attack all enemies chance of placing weaken debuff on the A2. Also, great champion. Powerful stuff. Enough said. Brings an interesting passive as well where she gets an unkillable when she would otherwise take fatal damage. Good old Golden Reaper is a great all-round support champion. She brings increased speed as well as some key debuffs against enemies as well. Again, yeah, just a great all-round support champ, kind of similar to Sabbather, who brings increased attack, increased defense, I think, on the same skill, as well as a revive. And so, yeah, some great, powerful support champions, man, at an epic quality for the Knights Revenant faction. I'm not going to go ahead and skip over Whisper, though. This gal is absolutely insane. Crazy boss killer, as you might be able to tell by her passive, which is 10% chance of granting an extra turn whenever this champion lands a crit. Also increases damage inflicted on bosses by 20%. And she's got like some extra, extra 10 mechanics woven into her kit as well. She has a chance of placing Weaken on the A1. A3 is a double hitter, granted extra 10 if the target is under decreased defense, and Weaken debuffs, and so extra 10s from that as well. Yeah, Whisper's just a nut job. She's got really like unique builds where you build her in like a relentless set, so she gets extra chances of getting an extra turn as well, and she can just get like multiple turns in a row and just absolutely slaps the hell out of bosses. And yeah, she's just nuts. Next event that brings us on to the Dwarves faction, which, oi, the Dwarves are a little bit strange. I feel like the Dwarf epics are really kind of a faction of like specialist epics. Rearguard Sergeant is amazing into Demon Lord for all of the defensive buffs that you want to bring. Ally Protect, that kind of thing. Very, very solid. As long as like you need all of those bases covered and all of those books checked into Demon Lord for the team that you're looking for. Geomancer is obviously just one of the best epic champions in the game. I don't know if I should spend much time covering him, to be honest, but he's just crazy as hell. Brings HP burn and weaken on his A3, 10-minute decrease on his A2 as well. Very, very powerful A3, very, very powerful passive where whenever he gets smacked by the boss, deflects a whole bunch of the damage and deals max HP enemy damage like back at the boss. Just stupid. I use him still as like my core damage healer in my Demon Lord Clan boss team to this day. Very, very good. Melga is definitely worth a mention as well. Brings all kinds of defensive heals, defensive buffs, and a revive as well for your Dwarves faction, so definitely worth a shout out. Morag, also worth a shout out. Great defense-based nuker. Very, very stalwart, very, very tanky. Great damage as well. Also brings in ally attack skill, which is very, very useful, of course, for progression in Fire Knight and that kind of thing. And everybody gets Morag. That's also like the cherry on the top, you just gotta play the game for a while and you'll get it through Clarion player points. Very, very nice. Runekeeper Dazdeck, increased attack buffs, huge amount of debuff cleanse, very, very solid dwarf support. Gala is an interesting one. I'm not sure if she's worth a spot on the list. I'm gonna actually build her out on my main account soon-ish, and then we'll find out for sure. I'll do like a busted or bad episode, I guess, on Gala eventually. Double hitter A1 that ignores some enemy defense, and she also buffs herself up with a shield when she uses her A1. But when you play with Gala Longbreach, you kind of want somebody to be in either a shield or a bolster set on the team so that she starts off the fight with a shield. All of her kit kind of relies on her having a shield active at all times in order to be super, super useful. So the A2 is an attack one enemy, ignores 50% of the target's defense if Gala is attacking while under a shield buff. She can also get some healing and some shielding as well, just from using this A2, so that's nice for maintaining the shield. And the A3 is a triple hitter. Each hit ignores 25% of the target's defense, grant an extra turn if this champion has full HP after using this skill. And lastly, Demitha. I mean, she's absolutely insane. Demitha obviously used in all kinds of like block damage, unkillable teams, paired up with Maneater, that kind of thing, to create unkillable teams. In Demon Lord Clan Boss, and a great support champion just overall, right? Brings a whole lot of healing, continuous heal buffs, and blah 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 to your team as well. Just a great, great champion. Next up, man, that brings us to the Shadowkin faction, which, oh bloody hell, there's a lot of champions to touch on here, man, and I don't wanna. I'm starting to get exhausted, man. I don't wanna do it. Can somebody like take over or something? This video is gonna be like an hour long, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, whatever, dude. Whatever. We're just gonna do it, man, because we're gamers, right? Good old Taragi. So Taragi brings decreased attack on his A1. Absolute Demon Lord Clan Boss specialist, by the way, but not just that, he's also fantastic in many other areas of the game too. Brings an attack all enemies, AoE provoke on the A2, which is lovely. And then on the A3, this shield buff on this champion, plays Ally Protect on all allies. Great for survivability into the likes of Demon Lord, into Ice Golem, that kind of thing. But his passive, and the fact that he's an HP based champion, is naturally very survivable anyway, makes it so that he can solo the crap out of Scarab King on your account. When attacked, has a 50% chance of placing poison debuff on the attacker for 2 turns, can occur once per hit. This means that, theoretically, as long as your Taragi lives and can't die, and is built in like regeneration and immortal gear and that kind of stuff, and he just heals every turn and just lives, he can solo the crap out of, I don't know, Ice Golem, Scarab King, probably some more of the bosses I'm not thinking about because my brain's fried. Very, very good, given how much of a problem progressing past Scarab King can be for some people. Next up, we've got Hitatsu. Great all-round support champion. Brings Leech on the A1, brings healing and increased defense at a 310 on the A2, brings decreased attack on the A2, rather. It was the A3 that where we get the heals and stuff, but just brings a lot of survivability to your team. Also brings a defense aura in all battles by 25%, so just a solid champ. Again, survival into Ice Golem, Demon Lord, all of that good stuff. Chani is a solid option as a HP burner champ, I believe. She just bring HP burn, right? Yeah, she does. Okay. Yeah, we'll just leave that review with that. Venchi is kind of like the little bro to Allure. Pretty good champion for progression into things like normal mode Finite. Pretty good. Not quite as good as Allure, but definitely worth a mention. Burungiri. This is another champion that's kind of like Lady Annabelle. In fact, he's exactly like Lady Annabelle because his passive is literally identical, meaning this is another one of those champions that can solo Dreadhorn Bommel just because of how his kit works. You just build him in regeneration gear, and as long as you found up masteries on your Burungiri, then hypothetically you can beat the hardest, just most impossible difficulties of Dreadhorn Bommel simply by throwing in a Burungiri against them, and he'll do just fine. Great champion in his own right as well. Brings an AoE chance of placing stun on the A2, brings strengthen, also buffing all allies for a couple turns as well as some AoE shielding on the A3. Just a solid champion overall, man. Kanoichi, right beside Burungiri, all up and over here, is a champion that I've built out as well on my main account. I actually used the Kanoichi to get all of the stars in my Shadowkin faction wars, and so yeah, she's got a special place in my heart, man. Brings AoE leech debuff, and I can attack all enemies, ally protect, that kind of thing. Great champion for just getting some more survivability in your Shadowkin team if you are lacking other options. Kinagashi is a Shadowkin reviver, can be pretty damn useful as well for just getting those 3 stars, getting max stars on your faction wars for Shadowkin. And then we've got a couple of the Void epics for the Shadowkin. I won't shout out both of them. Genbo is absolutely insane. It's just like an arena nuker. Self buffs, big AoE hits, great damage overall. Aboro, little bit less clear as to why she's insane, but frankly it mostly comes down to the A1. Attacks one enemy, 50% chance of placing decreased defense debuff for 2 turns. Will attack all enemies instead if the target is under 4 or more debuffs. Why is this so insane? Because eventually you're going to get the Lady Mikage fusion done on your account. Eventually, it might take a long time, but you'll eventually get it done, and then Mikage brings a big old ally attack skill that you can combo up with Oboro and get insane use out of ally attacking in as much as possible with this A1 and just dealing some pretty gosh darn stupendous damage. Into Hydra, particularly, that is, right, where the AoE damage is going to be super important. And that brings us on to the Sylvan Watch as well. Ugh, I wish it wasn't the case at this point, man. My brain is leaking down the back of my throat right now. But the Epic Champions here are very good, so I will try and cover the ones that are great. Canon the Shrike, man. I don't know, this is a champion that I've never built out before. I've never been that, infused by his kit, but then again, does bring decreased speed. Very nice. Big old 10 meter control as well on his A2, which is quite nice. Also brings an attack all enemies. A3 damage can rather smack with this A3, which, something that I do underestimate. And also brings a weaken debuff as well on the A1. Just a good all-round damage dealer. Next up, we've got Creodan. Good old hard mode Fire Knight specialist, man. He's another one of those triple hitter A1, each hit with a 35% chance of placing freeze debuff for a turn. Very good in the hard mode Fire Knight. Just like the rest of his kit, is just very good everywhere. I don't know, man. Double hitter on the A2, attack all enemies 2 times, each hit with a 65% chance bug to placing freeze debuff for a turn. Just absolutely ungodly wave control. And then the A3, just to top it off, brings increased speed and 10 meter fill on the A3 as well. Creodan the Blue, more like Creodan the Badass, okay? He's just crazy, good. Very good. Dudan is a very interesting little support style champ. Brings like a taunt buff, all kinds of counter-attack mechanics, which is great because his A1 will like cleanse random buffs off of your team as well every time he attacks in with his A1. So very funky little champion, man. I do like the dude. He's worth a shout out. Daithy is crazy as hell. Nuts, to be honest. Attack all enemies A2, 100% land rate, decreased defense, grant an extra 10 if this decreased defense debuff is placed on all enemies by this skill. But it doesn't stop there. The A3 places increased attack and increased accuracy buff on this champion for 3 turns, then get himself an extra 10. And so even though when booked his A2 is technically a 4-10 cooldown, it's more like a 2-10 cooldown, man, by the time you're done getting all of those extra 10s. You know what I'm saying? Pan the Boarhorn, honestly, is a pretty damn good damage dealer as well, and is another more like budget option. Not as good as Creodan, of course, but can be used as like a double hitter freeze champion into hard mode Fire Knight. Not bad damage as well against waves of enemies and stuff like that. Just not a bad champion overall, to be honest. Priest on, this is a champion I'm building out soon. Solo champion god, great poison damage dealer against clan boss, all of that kind of stuff. Attacks all enemies, places double poisons against all enemies, as well as poison sensitivity. Very, very good, man. Also brings poison activation on his A2, and his passive, whenever a poison debuff is activated on an enemy, increases champion's HP and defense by 5%, stacking up to 25%. Yeah, he's like one of the best epic poisoners in the game. Excellent stuff. Ruela's insane as well, man. Triple hitter A1 with chance to steal enemy 10 meter. Unbelievable. Also brings decreased defense, weaken, and decreased speed on a single target. Triple hitter A2 as well. All of the big old debuffs that you want to be bringing against Spider, Fire Knight, that kind of thing. Crazy good progression champ, man. Very, very good is Ruela. Next to Renon, even Renon is worth mentioning. She is one of the revivers for the Sylvan Watchers faction. If you need one for Faction Wars, she's great. She also brings increased speed and 10 meter boost as well. Solid support champion. Goddamn White Triad, Neo, dude, there's too many good champions here. What are we doing, man? She brings ally protect and strength and buff on all allies for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. Very, very reliable. Debuff cleanse and cooldown reset for a single target on the A2. Lovely. Attack all enemies A1, chance of placing decreased speed debuff for a couple turns. She just kind of brings everything. She's an incredibly good Hydra support champion, but to be honest, her kit is kind of solid everywhere. Ayla is not a bad support champion. She brings like some debuff cleanse, block buffs debuff, block debuffs buff, all of that kind of stuff, some good healing, but her cooldowns are a little bit long. I guess she's worth a shout out. Diana Gloom-Piercer though is going to be the champion to wrap up this video, man. She's a self-buffer with increased crit damage, then attacks in all enemies after buffing herself up, which is great. Places Veil buff on herself and all allies for a turn as well if she gets any kills with this A3, and then she brings an ally attack skill as well. With the A2. Just a solid damage dealer, as well she should be as a Void epic champ for the Sylvan Watchers. And with that, this bloody video is done. Thanks for watching, guys. If there's anybody still left watching, I appreciate y'all, man. Make sure to hit subscribe on the channel and all that good stuff. And if you're looking to start off a new Raid Shadow Legends account, then make sure to get it done using my beginner promo link, which you can find down below at the top of the video description box. I'm gonna go get a drink, calm the hell down, and I'm gonna catch all of you guys just a tad bit later, man.
Hey guys, Ash here coming at you today in Raid Shadow Legends. Welcome to the video. Sending some love, some positive vibes your way, especially if you're going through something and you need them out there today. Guys, I want you to sit back, relax, grab a little snack, grab your favorite beverage, you know, just chill out with me today, because we're gonna be here a while. I will have timestamps as always on these longer videos, but you know, I've done videos like this in the past. I did one way earlier this year, I think in January, February, where we talked about my best epics in every faction, my best epic in every faction. And it occurred to me that, you know what, those videos aren't super helpful. They can be fun, of course, you know, who's gonna get the accolades, who's gonna be #1, but I think it's more beneficial to take a little bit more of a deep dive and talk about 5 epics in every single faction to help you guys out there, especially who are struggling in faction wars in other areas of the game. Now, I've maxed out almost every epic in the game, even Gerard the Stone. I can't be the only one, but ever since they started graying out the little avatars after you've already, you know, after you don't have a champion, I look at some of these and I'm like, wait a second, I've maxed Gerard the Stone before. Like, why is he not on my account? Same thing with these rares, you know. But anyway, I have first-hand experience with most of these epic champions, and the ideal, the intent, out of this video again is going to give you guys hopefully some inspiration on some of these champions. We'll pick out some of my absolute favorites, and I will try to do a decent job at picking out, you know, a different array of champions, especially for faction wars specifically, but for anywhere in the game, and telling you where these champions shine, giving some gear recommendations, some build recommendations on a lot of these champions as well as we go through. So without further ado, let's start with Bannerlords. I think I already said it, but I will have timestamps in the show notes in the description below. And on your timeline, obviously, and yeah, I think that's going to be it here. Give me a comment if you make it all the way through the video in one sitting or in any sittings. I don't care how long it takes you. Appreciate you guys, seriously. Whenever I do longer videos, I do hear it in the comments a bit with Ash, dude, way too long. And I totally understand that, and I totally respect that. But I love long form content personally. Like, I've watched 6-7 hour YouTube videos before, so I'm making this for you sickos like me who enjoy a nice chill raid video like this that's long. Anyway, Bannerlords. All right, So I think that, you know, the best epic reviver in the game is Ursula the Mourner, at least in terms of her revive itself. An AoE revive with increased defense and a strengthen, where she can put those buffs on even if she doesn't use the revive too. Man, this is a very, very, very strong move. Most legendaries, frickin' mythicals, don't have an ability like this, don't have a revive as strong as this with 75% HP, 50% turn meter in the big version of the increased defense and strengthen. She also brings the decreased attack and the increased attack on the same ability as well. She takes a lot of books, but she is worth it. So Ursula the Mourner is certainly going to be the top pick, or at least one of the top picks. I'm not going to order the 5 because I'm going to, again, cover damage dealers, debuffers, control, and it's hard to compare the two. Stag Knight, come on, man. Stag Knight, by the way, I didn't even realize that I have the Gilded Glider skin. When and where did I get this thing? Holy mackerel. I'm going to be real, I didn't even realize they had a skin for Stag Knight. Doesn't he look great? He looks great, but let's be real. That classic skin, nothing can beat it. Nothing can beat it. And he loses his antlers, man. I mean, come on. All right, the video's over. That's it, guys. That's all I wanted to say. And so, now, Stag Knight, he's just one of the best. Personally, Stag Knight is my favorite debuffer out there out of any, even over Deke. I'm not saying he's better. He's just my personal favorite. I love how fast he is. 107 speed. I love that he has 21k HP. He has a decreased speed on his A1. I think the decreased speed is one of the most important and essential debuffs in the game. Obviously, anything from Ice Golem to Fire Knight to anything in between can be very, very useful having that on the A1. And then the decreased defense and the decreased attack on a 3-turn cooldown. Now with the Stag Knight, you guys probably already know, but you do want to pick up that Sniper Mastery to increase that odd all the way up to 100%. Otherwise, you math that out, it's at 95 because it's a 70% chance. But either way, he still gets the job done on an AoE. And then he has that increased resistance on an ally each time they have a debuff resisted by an enemy. This, I think a lot of players don't have a healthy appreciation for just how good this is. There's no cooldown, so in between his turns, if 3 champions have a resisted debuff, boom, increase accuracy, increase accuracy, increase accuracy. It's really, really nice to have because a lot of us too, we build our obvious champions that need accuracy with enough accuracy, right? But sometimes damage dealers with maybe a decreased defense on the A1, little things like that, we tend to slouch on accuracy. So Stag Knight can actually fix that and remedy it with his passive. Stag Knight is one of the GOATs out there in the game. So we got Ursula, we got Stag Knight. Listen, I'm going to include Lady Annabelle in the conversation. How could you not, right? She is, unless you're running, for me personally, as an endgame player, I run a Nishak Verminlord ally attack with Mikage type team for Bommel, but Lady Annabelle, she can solo it because of her passive. And Bommel is one of those dungeons too in Doom Tower that you don't really care if it takes you 10 minutes because you're probably not farming Bommel. You just want to clear it and move on with Doom Tower. And she's the easiest option, right? She's the least gear-intensive champion to be able to solo Bommel, and she can handle the hardest stages of Bommel as well in a regeneration and immortal set. Moreover, in addition to that, she has a decreased speed and a leech on an AoE, and she has an increased speed, albeit on a 4-turn cooldown, on her A3. She can provide additional utility to your team as well. I think you can absolutely use her in Faction Wars to help with heals and control with the decreased speed, albeit again on enemies only with less than 50% turn meter, but that can still apply. It's a 50-50 shot, but it can still be applicable and helpful to your team, especially if you're lacking the debuff to begin with. So Lady Annabelle, for me, solo Bommel, but moreover, just good overall utility as well in restrictive content, Centrano, stuff like that. I just run her in the regen in Immoral that I run her in normally for Bommel, or that I used to run her in Bommel. I just run her with that anyway, and it's still fine. Okay, you do need accuracy, though, on her. For number 3 here, I'm actually going to give it to you guys who are normal viewers of the channel. You might know, but man, I have a little something for Ulfric, dude. This little uncommon design champion, he looks like such trash on the design. No offense. No offense. Cut to somebody who looks just like Ulfric watching this video like, what? Dude. This guy is more than meets the eye, right? He's just a nice little complimentary support champion. He's far from the best epic in the game, but I end up using this guy a lot. For whatever reason, he's available in a bunch of Centrano's hard stages. He has an AoE buff steal. I love AoE buff steal. I absolutely love it. And a continuous heal on all allies. So he is a 2-turn continuous heal on a 3-turn cooldown. So he's actually a very competent healer and buff stealer. He's got decreased attack on the A1. It's a small chance, but he does have a turn meter fill and an increased attack on all allies as well. And He removes all decreased attack debuffs from all allies at the start of his turn. And then you add to that speed in all battles by 15%, meaning that we can use him, well, in all battles, right? So we can use him, not that you're using him in Siege necessarily, but you could use him on an all-epic team in Siege. You could use him as your Aura lead if you don't have another speed Aura lead in Faction Wars or anywhere else for that matter, Centranos, right? So I just like this kit, right? A lot of heals, increase attack, turn meter fill, and speed all battle Aura, right? Really, really solid champion. The last champion that I will choose here, whew, you know what? I'll give a little shout outs in every single faction as well. Shout out to Gizcard, he's not awful. Shout out to Warcaster. Shout out to Archbishop, Archmage, Helmet. It's really between Helmet for me though and Sir Archmage. Archmage Helmet though, you gotta go with him, right? Because everybody gets him in Doom Tower. And he's a really nice champion. He can help your damage dealers and your supports, anybody get more damage with the increased crit rate, increased crit damage. We were talking about just a few moments ago, I was blabbing about how having that increased accuracy on Stagnite's pinpoint accuracy passive can be beneficial on champions that you wouldn't, normally think could be beneficial. Kind of the same thing with Archmage Helmet, right? You might build your Stagnite with like 40% crit rate, right? You don't build him to do damage, but he can do a little bit extra damage. Having that 30% extra crit rate and 30% extra crit damage on your supports, right? All that damage could actually stack up, right? Because normally we're building our damage dealers with 100% crit rate anyway, right? So it's not really imperative. But I like that he has that crit damage can benefit everybody as well. And the increased speed is on a 3-turn cooldown. He's a nice hard-hitting, actually, time slip, hard-hitting for a support, right? In context. With that great chance of stun and turn meter decrease if they're not stunned. So yeah, Archmage Helmet is going to be my guy. Definitely worth investing in, worth maxing out when you get him from Doom Tower normal, difficulty. Sir Archmage though, I just got to give him a little bit of love. He's not, I would not go out there and say anybody, you got to max Sir Archmage. But let me tell you, this Unshakable Valor, I've done a guide on him, a couple of guides on him, I think, on my other channel. But I was absolutely blown away. I really do think this is in contention with a few others who will mention this video as the hardest hitting single target nuke out of any epic out there in the game. Unfreaking Shakeable Valor. He smacks with it. Oh my word, he was doing some nasty stuff, like 200, 300,000 damage. It's insane. And Ring True hits really hard too, and it has a cleanse before you attack all enemies. He's such one-dimensional champion. Damage dealer, basic AoE and basic A3, but boy can he smack. Alright guys, I think that's pretty good for Bannerlords there. High Elf time. Alright, there's not that many High Elf epics, but I want to start with my personal favorite. Probably not the most obvious, but again, you long-time viewers, you might know. Ethlin the Golden. This dude is nasty. He's nasty. He's very unique. He's got this paralyzing strike is so freaking good. It smacks. This guy can smack. Actually, let's start with the A3 because he brings his own buffs, right? He brings increased crit damage and increased accuracy with an extra turn. He needs accuracy because of the A2, which we'll get to. But I also want to move over to the passive because all of this informs just how good that A2 is. Strike at the heart ignores 10% of defense when attacking support, defense, and HP champions. That's beautiful. You get a built-in ignore 10% defense on a passive. Very, very, very strong. And then he has a shield on himself and a heal on his A1. But it really comes down to the A2. And when you add that extra turn into his kit, it gives you some strategic autonomy. Do I want to go in and open up with the A2? Do I need the accuracy in this situation? Or do I want to open up with the A3? I say that because you can open up with the A2 and then use the A3 as a mechanism to get back to the A2 in a one less turn, right? In wave content, Centranos, and Faction Wars. I rode Ethlin the Golden harder than any other High Elf on my account, maybe with the exception of Star Sage Galathir in Faction Wars hard. He ticks off so many of those trial boxes, man. With the extra turns, there's those stages where you need extra turns, block active skills. Oh my word. He's such a good neutralizer. He has an 100% AoE block active skills for 2-turn duration. And a lot of people forget about this. But block active skills vis-a-vis Master Hexer can have its duration increased to 3 turns. Like, forget about it. You're not going to do anything, buddy. The second hit has a true fear on enemies not under block active skills, so you get some control element as well. Should you not land your block active skills, you get another chance. But the best thing about it is, especially with that passive and the extra crit damage, it absolutely smacks. Ethan the Golden is a beast of a champion. He's one of my favorite nukers out there. I'd put him top 3 epic nukers in the game, just in terms of my affinity towards them, okay? Next up, well, let's do the obvious ones. Skaramis. Well, man, ever since the day this dude was added to the game, I knew he was going to be special, and he certainly is. He, for my money, is the best epic provoker in the game, and I don't even think it's that close. He's got a placing provoke not predicated on a critical hit. He's got a counterattack, continuous heal on himself for 2 turns. This is a 3-turn cooldown, a really nice skill considering he has counterattack and heal and the AoE provoke at 100% chance when booked, all on a 3-turn cooldown when booked. But the cool thing is, and the best part about this dude is the synergy between the A3 rather, the counterattack, and the outpace on the A1. He can go in there, 100% chance of stealing 15% of the target's turn meter, but you have to think of this A1 in the context of him counterattacking, right? And of course he's going to be counterattacking a lot because he's provoking. So you put a provoke on somebody, they attack him, they have no other choice. What does he immediately do? He goes in, he steals 15% of their turn meter. And then he has a 30% chance of placing a stun debuff on the target if their turn meter is fully depleted. Well, hell, they just used their turn, right? So they have no turn meter. We go in, we steal whatever is left of their turn meter, and then we get the stun. 30% chance, so it's not a lock. But we can stun them right after the provoke wears off. That's a back-to-back control mechanism in his kit. It's really nice. At the very least, you steal their turn meter on the A1. But his effortless superiority is where it all comes together to make him the best provoker in the game. Because you're going in there and you're decreasing the duration of all enemy buffs by 1 turn on an AoE that actually hits decently hard too. You're also, while we're at it, we have a 75% chance to place the big version of decreased attack. So now more damage mitigation or damage mitigation to begin with added to his kit. But the magic here is fills this champion's turn meter by 10% for each buff that has its duration increased. Now, I'm not going to do some quick math for you guys. School's in session, Professor Ash. 5 enemies alive with 2 buffs each. What happens? Well, we go and we decrease all the enemy buffs by 1 turn. Hopefully they disappear, or at least there's 1 turn left on them. But we get 100% turn meter fill, right? Because every buff added up, you get 10% for each one. That's not that high of a threshold to clear. What does this allow him to do? Get back to more provokes even faster. What a great champion. Beautiful. I love him. Next, I'm going to give to Royal Guard. I mean, of course, Royal Guard's an oldie, but he's still a goodie, and he's still absolutely a top 5 recommendation. He has Takedown. It's a really good AoE enemy max HP ability. He does get a little bit of extra bonus on his damage, too, from his own attack modifier and multiplier added to this ability. It hits harder than Tusk's AoE as well. It's nice. It's a nice ability there. He has the hamstring on the A3. This is going to bring the decreased speed on a 4-time at random. Each hit also has a 75% chance of decreasing the target's turn meter by 25% on a 4-time at random. I mean, it's got a little taste of an Allure A1 vibe, right? Where we're going in there with so much turn meter depletion. Granted, it's on a 4-turn cooldown, not on a basic A1, and it's not 100% land rate. But what you can do to Dark Fae, for example, in a situation, Fire Knight normal, is really tremendous in terms of the control profile. Not to mention the decreased speed that you're also placing there. So overall, great champion, very slow, very squishy, but a decreased defense on his A1 as well. Still definitely a worthwhile 6-star for basically every account out there, I would say, on Royal Guard. Now we got, so Royal Guard, Skaramis, and Ethan the Golden. Those are the easy ones here. Now I'm going to go Neldor. Neldor Rhineblade. This guy's really nice. Really good attack-based champion, but I consider him more of a, control debuffer type champion, right? He's got an AoE 2-times hitter, decreased speed. Each hit has a 75% chance, so more often than not, you're going to land decreased speed on everybody. He also heals himself. Not bad there. We have a quad hitter, making him a beast for Fire Knight, especially hard because of his A1. But Fire Knight normal or hard, he's going to place a decreased attack and a decreased accuracy on his quad hitter, 3-turn cooldown. Fantastic. Whenever an ally places a freeze debuff, He has a 30% chance to attack that target with his default skill, which also, you guessed it, places a freeze. Triple hitter on his A1. Each hit has a 40% chance of placing a freeze. Even if you land one or two of those, it's great control for Fire Knight Hard. He's really a Fire Knight Hard standout, but a good kind of control and damage mitigator anywhere you may need him. I think he's definitely worth everybody investing in. And then for the last champion here, guys, I'm going to give it to, for me, it comes down to Tyrell or Vergis, personally, with a shout-out to Indricia. But I think I would give it to... Tyrell is still worth investing in for my money today because he has an AoE decrease defense, which is really solid. But he has this preemptive strike, which I think is even better. Arguably, I guess, decreased defense is really nice to have on an AoE. But a 2-turn stun with a 50% turn meter decrease, right? Provided the stun lands if you fully deplete that turn meter. It's a really, really nice ability. 2-turn stuns are hard to find. Granted, it is conditional, but he has also a decreased attack on his A1, the defense in all battles on the aura. So you put it all together, you're looking at a defense-based damage dealer, debuffer, and control champion all built into one. That's Tyrell. And the thing about Tyrell is, too, the last thing I'll say about him is he gets knocked, rightfully so, for having a 4-turn cooldown on his AoE decreased defense. This guy, by the way, back in 2019 when I started playing, I've got my 2019 badge on display in case you guys missed it. Tutorial class of 2019. I wish I was 2018. I'm not sure if any of you guys have that. The game technically was released, I want to say, in December of 2018. I wonder if they even have that badge. I have no idea, and nobody cares, do they? But yeah, Tyrell, he gets knocked for the 4-turn cooldown. But honestly, guys, with this dude, he's with the way that where we're going to be using him in Faction Wars and Centranos, you can just kind of A1 cycle to make sure in most situations that you have it off cooldown for the next wave anyway. So you can move around that and get around that. It's just like areas like Clan Boss and stuff where he used to shine Demon Lord. He's not as effective because of that cooldown nowadays in the modern raid. Shout out to Vergis. He was on the cusp. Listen, if you're looking for a freaking tank and a half who you throw in regen in Immortal gear to be even more tanky or even toxic gear, I've seen some crazy builds where he can solo content. Look no further than Vergis. He does a great job of keeping everybody alive, especially after his big buff. He's gotten a few buffs over the years. That's High Elves, guys. We're moving right along. Sacred Order. This is where things get interesting. This is a lot of champions in Sacred Order. I'm blocking a few of them, but nobody worth investing in my opinion. I'm blocking Missionary, and everybody hates Missionary. Okay, so who are we going for here, guys? Listen, to me, let's not overcomplicate this. We've got the power square. You know, they're going to like redo the champion order or something, and it's going to ruin my power square, but I'm referring to this square right over here. Those are the 4. Boom, 4 to 5 done, you know, really quickly. Fenax, man. Nub Raids. What's up, man? What's up, Nubby? He's got the put down. The put down is, before the days of Embreeze the Anomaly and Raphael, we didn't have any abilities like this. It's a little bit less unique nowadays, but it's still just as lethal. And that is the put down, an extra hit if they have any debuffs with a big block revive with big damage multipliers, right? What more do you want? You want decreased speed and decreased defense? He's got that too. It's good for bosses. He's on a 4-turn cooldown. Can hit decently hard. He has a decently hard-hitting AoE as well. It is a 4-turn cooldown, but again, when booked. But the highlight is the put down. But an AoE block buffs is very nice for 2 turns as well. If you don't place a block buffs, you get a block active skills. I've never been a huge fan of the conditionality there, but it is nice to have kind of a fail-safe or whatever. So there it is. It's Fenax. He's easy to talk about because he's pretty simple, but he's very, very lethal. He's one of those champions that if you're not a whale, but you want to have a chance of beating a whale in the arena, draft Fenax in live arena, right? Because you just get 1 turn or 1 ally attack that goes before him. You can build him slow with attack percentage on his boots if you want to, and you're just waiting for that 1 hit that can change everything, right? If I'm running this beast all mythical team and Lazarius is my only damage dealer, if Fenax, well, I guess bad example because of magic affinity, but either way, you kill the only damage dealer, it's kind of game over with Fenax, right? There it is. All right, Deke. Well, I talked some smack about Deke saying that my man, what's his face, Stagnite, was better in my heart. But I think that Deke is probably one of the best epic champions in the game because he has the extra turn mechanic that Stagnite certainly doesn't. Stagnite beats him in stats, maybe a cool passive, But it's stupid to compare the two because they're both amazing. Time compression is the turn meter fill and the turn meter decrease on the same ability with that extra turn. Listen, the turn meter fill and the turn meter decrease is fantastic alone, but the extra turn is what makes it so magical because it allows us to cycle through our abilities very quickly with this champion. On his sweeping retribution, his A2 ability, it's an AoE with decreased defense. It's simple enough, but it's on a free turn cooldown. With that extra turn, we can basically get the uptime of that decreased defense buff close to 100% in some situations. Really, really good. And he has a leech on the A1, which is fantastic for healing your entire team and speed in all battles by 19%. So every one of his skills is bringing something very valuable to the table, including his aura. And then time compression just brings it all together. It compresses the kit into something that's really special and unique out of Epic Champion. There's a reason that everybody wants to get their hands on Deacon Armstrong. You know, some inside baseball here. Plarium, they give out the new account champions, right? And oftentimes they ask for requests. You know, what champions do you think would entice players to start playing Raid Shadow Legends? It's always an odd question because the first thought I always have is, but they don't know what any champion is. So how would they know? How would they be enticed? But anyway, the most common request from creators is always Deacon Armstrong, and they always say, no, Deacon's off the table. Geomancer, Seer, Deacon, they're all off the table. That should say something. Even Plarium is like, no. They have, once in a while, given them out, but very, very infrequently and only to new accounts. Inquisitor Shamil, man, listen. He has a potential 100% ignore defense ability on his A2 ability. Ignores 25% of the target's defense, will ignore another 25% of the target's defense for each buff on this champion, right? So 3 buffs on Inquisitor, you get 100% ignore defense on this Cow of Horrors. I want to say that's the only epic in the game with 100% ignore defense. Unless I'm missing, because you get like, what, Mortem Macabre, you got Blood Gorge, you got Royal Huntsman. Those are all legendaries. Yeah, he's the only one. It is a bit conditional, but very good. But really what makes him one of the, upper echelon epics in the game is this Dauntless, man. I mean, this is the best answer to Fear and True Fear in all of Raid Shadow Legends. You can run him as a counter curveball, off-meta curveball to a Fabian in the arena. The more likely scenario is Head of Torment. You can deal with it very easily with the Fear and the True Fear inside Hydra Clan Boss. And then he's got the A1 as well with all those counterattacks. You can put him in a Toxic set. Just got to be careful of that debuff bar. But, Inquisitor Shamil, in terms of the Fears and the True Fears, just that part of it is just so insane. It is so insane. Moreover, this skill instantly removes the debuff and fills the team's leader's turn meter by 15%. So when you're running Inquisitor Shamil, make sure you're putting whoever you want to get that 15% throughout the duration of the battle, make sure you're putting them in the lead position. And not only will be cleansing all those Fears and True Fears, especially in Hydra, but he'll be constantly turn meter boosting as well, right? Remember we had that Queen of Hearts dungeon, and we needed to worry about the Fear and True Fear. He was in every team. He was in my team, if you had him. Very good. Godseeker and Eerie. Yeah, I'll be real with you guys. Godseeker and Eerie, when she was released into this game, she was just one of the best, if not the best, epic revivers out there. And she's fallen a little bit from that, not because if she's any worse, but because they've added what made her so unique to quite a few other champions throughout the years. That being said, she's still insanely good. An AoE with buff extension, as well as decreased duration of all buffs on enemies with the heal as well. So a lot coming at you on the A1, a lot of support. You get a little heal on the A1 as well. But really it's her passive synergizing with her active revive that makes her so freaking good, right? Revives a dead ally, fills her turn meter by 50%, and resets the cooldown of all of their skills. Really freaking good. It was her in the ninja combo for Sand Devil. Everybody was running that for a period of time, and it was because only Godseeker and Eerie had this with the full reset and the revive, and this. She has another revive on her passive. If an ally's about to get killed by a fatal hit, preempts that hit and instantly places a revive on death on them for 1 turn before the damage is taken. Also a healing increase as well. So really nice and still a very unique when you include the passive profile in terms of a reviver, skills on Godseeker and Eerie. And she brings nice healing as well as buff extension to the table as well. All right, that's the power square. Who else do we want to talk about here? For me, it's between 2 champions. Any guesses? I want to give a quick shout to Talia. She smacks. A lot of damage there. She's not that bad. AoE weaken, counterattack, good damage there. Juliana is nice in the early game. I mean, here I am. I'm going. You know what? I'm gonna shut up. I'm getting too long-winded talking about every damn champion. It's between Mordecai and Sanguinia for me. Mordecai and Sanguinia. Well, shoot. I'm just going to give you 30 seconds on each, okay? Mordecai is an AoE burner. Mordecai's in the top 3 upper echelon of epic burners in the game. There's not that many AoE epic burners, right? You're really looking at Mordecai and Skrank as your best options. Mordecai, the knock on Mordecai is it's a 4-turn cooldown. Skrank's is a 3. But Mordecai brings a lot more to the table, including an increased attack for 3-turn duration. He's got turn meter depletion and turn meter fill. I think that Mordecai is definitely, if you're struggling for a burner, he's going to be your guy. And Sanguinia brings a really nice support profile to the table. Good base stats, she's nice and tanky. She transfers debuffs from this champion to the target, and also cleanses all allies on the A3. So a full cleanse, 4-turn cooldown. And then she brings a block debuffs with a continuous heal. On her A1, she decreases the duration of 2 random buffs on the target by 1 turn. Overall, she's a nice healer and cleanser for your team with some nice buffs as well, or at least one nice buff, albeit a 1-turn duration, which is typical on epics on the block debuffs. So that's Sanguinia. That is Sacred Order. All right, guys, Barbarian time. All right, let's just go right to Fat Man. Right to Fat Man. He's the best ally attacker. You know, I'm very biased because I'm in love with another ally attacker who's an epic. But for me, I still think he's the best. But it's close. It's close in my mind. You'll have to watch all the way to the end of the video to find my other fave. But he has a great ally attack. Everybody's joining in except for himself, right? And he brings an increased crit rate, increased crit damage. Fantastic. But really what puts him over the edge, ally attack is one of the strongest abilities you could look for in the game, right? But the fact that he has a burn and 2 poisons, very good. It can be hard to find burners and poisoners for that matter, and he's got them both in the same ability on the 3-turn cooldown. Fantastic against bosses as well. A decreased defense. There could be situations like the Frostbiter. We just don't have another option for a burner. Fat Man's got you covered, right? So great ally attack. He has damage mitigation on his body block passive as well. Yeah, I mean, he's the GOAT in terms of ally attackers out there, especially when we talk about epics. Now this is where Barbarians, it takes a little hit. I must be missing like an obvious choice here, right? No, I'm actually not. So there's a clear number 1 in Fat Man here, in my opinion, but there are some other good options. Let's go to Alika. Alika is, I just want to be real with you guys. I'm not quite as high on Alika as everybody else is, or at least all the other creators that I watch. I'm not low on Alika by any stretch of the imagination. I think she's great. She has an AoE Disorient, right, which is an AoE, increase the cooldown of all enemy skills by 2 turns. On a 3-turn cooldown, it hits decently hard. Her A2 hits a lot harder. It's a 2-turn cooldown, which is really nice. It's a ignore 50% of the target's defense if their max HP is higher than this champion's max HP, which is not a high threshold to clear. She only has 16k HP in the base, right? So you have a really hard-hitting single target nuke, and then you have the skill cooldown on the Disorient. Again, very good. I guess I didn't even mean to throw shade at her earlier, but there were so many creators and commenters who were like, and you know, hey, I respect the opinion. We all can disagree. Who thought she was a lot better than Alice, the Wanderer. There was a lot of comparisons when she was introduced, and I thought that Alice was quite better personally than Alika. That all being said, especially if the affinity, if you're looking for a force affinity damage dealer who can also, you know, do cooldown reset, look no further. That's Alika. Who after Alika? I'm gonna go Hoskarul. Hoskarul, man, I think he was a fusion, an epic fusion. Yeah, they did those back in the day, or a fragment summon or whatever. He's a defense-based AoE stunner, right? He's got an AoE attack, good damage multipliers. Think about like Crush the Mangler type damage from this champion, right, for a defense-based nuker. But he has a stun, right? He has a 75% stun on a 3-turn cooldown. That's Archmage Helmet territory. And frankly, he's got a decreased turn meter of all enemies under stun by 15%. I think it's one of the best control abilities out there in terms of AoEs, especially when we talk about stuns. So Hoskarul takes the cake there. He also removes stuns from all allies on his A3, which is a very interesting soft version of a cleanse. He has increased defense and increased resistance as well. Granted, the small version of increased resistance, but I love that he has the big version of increased defense. Granted, a 4-turn cooldown, but that also benefits him as a defense-based damage dealer. He's immune to stun himself and increases the damage inflicted by all allies by 15% when attacking enemies under stun. It's a really nice profile, very good for wave content because you get the extra damage and the stuns, as well as some increased defense, increased resistance. Pascal is a champion that I think that people should mention and talk about a little bit more. I mean, I just did. All right, next, we're going to go with, I do have options here. I just want to make sure that I believe them. You know what I'm saying? All right, for me, Tashada, I'm going to bring you into my thinking here. Tashada is a reviver on a 3-turn revive, right? Revives an ally 40% HP, 40% turn meter, and heals all allies. So she's definitely worth going for if you're just lacking a reviver, but she's in the same faction as Syl the Drakes. Hey, Syl, how you doing? Been a while since I gave you some love. So you're going to get Syl anyway, so I don't think you're going to be lacking a single target reviver, and the rest of her kit is just meh. I actually reworked her. I think she's the only champion I can think of in the game who wasn't a reviver at all, and they just gave her a revive. Haikatoon is the obvious choice here. Haikatoon I still think is very, very good on new accounts, and progression-wise. I think she's a fine champion. But I don't think she's as essential to go out and max no questions asked as she once was, partially because of all the champions that new accounts are getting in this game, right? Like, you are getting Ugos and Tagors, not to say that she's the same as those champions, but they're also giving away Tirana Rocks and Sun Wukongs and, you know, everything else, right? So it makes, you know, it de-emphasizes what you should prioritize in terms of the old school champions. That all being said, she's got a nice little speed control profile with speed in all battles on the aura. She's got turn meter fill, increased speed, apothecary-esque on the A2, and then she has decreased turn meter on an AoE 4-turn cooldown on the A3. She also has a decreased speed on the A1. I feel like a lot of newer players underestimate how effective this kit can be with the decreased speed, the decreased turn meter, the increased speed, and the increased turn meter. It's kind of like, I know that I can speak for myself. When I started playing this game, I didn't necessarily recognize how imperative controlling the speed of these battles is, especially as you progress in the game. And Haikatoon can get you used to that, and she's a very effective kit in doing so. Last but not least, I guess I'm going to go with Skytouch Shaman. Skytouch is a very interesting champion. She has some upsides, some downsides, but at the end of the day, she has a very cardio-esque A2 ability where she has a cleanse, a full cleanse, a block debuffs, and a revive on death on a 4-turn cooldown. It's definitely a unique ability in terms of epic champions to have all of these, especially the 2-turn block debuffs with the cleanse and the revive on death. And she ends up being one of the more capable healers out there as well. There is some downside where she's basically damaging herself, right? So you got to be careful, decrease speed, fear as well. But you play your cards right here and you can mitigate. There's ways to get around that. She can be a very competent support and healer. Just got to kind of be careful. And to be frank about her too, I don't think she scales into the end game as well as some of the other options out there. Jamarsa, for example, with the AoE revive, albeit not a great one, could be a better consideration. You have to get her, though, through friend links. I will say, Jamarsa is a billion times easier to get than Chronom. I still haven't been able to get Chronom on my account, but you guys, a few of you guys, have helped me unlock Jamarsa. Thank you for that. I would say the Barbarians are pretty weak overall and a bit redundant, you know, when it comes to their epics. Ogre Tribe, the good thing about Barbarians, though, is they're one of the strongest champions in terms of their legendary offerings. Anyway, Ogre Tribe, one of the worst factions in the game, but they do have some heroes here, some really good epics. Legendaries definitely has a little bit to be desired, although they're getting better. They're buffing like all of these Void legendaries. They buffed Toghren in a big way. They buffed Diamant, not a huge buff. They buffed Bellatar in a big way as well. They added Klazag, so they're getting a lot better here. They buffed Gurgo the Augur, so I could keep going here. They don't buff epics though, do they? All right, so Ugo is my girl, right? Like Ugo, I mean, she's just one of the best epics still for my money in the game. She has Leech on the A1. She has an AoE decreased defense and a block buffs on the A2, right, on a 3-turn cooldown. And then she has a remove a random debuff from all allies, heals all allies, and then if anybody's dead, or excuse me, if all allies are dead, she has a revive there. The Ugo revive is like a solar eclipse that comes around, you know, once every 2 or 3 years on your account. So when you get it, You screenshot that bad boy and you frame that bad boy, the Ugo Revive. It's a very special, and you should play the lottery that same day and open a Primal Shard because you're a lucky guy or gal. All jokes aside, what makes Ugo so good is between the leech, the healing, the block buffs, and the decreased defense and the cleansing and the healing. And the heal is 20% of her max HP. She's got 20k basically HP. It scales very well. What makes her so good is she is a plug and play option that fills 2 roles with 1 champion on your team, right? She's got 2 great debuffs. Block buffs is so underrated too, even in wave content, even outside of areas where you need it like Hydra. But then having those big heals and the mini cleanse as well, and the leech for more heals, she really does fill some support and healing and debuffs on your team in 1 champion, allowing another spot for another damage dealer or, you know, whatever you happen to need on your squad. So Ugo is one of the best out there. Next up, we're going to go with good old Man-Eater, man. Like, let's not overcomplicate this. Man-Eater isn't used as much as it used to be because he was a staple of Demon Lord clan boss. He's got the unkillable and the block damage on all allies for 2 turns. This is a 5-turn cooldown. We had the double Man-Eater comps. We had the Deadwood Jedi website that we were going to every day to find the latest and greatest in Demon Lord clan boss. How times have changed. Deadwood, man, I think it's been like 9 months since he's made a video, 10 months. I wish he would come back to the game. I thought he had a really good channel and a really good offering for players out there and a really good mind for the game as well. I miss him. I digress. Decrease attack on all enemies. Big version. As long as the attack is critical on his A1. That's a nasty A1 ability, right? And then his A2 is just as good. Better. Attack 1 enemy, fully depletes the target's turn meter, fills his champion's turn meter equal to the amount the target loses. Come on, man. That's nasty. He's just like a really solid champion anywhere in the game, right? Okay, number 3 here. Number 3. I'm going to go with Skrank. We mentioned him earlier. Listen, there's not a lot of burning options out there, and a lot of you guys might need an HP burn champion. As I mentioned, we're talking about Mordecai. His burn is on a 3-turn cooldown. Moreover, sure, he's attacking, he's not placing, but he's void affinity. We don't have to worry about weak matchups. He has some turn meter fill in there as well, as long as 1 enemy is hit with a critical hit, so we can get back to that burn even faster, right? He has a weaken on his A1. Chance increase to a 75% if the target's under a burn, so he can debuff as well. And if the target's under a burn, he's got an increased attack that he brings to himself as well on a 3-turn cooldown for a 2-turn duration, and he can heal himself, right? He has damage escalation with his Pyromania. So he's a very capable burner. He is very, very, very squishy. And it's weird, I kind of oscillate between Skrank and Mordecai in my preferred epic burner. But yeah, it just depends on what you need, I guess. But Skrank definitely is a champion you ought to know about, right? So we got Skrank, Man-Eater, and Ugo. There's actually a few good ones still here. I'm going to give some love to Grush the Mangler. Grush the Mangler, he's a daily login champion, Grush the Mangler. And we talked about him. We talked about Hosk Rule. He actually has some decent AoE multipliers for a defense base, especially for an epic as well. It's not going to blow you away, but I'm always surprised pleasantly by the damage that he puts out when I use him. Moreover, he's a very interesting champion where he actually does a lot of healing with this ability here, vis-a-vis his continuous heals, which is really nice. He also brings a leech on the A1. So between the leech and the continuous heals, he's a defense-based AoE champion with some damage mitigation on the A2, and then some healing for your team on the A1 and the A3. You could do a lot worse. He's really good for restrictive content as well. Okay, so we have what, 1 more here? This is tough. It's between Skull Crusher, Lorne, Siege Hulk, Uragrim, yeah, maybe a little nod to Prundar. Here's what I'll do real quick, rapid fire here, guys. I will say that, is it Galcut with the, I don't like Galcut that much, but I do like Grunch Killjoy. And because I mentioned Faction Wars here, you ought to know that Grunch Killjoy is the champion that I leaned on hard, because I don't have War Mother, and the Cross fusion or whatever his name is wasn't active at the time. And as you can see, I can't get my hands on War Mother, man. I've been playing since 2019, as you guys saw from my badge earlier. So Grunch was my bomb champion. I had to just RNG the hell out of that stupid bomb level in Faction Wars Hard using Grunch Killjoy. Hey, it's a 75% bomb that detonates after 1 turn. That's the huge, that detonation. He also has a cleanse and a continuous heal. I mean, you could do a hell of a lot worse. So I'll give it to Grunch. That being said, Siege Hulk can smack with an AoE decreased defense. He brings his own buffs. Fantastic option. I use Siege Hulk quite a bit. Claude is an interesting champion with an increased speed, increased accuracy, as well as a shield. Good for support. Like I said, Prundar, he's not my favorite, but he does bring heals and a strengthen and an AoE provoke on a 3-turn cooldown, albeit not 100%. So those are some shout-outs. I've always loved Lorne the Cutter. He deals big damage with an AoE leech and a heal reduction and decreased target's turn meter by 100% on his A3. I've always felt he was very underrated. The rest kind of Uragrim. Speed in all battles, poison, and heals, right? Very nice champion. All right, I guess that's it. Ogren Tribe. Lizardmen. There's only like 5 Lizardmen to begin with, right? I don't have a lot of choices here in the Lizardmen faction. Number 1, man, there's not a good assortment of Lizardmen here. Let's go with Venomage, right? Venomage is a special champion. Heal reduction, damage mitigation, which is very nice. It gives you a reason to benefit from heal reduction, even if they're not on healers, because it mitigates their damage on the passive. But Venomage has a very, very nice kit. An AoE heal reduction that's a 3-turn duration on a 3-turn cooldown. Pretty solid, right? Also replacing poisons, 2 of them, right? So a very, very effective A3 ability. On the A2, we have a decreased defense, decreased attack, 3-turn cooldown, single target. And on the A1, we have destroy max HP, which is very nice, under heal reduction, but has a 50% chance on each of the 2 hits of activating up to 2 poison debuffs on the target. Fantastic champion. I love running Venomage, just classic perception gear, nothing fancy, as well as in Nether Spider, she's my goat, because I run her with Geomancer, so we can just go in there, place the heal reduction, which you need to land on the Nether Spider, and then you can just start churning away and activating poisons, right, on that A1. Very, very nice. Next, I'm going to go with Scathix. Scathix, I think, is very underrated. We got a full cleanse with a block debuffs. Block debuffs is a 2-turn duration and a shield based on his max HP. Doesn't scale that well at 18k, but still, it's a very, very nice support ability, right? And then, you guys know from Ulfrig, I love the AoE buff steals, and he's got it on the transfer rush. He also has a decreased speed on the A1 at a 50% land rate, not bad. And then, a block damage on this champion for 1 turn whenever his HP drops below 30%. So we have some nice kind of damage, fail-safe mechanic on the passive, which you love to see as well. You put it all together, you got buff steal, you got decreased speed, you got a great cleanse and block debuffs, and a shield. Very nice champion there, especially if you're looking for that decreased speed from a support champion, right? So we got Scathix. Let's give a next shout out to Aox, the Rememberer. Aox, man, he's a very interesting and unique champion as well. He's got poisons on his A1. Granted, it's only a 30% chance of poisons. It is on each hit, though, you know, a decent source. You got heals on the A2, fantastic. You got a decreased attack on all enemies for 2-turn on 3-turn cooldown. Decreased enemies' turn meter by 20%. Decreased crit rate over 2 turns if they have 50% or more turn meter after the turn meter decrease. So it's a very nice ability here on the A3. But the Steward of Time is what makes Aox such a capable champion overall, right? I mean, all of the skills can help your team, help complement your team. But increase the duration of 2 random debuffs on the attacker by 1 turn when attacked. Occurs once per hit. I mean, it doesn't sound like much upon first glance, but boy, you take him into battle, and this dude is just constantly, you know, you go into battle against a boss with Aox on your squad, you look away for a few minutes, and then you look in again, and all of a sudden the debuff duration is like 9 turns. You're like, whoa, Aox, way to go, buddy, right? So you put it all together, you're looking at a very unique epic there. So we've got Scathix, we've got Aox, we've got Venomage. Now we take a little step down, unfortunately, here. I will give some love to Basilisk, because Basilisk, you can put him in a stun set. He has actually a pretty hard-hitting AoE on his A1 ability, and he has a stun on his A2 as well to help complement, right? I usually use him in a stun set as my main nuker in a stun set, right? And then I'll go in there and, you know, use the Skull Clobberer when the rest of the enemies are stunned already, or if there's one enemy who poses a big risk, a big threat, I'll get that guaranteed stun, or, you know, predicated on it landing, of course, critical hit, but 100%. So I'll give it to what's his face, Basilisk. And then last, I'm tempted to go Jarek. I do think he's been crept a bit. You can still use Jarek. Certainly, he's still a solid champion. I'm going to give it to Broadmaw. I mean, he is a permanent fusion inside the game, and he's nothing crazy special, but Lizardmen can be difficult to find good revivers on. He is a reviver. He can revive 2 random allies on a 4-turn cooldown with block damage. It's not the best revive, honestly, but it's not the worst either. He also brings increased crit rate in the stupid, weak version of increased speed on a 3-turn cooldown. He does have a turn meter fill. The thing I like about this is it shouldn't be. He's a void freaking epic. It should not, in a permanent fusion, it should not be the weak version of increased speed. I'm sorry. He should not have a worse ability as a void epic than Apothecary, you know, as a rare, as a magic affinity rare. So I don't love that, but at the end of the day, if you don't have an increased speed on your team, he has it on a 3-turn cooldown and a turn meter fill. So overall, not the best. He has freeze, a little control on the A1, but certainly far from the worst, and he's worth knowing about, and I do think he's worth using, especially for restrictive content like Faction Wars as well. Skinwalker time. All right. Skinwalkers, now we're taking a step up here, guys. We're taking a step up on the Skinwalkers. The first guy that I'll point out, I did a video on him recently, is a Kemptum. A Kemptum's damage always astounds me. He's great with Giant Slayer, right? Triple hitter, or with Fearsome Presence if you want to go in a stun set. So you can run stun set, you can run perception set on a Kemptum, or you can just build him as a nuker in Savage or Lethal Gear. He's got a triple hitter on his A1, triple hitter on his A2, and a great passive. His passive is 100% chance when booked of inflicting damage from, of inflicting damage from 1 poison debuff on to enemies under a hex debuff whenever their allies receive damage from poison debuffs. Basically, all you need to know is when a poison tick goes in, he's going to go in and attack. He actually attacks. It says inflicting damage. You can land stuns off of the hex blood. It's not really intuitive by reading it that you can. So that's why he's so good in the stun set. His only active ability, you know, his passive, but his only active skill is the A2. It's a 3-turn cooldown. AoE attack that hits not once, not twice, but 3 times on this AoE. Each hit has a 75% chance of placing hex. Basically, he's going to land the hex. If enemies are not under hex, he's placing it or extending it, excuse me. Either way, he's one of the best hex appliers out there in the game, and just so much damage. He has that poison on the A1 with a debuff spread as well on a random debuff if they're under a hex, which they always are going to be when he's on the team. He has speed also in all battles by 18%. So Kempton would be my top choice here, but that's not going to... I love a lot of these champions that, you know, not everybody loves. I love Gom Yellowhand. This dude is kind of a newer epic champion, but he's got an increased speed for 2 turns and a continuous heal for 1 turn. Eat that, Broadmaw, right? The increased speed and the continuous heal on a 3-turn cooldown is simple, but it's very effective. We got a leech and a heal reduction on his A1, but it keeps getting better here. On his A3, which is a... Man, I said that Hoskural had the best stun. Gom has maybe a better ability here, right? Or very similar, if not exactly the same. An AoE attack, decreased turn meter of all enemies by 15%, and then a 75% stun on a 3-turn cooldown. With the increased speed and the continuous heal, whenever an ally's attack fills his champion's turn meter by 5% once per attacked ally. So constant turn meter fill happening throughout the duration of the battle as well. Man, I mean, one more time, for those of you in the back, leech heal reduction, increased speed, continuous heal, stun, turn meter decrease, and turn meter fill on his passive. What more do you want from a champion? Attacking all battles on the aura? Sure. He's amazing. He's a really good champion. Using the marooned. All these new-ish void skinwalkers, epics, are very good, and in my mind, underrated. I don't hear many people talking about them, but I think they're all very good. Transfers a debuff from this champion to the target on his A1, solid. And AoE remove 2 random buffs from all enemies and heals himself for each buff removed on the A3. Pretty good ability. On the A3 ability, on the A2, you guys get what I'm saying. Good luck charm. We get a remove a debuff from all allies, and then a big heal, 20% of his max HP at 20k base, and then a block debuffs for 2 turns as well. Man, he's bringing so much to the table. Whenever this champion heals himself using one of their own skills, also heals all allies by 20% of any surplus heal. So when he's healing himself on that A1 and the A2, you get that surplus heal if he has full health for all of your allies as well. you walk away with a big heal on the A1, a little cleanse, a block debuffs, surplus heals, removing buffs from enemies, transferring debuffs to enemies. I mean, there's a lot to love about this guy. A very good support, especially for faction wars and restrictive content. Man, he's really good. I'm just going to stick with, I hate to go all void here, but I got to go with Frenzy. Some people hate Frenzy. I was doing a video with Nubrates, who we mentioned earlier when we talked about Fenex. And he said he doesn't like Frenzy the Cackler. And I'm like, dude, what? You ever, I don't know if you guys have friends that play Raid, but you ever get in like a debate? Everybody has a right to their opinion, right? But you're like, what am I seeing that you're not seeing? Frenzy the Cackler is a defense-based damage dealer, control champion as well. So a defense-based damage dealer who brings an increased defense, so for more damage, right? AoE provoke, granted a 4-turn cooldown, but an AoE provoke with an increased defense. Increased defense lasts for 2 turns. And then we have a burn. It's a 3-turn burn. It's good against bosses, but not great against wave content, right? Because we're going to go in there, and it's a 75 or 100% chance when booked of placing a burn on the 3-time at random. We get turn meter for each HP burn debuff placed by the skill. And then what I love about her, too, is on her A1, we have a chance of instantly activating those HP burns at a 50-50 clip. So where AoE, she has to bring a lot to the table. Damage, increased defense on herself for more damage, provoke, burn, and then burn activation, right? Increases champion's defense by 2%, up to 20% each time a burn is activated as well. I really love Frenzy. Very interesting and unique champion. And then now we have one left. Shout out to Taurus. So many poisons. Taurus is the best AoE poisoner, ergo, the best chance that you have to combo with a Narma or an Eleanor who they're giving away to free accounts, or any other poison combustor, a Xavia, Theodore, whoever that you have on your account. Because we get 4 poisons on all enemies on an AoE. Now, granted, we take 99% of his damage of his current HP, but you get unkillable for 2 turns. I never find that he dies. You know, you get plenty of time to revive or whatever, or excuse me, to heal. But man, 4 poisons on an AoE, no one can poison like Taurus on an AoE out of any epic in the game. Steel Skull's okay for support. Horaphes is a reviver if you need a reviver, right? Both the Rancid, though. This guy, I'm going to give him the shout out because he's got a heal reduction, he's got a decreased accuracy, he's got increased the duration of all allied buffs, right, on a 3-turn cooldown. So great champion to pair with maybe like a Wixwell team as well, or Titus team rather. We have a 2 debuff cleanse, and then a heal, and then an increased accuracy as well in the A3, and then decreased damage all allies receive from poison debuffs by 50%. An anti-Nell option for you, and Stalk the Broken. Not really. He's not going to be able to hold them back, but an interesting little and a very unique antibiotic spray passive that, you know, is worth at least knowing about, right? Man, there's some interesting champions. Bovos, too, has an AoE decreased crit rate, decreased damage, remove a debuff from all allies. He's not that great. Forget it. All right, so those are my 5 picks there. There are some interesting ones that I didn't mention, but Skinwalkers is stacked. Orc time. Orc, in my opinion, is the worst faction in the game, guys. Who do we have here for our choices? Well, let's go with Duck the Pierced. Duck is like kind of like a defense-based Stag Knight. An AoE decreased attack, decreased defense, some decent damage there as well. We have a decreased accuracy on the A1, which can be an underrated debuff at times. I mean, think about it. Decreased accuracy is, in some ways, just as effective as an increased resistance, right? Depending on the situation, of course, how many enemies are alive, etc. But that's nice to have. And then we have a kind of a mini provoke there on the shrieking display of the A3. I don't really rely on this because it's a 4-turn cooldown, a 1-turn provoke, but it could potentially be 2 enemies. We get a reflect damage and unkillable on this champion. It's not the best move, but it's not the worst move. But the highlight is an AoE decreased attack, decreased defense, right? On a tankier champion than, you know, your Stag Knight. Okay, we're gonna go my man, Tagore. That's right, I'm the president, the card-carrying president, treasury secretary, VP, sergeant at arms in the Tagore fan club, guys. He's my favorite epic reviver in the game. I said that since day 1 that he was released. He's got an increased defense on his A1. He provides, kind of like we're talking about Ugo, right? So much utility from one champion, Tagore. The magic stick. I think 50 Cent made a song about him. That's how popular this dude is. He's got a charge can't. Oh no, charge can. Charge can. I kid. We got an AoE increased speed, and then a heal 15% of his max HP. I mean, and heals, for those of you who are newer to the game, we're always looking to have those heals based on this champion's max HP, and he's got that, right? Because we can control that metric. So a big boy heal, an AoE attack that he has 1100 base attack. So Tagore can actually do some damage as a support reviver, which is crazy as well. Having that increased speed is so good as well. He's got an AoE revive. It's not the best revive in the game, but it is a 5-turn cooldown with a shield on them. And then he has Aid the Feeble, right? It's very rare to get damage mitigation passives like the one on Venomage and Tagore from Epic Champions. Decreased damage received by allies with 50% HP or less by 10%. That's beautiful. You get a little bit of damage mitigation before he comes through and heals them or then revives them, right? Did I mention the increased defense on the ally with lowest HP currently on the A1? Just always helping anybody who needs it. Tagore. He's got HP in all battles as well. He's the GOAT, man. He's bringing so much for one champion. All right, Seer. Yeah, of course Seer's going to still make the list. One of the Plarium untouchables, right, for new accounts. We get an AoE weaken, and then we have Karma Burn, right? Actually a hard-hitting A1 that, you know, has an extra turn chance as well, 20%, not bad when booked. But Karma Burn, man, this is the quintessential nuke in Raid Shadow Legends is Karma Burn. I remember when I started playing this game, I went against Seer not knowing who, you know, when you think about when you first started, when you go in the arena, like you don't even know you barely know what your champions do, let alone what the enemy champions do, right? And I remember I went against her in the arena early on, and I just remember even that animation, it feels like you're just disintegrating, right? Like it is a literal nuke. It's just one of the hardest hitting abilities in the entire game, provided you have a lot of buffs. She strips off the buffs off your team and off the enemy team, and then just does tons of damage. If she doesn't kill him, she can sleep him. Seer is still just one of the best overall epics out there in the game. There's other options for quick damage, poison combust teams, Siegfried teams, you know, mythicals, but she's still one of the more accessible, even though she's void, options out there. So we have Seer, we have Tagore, and we have Duck the Pierced. I'm going to give the next one to Jorg, Old Hermit Jorg. He's got a revive, 2 random allies, 5-turn cooldown, perfect veil for damage mitigation as well, and just to help keep them alive, untargeted, single target attacks. And then it's a simple kit, but it's very effective. We have an increased attack and a turn meter boost of 20%, and a burn on the A1. We talked about this when we talked about Fat Man, Farrakhan the Fat. Getting a burn from a champion that otherwise doesn't feel like they're going to give you a burn can be a difference maker in a game where, golly, half the bosses are predicated, a success is predicated on you having an HP burner on your team. So Jorg has a very, very nice profile with the burn, the increased attack, turn meter fill, and the revive, especially for restrictive content, especially for faction wars, or anywhere that you're just overall lacking a burner, such as some of the boss levels on Centranos, right? Who am I going to go with last here? I got Duck, Jorg, Seer, and Tagore. How can I forget my guy? For me, it's between Zargala. I kind of like Sandlash, but I don't think she'd be my favorite. And Tuok the Wanderer. Now, I think most players would pick Zargala. She's an old school nuker who is still very capable. But I'm going to give it to Tuok the Wanderer. I've always thought, since he was released, I think as part of the Amazon collab they did back in like 2019 or something like that, I've always thought he was underrated, right? He's a damage dealer who has an AoE decreased speed. I'm such a sucker for AoE decreased speed. Also increased speed on himself. I'm not going to read his entire kit. We'd be here all day, but he has a lot of extra little tiny things that help him out in his kit as well. But his A3, Clever Brutality, is a very good move, very underrated. We're stealing 50% of the target's turn meter, 100% chance to place a stun on them for 2 turns. So we steal half their turn meter and 2 turns stun them? My word. We steal 100% of the target's turn meter if this champion has less than 50% HP when attacking too. I mean, this is an insanely good control ability, right? I mean, 2 turns, I mean, just getting the unconditional 2-turn stun and the turn meter, and then the AoE decreased speed, you add those 2 abilities together with some damage, you're looking at, for my money, one of the better control champions out there for epics, and not a lot of people give any love to Tuok the Wanderer. All right, Demon Spawn, guys. Moving right along here to Demon Spawn. You know what? We talked about Allure earlier, and of course she's going to make the list, right? One of the best tails. Fellas, please, please. I mean, can we all agree? She's got one of the best tails, and look at it. Look at it. Wow. One of the best tails in Raid Shadow Legends. Right there, Allure. One day we'll have a tail tier list. Don't worry. A wing tier list and a tail tier list coming soon from a mediocre Raid Shadow Legends YouTuber near you. All right. Allure, Psychic Whip. I mean, listen. The A2 of Seer is okay, you know. Get a weak version of decreased defense. You really want to pick up Nature's Bounty on her. Is it Nature's Bounty or Nature's what the hell is it? Let me look. Let me go. You don't care if I take 2 minutes, do you? Allure. I guess I don't need to look at Allure, do I, to be able to find it. I went with Phantom Touch because she's so good in Fire Knight, so getting that extra hit count on the shield is really great. But you can go with the Nature's Bounty, right? Where this is going to potentially take that decreased defense and bring it to the big version. There's a 45% chance at 5 stars, 60% chance at 6 stars. So you could use her as an AoE decreased defense champion if you wanted to. I love that Phantom Touch on her, though, because she's such a beast in Fire Knight. But, you know, you have some optionality there. But either way, this A1 is just one of the best control abilities out there inside the entire game, right? Decreased target's turn meter by 25% on each. Keyword is each critical hit. So all you got to do is build her with 100% crit rate, right? That's it. And a lot of accuracy. You need accuracy for this move as well. So Perception Gear is just fine on her. Again, 3-turn cooldown, AoE decreased defense, and this Hellish Blaze, it's clickbait. It's clickbait. You're like, 50% ignore defense. She's gonna be the best nuker ever with 1575 base attack, and then she does nothing. Wet noodle territory. There's no damage on this ability. It doesn't matter though, even though it's a 6 freaking turn cooldown. It doesn't matter because her A1 is that good that she's still in the upper echelon of epics. Magnar, yeah, Magnar. Magnar is, without a doubt, the best HP-based damage nuker out of any epic out there in the game. And AoE, as long as they don't have the burn, you get an extra hit. You don't really want them to have the burn because those extra hit really hurts when you got Magnar on your team. He does have a debuff spread with a hard-hitting A2 ability as well. And he does have a decreased defense on his A1. Overall, man, I mean, it's pretty simple. You put Magnar on your team, you're going to get a hell of a lot of damage with this A2 ability, right? It really is as close to a delete button as there is in the epic category, maybe with a couple caveats, but they're all attack-based damage dealers as well. So Magnar. Simple champion, but very, very good one. All right, next up is going to be, I still think I'm going to give some love to good old Umbral Enchantress, right? She has an AoE block buffs on a 3-turn cooldown. She's defense-based as well. She can deal some damage. She's very slow. You have to know that going in. But the Undying Evil is still a very unique ability, right? Even amongst legendary champions, there's not that many champions that can do or pull off what she can do with Undying Evil, and that is a 2-turn provoke. Granted, it's a 5-turn cooldown. She's also putting a block active skills on herself afterwards for not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 turns. Okay? So you got to be careful. You got to be careful. However, and it can't be blocked or removed, right? However, just having a 2-turn provoke gives you more than ample time to get rid of all your enemies, provided they don't, you know, don't have a cleanser or something like that, right? So really, when it comes to provokers, she's definitely one that everybody needs to know about, right? And again, we talked about this with Tyrell, but with A1 cycling in this game, I mean, it's not that crazy. You build her fast enough as well, or put her in Relentless Gear to take the extra turns to get those cooldown, the block active skills off. You can get her ready for that next wave and hit back-to-back-to-back provoke and basically use her to cheese her way through wave content. And she's solid to have if you're lacking a block buffs champion in Hydra, because it's a 3-turn duration on a 3-turn cooldown, okay? Definitely not an endgame strategy there, but if you're lacking one, she's got you covered. Okay, after those 3, I'm going to go with I'm just gonna be honest. No one jumps out the page as 100%. That's the answer. So I'm gonna give a few shout outs here on some of my favorites who are in contention. Dura the Hunger is the reviver, right? The random 2 reviver. Each faction, for the most part, has an epic that can revive 2. We just talked about Jorg, Old Hermit Jorg, and the orcs. So he's worth knowing about if you need a reviver. And honestly, Demon Spawn, if you don't have Duchess or who else do they even have for revivers here? If you don't have Duchess or Preva, the Slitherer, right? You might be really hurting there, so she's a good option for a reviver, or he's a good option for a reviver. I'm going to give it to Gorlos Helmont. Gorlos, though, solid champion, right? He's not S tier must max right away, but he can deal some damage. He's got an AoE decreased defense, and he has a burn and a decreased accuracy for 3 turns. A turn meter fill if the attack is critical, which is nice because it's a 4-turn cooldown. So heck, we've talked about it like 3 or 4 times now. If you're lacking a burner, you got one in Gorlos, but he also has that nice AoE 3-turn cooldown decrease defense as well. You got some more turn meter fill as well, potential on that A1. And then last but not least, I'm actually going to give it to Achak the Wenderin. Very unique champion. All about synergies when we talk about Achak. Bless you. So we have a block debuffs and a strengthen on a 4-turn cooldown. It's not the best at all, frankly, because on a 4-turn cooldown, we talked about this on like Skathix, right? On a 4-turn cooldown, we're really looking for a 2-turn block debuffs. But hey, beggars can't be choosers. It's nice to have if you don't have it. An AoE freeze is really good in its own right on a 4-turn cooldown. But then it's really the synergy of the rest of this A3 and who you pair Achak with a twisted hunger that makes him, my 5th choice here. Heals all allies by 5% of max HP every time an enemy under a HP burn gets a turn. Fills a turn meter of all allies by 10% every time an enemy under a freeze gets a turn, right? So when you start dishing out those freezes and the burns, you're constantly healing and turn meter filling your allies, and there's no cooldown. It just happens all the time, right? So you put an Achak with like a Mordecai and Spider, you're cooking. You're really cooking. I just run Perception, maybe a little bit of Immortal gear on Achak, nothing too crazy. So those would be my choices: Gorlos, Achak, Allure, Magnar, and Umbral. Skimfos also is not a bad champion either. A bit niche, but not bad. Undead Horde time, guys. Plowing right through this. I'm actually going to take a quick break to grab a beverage. We'll be right back. All right, guys, we are back. So, Undead Horde. Let's start with Seeker, right? Seeker, I've said this before, but Seeker is a very, very, very unique champion in the game, in which he is a better turn meter booster than almost any other champion in all of Raid Shadow Legends. Why? Because he has a 30% turn meter boost, which is the standard in terms of the gold standard in terms of turn meter boost in this game. But he also brings an increased attack, and he gets the infamous extra turn. We talked about this when we talked about Deacon Armstrong. But this is amazing. This allows him to get back to the ability ostensibly in 2 turns instead of 3 when booked. Thus, he can get a 30% turn meter boost every 2 turns for your allies, This is why he was such a crucial component of all the Bat Eater comps back in the day. We talked about Deadwood. We talked about Demon Lord Clan Boss comps, right? Very simple kit. Now, you can exploit this even more by throwing him in a reflex set, because you can potentially, reduce the cooldown even further. So you could really just get back to this and start chaining your extra turns. Just be careful if you're speed tuning it, that could mess it up. We also have a Provoke on the A1. And then we have a Dark Blood, which is really useful. Heals this champion by 20% of his HP and places an increased defense, big version, on all allies when hit with a critical hit, So in the arena, that happens all the time. Even against bosses, it can happen, 15% of the time or more, depending on where you're using him. So overall, Seeker is definitely a very, very viable turn meter booster that a lot of players can benefit from. There's more than meets the eye when you look at Seeker's kit, right? All right, next is going to be Vogoth. I think that Vogoth is one of the best epic champions in the game. I think people think highly of Vogoth, but not highly enough. This dude is a beast of a champion. He's got a triple hitter on his A1. His A1 is so nasty. Triple hitter. Each hit has a 40% chance of increasing the duration of a random debuff on the target by 1 turn, right? Really solid, really solid. His A2 is an AoE. It's a 75% provoke on a 3-turn cooldown. Also has a 75% chance of placing a decreased attack, on targets who get the provoke. So for wave content, what a great move. You're not only provoking them, potentially 75% chance, but you're also mitigating their damage with a decreased attack. And then his 2 passives. Whenever the champion's attacked, heals all allies by 50% of the damage received, 25 against bosses. This makes him one of the most capable healers out there in the game. Now, just keep in mind with Vogov, positioning matters where he's positioned on your team, right? Because he is going to execute the heal when he gets attacked, right? So if there's an AoE attack coming in, you're going to want him late in your rotation because you're going to want to wait till everybody else gets damaged, because what are you going to do? Heal them when they're already full HP if he's first in the rotation or second after your aura lead. So just remember that, recognize that about Vogov. His eerie presence, we're not done yet. He has another passive. Not that many epics out there that have 2 passives. He's one of them. When attacked, he places a leech on the attacker for 2 turns as well. So now he's healing with his leech. If the attacker's under provoke, which he has obviously, has a 100% chance, when booked, of increasing the cooldown of a random skill on the attacker by 2 turns, occurs once per attack. This is a nasty passive that everybody forgets about or nobody mentions. Everybody loves the Festering Dynamo for good reason, but nobody mentions how good that eerie presence is as a control ability, as it combos with the provoke as well. This makes him a menace, not just anywhere in PvE, but also in the arena, right? Especially where he can start reducing cooldowns and controlling and healing all in one. He also has accuracy in all battles by 40. It's only 40, it's not the best, but getting accuracy on an aura in an all battle capacity is something you can use, well, everywhere, right? Vogov is just one of the GOATs, man. Mausoleum Mage, one of the old school champions in the game. He was one of the originals in this game in December of 2018. Mausoleum Mage, and he still makes the list. Every account can benefit from Mausoleum Mage, in my opinion. He's got a decreased speed on his A1. You know how much I love that. He's got an increased crit rate, increased defense, and block debuffs on a 3-turn cooldown. The block debuffs is a 1-turn duration, but as we spoke about for epics, the standard is block debuffs for 2 turns on 4-turn, on 5-turn, book down to 4-turn cooldowns, and for 1 turn on 3-turn cooldowns. I don't think any epic in the game has block debuffs on a 2-turn duration on a 3-turn cooldown. Having 3 buffs, one of them being increased defense, another like essential buff, more damage for your defense-based damage dealers, and more survivability for everybody on your team. And a great Seer activator as well, with 3 buffs on a 3-turn cooldown. Good for if you want to put him in it, a 9-piece protection, get more damage there and protect the buffs as well. And then, as if that wasn't enough already that he brings to the table, he's got a cleanse and a heal, right? And turn meter fill, if there's 2 or more debuffs removed from that ally. Man, that's a really freaking good kit. Block debuffs, increased defense, decreased speed, cleanse, heal, and turn meter fill from an epic? Yeah, Mausoleum Mage is really freaking good. So we've got the 3 obvious ones out of the way. Now we have some decisions to make. I like Dark Elhane, I like Gorgorab, I like Husk, I like Ostrox, and I like Khafre. And I like Anax is a decent shout out too. You know how I'm gonna listen, I think the safe pick here I think is Husk. Because he's an enemy max HP champion, also has an AoE stun, and a provoke on his A1 ability as well. I mean, you can use that in a lot of places in this game. Dark Elhane everybody gets, and she's super freaking fun. AoE decreased speed, cleansing the fear, instantly activating the A2. She's really one of my favorite, if not my favorite, login champions outside of Sylvadrace. I'm not saying she's better than Vizix. I'm just saying she's very unique and super fun in areas like Ice Golem especially, right? But I love this dude, Khafre the Death Keeper. He's Nekret's little minion, right? And he's a guy that nobody really likes. Actually, the reviews have gone up. He used to be on the 3s. But I like him. And I found that his damage is exceptional, right? Attacks all enemies before attacking, removes or debuff from all allies. So a little mini cleanse there from a defense-based damage dealer. On a 3-turn cooldown, this ability smacks Khafre's commands, right? And then he has an unkillable and a taunt for 2 turns. Taunt can be really annoying, right? And really good. So I ended up using Khafre for a couple stages that I was struggling with early on in Curse City. And I really fell in love with this guy. Again, no one really likes him that much except for yours truly, but I'm going to keep talking about it. He has, I like this too, decrease the damage all allies receive by 10%. So almost a weak version of strengthening just kind of built into his kit on the Necret's Guardian as well. He'll receive that damage instead, so he is soaking it up. But man, a little mini ally protection going on there as well. You add that to the random debuff from all allies cleanse. He's a very, very interesting blend of control with the taunt, damage, and damage mitigation as well. I really like this guy. All right, guys. Gorgorab, AoE Reviver, you should at least know about, right? Let's move on to Dark Elves. Dark Elves. I want to start with a Dark Elf that for whatever reason, nobody ever gives any love to. And it's Captain Tamilla. She's really solid, and she's an OG in the game. She's got an increased defense and a heal based on her max HP on a 3-turn cooldown. Freaking solid, right? I mean, increased defense and a heal on a 3-turn cooldown. What more could you want? Oh, you want more damage mitigation? She's got ally protection on a 4-turn cooldown, right? I don't mind the 4-turn cooldown because she's not that tanky. So taking all that extra damage, it takes a toll on her. So it's good that she has a heal as well as an increased defense, as well as, you know, you have it up for 2 turns out of every 4, right, when booked. She has a continuous heal on herself on the A1 if the attack is critical. I don't love that because, frankly, we don't want to build her with a crit rate, with a 100% crit rate. But either way, we talked about increased crit rate buffs, Mausoleum Mage and a few others in this video, right? And this is the type of champion that could benefit from an increased crit rate buff, so she places those continuous heals a little bit more often. For those of you who skipped around the video and didn't watch every second of it so far, I was just telling that how having the increased crit rate buff on a champion on your team, no one really appreciates that buff because you're building your nukers with 100% crit rate anyway. But there's a lot of like sneaky other champions that can take advantage of that buff. It's not totally useless. Captain Tamilla, nobody talks about her, super solid. Caden, no one really talks about him, super solid. A Revive 2 champion on a faction that, let's be honest, is not the strongest out there. Not a lot of good, easily accessible revivers. You got like Blind Seer, you have a couple options, but not a lot. So Caden ends up really becoming an MVP for a lot of accounts, even mine back in the day, as a Revive 2 with an increased defense. He also has an AoE decrease attack at 100% land rate on a 3-turn cooldown. So you got a Reviver with great damage mitigation. Simple champion, but the Blue Knight is pretty solid. All right, Captain Tamilla and Caden. I don't want to be wasting all my spots here. Golly, let me think about this. Dark Kale, I'm just going to keep going. Dark Kale! Dark Kale's a Doom Tower, normal, champion. He's got an AoE decrease attack as well on a 3-turn cooldown. He also has each critical hit increases the duration of all debuffs on the target, right? On his A3 ability, he's placing 3 poisons and a poison sensitivity on a 3-turn cooldown, great against single target. And then he has damage mitigation vis-a-vis the crit rate removal on targets under 2 more poisons. 15% damage or 15% crit rate mitigation on that passive is very handy because a lot of bosses, we mentioned it earlier, do have a 15% crit rate in this game, right? So you're just neutralizing those really hard hits. His Weaver of Woes is what makes Dark Kale one of the more powerful epics out there in the game, and certainly, for my money, the best epic out of all the Doom Tower normal champions, with all apologies to Archmage Helmet, just depends on what you need, I guess, right? Triple hitter. Each hit has a 35% chance to instantly activate 2 poisons or a poison and a burn. Ooh, he doesn't bring burn, but he's great to pair with burners, especially if you don't have other activators. You don't have the Theodores of the world, right? This A1 being a triple hitter too, it can be helpful against almost every boss out there in the game, especially if you combo him with the right, allies around him. Perception Gear is totally fine with Dark Kale. He's pretty easy to build in that regard. All right, my last 2 here are going to be, listen, Sylar deserves a massive, not even an honorable. She's a great control champion. She's got the leaden legs, the decreased speed, the decreased turn meter by 40%, and the AoE, and then another AoE on the A1. So good in the stun set, decent in Spider, good in control environments, right? But I have to give it to Darendil, who for my money is the best epic nuker in all of Raid Shadow Legends. You're looking at him right here, this guy, Darendil. Man, I did a video on him years ago when he first came out, and I was like, he shocked me. He shocked me. And I still get comments to this day about players picking him up for the very first time and being like, wow, dude, you were absolutely right on this guy. He's insane. This Royal Assassin, remember way back in the beginning of the video when I talked about, what the heck is it? I always go to say Sir Artemage, but it is Sir Artemage. When I talked about the Unshakable Valor ability, right? It being the second hardest hitting single target ability. This is who I was talking about when I was talking about the hardest hitting. Dirndl's A3. Where are you, big fella? 50% ignore defense. Perfect Veil in this champion if you kill, if it's critical rather. If it's critical, you don't even have to kill the target. If it's critical. So now you're rocking a Perfect Veil on an otherwise squishy champion, 12k HP, right? So really good ability there. The hardest hitting single target ability for my money out of any epic in the game. And then dispatch them with 15% ignore defense. Doesn't sound like much, but you put him in Savage or Lethal or Merciless or whatever, and man, oh man, this guy, the AoE and the single target are the best nukes out there for epics. So yeah, I'm a huge fan. If you haven't invested, I'm telling you right now, try Dirndl, man. He's a beast. Luria's good, Lua's good, but I got to give it to Madame Ceres, you know. Maybe it's a little bit of the design. Maybe it's those beautiful skins. Ooh! I love the Blood Evil one. I love the Blood Evil. But she really does have such a good kit. I mean, the buff removal, the buff removal, the decrease attack, decrease defense, and then this A2, very, very slept on. We're stealing a buff from each target, 50% on a 3-turn cooldown, but you get a block debuffs on all allies for 2 turns, if any. Just one buff is stolen. And then a True Fear on all enemies who have who have buff stolen, right? Beautiful little ability there. She's got great fear and True Fear, a synergy in her kit as well. True Fear on the A2, but fear on the passive. And she can shield herself at the start of each turn as well. When attacked while under a shield, she's going to have a chance to do more control vis-a-vis the fear. She's a perfect epic champion. They did nerf her. They took the Midnight Ritual down from a 5 to a 6-turn unbooked, or from a 6 down to a 5 rather. But she's still very, very good. Still one of my faves. So there it is. I think Madame Ceres deserves that last spot there, in no particular order again. All right, so Knights Revenant, guys, my favorite faction in the game. And there's so many good champions in every rarity, honestly, in Knights Revenant, right? It would be very different. Even epic rares, do I mean that on rares? I mean, they have Ashwalker, Renegade, Torox, Execute. Hell yeah, hell yeah. So let's just start with the most obvious. Damage dealers, Whisper. She's the boss killer of all epics out there, right? She is really freaking nasty, right? In the Merciless, especially, it was made for her. Getting that ignore defense on the 6-piece, along with the chance of getting the skill reduction, is very good. Or Relentless set, just strictly going for the extra turns. She has a built-in Unrelenting, which is akin to a Relentless set. Perch Shadow is very good with her. Just chaining those extra turns, the Relic Perch Shadow, where you have extra turn chance on the A1. 10% chance of granting an extra turn whenever this champion lands a critical hit. Okay? Increased damage inflicted on bosses by 20%. That's why she's the boss killer. She got the weaken on the A1. You really want weaken up all the time when you're using her. She brings her own increased attack, her own increased crit rate as well. There's a 3-turn cooldown. And then will ignore 100% defense if the target's under a weaken. So it is conditional, but we talked about what? We talked about conditional ignore 100% defenses all the way back in Inquisitor Shamil. There is another one. I forgot that Whisper has it too. A decreased, extra turn on the A3. So more extra turn. It's all these extra turns and just comboing these big damages with the ignore defense and the weakens. Whisper is amazing if the target's under decreased defense and weakens. So you just want to make sure you have a robust decreased defense and weaken champion alongside of her and just watch her absolutely go to town. All right, that's Whisper. Man, there's so many good ones. So many good ones. All right, I'm going to go with Rector Draft next. I want to go with the obviouses. Obviouses. I think that Rector Draft is the best support, might be the best support champion out of any epic out there in the game, right? She's not my favorite reviver. Tagore is that. But the thing about Rector Draft is she has the revive, which is okay, 60% HP, 60% turn meter, and a perfect veil for 3 turns on a 4-turn is better than okay. It's a solid boot. She's got a decreased attack on the A1, but it's this A2 with her passive that makes her so special. She is by far and away the best perfect veil champion out of any epic in the game. And Perfect Veil is so incredibly powerful. Not just because of how it parlays with her passive, but because you get damage mitigation built in of 15% on AoE attacks when you're under a Perfect Veil. Moreover, you can't be single target attacked. It has to be AoE. And she has it on this ability with a big heal as well, with a continuous heal as well, and whenever an ally under a Veil or Perfect Veil gets a turn, it heals them by 10% of their max HP off of her passive. She can pull off some absolutely sick healing numbers. She's really insane. Retro Drop, everybody should invest in Retro Drop. I don't care who you are, even the biggest of big whales are going to be able to use this champion. She's insanely, insanely good. Even though she's highly rated, she's underrated. That's how good she is. All right, I'm going to go Doom Priest. There's so many interesting and great damage dealers and Knight's Revenant, but Doom Priest is a champion that can help you everywhere, well, mostly everywhere. This bolster, it's so simple. Doom Priest is the most simple champion we're going to talk about today. And she's an original champion, too. 2018 December, Doom Priest. Heals all allies by 7.5% of their HP and removes one random debuff from them at the start of this champion's turn. Super simple. Perch Shadow on the Relic and Relentless Gear on her, right? You just want her to take extra turns so you can do more healing and more debuff removal. All you need her to do is go to help your team, right? She's really arguably the best cleanser out of any epic in the game because of how effective this bolster passive is. It happens every turn. She also brings increased attack on your, that's the only other thing she does, basically, is bring increased attack. Okay, so we got 3, Whisper, Rector, and Doom Priest. Now things get really challenging here. I will give some honorables just to everybody who's worth investing in, but I'm actually going to give it to another reviver in Dawncaller Sabbatha. People don't love, I guess they do love. It's funny how they updated these rankings, and now, because I remember she was like mid-3s for a while, right? But now people love her again. Good reason, right? She's got an increased defense and an increased attack on a 3-turn cooldown on her A1. Basically exactly what everybody needs, right? Defense, everybody can benefit from increased defense, especially the damage dealers as well, and increased attack can set up all your attack-based damage dealers. She's got a single target revive on a 4-turn cooldown with block damage for 2 turns, 100% turn meter though. Very, very nice, especially for an epic champion. Whenever this champion or an ally, whenever this champion revives an ally, decrease the cooldown of one of this champion's skills, which is nice. You can get the revive down 1 turn, or you can be Johnny on the spot ready to help with the increased attack or increased defense even faster. She's a very, very good void reviver for an epic. All right, 1 spot left, guys. Listen, Golden Reaper is underrated with alacrity. Good turn meter boost and speed, and she's one of the fastest epics in the game, too. I think I'm going to give it to... Okay, listen, I think that Skullcrown would be most people's choice. Great in a stun set, great for damage. She pairs very well with Sinesha. Good on ally attack blender comps. Speed in arena battles as well. The unkillable on her. There's a lot to love about Skullcrown, and I can understand why, and I think she probably belongs on the list. But I'm actually going to give it to Miscreated Monster. Now, it's weird to say that because I use Skullcrown more on my account, but I don't have a use for Miscreated Monster, but I feel like most players do. Overall, an AoE stun at a 50% land rate on a 3-turn cooldown with a big shield because it's equal to 25% of the damage inflicted. HP-based champion with 23k base HP. He has an ally protection on a 4-turn cooldown with a nice heal as well. 50% of his max HP and a continuous heal for 3 turns. So ally protection will soak up the damage, and then that synergizes with the passive. Spooky Groan plays a fear on the attacker for 1 turn whenever an ally is attacked by under an ally protection. Man, that's great control. It's not a 20% chance to place a fear. It's a 100% chance to place a fear, and there's no cooldown. It just happens every time. So he's got great stuns, a beast mode shield, very tanky. He can handle the big version of ally protection with ease. He's healing himself, and the fear, and the control, man. I really love me some Frank, some Miscreated Monster. Halloween 2019, I think. Sinesha is definitely a very good healer and control champion. Can deal some damage with her A1. Thylesia is a good debuffer and a hex applier for your team. Other honorables here. I'm sure I'm probably going to forget like somebody here. But, you know, even Sepulchre Sentinel, I don't think she's aged that well, but block debuffs, and increased defense for 2-turn duration with a cool passive on a 4-turn cooldown. A lot of options and nice resin. It's dwarf time, baby! Here we go. Listen, there's not that many dwarfs in the game, but some of the best epics in the game are dwarves. Let's start with the most obvious, Geomancer. An AoE on the A1, a great A2. We can remove all buffs from the enemy, then attacking them. We can steal them if they're under an HP burn. Why not? You're not really killing that often with this ability, but if you do, you reduce the cooldown of the A3, which is already a 3-turn cooldown. But the A3 is where things start to get special and magical when we talk about the Geomancer, right? Fully depletes the target's turn meter. Okay, that's a good start on a 3-turn cooldown, right? And then fills his champion's turn meter by the amount the target loses. Okay, that's great. And then we place a burn and a weaken for 3 turns. But of course, it all comes together with the Stone Guard passive. The Stone Guard passive is going to go ahead and decrease the damage all allies receive by 15%, but also deflects that damage right back to each enemy under a burn placed by this champion. What can I say? When he's attacked individually, deflects 30% of the damage. All you got to know about Geo is you apply the burn and you keep Geo alive, and you just sit back, relax, and wait for everybody to die, especially bosses. That's Geomancer. Geomancer is usually when there's a new boss added to the game, usually the first thing you can ask yourself is, maybe I should probably use Geomancer, right? And the answer is probably going to be yes, an emphatic yes. All right, Demitha. Yeah, Demitha. I mean, Demitha's a very, very good champion. I haven't given her full due in the past. I never hated on her, but like whenever I do like top 10 or top 30 or whatever the heck, I always get comments saying Demitha needs to be higher on my list, right? And I can understand that. She has block damage and a continuous heal for 2 turns on the continuous heal, but it's on a 3-turn cooldown. That's magical and very unique. She's the only epic, certainly, that has an ability like that. She also has an additional heal on the A2, as well as increased duration of all allied buffs, decreased duration of all allied debuffs, so a buff extension and a little mini cleanse as well on the A2. And then on the A1, sorry, the books are really lousy here, but we have each hit plays a shield for 2 turns equal to 10% of this champion's max HP on the ally with the lowest HP. So really, really solid there. We get the shield on whoever needs it the most as well. Again, a lot of books, but at least some of those books goes to the value of the shield, right? You get, 20% extra on that shield. So you put it all together, you're looking at a great overall support champion. All right, so Geo and Demitha are out of the way, but we gotta include Morag Bronzelaw. Woo! She's an insanely good defense-based damage dealer and support champion and ally attacker. She's not the strongest ally attack in the game, teaming up with only 2 random allies, but man, an ally attack is an ally attack. Against a Fire Knight shield, you might not have a better option. She's going to help you out. Moreover, they're making A1 stronger and stronger and stronger in this game every year that goes by, which is a soft buff to every single ally attacker in the game because you have more options to combo with those ally attacks. So very, very good A3. She's the only epic in the game to have the big version of Strengthen on a 3-turn cooldown. There's 1 rare, Born. There's 1 epic, and that's it for the big version on a 3-turn. And she's got it here on Outrage. That can deal some decent damage as well. Her A1 hits pretty hard as well and ignores shields. And that's worth mentioning because Test This Might passive counterattacks when hit while under a Strengthen placed by this champion, right? So you get all those counterattacks as well. She can deal some big damage, especially against like Clan Boss, like Demon Lord, for all those counterattacks on those longer battles. You put it all together, she's just one of my favorite epics out there. All right, those are the 3 obvious for my money. I want to go with Runekeeper Dazdirk. I think this guy is very underrated in a similar way that, Skathix and Sanguinia are. He's a cleanser who's very, very good. He actually adds a lot more even in addition to the cleanse in his kit. Sorry, I'm 2 hours into the video practically. I can't speak anymore apparently. I get choked up talking about the little fella Runekeeper. He's got the cleanse and a heal and a continuous heal on all allies that have a debuff removed, right? There's a lot of support here in this one ability. And it's a 4-turn cooldown, which is standard when booked. But then he brings a 25% turn meter boost with an increased attack as well. Now his base stats are pretty good. 105 base speed, not bad. Over 20k on the HP, over 1250 on the defense as well. And he brings some extra healing on that A1 with the leech. put it all together, you got to cleanse, you got to heal, you got to continuous heal, you got to leech, you got to increase attack, and a turn meter boost on a 3-turn cooldown when you book him out. Really like Loonkeeper, really solid champion, and again, kind of an unsung champion out there. Who do I want to give the last spot to here, guys? Flyja can hit pretty hard, but she's pretty one-dimensional. Rearguard can still provide some utility, some support for your team. Same thing with Grizzly Jarl, even after all these years. Hilda is an interesting choice as well. She got a double hitter with heal reduction on her A2. She got a triple hitter on her A1, and then an increased attack on an AoE that hits pretty hard, 1421 base, with a stun at a 60% chance on a 4-turn cooldown. Allies deal 15% more damage to targets under heal reduction and stun placed by this champion as well. So I mean, she's an interesting control damage dealer in debuffer for your squad. Heck, man. I guess I'm gonna curve though. I'm like sneaking my way into talking about literally every champion if you see what I'm doing here. But I'm gonna give it to good old Rockbreaker. Listen, he's an old school champion. But in terms of provokers and as it pertains to epics, he's really, to me, a very underrated option. He's not the best. I've already told you who I thought the best is. Skaramis, in case you didn't watch an hour and a half ago. But he has this cool increased defense on his A1 with a counterattack. He has an AoE provoke that he's placing on the A2, again, not predicated on critical hits. And then he has the Ironhide, right? Has a 50% chance when booked of decreasing incoming damage inflicted on this champion by 50% each time he's attacked, right? So that really strong damage mitigation as well. He's a one-dimensional champion. He's not going to be a must-max for everybody, unlike almost every other champion we talked about on this list. But he's definitely a good faction award champion or Centranos champion if you need a super tanky provoker control champion. Shadowkin. All right, guys. Shadowkin. You know what you know who's going to get the first shot, right? You know who's going to get the first call out? It's Kinagashi. Man, I don't know what Plarium has against the Shadowkin faction. I really don't. But Kinagashi is the only freaking reviver in this whole damn faction. Isn't that insane? I mean, there's a lot of conditional revives. Gamarin has a conditional revive on his passive. You've got Sashi with the conditional revive whenever she kills an enemy. You've got a few others too. I'm just want to scan really quickly. There's a few conditionals, but just like flat out active skill, revive an ally, you've got Kinagashi. And it's a really crappy kit, honestly. She's got an ally attack, but literally it's only with one ally, you know? It is a 3-turn cooldown, and you do get a turn meter fill of 15%, which honestly, this one doesn't read well, but it's not bad with the turn meter fill in it, right? On her A1, she has decreased target's turn meter, which obviously also pertains to her A2, her ally attack, which she's using it. And then she has a 4-turn revive, 50-50 with an increased defense. It's not that bad, honestly. She's not the best reviver, but not the worst. And you ought to know about her. She's definitely a champion that a lot of players are going to want to invest in. Next up, we have Hatatsu. Hatatsu, man, this guy is a beast support champion, right? He is a one-man crew. He brings everything that you need from a support. They call him a defense base, but whatever. He's a support. Defense in all battles on the aura. Leech on the A1. Decrease attack on the A2 on an AoE 3-turn cooldown. Increase defense for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. Continuous heal as well. And removes a debuff from this champion at the start of each turn, but it'll prioritize the CC debuffs over anything else. Ooh, that's just a really, really all-around robust support kit from one champion. I love it. Very, very good champion there. I'm going to go with Taragi the Frog, the big fella. Man, this guy, I mean, how about the design on this guy? He's hogging the whole screen, big fella. He brings a lot to the table, this HP-based epic champion. Got a lot of HP, almost 22k. He's got a decreased attack on his A1, especially good for bosses. He's got an AoE provoke, it's a 50%, but the chance increases for each debuff on the entire enemy team. Very good for wave content, as long as you have another debuffer alongside of him. Then he has a great support ability in Bog Blessing, and it's on a 3-turn cooldown. This is very unique. Getting a shield and a big version ally protect from an epic champion on a 3-turn cooldown, this is the only champion that has it. Also heals this champion by 25% of his max HP and plays a reflect damage on them for 3 turns. The heal increases for each poison debuff on the enemies. Oh wait, there's more, his passive. When attacked, has a 50% chance of placing a poison debuff, big version on the attacker for 2 turns, which can also escalate the odds of landing your provoke on the A2. Such beautiful synergy in this kit. The only thing you got to be careful about is with a 958 base defense, you may want to make sure you're really building him nice and tanky. This guy incurs a lot of damage, so you want accuracy, and you want, you know, some sort of, whether it's a regeneration gear or a bolster set. You just want to make sure, or you're just prioritizing with immortal gear and whatever, his HP and his defense. You got to make sure that you build him tanky enough with some accuracy. But provided you can do that, he's going to help support your team, he's going to help control, and he's going to help damage everybody. Especially good in situations where you might use Euros' Soul Cage as well, right? Similar passive with that poison, so you can use him in situations like Scarab King, for example, just off the Toxic Blood. Very, very good champion. All right, so now we have 3 down. Who's in the conversation here for the last 2 in Shadowgun? I would give it to Nagaru's some decent damage, but I don't think he's anything to really write home about. Fenshi's good for Fire Knight, but very restrictive. Sashi's not bad at all. Honestly, epics are not out of this world for Shadowkin, I don't think. I'm going to give it to, listen, Sachi's very good. She's got a nice turn meter feel. I think that most players would just give it to Sashi here, but I'm actually going to give it to Taya, who is a Doom Tower normal champion. A lot of players sleep on Taya. I think she's actually pretty solid. She has a decreased accuracy on her A1. She has a triple hitter with 3 poisons, each hit 100% chance when booked on a 3-turn cooldown. Really good for dragon, single target damage. But what makes her so good, and the reason I'm putting her on this list, is this Blood Boil ability, or A3. Now, it's only single target, but here's the good part. Has a 100% chance to instantly activate 1 tick of all poison debuffs and 1 tick of all HP burn debuffs on the target. Also, a 100% chance of placing a heal reduction debuff for 2 turns. So this is a very nice ability here. It's not, you know, all ticks of all poisons, but it is a budget poison combust and burn activation on a 3-turn cooldown, right? And she brings poisons along with that decreased accuracy. So if you're looking, especially in Dragon, if you don't have some of those more elite poison activators, Taya's got you covered, right? And you can use her alongside some of those other champions as well. And then last, I'm gonna give it to Genbo. Some people love Genbo, some people hate Genbo. I've oscillated on my love for Genbo over the years, but I think he's a pretty solid epic nuker. He's void affinity, you don't have to worry about, obviously, affinity matchups. He brings his own increased crit rate, own increased crit damage for 3-turn duration, then he gives himself an extra turn. His Heartless Blitz is his main nuke. It's an AoE, but what I really love about it is it does good damage. It's not the hardest hitting nuke out there, but it has a 100% chance of decreasing the duration of all buffs by 1 turn, and it can't be resisted as long as he gets a critical hit, right? Really nice, not to build him with any accuracy or anything like that, right? Each hit, he's stealing increased attack on his A1, and then the steal can't be resisted as well. And then he's immune to decrease attack. He'll also ignore unkillable when attacking under an increased attack. There's a lot going on here, but you know, even though his nuke isn't the hardest hitting out of all the epic-based nukers in the game, I love that he's void. I love that he's immune to decrease attack. I love that he steals increase attack. I love that nothing can be resisted. I love that he can decrease the duration of buffs. I mean, you have a 50-50 of decreasing the duration of Stone Skin on his A2 Heartless Blitz, right? And there's no accuracy check on there. So I do think that he brings enough with the extra turns to make him a good 5th candidate here in the must-max Shadowkin. All right, Sylvan Watchers. Are we already here at the finish line, ladies and gentlemen? Sylvan Watchers, top 5. Sylvan Watchers are freaking stacked. They are a stacked faction, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go with the most obvious and work our way through. I think the most obvious is going to be Dathi. Mistrider Dathi, man. I mean, this guy is just built different. He just has a way of, he's one of those champions. You ever have one of these champions who at the end of a battle, you're always just like surprised, well, wow, they did that much damage? That's Mistrider Dathi. And it's because of a few reasons. Number one is he brings his own buffs that he needs, increased accuracy, increased attack. Whenever you have a nuker who's also a debuffer, there's this inherent struggle with, do you build them to prioritize all-out damage, or how much accuracy can you get by with? So it's really nice when they bring their own increased accuracy for damage dealers who need accuracy. But he brings his own increased attack as well, and he brings an extra turn. And then both his A1 and his A2 have a chance of another extra turn. You know, all of it, he has AoE decreased defense. It's a 4-turn cooldown, but with all those extra turns, it doesn't even matter, right? And his damage, even though no nuke is going to blow you away, it just has this compounding effect, the extra turns and the synergy in his kit that he ends up always surprising me. He also has accuracy at all battles by 40. That's Mistrider adopted. Listen, I said way at the beginning of the video in Barbarians that we'll talk about my personal favorite ally attacker out of any epic out there. I don't think she's better than Fat Man, but in my heart, I think she's better. You know what I'm saying? Diana, Dirty Diana Gloompiercer, man. She was part of a fusion a while back. I forget which one, honestly. But she, you know, she came into the game without a lot of fanfare. And boy, she is so nasty. People need to be using her more often. Her ally attack, I just want to talk about how special this ability is. It's only 2 allies joining up, so immediately people mock her for that, right? But it's a 3-turn cooldown ally attack, right? And she's one of the allies attacking, and she has a very hard-hitting A1 that has a chance of placing, each hit has a 30% chance with 35 with Sniper of placing the big version of decreased defense. Really solid, right? The allies joining the attack will use their default skill. If the target's under a decreased defense, which, you know, could be her landing it or just could be your normal debuffer on your team, these attacks will all ignore 20% of the target's defense. I mean, to me, give me a move like this over like a Krila Witch Arm ally attack, right? Both 3-turn cooldown, but you have a really good A1 joining in, and you have that ignore defense, which can be lethal. Covert Blitz. She has a hard-hitting nuke, AoE, 3-turn cooldown. She brings her own increased crit rate, own increased crit damage, and if you kill him, you get a veil. You get a veil not on her, not just on her, but on all allies. Not bad. And then, this champion will ignore shield and strengthen when attacking under an increased attack, veil, or perfect veil buff, right? So really good damage, ally attack, good AoE nuke. Diana is on the list. She never gets any love. Third on the list is Cryoid in the blue, or in no particular order because Cryoid is insane. Very good champion. He's, I mean, you can make a very case that after Newt, he might be the best Fire Knight hard champion out there in the game, right? Triple hitter on his A1. Each hit has a 35% chance of placing a freeze. It's good for control anywhere, not just Fire Knight, obviously, for turn meter. But Razor Hail is insane, man. They broke the mold when they made Crowd in the blue. It's an AoE ×2 hitter. Each hit 65% chance of placing a freeze debuff for 1 turn. Each hit! That's pretty much, not guaranteed, but very close to an AoE freeze on a 3-turn cooldown. And then he has, as if that wasn't good enough, on a 3-turn cooldown, he has the increased speed, big version, and a turn meter boost. What a kit! And also, for each freeze, he's getting a turn meter fill of 5%, right? Each freeze placed by this champion. So constant turn meter fill on his A1, his A2, with the speed boost, with the increased speed. He's just really one of the best control champions out there, especially for wave content or for Fire Knight out of epics, and he brings an essential blessing of the blue to the table in addition to that. All right, that's 3. Who's in conversation here from here on out? I love me some Pan. Ruella is very good. Naya is very good. Ayala's not going to make the list, but she's not bad. Ornn is a solid champion as well. Even Thorn, the newest dude, I think he's going to be it. Thorn Golem is really solid as well. Man, Shadowkin is just stacked, right? You get a leech on his A1. You have an AoE 3-turn cooldown ×2. First hit fear, second hit decrease accuracy. Not bad. He's a defense-based damage dealer as well, so it's pretty tanky. He brings an increased defense on a 3-turn cooldown, ergo more damage for him on his A2, and more support for everybody. He has a counterattack and an increased resistance on himself. Counterattacks go towards more leech and more damage on the A1. Before this champion uses a skill to deal damage, heals this champion. The value of the heal is proportional to this champion's defense. So you get these constant heals as well. He's tough to take down. Resist in all battles. I like it. Some control, decreased accuracy, increased resistance. He's tough to land a debuff against. Some decent damage. Very interesting champion there, right? So who do I give the last spot to? I'm tempted to go Pan here. I love me some Pan. Honestly, after Darendil, I think that Pan is the second hardest nuker. I mean, I keep saying after Darendil, Karma Burn of Seer basically trumps everything, but is predicated on buffs in the setup. But just raw nukes, I think that Pan is an insanely good nuker. That all being said, I feel like I have to go a little support here, so I'm actually going to go to White Dryad Naya as my little mini Krisk the Ageless. Not really, but, you know, some echoes of Krisk in her kit, as I guess the last champion that we talk about on this really fun video. She has an AoE decreased speed, literally Krisk's A1, even defense-based, right? So I love this, a 50% decreased speed, 55 with Sniper, on an AoE on the A1. You can use her in a stun set, obviously, anywhere you want, restrictive content to land those stuns, and control with decreased speed at the same time. Beautiful combo. Or you can just use her in areas like Hydra with a decreased speed. She has a very good Righteous Revival. This is a very unique ability, right? You have a full cleanse, you get a heal, and if this target is not this champion, it could be her if you need it, decrease the cooldown of all the target skills by 2 turns. That's why we see all these infamous single or even double White Dryad Naya teams with like a Trunda, right? Decreasing skills or a Yameko, right? And then the A3 is an ally protection and a strengthen, a weak version of strengthen, but ally protection, big version, and a strengthen on a 3-turn cooldown is basically 65% damage mitigation for everybody on your team, right? And then whenever this champion is healed, heals each ally except this champion 20% of that heal. Not bad, not bad, right? She can heal your team, control the enemies, cleanse an ally, as well as reduce their cooldown, a big heal. There's a lot to love about White Dryad Naya. She's really one of the more interesting and unique, not just ally protectors, but just support champions, even though she's technically defense, out of any epic out there in the game. So I guess the final is going to be Thorn, Naya, Diana, Dathi, and Cryodin. But golly, I just got to end with a couple of honorables. Duden. Man, I love Duden. People sleep on Duden. This A1 is an insanely good cleanse. It's Doom Priest-esque because he has taunt and a counterattack. So he's always getting attacked. He's always counterattacking, and then he's always cleansing off of his A1. A lot of people just don't appreciate or realize how synergistic Duden can be. And Ruella, listen, triple hitter, decreased defense, weaken, and decreased speed, albeit a 4-turn cooldown. She's really the queen of the essential debuffs here. These are 3 of the most important debuffs in a generic sense in Raid Shadow Legends. She has them all on one ability. And then she has turn meter fill with an increased crit rate. So easily, I could have picked Ornn, or Ruella, or Duden, or any of the champions that I mentioned here to be, you know, over Thorn or somebody like that. It just depends on what you need. TLDR, Sylvan Watchers are freaking stacked in terms of their champion selection. So guys, let me know first of all, I do want to genuinely, I feel like every content creator or YouTuber can be like, thank you for watching till the end. But I really want to thank anybody who made it all the way through this video. It does support me. I like to throw in the longer content from time to time, as I said at the top of this video, because I like longer form content. But I think it's good for the channel. I usually upload around like 20-minute give or take videos. But I think it's nice to have this long content just to serve each sort of like watching or listening style. So I do want to thank whoever you are for making it all the way till the end of the video. I guess you could do that corny thing and let me know you did in the comments below, and I would appreciate it and heart it and whatnot. But anyway, we'll end it there, guys. It's been long enough. Thank you also to my editor, Osama, for putting up with a 2-hour video. Much love, guys, and as always, take care.
They claim they want beef like I ain't in a teed up. I turn them to vegan. I'm really a creature. She sent me to beacon.
Hey guys, Ash here, Raid Shadow Legends. Welcome to the video. Sending some love, some positive vibes your way, especially if you're going through something, you need them out there today. Today's going to be a fun video, guys, because we're going to talk about a bunch of epic champions. Not just the obvious choices, although we will cover the obvious choices, the real cheat codes in every dungeon in the game, but also some deep dives, some more niche champions that are actually really, really incredible on a specific dungeon that you might have in your vault, you might be struggling in progression, or even just optimizing your teams. So we have a lot of champions to get to, 10 epics for each dungeon. This is by no means a definitive list. It's not the only champions that can excel in these dungeons, but these are my personal top choices and my favorites for the most part in every dungeon. Congrats, Ash, on the big one. Oh, the big boy. He watched the classic Key Hulk shard opening video from a few days ago. He just went live. Good old Dragon's Lair, the entry-level dungeon. I'm going to be talking about hard mode, and normal mode. We're going to try to tackle both in this video throughout all of our dungeons here. So Dragon's Lair, we still have to farm it, right? We have speed gear here. We have some decent beginner sets. Nothing crazy, though. But, of course, we still need to make progress in Dragon's Lair. And we're looking for poisons, right? We're looking for cleansers. We're looking for some support, some heals, activators, stuff like that. So let's start out with one of my favorite cleansers out there in the epic category, especially in Dragon's Lair, and that's Sanguinia. Sanguinia is really unique. She's nice and tanky. She's very good. She's going to block debuffs, which will not prevent all the poisons, but she's got some heals. She's got a cleanse, transfers all debuffs from this champion to the target, and then cleanses all allies. So not only are you cleansing with Sanguinia, but you're throwing all those poisons that's on Sanguinia back at that dragon as well. Got decreased the duration of 2 random buffs on the target by 1 turn as well on the A1 on red punishment to get rid of that increased attack, right? This is an epic who doesn't really get much love anymore. But back when I started, everybody wanted this dude, and I'm looking for him. Can they have it in alphabetical order? Aothar. I'm looking at my man Aothar. Man, when I started playing this game in 2019, I even have my damn badge to prove it. I'm gonna show it as if you guys even care at all. 2019 badge. I heard that only like 2 players in the whole world have a 2018 badge because it was a beta. It was in beta, and it launched, like, I think in January of 2019. So, anyway, I digress. Where was I? Oh, yeah, Aothar. Man, this guy can dish out a ton of poisons, guys, right? And that's what Dragon ultimately is all about. Kill the dragon with poisons before it can kill you with poisons. 4 times at random, each hit places straight up a big version of poison. It's as simple as that. 4 poisons onto the dragon from Aothar. He's an underrated poisoner on single target because 4 poisons, well, that's the standard. That's the highest standard of poison in the game. So Aothar's got it. I want to give some love to Venomage, right? For all of the traditional dungeons, by the way, I'm picking no repeats. No repeats, but when I get into Iron Twins, Phantom Shogun Grove, and Sand Devil, I will have to repeat some champions because some of them are too good not to be included in all areas. Toxicity is a double hitter on the A1, and each hit has a 50% chance when it's booked of activating up to 2 poisons on the target. So a poison activator, but also a decreased defense and a decreased attack champion for survivability and for, well, kill it faster with raw damage with a decreased defense. I like me some Venomage. Enemies under heal reduction inflict 15% less damage too, which is really nice. It gives heal reduction debuff another usage when you don't need heal reduction, when the boss is not susceptible. Now we get damage mitigation off of it. So that's Venomage. Man, this is kind of an old schooler, but I still think she's really, really solid if you don't have other options. You don't have a cardio on your account or something like that. And the Sky Touch Shaman. Listen, Sky Touch Shaman has a very annoying passive that you need to deal with. But 2 things about Sky Touch. Number 1 is she is one of the best healers out there for epic champions, right? I put her behind maybe, in terms of raw healage, I put her behind Rector Draft and maybe Woad Painted. And that's it. Like, she can dish out insane heals, right? It comes from this surplus heal that she has built into her kit, right? So a lot of healing, which we love in Dragon, taking all that poison damage. And she also has Revive on Death. So even if somebody goes down, usually with Dragon, it's kind of a race too, right? Sometimes you just need that extra turn. She can provide that, not just to herself with Revive on Death, but to anybody who dies. And usually that can buy you enough time to go in there, in addition to her heals, and keep the fight alive. Speaking of supports, one of my faves for epics out there is definitely Hatatsu. This guy's great, man. He just brings so much to the table. He brings a leech on his A1. He brings a decreased attack on his A2, an increased defense, and a continuous heal on his A3, 3-turn cooldown, as well as a 3-turn cooldown when booked on his A2. And then he's going to cleanse from the start of his turn and cleanse a debuff off of himself, including and prioritizing CC debuffs. But for sake of the dragon, he'll ditch. Did I say another word? He'll ditch a poison every single turn as well, just to help keep your support alive, right? So he just brings so much to the table in terms of survivability, really an overlooked support champion out there. All right, next is going to be Uragrim, who actually got a nerf, one of the few epics that ever received a nerf in RAID Shadow Legends, along with Madame Ceres, and I don't know, there's got to be somebody else I'm forgetting, but anyway, Uragrim was one of them. He's still good, though. That's the good news. He's got poisons on his A1, he's got a nice cleanse and a big heal on a single target on his A2, and then he's got 2 poisons on all enemies, and then a continuous heal
on all allies. It's a nice blend of cleansing, healing, and poison damage. And he's got, by the way, a speed in all battles aura, so you can use him as your main lead as well. Next is going to be Taya. She's a Doom Tower farmable champion, so everybody eventually will get her. And let me tell you, she's not the best champion in the game. She's very effective in Dragon. Specifically, she's got a decreased accuracy on her A1. She's got poisons. Each hit has a chance to place a big poison, 100% when booked, on her A2. But what was really special about her is the Blood Boil. You might not have an Eleanorilla, Narma, or whoever, a Balarga loss, an instant activator on your account. Well, you've got one in Taya. You've got access, at least, to one in Taya. She has a 100% chance on a 3-turn cooldown to instantly activate one tick of all poisons and burns on the target, okay? With a heal reduction as well. So you can use her in multiple areas using this ability. You can even use her in Ice Golem using this Blood Boil ability. I do think that Taya's a bit underrated. She's not, you know, the elite version of an activator, but she has it, and she has it with burns too. So it's really nice. It is one tick, but she brings a lot to the table. I like Taya. Another old school Void epic is going to be, and she got a buff actually a couple years back, Rowan. It was a quiet buff. She's not the best champion. She's very squishy in the game, but her buff made her a lot more viable in niche situations like this. She's got a stun on the A2. Listen, she's a single target champion with a triple hitter and a quad hitter, so you're thinking maybe Fire Knight, and then she has a one hit on her A1. However, you could use her in Fire Knight normal as well with that heal reduction on her A1. Her damage scales off of attack and speed, which is very interesting, but it's only on her A1 ability. But the reason she's here is because she, like Aothar, on a Void Affinity champion, has 4 poisons on one ability. So if you're struggling to find those poisons, there you go. It's Rowan, right? Next one is going to be Taragi the Frog. He's a nice tanky support option who also brings poisons on his passive, Toxic Blood. I mean, sign me up, dude. This guy looks incredible, too. What's up, big fella? Taragi, how you doing, buddy? He's a really strong carry, especially in early and mid-game accounts. He's kind of one of those champions you can just plug and play, and he's going to help you out almost everywhere. Shield, Ally Protect, 3-turn cooldown, got a little reflect damage, got an AoE provoke, he's got a decreased attack on his A1. All this stuff is going to help you in a lot of areas of the game, but that poison on his passive is helpful as well, in addition to the support. I choke up. I'm talking about Taragi. The poisons will eventually start to add up off that passive as well. I didn't mention some other poisoners. Quick honorable mention. We've got a Cult Brawler. He's an old school champion. Is he right in front of my face? Yes, he is. He's an old school champion, but he's got a lot of poisons too. I mean, personally, my favorite poisoner is Taurus. But he's kind of an AoE option, right? You can dish out 4 poisons on all enemies. That's insane. Maybe not the best, unless you can heal him up against the actual dragon, but on poison combust teams, he's going to be our guy. But our official last entry is, of course, going to be Dark Kale. I mean, he's another Doom Tower normal champion that you guys can absolutely just use to shred in so many areas. He really is a dungeon and Doom Tower boss, just phenom, right? He's got instant activation of poisons and or burns, including burns or 2 poisons on his A1. He's got an AoE decrease attack, also increase the duration of all debuffs on the target, and then he has 3 poisons and poison sensitivity on his reality acid. He can also, what's the crit rate of the dragon? That's right, it's 15%. So he can totally mitigate critical hits from the dragon, which can hurt with, as long as he's under 2 or more poisons, they're going to decrease that crit rate by 15%, which is basically 100% of the dragon's critical rate. So a lot of survivability help there on the Delirium passive. All right, let's move on to Spider's Den. Spider's Den, man, it's still, when the event dungeon isn't on, it's still the place to get your accessories, you know? Now, granted, you know, in the end game at least, Spider's Den accessories, I haven't aged that well. Like, I don't know about any other endgame players out there, but I am selling almost everything nowadays that I get from Spider's Den. But the sick thing is, I still use Spider's Den to top off my silver when I need it. So I still farm here. And for mid-game players, even for early endgame players, and of course, beginners, Spider's Den is going to be a very important dungeon to farm, getting all your accessories and, of course, your silver. I want to talk about one of my favorite Spider champions. Honestly, I've talked about this guy. I haven't seen any other creators talk about him much. But honestly, this guy is so underrated. Khafru the Death Keeper. He is Void, so I know he's not super easy to get. I apologize, but man, we'll talk about him again before this video is over. He's a really cool champion. He's defense-based, so he's fairly tanky, over 1,300 on the base defense. His A1, transferring a random debuff from this champion to the target. He's got an AoE. Before attacking, though, he removes a random debuff from all allies. So he's a damage dealer who has a cleanse in there, mini cleanse as well. But he's going to heal each ally as well. 10% of his max HP is if a debuff, was removed from them. So it's a little cleanse and a little heal, a little Doom Priest-esque on this A2. But my man also has, he's really one of the three, I can only think of three good epic taunters, or epic taunters to begin with, right? I don't want to ruin Phantom Shogun Gross, I won't list them all right now, but he's one of them. He's got a taunt, and he's got an unkillable as well. So he can be your taunter, you know, get those spiderlings on him. He can be your decrease all damage all allies receive by 10%. So he's a nice little tank for your team, right? I think this guy's great. And by the way, Khafru's command, it smacks if you set him up with an increased defense. So he can be a great nuker as well. I really love this dude. One of my favorite champions still to this day is Ugo. Who doesn't love freaking Ugo? The Ugo Solar Eclipse, the revive. Nah, Ugo honestly brings a leech, a decreased defense, a block buffs, a little cleanse, and a big heal. That's a lot for one champion, especially an epic champion to bring to the table. She's my favorite, and honestly, she could probably make the list on any of these dungeons, or at least a lot of these dungeons, because she's so versatile. So I don't know. If you have Ugo in your vault, what are you doing, right? Anything from Hydra Clan Boss to, you know, wave content, to dungeon content, to Doom Tower, to Grim Forest, Zintranos, you name it, Ugo is going to help you out. Ugo is amazing. I decided to include her in Spider because of the blend that she has of debuffs as well as survivability for your team. All right, next is going to be, let's talk about the burners. I mean, Spider beyond level 20, you need some HP burn options. Probably the best, in my opinion, is still Mordecai, right? Now, you can make an argument. There's a few others that we'll talk about here. But Mordecai, man, first of all, he's got a decreased turn meter of all enemies and a filled turn meter of all allies on a 3-turn cooldown. It's a nice little turn meter manipulation that he brings to the table in addition to his burn and also an increased attack. I mean, my man has what you want, right? And he's placing the burn, meaning affinity doesn't matter as much. It's not predicated on critical hits. He's placing that burn. So for those reasons, I still choose Mordecai as my best burner, albeit his burn is on a 5-turn book down to a 4-turn cooldown. So that is the one kind of downside or knock on him compared to Skrank, who's the next champion on the list, the other AoE burner out of epics. Skrank, unlike Mordecai, he does have to land a hit, but he's void affinity. So you don't have to worry about weak hits either with him, and his burn 100% on an AoE is on a 3-turn cooldown. Now, he doesn't have that increased attack. He doesn't have that turn meter manipulation that Mordecai does that makes me like Mordecai a little bit more, but he has more damage. He is a more traditional nuker, and he has that 3-turn cooldown. So either way, I mean, whoever you're going to go with there, and we'll mention another one or two burners in a moment. We're not done yet, but they're both great options for